too fast. Slipped and slide, slide metro. On the fly, thought I was next door. You don't smile when you get text from me. They just give you anxiety. Slipped and slide, slide metro. On the fly, thought I was next door. You don't smile when you get text from me. They just give you anxiety. Looking back, you were natural. Hard and soft, a little aggro. I could see you from the back row. Shining brighter than the rest of. Up and down, I felt the head rush. From the first until the last touch. Had to tell me, mom, and hush. I can't work it if my knees crushed. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, we're moving too fast. Slip and slide, slide metro. Slip and slide, slide metro. On the fly, thought I was next door. You don't smile when you get touch from me. They just give you
hit, I'm a stranger. Consist on ain't something I could say well. Throw my change into the wishing for a change. Well, wish a day a swell life for the next come. And when the next come, pretend that it's the best one. Like I ain't even gonna try and say that to the next one. Switch my living situation every chance that I be getting. Sick of running laps on Sisyphus's treadmill. Man, I really need to sit still. Seems like that ain't something I could instill.
Ebb and flow, I can't hold on to you very much longer.
Yeah.
Might have to slip away.
Can't you sit still for a little bit? Can't you sit still for a little? Can't you sit still for a little bit? Can't you sit still? Teacher told me need to get that pencil up out of my nose. Can't hold on a singular pose. Switch from to to fro when the wind gon' blow. And it's hurricane season everywhere that I roam. I like quick fixes and not working at all. Don't switch lanes, drive my car straight off of the road. I got split personalities inside of my soul. Each day I find a new one to hold.
Ebb and flow, I can't hold on to you very much longer. Might have to slip away.
Can't you sit still for a little bit? Can't you sit still for a little? Can't you sit still for a little bit? Can't you sit still for a little? Can't you sit still for a little bit? Can't you sit still for a little? Can't you sit still for a little bit? Can't you sit still?
You think you know me? Say I'm as cold-hearted as they come. You think I'm slowly cutting my ties with you, that I'm done. Here's what you don't know. Feelings, they grow slow. I've just been caring for mine. Now I can feel it. Now I believe it. Baby, tonight is the night. I'm gonna call you up in the name of love. Gonna call you up and tell you that I'm not giving up. In the name of love, I'm not giving up yet on you. In the name of love, in the name of love. In the name of love, in the name of love. You think it's easy, yeah. Falling in love, well, maybe for you. I think it's crazy, oh no. But I'll be damned if I'm not a fool. Here's what you don't know. Feelings, they go slow. I've just been caring for mine. Now I can feel it. Now I believe it. Baby, tonight is the night. In the name of love, in the name of love. In the name of love, in the name of love. I'm gonna call you up. In the name of love, I'm gonna call you up.
Slip and slide, stop metro. On my fly, thought I was next door. You don't smile when you get touch from me. They just give you anxiety. Just so much to see the micro. Realize we hit a plateau. Cause you don't smile when you get touch from me. They just give you anxiety. Going away, but it's alright though. Starting to chafe and that'd be painful. Happy flying, wish I'd been able to give you more and keep you stable. I don't trust just anybody. Circle tight just like the money. Plenty ones, they wanna try me. Pull the rope and I've been climbing. Many times I wanna let go. I'm reminded of the get-go. Where I've been, where I should get to. Keep me close, I'll show you real snow. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, we're moving too fast. Slip and slide, stop metro. On my fly, thought I was next door. You don't smile when you get touch from me. They just give you anxiety. Slip and slide, stop metro. On my fly, thought I was next door. You don't smile when you get touch from me. They just give you anxiety. Looking back, you were natural. Hiding soft, a little aggro. I could see you from the back row. Shining brighter than the rest of. Up and down, I felt the head rush. From the first until the last touch. Had to tell me mom in a hush. I can't work it if my knees crushed. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, we're moving too fast. Slip and slide, slide metro. Slip and slide, slide metro. On my fly, thought I was next door. You don't smile when you get touch from me. They just give you anxiety.
Just please give me a call. Bye. I've been stuck in my head. Think I need to escape. Feels like I'm waiting, do you feel the same? My mom used to say that no matter how famous, at the end of the day, you only wanna feel safe. But I'd rather walk into space to see if you're still awake. If it's ever gonna be right, if we ever had the time, hope you know that I try. If we'll ever make it feel right, still think we can work it out. Hope you know that I try. I'm running over the highways, running sideways. I'm falling, but I'm starting to love it. We might fall apart, but we
Happy Saturday, Smite fans, and welcome into Promotion Saturday. We had an elimination day yesterday on Friday, sent 4 SEC teams home just because of those matchups. Today, we have got 4 SPL versus SPL matchups, all of these to promote one of the SPL squads moving forward. We'll see if the Valhalla Valkyries can break that trend. Game number 1, J-Mac and Mifflin. Good morning.
He's met by the Camelot Kings, but has that jump to get away. Mid-Phoenix instead, the target for the Kings, until they realize they might just be able to go for the end because they've got the minion wave. Game number 1, the best efforts of the Valkyries on the right side were good, but not good enough. The Camelot Kings in 33 will take game number 1.
And the Camelot Kings would love to move themselves into next week. Can they get it done? And game 2 will go down to J-Mac and Mifflin. Find out.
Variety hits him with the, hey, you remember me? You're the one that knocked out early on. Now I'm back, and with the vengeance, double dunk and another pickup. Aqua tried to make his way back to base, and he will get there in a body bag. The Camelot Kings looking so fancy. If they weren't there to do it themselves, seems like the minions would have.
Who needs a fire giant when you can just kill the entirety of the Valkyries? The Mid-Phoenix already gone. The Camelot Kings march up the lane. They deicide the Vount, and they take game 2.
Well, Gore, this one is gonna be worth watching. The Bolts taking on the Solar Scarabs. We got a couple of handsome gentlemen standing by to take us into game.
That's right, a couple handsome gentlemen on the desk, a couple handsome gentlemen on the cast, as the Solar Scarabs and the Olympus Bolts will send one more team guaranteed onto our elimination round next week. A Wind of Rage and Steel takes a couple beads off of the Olympus Bolts, and inbound lives the initial aggression.
Oh, no.
Good Fields of Love on the back pedal, keeps the rest of the Solar Scarabs at bay. 2 Solar Scarabs down, and all 5 Bolts still on the map with sustain.
That is not how you want that engagement to go if you're the Scarabs. It was a good attempt from inbound, but now with only 3 members left and all 5 Bolts up and ready, a Trebuchet on the map, and inbound goes back in.
Looking like an end call to me. Now that inbound is down, seems to be confirmed. Olympus Bolts have the minions, have the fire giant, and have all the damage in the world. Game number 2 between the Bolts and the Scarabs. Remember, Olympus Bolts, you win this one, you move on to our tournament, our elimination stage next weekend. Solar Scarabs, still a chance though to extend this one on to 3. Slows down the Bolts, but now Sam is in an awkward spot in this fight. He can't really do anything, doesn't have Sonic Boom to get back in. That's a big ultimate from Haddix, as Stewart is forced to Bifrost away. Whirlwind of Rage and Steel simply delays the inevitable. The Olympus Bolts, from minute 1 until minute 30, have run over the Solar Scarabs. The Olympus Bolts find their way into next week. Solar Scarabs are going to have one more chance to avoid elimination.
Well, the drafts came by fast, which means we get into game fast. It's the Warriors and the Dragons, and it's J-Mac and Trelly for game number 1.
Vote goes back into the back line, but Final K and Scream have already found the first 2 picks. Vote will at least trade out for 1, but the execute doesn't land home for Final K. He'll have to chase out Dardas, and so will Scream towards Vote. Neil Ma on his last legs, on the last bit of HP, as Scream and Pagon find 2 in the back line. Dardas, the only one left alive, and the Jade Dragons can march right up the mid lane and take this game.
We'll see how well they use it. Once again, we're going down to J-Mac and Trelly, because it's game number 2.
Game number 2, the Jade Dragons, a little bit of a slow start in game number 1, but able to rally back together and find themselves a victory. Can they do it again, 2 straight games? We'll have to see, because the only Warriors have picked quite a lot of what worked for the Dragons in game number 1. And the Fire Giant should go to the Jade Dragons, and it will do so. Nika to the back line to try and fight Panda Cat, but a Spirit Ball will stop him in his tracks. Cubo Fred goes down. The execute from Final K gets the double kill, just off the mark for the triple, but Panda Cat will make sure and close that one out. Neil Ma goes down. It is only Dardas left against the entirety of the Jade Dragons. He will hide in the camp, but he will not be able to find the kill. The Jade Dragons can march up the mid, take the game, and take the set 2-0.
Well, we'll see. How much pressure can he get? Is it going to be a lot? Is it going to be a little? It's a rematch of the World's Finals, and it's game 1 with Dimes and Myth.
Reigning in the Bloodlust is Layers. Low HP are all of these Tartarus Titans. Titan at a quarter HP, dropping under. Shito does find Layers. Shito finds a double, but the Tartarus Titans find the win.
Clean play from the Tartarus Titans. I'd argue clean play from both teams, but when both are playing so clean, it puts so much more oomph on every single one of these minuscule engagements, and time in and time out in game 1 of this set, the Tartarus Titans win out.
As we get our eyes not only on in-game, but on the casters themselves, as we throw it over to Dimes and Myth at least one more time for game 2.
The Tartarus Titans with a 1-0 advantage over the Jithin's just threw me off. Jithin's ruined the intro over
Well, you gotta at least
the
do the bit.
Atlantis Leviathans. What bit?
Blame Jithens? It's like, I don't know, they've
What's
been
that?
spamming it for like 6 years. Base has been broken, but the soul of this team still alive. Layers on regen. Gonna spend a little while in the jungle. Wrong you okay?
No, Fields of Love locks down the support for the Leviathans. What a huge pick for the Tartarus Titans. Dueling Dragons still online here from Shinto. That might play a role in this massive Titan defense. Can the Levi's bring it to 3 games? Can they break the streak? The Titan for the Leviathans dropping low. The Tartarus Titans surging forward, pouring their moves into the Titan. The Leviathans will drop 2-0 to the Titans.
Depending on how you want to look at it, positive spin, promo games, negative spin, elimination games. Either way, it's going to be an incredibly fun Sunday. So hopefully you'll tune in tomorrow at 11 right here with the rest of us as we jump into that. For myself, from Trelly, everyone here in production, that weird, creepy thing that's over there, we'll see you in the morning. Happy Sunday, Smite fans, and welcome to the final day of Week 1 of the Smite Summers Masters event. We've sent 4 teams to promote to week number 2. We've eliminated 4 teams, and that took 2 days for us to do. Now we're going to do all of that in just one today, where our final 4 teams for week 2 will be decided. Before we get to that, we want to give a shout out to our good friends over at Prime Gaming, the title sponsor of Season 9 of the SPL. If you don't already have a Prime membership, you should go ahead and get one because you get free shipping, music, movies, and more. Link that over to your Twitch account and you get a free Twitch subscription, free content and games you're already playing, and you get free games every single month on a rotating catalog, so make sure that you are making the most out of that Prime membership and Prime Gaming. Thank you one more time to Prime for being the sponsor in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. If you liked all that free stuff, don't worry, you get a lot more free because you get to watch some free Smite games all day long. I'm J-Mac, I got Mifflin with me to join me on the desk for our very first set of the day. We're going to have the Valkyries and the Hounds in a rematch showdown to see which of those teams is going to be going on, but we're going to have 4 of those sets today. This will cap out our 20 sets for our first week of games, Mifflin.
And just to reiterate, you're telling me every single one of these sets, someone's progressing to the next phase.
And someone's getting eliminated.
Yeah, that's
same
the part,
time.
That's the part that I wanted to.
That's
it.
That's the cap off of the elimination sandwich.
We're sending people home.
We had the elimination on day number 1, our first little slice of bread. We had the promotion, the meat of the sandwich. Now and then today we're gonna have not just the cheese and whatever topping, whatever other toppings you put on your sandwich, whether it's mustard, mayonnaise. I don't know whatever else you put on the sandwich besides the meat and bread. And then our other eliminations with the bread on the very top there. So 4 sets today. All 4 sets actually going to be a rematch from what we got to saw earlier on in the week. Just the way things panned out, we'll take a look at the schedule to see what order it'll be. Same order that we had seen it before. Eldritch Hounds and Valhalla Valkyries, our first set of the day. Hex Mambo's Solar Scarabs, Highland Ravens, Oni Warriors, and the Callan Wardens and the Atlantis Leviathans to cap out our day of play. And some close matchups that we had kind of during the week. We know that during the Oni Warriors match and the Highland Ravens, a couple of close matchups there. Eldritch Hounds and Valhalla Valkyries, probably one of the closest matchups just because of nature of seeding, the number 1 SCC team from NA, the number 8 team from SPL. But when these teams were facing off all throughout there between the Hounds and the Valkyries, wasn't exactly a
close, but it also was not kind of a blowout game that some teams might have expected.
Yeah, I would say it took a little while for the Valhalla Valkyries previously in the set to establish dominance, but once they got hold of it, never really let go. And that seemed to be a similar thread between the majority of some of these top-seeded SEC teams versus some of the bottom-seeded SPL teams. For example, I think the Hex Mambo versus Solar Scarabs match, which is coming up next, probably one you want to keep your eyes on.
For sure, Hex Mambo want to get their revenge. Every one of these SEC teams wants to get their second chance at making it into the final week of play. Looking just at our bracket, you can see that the Valkyries found their 2-0 earlier in the week against the Hounds, then lost to the Camelot Kings 2-0, and now we have the Valkyries here because the Eldritch Hounds got knocked out by the Kings, or the Gilded Gladiators got knocked down and then get knocked out by the Eldritch Hounds. That's now where we leave the Hounds out to be our final match in Group A of this bracket. It's going to be very similar like this throughout all of today. All of these matches, as we said, one team promotes on, the winner of the set. The other one is eliminated because everything is going to be going in and getting ready for week number 2. And the Valkyries have been a team that have really been improving as of late, all across the board. It's not just one player in particular that's been standing up and really rising above everything else. This whole team has really been jumping up there. But I do want to highlight Aquarius because it feels like he's finally been able to kind of diversify that God pool a little bit, and it really has been working out well for his team.
Yeah, when you say diversify, you mean he added Chang'e, right?
True, he added Chang'e, but hey, that Chang'e has been working.
It has. A whole lot of survivability for Aqua over in the short lane, but I think you are right to say that this entire team has stepped up a good deal. If it weren't a land league, if we didn't get to see them every single day during the regular phase, I would have said this overnight explosion of the Valhalla Valkyries would have been due to, I don't know, like account sharing or somebody, their big brothers getting on the keyboard or something like that, because it really was just overnight. One day, the Valhalla Valkyries look like they've got literally nothing going on, can't control the early, losing in farm, team fights not so great, and then the next time we see them, it's, wait, hold on. These guys are keeping up with the Camelot Kings in early game farm. Well, hold on. These guys are taking team fights in the late game against some of these top-seeded squads. Well, hold on. These objectives are starting to go their way as well. And just this rapid explosion, this inflection point as a team where they've just become so much better, makes me excited to see what they're capable of in the future. Generally, when we see teams make massive jumps as the Valhalla Valkyries have, we'll see them plateau for a little while. All right, we just figured out our new style. It's starting to work. Let's try and iterate on it. And we're not going to see another rapid advancement probably for a couple weeks. Or if they're lucky, maybe the Valhalla Valkyries just come in feeling hot today.
Perhaps so. Aquarius, the man on your screen right there, has really been stepping up for his team in that solo lane, has really been able to make some very impactful rotations and impactful plays just in general. Early rotations, being able to get pressure in that solo lane, which is kind of where the Valkyries struggled a little bit in their consistency, where Aqua was never really winning out his lanes. He was kind of just stalemating for the longest time, but now he's finally hit that comfort point. Him and the rest of his team have finally been able to find winning lanes outside of just that mid 2v2, which is where their big success was kind of at the start of their start out there. But we had a chance to sit down, or we have a chance to right now go ahead and talk with the Valhalla Valkyries. We got Spooky standing by with the Valks in the booth.
That's right. I may not have had a warrior's death just yet, but I am here with the Valkyries, and they've got some answers for all of our questions. Speaking of Aquarius, I've got Aquarius right here next to me. Aqua, you've been having some trouble with the bot stopping your back here. How's that feeling?
Not good. I can't believe a bot would ever do something like that to me.
It is truly brutal. But now, here in this day, you've got a grudge match going up against the Hounds. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's been some rumbling saying that if an SEC team is gonna win here, it's gonna be the Hounds, and it's gonna be you guys that they beat. How do you feel about that?
I guess I could see it statistically, but I don't see us losing, so.
We are feeling very, very confident here today. I like that from Aquarius. Kirmi, you've been coming up in the jungle. You've been having a great performance recently. What's going through your head going into this match right now?
Same thing as the first time we played them. We're just going to play our game and just going to beat them. It's going to be pretty simple.
Pretty simple. I like simple. I'm not a smart man, so that makes things a lot easier. Pagon. I'm going to call you Pagon.
All right, sounds good.
How are you feeling? Are we going to see any weird picks coming out from the mid lane?
Probably not. It's just good to have Scream in the jungle. You know, it's a nice change of pace. You know how it goes.
Excellent. You know, brothers and all. That's the narrative I've heard. That's the narrative I'm going with. How's this dual lane feeling?
Fantastic.
Fantastic?
Absolutely fantastic, yeah.
It's got to be more than that.
Super fantastic.
Super fantastic is good enough for me. Let's take it back to the desk. Will the Valkyries continue flying high, or will they fall like flatbread? Go ahead and break it down.
Well, thank you so much, Spooky, for talking with the Valkyries. Seems confidence across the board, at least. Well, Aquarius being stopped by a back on the bots. Don't worry, it happens to the best of us
Like
out there.
flatbread?
But fall like flatbread.
Does that fall?
I don't know. Does it? I mean, you can knock a piece of bread over that technically falls, I
think
guess.
they made like a whole game based off that once, right?
There's also like a video on YouTube that's like gone viral with it. It has like some dramatic music when it falls. It's one of my favorite ones to watch.
All right. Spooky's got some deep cut references
He really
I wasn't privy to, so
Apparently
don't
so.
fall like flatbread.
But the Valkyries feeling pretty good. Kirmi saying we're going to go out there and play our own game. We're going to win. Now for the Eldritch Hounds, they've got to be able to answer back. And over in their solo laner as well, we talked a little bit about Aquarius, but let's also talk about Remikami on that side. He's been able to make some pretty consistent moves for his team as well, making sure to really be that frontline first team. Whenever we talk about teams and they have sometimes struggling solo laners, at least if Remikami is struggling, the rest of the team is able to bring themselves up. But when Remikami is hot in the solo lane, this is one of the hardest teams to ever fight back into because he really does feel like an unstoppable wall for his squad.
Yeah, glad the first clip of Remikami's on this King Arthur because I think that is by and large one of his best gods. Might just be because King Arthur is one of the best gods in the solo lane, but what he was bringing to the team fight on this pick was absolutely ridiculous. Plays like this, where you're locking down in your own tower, you think you're about to fall down, not going to be the case. Does it up against Mando Warrior, does the exact same thing repeatedly for about 20 entire minutes once he decides to rotate out as well. Remikami certainly one of the players in the league that loves to go for that early aggression, loves to play the bullies in lane. I would say similar in methodology to FineOK, if not in execution, but certainly has that potential. Love watching this squad play. I mean, the Eldritch Hounds as a whole are just a team that are full of big personalities and fun ones to hear from.
No, for sure. The entirety of the squad, I mean, they've been on the grind ever since their days of sleekness back in Season 8, kind of the Phase 3 is where we kind of saw the peak of that team at that time. They were the number 4 seed going into their SCC playoffs, ended up beating out the Winter Dogs, aka now the current Valkyries, and a lot of other teams out there have made a lot of step-ups and a lot of improvements across the board, not just in their solo lane, but even their duo lane. I mean, we talk about Dude Man Bro and Quig as a combination, and those two guys, when these guys are actually on fire, they feel like one of the most difficult duo lanes to really face amongst the SCC. It feels like you could throw a Dude Man Bro on just about any pick now. It's no longer just the Izanami or just the Rom or just this one pick. That Dude Man Bro as a player has been able to build up his god pool. He's been able to make pop-off plays consistently. Quig, doesn't matter what support you throw him on, he's going to make sure to step up for his team. That Yamoja always seems to make its way over to his hands. We'll see if it does in game number 1, picks and bans between the Eldritch Hounds and the Valhalla Valkyries. But that first one going down is going to be Kabrakan.
And to speak to your point about Dude Man Bro, within his last 6 matches, no repeated gods. Cupid, Artemis, Chiron, Sol, Freya, Chernobog. That is a very diverse god pool, and some of these selections, ones that we're not super used to seeing recently. Sol in particular, one that has really fallen off, but it seems like when bans land Dude Man Bro's way, he's got something in the back pocket to lock out. But when you've got a player that is willing to absorb those bans, if you feel like you can't deal with this Cupid, if you feel like you can't play against this Chiron, and you decide to take it off the board, you leave openings for star players, guys who I think are really close to just stepping up to that SPL level, like Oath. You're going to allow him to play whatever he wants? I probably wouldn't. It seems like he can really dominate the battleground.
Yeah, Oath is definitely a player where, in the past, though, that's kind of where the struggle in the picks and bans came from the Eldritch Hounds, especially against this SPL talent, is SPL players looked at Oath and said, okay, you like playing A, B, and C. We're going to go ahead and ban away A, B, C. Oh, and you might just have D and E in your back pocket as well, so we'll ban those just as a safety measure, and then it kind of puts some pressure on the Eldritch Hounds to draft something impactful for Oath. That's why, at least for the bans, we do see a couple of shots over at Kirmi, and just a couple in general bans as well. Kabrakan, Osiris, and Daji. Valkyries are going to take away the Yamoja, not wanting to give an opportunity for Quig to have that god and Eset to be banned as well. But the Eldritch Hounds and Oath specifically have been able to make some step-ups to where they can add a little bit more to the god pool. So when those first 3 kind of picks are taken away from Oath, he still has 3 to 4 more picks that he can kind of fall back onto as we see our final ban being that King Arthur. Not going to give Remikami a power play in the solo lane.
Still plenty of priority picks available. Cupid was immediately coming to my mind. Fits the Eldritch Hounds playstyle very, very well. Dude Man Bro, one of the most aggressive hunter players in the SEC. wants to play one of the highest kill potential ADCs by that same note. But in taking Cupid in the first slot, I think it does give over the fact that the Hounds aren't a team that is likely to go towards a double Hunter composition, could allow the Valks to wait out on their own selection, and still plenty of value in the Hunter column for them as well. Chernobog, one that has still remained near the top of those power standings. Instead, Jingchen locked in this high up in your draft. That's good AoE CC, has decent damage mitigation for the entirety of your team with that ferocious roar, removing auto attack damage from whoever you connect with. And the Valkyrie's very smart here. Take that Nemesis away from Oath. That's been one of Oath's highest performing picks and one that he's gone to, I believe, 3 times in his last 6.
And with that, now the Eldritch Hounds have to make their decision. Do they get something for Oath now, and or potentially risk a couple of more bans sliding his way after this phase? The Cupid is something that, when I think of Doomman Bro, and I'm thinking back to the end of Season 8 in their SCC time, this is one of those gods that Cupid wasn't meta. Nobody was playing Cupid at that time.
Except for Wowie.
But Wowie and Doomman Bro were playing it, and they were both big pop-off gods for them during that SCC during that SCC LAN back at the end of Phase 3. So seeing him go back towards this one, and seeing this Hera locked in, or not locked in, but hovered in at the moment, it's something we've seen a couple of times in the SPL. Paul, Big Man Tings, Dardes, kind of the 3 players that come to mind when this one gets locked in, but we don't see very many SEC teams sliding towards this god, Mifflin.
Yeah, and you know, I had talked to Crimson before this match, and I said, hey man, you're going to win. He said, and he looks me right in my eyes. He stops walking. He sets down his drink, and he says, it's not up to me. If the game goes 40 minutes, it might be up to me. Otherwise, I'm really relying on the boys. Go to a pick like Hera, and I'm starting to understand why you got a thought like that. You're not a playmaker on a god like Hera. You really are play back, self-peel, health shield, Argus for self-defense. Maybe you're setting up for a jungler rotation with that polymorph. So glad to see Crim, one of the most bombastic players in the North American SEC, wait on his pick and potentially get something he's a bit more aggressive on. Because when I think of Crim, I think of the Thoth. I immediately go towards that Thoth, that massive poke potential, the ability to look for those insane early 1v1 kills. Not many gods in mid have got as much 1v1 potential as Thoth, which is why I think we see him go towards it so often. Maybe a sign of respect from Crimson that he isn't picking it as high in his own personal priority order during this event. Generally in the SEC, I suppose he thinks he can go for these high-octane plays a little bit more consistently, but more respect to these more tenured SPL players. Instead, Kepri and Bologna, the lock-ins. Very strong duo lane already for the Hounds, and seems like when King Arthur isn't available, Bologna's been generally the fallback for every team so far this event. Has good space control, really can disrupt that back line, and well, it's going to dissuade what you can assume a Hunter pickup from the Valks. Regardless, you can stop those auto attacks with a disarm. And then Nemesis as well. I think this pick is going to fit this draft very, very well.
And then as we jump into the second wave of bans, first one's going to be targeted at least over into the jungle from the Valhalla Valkyries, taking Raven away from Oath. And then Discordia on the opposite side. A shot over a Benekyu. And Discordia has just been a comfort pick for a lot of these mid laners as of recent, being able to get the passive over to your solo laners, allow them to just kind of free farm and free carry throughout the early game. Kakolan, a great god to be able to do something like that. And then the Morrigan, going to eat a ban from the Valkyries. Interesting. Now with the Morrigan gone, Discordia taken away, Eset, and I'm going to throw Cabrakan out there because it is Benekyu. He was one of the first ones to bring the Cabrakan to mid back in Season 8. I'm wondering where the Valkyries mid laner is going to go for his selection. Muzen Cobb and Ullr are both still available if you do want to go maybe towards a mid-hunter. That is something, at least that Crimson has been playing a few times this event.
Yeah, no, that was pretty clear, right?
But it will be Merlin, at least for the Valkyries mid laner.
Yeah, any time that Benny's back's against the wall and a ton of bans have been tossed his way, it seems like Merlin not quite good enough to get the respect of a ban column pick, but certainly still good enough to be selected. And for my money, still the best mage in the game at base defense. So worst case scenario, you're trying to keep your Titan alive, you got a Merlin. Best case scenario, you're getting aggressive. Merlin's also got some of the best objective burn in the game. Go to a Gold Fury, go to a Pyromancer, so still certainly has some value there. On the other end, though, wasn't expecting this from the Eldritch Hounds. Oath does love his hyper carries, set locked in, but I'm not fully convinced just yet. I am now fully convinced that it is a set for the jungle with Baba Yaga locked in. And this seems to be a common thread from the SPL and the North American SEC. I'd asked them, hey, what do you guys think, having had the opportunity to play against some of these more European teams? What stands out to you? And every single person I've asked has said, Man, Baba Yaga's like pretty good, actually. It's a whole lot of damage. She's got great self-peel. I think this God's pretty slept on, and it seems like the Eldritch Hounds already are starting to adapt that into their own style.
I mean, we haven't seen a lot of success out of the Baba just yet. Only a few games that she has been able to find any kind of wins. But I think back to the performance that Angry had on it just earlier on into the week, where he was 3v1ing people at the very end. It was more like a 1v1 and then another 1v1, and then do that a third time. It was able to find some decent picks out there. And the Valkyries, with Artemis banned away, kind of being the only hunter that ate a ban, and then Cupid picked up by the Hounds, at least Heimdall, who's been making his way a little bit more consistently across the board, where when we're going back a few weeks and talking about just the SCC in general, no one in North America is really picking up this God. No one in the SPL outside of, like, maybe Zapman is kind of picking up this God, but EU SCC was consistently grabbing him. Now we're seeing kind of more consistent across the board. Is it really just that safety factor that Heimdall has that's kind of bringing him back and kind of keeping him at the forefront?
It's that safety, it's the chase down potential, it's the single target CC that can burn away some of those relics, but I think you are right in hitting the nail that it is generally the safety that the Heimdall is locked in for. Looking at WoW's previous matches, not a pick that he's gone towards recently. Generally, Artemis, the answer to the Cupid that he loves to go towards, but with it banned out. Otherwise, Chernobog has been pretty consistent for him. So what does the Heimdall bring differently? It's not one of his flavor picks. It's not one that he goes towards super often. Looking into this matchup, you've got the ability to peel off Set. I think that's the direct answer. Set has to get point blank. So what do? Pull out your little horn, go knock him away. You got to slow as well. Standing in your Bifrost, you're out of there. I think it is just while he's saying, hey, I'm concerned that Oath is going to show up in my lane early, so I'm going to get something that can really withstand that onslaught.
And is that dual lane really kind of the best option for Oath to go? I mean, you look across the board and you've got Merlin, Kukulkan, or Heimdall as kind of your primary areas to go for a rotation. So is that probably the best lane that Oath can get some kind of a lead in over there?
I mean, generally Set has pretty decent matchup in anyone that is largely immobile and for the most part mobility lacking from the Hunter column in general. I mean, best you can ask for maybe like some globals, the Apollos, right? But you got to charge those up. Otherwise, dashes and leaps. Whereas you want to gank mid, junglers hate ganking mid. I'm going to keep it a complete buck with you. It is my least favorite thing to show up in a lane and then 3 other guys are there like, hey, don't touch my mage. It is the worst feeling. Otherwise, solo lane feels really, really hard to get involved in recently. You got the Health Chalice pickups. You've got these insane lane bullies that are back in the meta. It's no longer those late game to mid game scaling warriors. Instead, it's, hey, I'm locking King Arthur. I'm locking Kukulkan. So I think that if I'm playing for the Eldritch Hounds, if I'm Oath, I'm looking at the duo lane as generally my only real option besides catching some fights in the jungle.
Well, it's a rematch between the Eldritch Hounds and the Valhalla Valkyries. Last time it went to the Valks. Can the Eldritch Hounds find a game victory? We'll throw it over into game 1 with Dimes and Gore.
Thanks, gents. The Hounds, the Valks, hitting the battleground of the gods for the second time here at Smite Summer Masters. Dimes, Gore joining me here. Doug spectating as per usual. And Gore, couple things to break down here in this draft. The devs did a great job, but the thing that really sticks out to me, highlighted by Myth, Oath on this hyper carry set. We've seen set in mid, we've seen it in the jungle, we've seen it this week here at Smite Summer Masters, but you put that on a character like Oath, who loves to put the team on his back. I mean, where's your mind going here?
Honestly, it's going to be interesting to see where he puts that pressure, because Myth had highlighted it as well with the Heimdall. He's got a little bit of self-peel to keep that set off of him. Merlin with Flicker, Kiermi with a double dash. Aquarius has a leap. Gamma has some leaps. So, you know, Oath's biggest thing here is going to be sticking to people. He does that pretty well most of the time. And so I think Set's going to have just an interesting matchup. And getting Set, it's been more subdued, I think, as of late than what we've usually gotten to see out of him. We haven't seen a ton of Set, period. But it still has that not only, like you said, hyper carry potential, can get online early if he wants, still, you know, might be a little while before we see Oath truly finding some of those kills.
Sure.
But I expect to see him be very hands-on, very active throughout this game to try and figure out where he can put that pressure.
As for the rest of the Eldritch Hounds, Quig and Dude Man Bro love combining in this Khepri and Cupid duo lane. While we were going through picks and bans, I saw Khepri was online. Cupid, of course, prioritized as the first overall pick. Knew that was going to be a snap lock-in for Quig. On the flip side, though, Gamma picking up the Jing Chen. We've seen it played by Gamma over and over, so no surprise there. But once again, I really want to highlight this unique pick. Crimson grabbing this Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga, I'm pretty sure this is the first time the mid laner has been snagged by an NA team. EU has valued her very highly.
Europe's been loving her, right? And I think that, and this goes into the pace of the game, and I've had this, like, compliments, I guess, for Baba Yaga, which is that the pace of the game right now fits her pretty well. If you're going to be stacking items, then that's great for her. You're not really fighting too much early on in mid. You can just kind of hang out. And Baba Yaga loves that, because what is she best at? I mean, go back, look at all of her competitive history. It's late game damage. I mean, she just hits so hard. It's just remarkable to see, and I think, you know, that in conjunction with some CC from a Kepri or from a Bologna or even hell from Cupid, all of a sudden opens up an easy conversation for her to just get free damage out there in the middle of a team fight. Set up someone like Oath for some easy kills.
I'm sure that 3v1 that Angry took that we saw versus, I believe, the Leviathans really put Baba Yaga on the radar for these NA teams when you can use that blast off so effectively as damage, as an escape, as Oath being pressured here by Kirmi in their own jungle, is able to pop that Sandstorm, put out the spike there, throwing out some damage onto Kirmi, who still is not done with this 1v1. Level 3 is the set. Level 2 is Kirmi. Slice and Dice used to slow down the set. Beats popped as well. There's the skewer. No potential quite yet from Kirmi with only 2 abilities online.
Yeah, I almost forgot about 3 people running out of Baba Yaga. Like, I was...
One at a time,
that was
too.
Yeah, it was a great play. I was going to say,
her.
for the Baba Yaga, that's a fantastic play. For the other team, that was abysmal to watch.
That was negative IQ.
And so for Crimson here, you know, hey, maybe you'll find yourself in a circumstance like that. I want to say I doubt it. I really hope so. But you never know. 11 a.m. Valks can always hit a little different. But that does go to show, I think, you know, how deadly and devastating this pick can be.
Yeah.
Because, you know, that was what they had, like a poly. They had a lot later on that was just like, cool, we're just going to hit really hard. And then what are you going to do about it? Like, we're like, my Cauldron is going to do 900 damage to you with the right build. And so all of a sudden it opens up, I think, a very... Well, just a fun dynamic for a Baba Yaga. Because what else is she doing in the late game team fights? Not much. She is literally just a damage machine.
Right.
And you know, it's going to be fun, like watching the potions that they pick up, and you know, if they're trying to pocket that here for Crimson. You had mentioned it, I think, the other day, and we've talked about it a bit over this weekend. But like, not having like the complete control over your shapes. You know which the next one's going to be, and you know what CC it's going to be, but you don't get to pick any of that.
It's not
so
like
that's
Merlin where you can toggle through.
Yeah, and so it's something that is going to have to change. You know, it is going to be team fight dependent. Sometimes having that slow is going to be a lot more impactful. So does that slow down whether or not you want to throw out this damage? Most of the time, no. Yes, you're just going to throw it out and then have enough cooldown that you don't feel too bad about it. So I expect Crimson to maybe not for a while, but eventually get to the top of the damage charts.
So a repeat performance here between the Elder Towns and the Valhalla Valkyries. In fact, repeat performances all day long, right? We have 4 sets of grudge matches coming our way. SCC versus SPL. If you are these teams, Gormizer, who's getting the benefit of this second round of play? Is it the more inexperienced team now that they have a round under their belts? I mean, what are the Valhalla Valkyries improving on after, I mean, kind of dominating the Hounds, right? It wasn't a 22-minute victory, but it was a convincing 30-minute win.
I mean, it's that weird balance where I think the best version of this bracket is really for all of the SEC teams today, because they got another set under their belt, right? So you had one LAN where admittedly, or one match where like everything didn't necessarily go the way you wanted it, but you get your nerves out. A second one where you get a good win under your belt, so you have some confidence, and you get to come in today having watched the SPL teams already played, having gotten to play your own sets, feel a little more revitalized, more energy, and maybe a little more knowledgeable about what's going to be good on LAN and how you're going to try and make it work. Whereas for the Valkyries, I mean, yesterday you got a warm-up set versus the Kings, and admittedly, while it didn't go their way, they look good doing it.
Oath showing their face on the left side of the map here. Gamma utilizing that Jingchen ultimate to CC immune the Cupid ultimate, so a trade out there. Cupid going to have that ultimate down for a little bit, so perhaps Wowie with an opportunity. Kirmi utilizing that Nemesis ultimate on Erupt. Crimson forcing out the home sweet home, so trades across the board here in both duo and mid lane.
It looked like Kirmi wanted more, but getting the ult out of Crimson was enough. Like even BennyQ was like, ooh, do I come around? Do I try to get a slice of this pie? And then no. The answer was no. You turn the corner, you see this giant shack stumbling towards you. And you just count that one as a win. I like that they called it back off. I think both teams there, right? The Valkyries, you know, going ult for Gamma and Dude Man Bro just to make sure that, you know, one gets pulled out. And then ult for ult as well, Kirmi for Crimson. I think just kind of showcases like, okay, we're willing to fight or we're willing to retreat. Just depends on if we can pull the scenario. And that's the other thing, right, is knowing that where they are in this position for both of these teams, even though the Valks, I think, have done a fantastic job improving in the SPL. still an elimination set, right? You got to take everything about as seriously as you can, and a first blood like that, or any amount of control that you might give up, it can be a huge deal.
We've seen pressure placed on the map already from both Oath rotating to the dual lane, Kiermi there putting pressure on the mid lane. Games this week have been slow, I want to say, as Quig rotates out of the dual lane over onto Aquarius' side of the map. Oath combining as well. Aquarius locked down by the Kepri there. The root off the mark by Quig. Aquarius with that brutal scream there. Hits Oath, but Oath affected by the Scarab's Blessing. Revived. Rimakami doesn't find the final bludgeon shot onto Aquarius. And not the rotation that Quig was looking for.
No, but that was, I want to say, impressive from Aquarius more than anything, right? I mean, with the Scarab's Blessing, with a set diving you, and Rimakami might have been able to continue, but would have lost his life for it, right? At minimum, you're going 1-for-1 there, unless Oath gets that kill fast. And so I think that it's a really good job for Aquarius to be able to get that deep that quick.
Action across the map here. Mid lane sees pressure. Dude Man Bro sees pressure as well, having to blow that Cupid ultimate to dissuade Kiermi from continuing the assault there. So Nemesis ult going to be down for a little bit. Dude Man Bro popping that Fields of Love as well. As I was saying before, activity exploded in every single lane of the map. Games have been a little slow. Not the case here. Do you think when one team is trying to slow it down, the other team trying to speed it up, press the gas pedal is to their advantage?
It depends really, I think, on the comp, right? Like,
Sure.
and if I'm looking at it, like, if I'm the Valkyries, probably want to start trying to get a little more, I want to say, impactful towards like the mid game, right? Give them a few more levels. I think like a couple of Cullen rotations, but you can start putting pressure pretty much a little bit after the Pyromancer spawns. I expect to see them maybe start trying to focus on the map a little bit more. But if I'm the Hounds, I love this pace, right? I mean, you're getting the farm up. You've got Cupid, who he can do some things early on. Same thing for some of these other, but late game hyper carry for Set. Good damage out of Baba Yaga the later the game goes. So playing it patient, getting those stacks online, and not forcing a fight just because is a great call for them. And just hanging out, right? Just trying to make sure that nothing goes too out of hand. Because at this point, if you're down 4-0 and the Valks are invading your red buff on cooldown, things like that, it changes the game entirely. And then your comp just can't fight back. So instead, keep it relaxed. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Same thing for the Valks.
Oath active across the entirety of the map. Eagles rally onto Aquarius, who knocks up the jungler and the solo laner for the Eldritch Hounds. Nothing to come of it, though. Kingslayer popped as well. So 2 ultimates down for the Eldritch Hounds, and absolutely nothing to show for it on this right-hand side. Aquarius able to slip away as the Valhalla Valkyries rotate onto the Eldritch Hounds red buff. It is down, no respawn for quite a while. Crimson and Erupt able to escape to that tier 1 tower, but pressure placed by Oath in that right lane means the left lane is free for the Valkyries to move into.
It's interesting to me to see Oath put such a heavy priority over here. I think if you get that kill on Aquarius the first time, things are great. You come back the second time, if you're able to lock him down and get that damage, probably still pretty great. I think at this point, though, I'm starting to like reconsider ganking this lane. Like if Aquarius has gotten away twice, then the third time is just going to happen again, right? You have to be very careful with it. Maybe there's going to be extra lockdown next time, but I think that that's something that you can maybe give up. But again, it's not like you have an easier time ganking anybody else. Kiermi can just dash twice. Flicker is going to be really good, and Beniki's going to have a lot of damage and slows to kind of keep this set away from him. Still trying to maybe force some of those relics, control them, maybe give an advantage over towards like Crimson, maybe even going all the way to the other side of the map, which again, not an easy gank at all. It just feels like no matter what, Oath is going to find a lot of that in every lane.
Maybe looking for Dude Man Bro to utilize that Cupid ult to force out Wowie's own ultimate for the CC immunity, having that escape down, leaving the Heimdall only with the Bifrost to get away. Could create potential for Oath to move into the lane, but as you said, I mean, gank's tough across the board for both junglers, honestly. Erupt Crimson has that blast off, home sweet home for CC immunity. Dude Man Bro just drops the ult, flutters away. Quig, of course, provides a second life to any member of the team. So tough here for both of these junglers to try to get active on the map. So far, Goose Egg on the board, no kills to either of these squads, just past 10 minutes into this game. A slight lead building here for the Valhalla Valkyries, but really no invades or pressure on the enemy side of the map to show.
No, nothing that's been too crazy. I don't think Kiermi's in too much trouble here. Yeah, especially with Aquarius around by, so they'll be able to get out.
Just fine.
And Kiermi's actually the person that I wanted to talk about anyway, because the longer this game goes, the more I think Kiermi has a role to play. And we've gotten, I would say, very used to at least seeing Kiermi kind of get hands-on kills down in the early game lately, like sub 10 minutes, still having 2 or 3. And part of the problem was the Valks not necessarily having much to do with that, right? Like, are you going to go for a 6-minute Gold Fury? Probably not. And so there's not like neutral objectives or any crazy objectives you can go for there. Here on the Nemesis, I don't care that he doesn't have those skills. In fact, I actually prefer it because what I'm looking at is someone who I want to see ult Quig and help his team kill Quig or force Quig to use the Scarab's Blessing on themselves. And then you don't have to worry about that Kepri res.
Kirimi forcing the issue in mid lane here. Blasting off is the Baba Yaga back under the tier 1 tower. This is a 3-man stack from the Valhalla Valkyries. Aquarius and right lane headed right towards this Pyromancer, forcing out the Baba Yaga in the middle lane. Merlin drops those shards of ice over the top on the Pyromancer. This is a bait/commit. Depends on how the Hounds are able to respond here. Oath looking to get in with that Sandstorm, with that Kingslayer as well. Aquarius is playing the zone game, knocks up both the support and the jungler, knocks down Oath to half HP. The Valkyries destroy the Pyromancer, and Quig is next.
I mean, look, if they can continue this chase, they might be able to find Benny. They're getting a lot of damage done.
Oh, Aegising the bludgeon is Benny Q, though. Now Gamma with that Dishwasher, throwing Rimikami back, but a Scarab's Blessing immutes that ultimate, so a disengage here by both of the squads. Pyromancer does fall to the hands of the Valks.
And look, that's a huge win. In circumstances like this, you're losing some relics, getting some relics from the other side, but you get the Pyromancer. So at the end of the day, you got what you wanted, which was a little bit more gold in your pocket. And I would argue maybe the first real lead of the game, right?
Sure.
Like looking at the experience, looking at the gold graphs, it's not like anybody's really pulled that far ahead, even though some of it favors the Valks the entirety of the way through. Now, they finally get something to really kind of lean on. And maybe it allows them and opens up this conversation to start fighting for more, maybe going for Gold Furies, things like that, since it's going to be a little easier and maybe just more realistic than trying to get a Fire Giant until at least 5 minutes from now. So I wouldn't be surprised. Some of the pressure shifts over towards the left-hand side for the Valkyries. No buffs are coming up over there, so it would be strictly through lane pressure and maybe team fight pressure. But if they get a pick, they're going to start a Gold Fury up. They're going to get themselves even further of a lead. Same thing, if you're the Hounds, I would expect it and want the exact same kind of play. If you can get a pick over anywhere on the left-hand side or in mid, then go ahead and start getting aggressive, play towards the Gold Fury, force the Valks into a fight, and use your numbers advantage.
For the Eldritch Hounds, you start up the Gold Fury off a pick of, say, Benny Q on the Merlin, right?
Yeah.
Who's really the biggest objective secure that the Valkyries have. But you flip that around. If you're the Valkyries, you're thinking, okay, we take out the Baba Yaga. Dude Man Bro still here with the Fields of Love to zone out the Gold Fury, right? You take out the Cupid. Okay, well, Oath could 5 clones skewer over the wall for a ton of damage. So many opportunities for secure on the side of the Eldritch Hounds. Can the Valhalla Valkyries really just find one pick and go for the objective despite all of the AoE on the side of the Hounds?
I think so, and it's only because, like you said, with Merlin, even though it's not like he's just not the best secure, period. Like that's just an easy statement. But he does so much burn damage that it feels like trying to time something to work. Like, you don't have an I'm a Monster or something that's just like, bam, slam, there's 900 damage in one spot. And so if they just burn it faster than you can throw the Fields of Love out, but they might just get it before it pops. It would still be a 50-50 though, so like you said, like getting one pick can give them confidence. I don't know if getting that one pick is then going to be the immediate, okay, this is guaranteed for us. But it could start up a fight. They either find a second one or they can force people out. They might end up getting forced out themselves. And at that rate, it'll be, I think, just a fun one to watch because relics are coming back up, right? Benny had dropped both of his earlier. Same thing, Dude Man Bro dropped those beads, so they're going to have all of those.
Yep.
And it just means that it's going to make things, I want to say, more explosive. I mean, no first blood for 15 minutes into this one. Not only does that bounty, like, admittedly, 600 gold 15 minutes in is not a lot, but it feels like it's going to be helpful because that fight theoretically steamrolls into more than just the first blood. It's 1 or 2, and it's an objective afterward, right? And you know, if it waits even longer, like, I mean, if we go another couple of minutes without it, then instead of, hey, they're going to get a Gold Fury for free, it's, hey, that's a Fire Giant and your front tower lines, probably your tier 2s as well. And so, like, that's the awkward portion of this game for I would say, the Hounds is dealing with that. Because I think the Valkyries, especially with the experience they have dealing with teams like the Kings, they know what kind of shot calling happens at the 20-minute mark when there hasn't been a whole ton of action, and they know exactly how they want to play this.
I think the pace of this game, no surprise from a compositional standpoint, but also from a mental standpoint. It's Elimination Sunday, right? This is the last shot that the Eldritch Hounds have to maintain their hopes to move into next week. And for the Valhalla Valkyries, you're fighting to make sure you can 2-0 this SCC squad and not lose the first game of an SCC squad. I mean, all the SPL squads have found 2-0s over their SCC opponents. So a bit of ego on the line here for the Valhalla Valkyries, making sure they can clean sweep the Hounds as Crimson drops to half HP just from that Vortex out of BennyQ. Gold Fury started up here by the Valks. BennyQ rotating over, so no burn damage online quite yet. Only Dudeman Bro and Quig here thus far. Oath and Crimson lurking around the corner, but the Gold Fury drops low. The Gold Fury goes in the ground. The Eldritch Hounds not pushing the issue here. Oath wrapping around the back line. Finally, Dudeman Bro the target as Aquarius has made the rotation over from the solo lane. Field of Love out, doesn't find value. Cure Me is the benefactor of a shield, so survives the initial engagement, but Oath finishes off the Nemesis.
And there's going to be a good res from Khepri. Aquarius pulled back in, but the Valks, I don't think they want this fight that much.
Rimikami also shielded up, surviving with just a sliver of HP. Same can be said for Dudeman Bro. BennyQ under half. Gamma low on mana and having to back away are the Valhalla Valkyries. But grabbing the Gold Fury, I mean, how much are you really concerned if you're the Valks about dropping First Blood?
Yeah, it's that you know, jungle for Gold Fury doesn't feel great. First Blood on your jungle for Gold Fury going to the set doesn't feel great. But
Also
like you
not
said,
great.
when it comes like to math, you're still ahead, right? You don't jump up anywhere near as much. You get about half the value of the Gold Fury in total. I think maybe a little more than that. But realistically, you're still happy with it, right? A 1 for Gold Fury trade usually is going to be worthwhile. You burn a lot of relics on the other team. Like the Hounds invested a lot to make that happen. But you'd also lose, I think, a lot of pressure around the map. I was absolutely blown away, though, and it kind of showcased their objective burn there. That's the power of the Merlin, right? It took half the time for them to get half of its health for him to kill it.
Moving in as Aquarius, but the Hounds able to secure the Pyromancer, so that came realistically off that Gold Fury fight. So Gold Fury goes the way of the Valks, Eldritch Hounds find First Blood, and now a Pyromancer. The math is starting to skew a little bit more in direction of the Hounds.
And yeah, it's to the point where, I mean, they might not be further ahead than they were before. It might just go back kind of to square one, right?
Definitely
where it's like,
feeling better.
Hey, yeah, the Valkyrie, like you're feeling really good about it, I think. You get a good team fight, you make the Valks have to like force a retreat, you get a kill, you get a Pyromancer, you pull things back so that it's not an egregious lead. But it's back to where they were right before that Gold Fury starts, right? When it was 0-0 and just the one Pyromancer. That's about the gold lead that is separating these two teams now. So you're still, you know, a little behind, but not struggling by any means whatsoever. And if anything, I think showcasing about how disruptive this draft can be. Kind of curious, you know, Khepri has been just like on the top order for a lot of these teams, and I think that yesterday you go back and watch the sets that the Valks had versus the Kings, and I think there's some of those fights they probably win if there's not a Khepri there. They might have gotten at least a game. And instead, they let it through twice. And I'm starting to wonder if there's something correlating these, because this is a good look for the Hounds. And a lot of the fights, the thing that went wrong during that last one was the Khepri res kind of just enabling someone like Oath or Rimikami to just be able to jump in deep and not have to worry too much because Quig's got their back.
Both Set and Bologna trying to get deep in the backline of the Valhalla Valkyries. Checking out these item builds, the Hunter's chugging right along, finish off those chin sides. That's going to be a big-time power spike. Looking at this set, Silver Branch Bow picked up in the third item, really looking to make use of that Kingslayer ultimate, trying to summon as many clones as possible. On the other side, a Toxic Blade pickup for Cure Me, and finishing it off there with the big old orange sword.
Yeah, the Erendite. I'm excited to watch this one. I'm wondering if it's going to go, you know, we've typically been seeing like Magi's Revenge right afterward, just even more movement speed to chase people down.
Yeah.
And it could be huge if they decide to pick it up for a team fight. I mean, moments like this, you just get better chase down. Granted, Rimikami just ults away. It's not going to make it that easy to maybe find that space, but it does give Cure Me a lot of opportunities in team fights.
Trebuchet rolling down this right-hand side. Rimikami is losing half their HP. Yoinked back in by the Merlin. Scarab's Blessing gets the Bologna out of danger. Fields of Love used by DMB to separate the team fight straight in half. The Trebuchet still rolling down this right-hand side. Aquarius at half HP. Cure Me dropping low as well. Gamma isn't the healthiest, but around the back, here comes the set. Here comes Oath with that Kingslayer. Skewer out onto Gamma. Not going in just quite yet. No blink available for the set as well. It's going to be Aegis pickup for the Eldritch Hounds jungler, so no real way in there into the backline of the team fight besides that teleport, but the Fire Giant started up here by the Eldritch Hounds, forcing out the Valhalla Valkyries. Benny Q hovering around this right-hand side. Same thing with Wowie, so the two backliners, the only real fight here the Valhalla Valkyries have, as Kirmi is rotated in, Aquarius teleporting in as well. Doomman Bro still low in the backline. Oath dropping low, forcing the Aegis. Wowie takes out the jungler.
Yeah, Wowie just plays that the exact way you want the matchup, and Aquarius is teleporting. It's a two-man knockup.
Whoa, big-time knockup, but the hard bomb dissuades Aquarius from pushing any further. Remikami, one more auto will do it. Kirmi finds the kill onto the solo laner. Aquarius finally takes down the Cupid, and a two-man, three-man make it swing for the Valhalla Valkyries. An ill-timed and ill-fated Fire Giant pull from the Eldritch Hounds.
And that's the thing. I like the initial call. Let's pull fire and force Benny or Wowie to come in.
Big time.
They get aggressive a little bit, and then they go too deep. The minute Aquarius teleports in, the team should be getting out of there. In fact, they shouldn't have really gone any too far into the blue buff anyway. You should have forced them out, zoned them, but kept the damage up.
Home sweet home coming out onto low health targets. Wowie barely escaping with that Bifrost as Benny Q puts the finishing touches on Crimson. Quig has made their way back in. Fire Giant about an 8th HP here. We've seen it stolen by a Khepri before. Can we see it one more time? The root comes out. The Valhalla Valkyries secure the Fire Giant for the first time. 2150, let's call it.
I mean, look, that is just a massive swing in their favor, right? The three-man fight, a kill on the Rimikami Oath and Dude Man Bro because of an overstep from the Hounds. Really, honestly, I have to give shout-outs like Benny Q using his relics incredibly well because Oath was back there and causing trouble. Yeah. Wowie for the backup, coming in, finding that assist, the shells, again, little relic usages, things, and then just damage numbers from the Valks. They get that kill. You get to see Kirmi with I think a beautiful chase down, choosing to chase out Quig as opposed to turning and just confirming another kill on the Dude Man Bro when the rest of his team already had that. Turn around for the Fire Giant, get a kill onto Crimson like it's nothing, get a zone, and now you're just on a warpath, right? They get that Fury, no problem. You've already got the tier 1 in, right? No other towers have fallen so far, but with the Fire Giant 22 minutes in, I expect to see a lot of pressure left side for the Valkyries, open up that side of the map, give themselves that advantage. And we're really starting to see it get reflected, like the gold they just got already picking up and doing well for their builds when it comes down to things like the Soul Reaver being locked in, an Executioner there for Kirmi. And so they're going to do a lot of damage. They should have some pretty solid shred even without having an EFG or a minion wave to get rid of a lot of these towers. Around the Phoenix line is where you want to see the Hounds do a defense. And with specifically a Baba Yaga, you've got enough AoE and enough damage from your abilities that I don't mind maybe banking on a defense. Same thing with the Cupid and Fields of Love. I think you have a lot of capabilities to do it, but you do need to be grouped up for it. Finally, they're all going to be over here. This is going to be an interesting engagement for the Valkyries to see if they can even get in there. I think they might take too much if they try to dive this.
Kirmi has pushed out Oath, who's just now backing, so not going to be there for the Phoenix push. If this even is going to be a Phoenix push, it looks like the Valhalla Valkyries are posturing away from this left side bird, maybe realizing it's not worth it as Oath and Kirmi are going at it. Aquarius with the Salmon's Leap to take out the set, so Kirmi baiting in the set, taking an ill-fated 1v1 there. Oath had it. Oath had that Nemesis dead to rights, only the rotation from the Valkyries saving Kirmi.
And you know what? Sometimes that's what you need, right? Oath doesn't have anybody there. Oath uses beads and Aegis, and they only get you so far. Kirmi doesn't use either relic and just gets to walk away with it with his life.
Nim shield, man.
And yeah, it just goes to show how strong I can be. Now, again, if you're the Valkyries, you're going to have a massive gold infusion from all these towers. Here's just one more for the sake of it. That's going to stack things up for you. And we haven't gotten to see it. I guess technically with Kirmi, we get the tier 2 there going towards what looks like a Magi's Revenge. But other than that, everybody should have, a lot of gold in hand, about 2K for every other member of the Valkyries. And it's just a non-stop shop for a gold pickup on the way out, right? Every single tower swing, so the Titan's going to be, a lot more weak on the side of the Hounds. You get every jungle camp that you can available to the point where they didn't even pick up the speed buff. They just dropped it. And still technically a minute on the power play.
Oh, Kirmi dashing in, but dashing out, seeing the rest of the Eldritch Hounds coming to help their ADC, deciding not to tangle with the entirety of the Hound squad. One of my fellow SOC casters, Alpha Jackal, the illustrious Alpha Jackal, has a flow chart for the Fire Giant. You grab Fire Giant, you grab all the towers. If you find a pick, you try for a Phoenix, but you grab the Gold Fury, you grab the Pyro, but you you back off, right? That second Fire Giant is where the big Phoenix pushes comes in, right? So, I mean, the Valhalla Valkyries following that flowchart to perfection. They grab all the towers, they grab the Pyromancer, didn't find a pick, so don't worry about the Phoenix push. Let that Fire Giant expire, let it respawn, grab it, maybe take a great fight, then you push to the birds.
Yeah, and honestly, that's just the way it needs to be, right? When you don't have, like, an EFG, if you could get that at 20 minutes, yeah, you're absolutely going to just step into the Phoenix. I don't care if there's 5 people. Yeah, I'm going to go for it. But it's just so difficult when you don't have those backdoor protections, you know, relinquished by the minions. And they have a mage, right? As long as they have someone who can clear pretty well and someone who has AoE abilities, stepping into a Phoenix without being able to guarantee get it is just ridiculous. Yeah, like you're going to lose that fight most of the time. And so I like that the Valks kind of slow play it, like you said. If they don't get a pick, it's just not going to be worthwhile. Get a lot of gold in their pockets, strip the jungle, set themselves up here, because for this Fire Giant fight, it's one of 2 things. Either well, I guess it's one of 3 things, but if you're in a good position, and they are, you either get the FG or you force a fight at the FG. That fight can go to a loss or a win, depending on how well the Hounds play. But if you win that fight and you're the Valkyries, all of a sudden you've got an FG and an opening to step into the Phoenix, no problem. So it really does kind of create, I think, for itself, the success. And with the way they've been fighting with their engage, I really do like how the Valkyries are approaching these fights. Gamma's really leading the way, but Aquarius has been, I think, just a nuisance with the not only teleporting in deep, but like the knock-ups and now, you know, a blink available. All of that can be huge.
Oh, what a great pick here on Kirimi, using that Nemesis Shield to gain back some life, and the Nemesis Shield saving the life of Kirimi, just barely gamming out with the washing machine, grabbing Quig, throwing the support in the backline for the Valhalla Valkyries. Rimakami surging forward, Quig dropping low.
Love it.
Quig going down to the autos from Wowie. What an incredible escape there from Kirimi to secure 2 kills for their team.
Yeah, I mean, just wonderful play. And then focusing Quig, of all people. Scarab's Blessing is still up, but who are you going to use it on? Yourself? Like, it doesn't feel as worthwhile when it's a guaranteed death, but that should be an easy Fire Giant now for the Valkyries. And again, if anyone tries to contest this, they step too far forward, they're going to be staggered out. This could be a huge win for the Valkyries.
And we're talking about actives. Kirimi didn't even have to use any, as Oath is the new target. A just popped by the set, able to teleport out, but there's Aquarius around the corner with the Salmon's Leap to finish off the jungler. Dude Man Bro, the next target here from Kirimi, uses the beads, auto attack, and down goes the Cupid. Why even get the Fire Giant when there's 4 members of the Eldritch Hounds down now for this Phoenix push? The Valhalla Valkyries not looking incredibly healthy here. Erupt Crimson could put up a great defense. No home sweet home available. Potion comes out onto Aquarius. Kirimi wrapping around this left side to help out their Trebuchet. Shoving forward 4 members of the Valkyries. Quig grabbing Aquarius, the only target possible for this Khepri. Middle lane Bird falls. Left side Bird getting targeted down by Kirimi, but Rimakami's back online.
And I think the Valks are probably going to have to play this exactly like that.
Yeah,
Trebuchet, they might be able to play with the Trebuchet a little bit. They might be able to re-engage. Rimakami's getting a little too aggressive.
Gamma's low, Kirimi's low as well. Trebuchet falling down. Crimson throwing out those home sweet home shots. Wowie forcing the ultimate just to escape.
Oh no,
Where's the Benny Q on the front line? The Merlin playing solo lane. Rimakami forced out with the Eagles rally. Quig dashes away as well with a 2-man scare there out of Aquarius. And yeah, the Valhalla Valkyries dropping low. I'm not sure you can keep re-engaging with Oath coming back.
But look how low they got that Phoenix. I mean, that's going to be an easy walk-in and kill off.
That's a sneeze.
And, I mean, admittedly, like, this is not by any means what they were going for, but it works out for them. They're only a minute away from an EFG, so if they really want to, they can just wait about 40 seconds now and then kill it when it's enhanced. That makes things a lot easier. They get at least 1 Phoenix, though. And again, after a beautiful fight, right? Kirimi getting out of there, the dive and the chase the Hounds had to have to get that much damage and then not get the kill, it hurts. I mean, it just hurts so much how far you have to go for that. But then you fall a little behind, you know, unfortunately for Quig. You just straight up get caught out. That's a good ult from Gamma, recognizing that there's no beads. If you can't use the Scarab's Blessing on you, you can't cleanse anything. So you're stuck in that position, thrown back. Benny Q's got a lot of damage. They had body blocks as well, and that's what I want to see in these fights, is like if you can focus Quig out or force that ult onto either Quig or someone who's just not going to make it out anyway, then you're going to be more than happy with what you can do around this Khepri. And I like to see the adaptation from the Valkyries, because yesterday this Khepri was such a huge thorn in their sides that it just caused too much trouble. Now, though, it is that appropriate response, right? They've got a massive lead. They've got items and items. I mean, straight up full tier 3 in mid over their opponents. A Magi's Revenge for Kirmi over Oath. So there's a lot that's going to enable them in this fight that's just going to allow it to play in their hands. And for the Hounds, you just have to be very careful of your positioning. That's what's given you up the last 2 times. And so you don't want to overstep this. You don't want to be the one that gets caught out. And I'm specifically looking at some of the carries, right? If Oath, Crimson, or Dude Man Bro are even a step out of position, the Valkyries will not hesitate. Specifically, Aquarius will not hesitate to jump down and be the one that sets his team up and sets you up on a silver platter.
Pyromancer drops down here for the Valhalla Valkyries, looking for the initiation. BennyQ has been playing up on this Merlin all game long. It's been working out. Oath 1v1 versus Kirmi. Kirmi getting the upper hand over the jungler, and a pick in the middle lane for the Valhalla Valkyries. That'll open the door wide for this EFG. Fields of Love utilized on Nemesis for absolutely nothing there. Gamma yanked in, Remikami in the back line, chunking down Wowie, but BennyQ is here to play support. The solo laner for the Eldritch Hounds falling low.
Yeah, good. Scarab's blessing the Quig. Keeps Remikami alive. And look, of all the things that go wrong there for them, right? You lose Oath, Oath's ult, Oath's beads, Oath's Aegis. You lose Dude Man Bro's ult as well without getting too much to show for it. Keeping Remikami alive feels like a small win, but a win nonetheless here for the Hounds. Just to keep some of the numbers somewhat on their side. But look at Kirmi. I love this. It's a 4-on-4 on right. Kirmi can just kind of free roam.
Home Sweet Home still online here for Crimson, and that's the big one. Right, that's the one that could be game-changing in this team fight, but no team fight even necessary. The Valks and the Hounds disengage on the right-hand side, and Kirmi picks up that left side Phoenix, as I said, with just a sneeze of HP left. Kirmi goes, and down goes the bird.
And at this point, look, I don't know that there's really, well, I guess there is still a presence from the Hounds. I didn't think that they were going to step this far out. I mean, trying to fight around this FG, it's that weird balance between absolutely necessary because you're missing 2 Phoenixes, and that is scary with the amount of damage that the Valks have. They could just ignore you under the Titan, and, you know, with BennyQ and Wowie's damage, they'll just kill it faster than you can really respond. And so I think that you kind of have to show face here, but I don't think it's going to be a fight that you're really confident in.
Speaking of killing it faster than you can respond, the Fire Giant under half HP, just baiting now are the Valkyries. Gamma leashing that main objective. Crimson, Remikami, DMB, Quig, all around this Fire Giant pit. In the middle lane, once again, Oath and Kirmi, but we know how that went last time. I mean, that can't happen again for the Eldritch Hounds. They cannot lose Oath in that middle lane 1v1 with Kirmi. It has to be a big 5-on-5 engagement here from the Eldritch Hounds. Quig shoving forward, grabbing Gamma, locked down in the Fields of Love is the Jing Chen, who has to use that dishwasher for the CC immunity. One more shot from Home Sweet Home is going to finish off Gamma, but meanwhile, Oath falling low to Kirmi wins the 1v1. This time, Aquarius dropping low, getting chunked down. Oath finds himself a double kill, Erupt Crimson escaping.
Those are huge kills, and Wowie might go down as well. This is great for the Hounds.
Not quite. Wowie putting the finishing touches there on Remikami, escaping with maybe 100 HP to their name. So it's going to be a 2-for-2. Which one of these 3-man squads are you looking at here? Who won this fight?
I give it over to the Hounds, and exclusively because there's no reason you should have gotten any kills in that fight. I think they play it well, and again, you know, to the point like Oath didn't have any relics and still is able to find that kill onto Kirmi. Quig in the middle of that has a 6 save that keeps his team going, and that's a lot of it, right? Is the Capri being able to make 1 save, right? You get a lot of good relics and admittedly some ults on the other side, so the Hounds are definitely going to be missing things for the next big engagement. But finding Aquarius, who has been like the leading factor for, I would say, their deficit, as well as getting rid of Kirmi, was a good turnaround for them. And then it's just an issue of separation, right? A couple of people were zoned out and zoning out at the same time, and those are the ones that die, right? Dude Man Bro, Remikami, kind of caught out a little deep, and sometimes that's just going to happen. But if your 0-3-3 Cupid is still able to buy space for somebody else to get some kills, it feels like a small win, but again, a win nonetheless. Because at this point, if you're the Hounds, like you're trying to get your Phoenixes to respawn, mid is up, but weakened. You're trying to make sure that no Fire Minions go in on left. This Fire Giant should not have been anything that you could really even contest, and the fact that they've been contesting it and essentially delayed it for like 10 minutes has been amazing.
Benny might be the target here. No flicker, but this Fire Giant is just gone. No shot there for the Hounds. Dude Man Bro in the backline getting aggressed upon by Aquarius. Dropped to under half HP. Crimson finds no value with that home sweet home. That is massive. Rimikami now running away, leading the charge for the retreat here from the Eldritch Hound. Surging forward are the Valhalla Valkyries. Kyrmi would love to take this 1v1 again, except this time Active's online for both Kyrmi and Oath, and the Eldritch Hounds losing that EFG to the Valhalla Valkyries. I don't even say losing. They had no, I mean, it wasn't in the hands of the Hounds at all. The Valhalla Valkyries claiming that EFG from the map.
Yeah.
Eldritch Hounds have no choice but to retreat under Phoenix.
Now it comes back to Phoenix defenses. Look, mid's already weakened. You've got an EFG this time. You don't need the minions to step in, although you'd like them. Crimson is going to be a huge factor for whether or not the Valkyries can find success here, as well as some of the CC from Rimikami.
Divine Judgment online from Kyrmi, utilized onto Dude Man Bro, who gets that Scarab's Blessing. Aquarius once again leading the charge. Right side, Phoenix falls. Aquarius takes out the Cupid as Quig is yoinked into the back line by the Jingqin. Wow, he takes out Quig. Rimikami forced to Eagles rally back to base. And 2 weakened Phoenixes are all that stands between the Valhalla Valkyries and game 1 of this best of 3 grudge match. Rimikami, Crimson, and Oath. Your 3-man squad here from the Hounds playing defense.
Yeah, if you really want, the Valks don't have to worry about these Phoenixes. Look, third bird's about to go down. Going to be pretty easy for them there. Now it's just engage, right? Like you said, Crimson does a lot of damage. So they're going to have to pay attention to this Baba Yaga. Kyrmi's relatively low. They don't have a lot to work with. Mana-wise is low for Beniku, but they've got an outpouring of damage in about 25 seconds before anyone spawns up. They've got the numbers.
This doesn't have to be special from the Valhalla Valkyries. Just dogpile on this Titan. And dogpile they do. The Valkyries drop the Titan and find the first victory over the Hounds. I should say, the 3rd victory over the Hounds.
Yeah, right now 3-0 over them. Granted, I think that this is a game that they start out, when they get that Pyromancer, feels really good. They get that Gold Fury, feels great. Then the fight afterward and losing the next Pyromancer doesn't feel quite as good. Things start to maybe balance out, and again, once again, towards the Hounds. Then that first Fire Giant changes everything. I mean, map state absolutely afterward in favor of the Valkyries. And then, you know, they prolonged it. Like, I think they went for the second FG around that 25, 26-minute mark. Yep. And it wasn't until 35 or 34 that they were actually able to pick it up. So it was good on the Hounds to have that presence there and to be able to prolong and find some fights that admittedly were small wins, but still wins nonetheless. But at that point, it's like, cool, you found a double kill. You're 14,000 gold down. You're really far behind in the map state. You've got fire minions still on the left-hand side. It was one of those things that is like, you need this win, and then another, and then another, and then another. So for the next game, I want to see the Hounds try to stay in it a little longer.
After falling 0-3 thus far at Smite Summer Masters to the Valkyries, the Hounds have to dig deep for a Game 2 victory. That's coming at you in just a second.
like you're feeling wavy. Way too early to be hazy. Start a 10 job cause you're crazy. Yeah, you back in the game and you don't feel ashamed. Always want me at your party. Like me next to a Bacardi. Cause you know I'm spinning faster than a Harley. Yeah, you're still in the game but you don't feel ashamed. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up your tall in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9 to 5 job, but you work for me. I'm your getaway, cause you can get away. Your illusions, I got no perception. What is real, what's your projection? I make you dizzy in your head, got no protection. You're lost in the game, can't remember your name. Calling on the horn and no sheep will come to play. You can get no sleep, stay awake to numb the pain. Make you save your problems for another day. I'm your getaway, but you can get away. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up your tall in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9 to 5 job, but you work for me.
Hello and welcome back to the Smite Summer Masters. Game number 1 goes over to the SPL once again. The Valhalla Valkyries up against the Elder Towns are now currently 3-0 game-wise, but at least in this set it starts out with just a 1-0. And I'll be honest, first 16, 17 minutes, you really didn't miss much action. It was pretty much a stalemate battle through and through. Then we finally get to see a little bit of that battle go through where the Elder Towns come up with First Blood, and they get a Pyromancer. But at one point, we look up and go, oh, First Blood, Pyromancer, that's good for the Hounds. Why are they further behind than when they were against the Valkyries before that?
Yeah, just that macro farm. It's the difference between SPL and SCC again. You're just used to a different pace of game. You have to be so on time with every single timer. Greater Scorpion, mid-camp, Oracle, offering, anything that isn't just locked down and bolted to your side of the map. SPL teams are always there on respawn, and the SCC have a little bit more leeway as far as just macro farm goes. So it is a major adjustment for these teams in the lower league to figure out how to keep pace with the SPL. I mean, even considering, sure, yes, the Valhalla Valkyries on a massive resurgence recently, there's not the best macro team in the league, but regardless, still able, through First Blood and a Pyromancer, to maintain and extend their own gold lead with a 0 in the kill column. Just clean, clinical map play from the Valhalla Valkyries nets them the early lead in this one. And then by the time the team fight started to come consistently, when it was 5-on-5 after 5-on-5, already the Valkyries had established themselves nearly 4,000 or 5,000 gold in the lead. Very difficult to fight into that kind of deficit, especially with this style of draft from the Elder Towns. If you're really reliant on DPS dive, which is what Bologna and Set is, Bologna doesn't have the same level of hard CC as like King Arthur or things of the like. Set doesn't have the same initiation as things like Thor, like a Hunbots, doesn't go in and stun you. It's, I'm going to get in there, and I'm going to pray that I do enough damage to scare them away from me. You don't deal enough damage to scare them away when you're like 3, 4, 5, 6,000 gold down.
And it's just something that anytime that we talk to the SCC teams and they're kind of talking about their experience against SPL teams, and I think you hit the nail on the head, it's just the farm game of the SPL 1 is already...
Crim's damage?
What's that?
Look at Crim's damage.
Pretty good.
Baba Yaga's a good pick, I've decided.
And what's crazy, it's only 500-ish more than what Benny Q did on the Merlin. Our two mid laners in this matchup definitely putting in the work for their team in the damage column at the very least. But going back onto, you know, the SCC teams talk about The farm game in the SPL is so much different. But they also talk about the level of mistakes. You know, in the SPL, you make one mistake, and that's usually the end of a game. You know, one bad team fight could lead into 2, 3 towers, a fire giant, even just running it down and killing a Titan. Where when you get to the SEC, sometimes you see a mistake made. Okay, whatever, we drop that. We'll come back and we'll get a Gold Fury immediately after that. Now you can really kind of see that difference out here where even though the Elder Towns were able to find a First Blood, able to find a Pyromancer, the Valkyries have the wherewithal to know that, okay, that's not the end of the world. We'll regroup and we'll just win the next team fight after. We'll see if the Elder Towns can bounce back in game number 2 as we hop into the picks and bans between them and the Valkyries. And this set pick worked out fairly well for Oath. He was able to get into the back line, find some good damage throughout the mid and the late game. Unfortunately, that's at that point when his team was fully falling behind against the Valkyries. So when it came to the full 5-on-5, wasn't able to fully step up. We'll see if any changes get made for the Hounds in picks and bans, but largely the same so far and will not change at all for the Elder Towns. They're going to keep their same top 3. Valkyries will remain with their top 3. Only difference is Nemesis banned away this time.
Wonder if the Hounds still pick up Cupid in first slot. Don't have to wonder for too long. They do exactly that. I'm thinking the Elder Towns, and I say this all the time when I see SEC up against SPL. If you're not capable of keeping pace on map, I think the only answer that you can make, the quickest adjustment, it's not the perfect answer by any means, so don't use this as a blanket statement to improve as a team as a whole. But if you need to find wins in an event and you don't have the time to practice the style that's working for the top teams in that event, you gotta just frag them early. I'm talking entry frag. Get in there and make it happen. Pressure, pressure, pressure needs to be the topic of conversation. Cupid, pressure in the duo lane. King Arthur, pressure in the solo lane. I like Baba Yaga, don't get me wrong. I think that god is incredibly strong right now. Fully convinced by her performance in longer matches. But what Crimson said to me before the set was, hey, the gods that I'm playing right now, take a little bit of time to hit the ground running. Baba Yaga is in that column. She needs her itemization. Get him something that can play aggressively in the early. It's not a guaranteed win by any stretch of the imagination, but considering what we had seen from the Hounds in Game 1, it was First Blood and Pyromancer. That works out for you. If you can expedite that process, make it happen at the 9-minute mark, 10-minute mark instead of 17, 18 minutes, all of a sudden these leads are going to come a little bit easier. So I would like to see the Hounds really lean into that style. When they're feeling confident in the North American SEC during the regular phase, that's the style they lean on regardless. Why not do it here?
Along with Cupid, it's King Arthur and Khepri for the Eldritch Hounds. Valhalla Valkyries to round out their top 3. Bologna, Xingqian, and Amuzin Cobb. So we've got the frontliners, and we got what we can assume to be a pick for BennyQ in the mid lane. And that opts for a few mid lane bans out of the Valkyries. Discordia and the Morrigan, and then Artemis and Soul the bans to take a couple of shots over at Wowie in the dual lane. And to kind of harp on your point a little bit there about when these team fights are starting to break out later and later in the game, when you're waiting until 15 to 20 minutes to really start getting those fights. It's something that we've heard the pros talk about, where the later you wait to have that first team fight, the worse it gets for you, because you lose a 3v3 in minute 5 of the game. It's whatever. It's it's only 5 minutes in. They can't get a Gold Fury. They can't get a Pyro. You lose it 20 minutes in. All of a sudden, that 3-man loss you had now opens up a Fire Giant, a Pyro, a Gold Fury, a few towers over. So the Eldritch Hounds, I think you're right to say, definitely want to try and get it going a little bit earlier this game and not wait to be 1-1 at 20 minutes in the game.
Yeah, I consider the slower-paced games to be a massive game of chicken that is weighted by the confidence in your own late-game composition. If you think you win 5-on-5 and you outdraft, go ahead. You can wait to the 45-minute mark for all I care to take your first bit of PvP. But you gotta be right, because if you're wrong, exactly as you said, first fight happened at 45 minutes, who cares?
Over.
Yeah, you just lost. That's GG. Enhanced Fire Giant, and all your towers don't matter anymore. So when I see these teams take the slower approach, when you can very clearly see that one side is going to outscale, it just always surprises me. That's not to say that doesn't have any bearing on the current match. I'd argue that as of now, sure, the scaling of the Valkyries draft probably slightly higher with this AMC, the Ratatasker in the late game. I would argue that individual picks from the Hounds probably will lose a bit of value as the game goes on, but as it stands, the Merlin shoring up some of that late game damage. King Arthur establishes pressure, acts as a bridge into the late. Cupid establishes pressure, acts as a bridge into the late. Susano, I know the meme is he's not supposed to 100 to 0, my man 100 to zeros. He's pretty strong in the late. So
Pity
that's
for
your
you,
team
I
fight
am not a
AoE
goddess of
CC. You've
mercy.
got the space control from King Arthur. If the fights go long, you've got healing thanks to this Cupid. But now with AMC and Freya on the other side, I'm expecting the Hounds to try and pick up the pace.
Yeah, they definitely need to. But as we've talked with pros, and as Zapman has gone on record to say during the interviews, is Freya is no longer just the late game hyper carry.
she's
She's
just
no
good.
longer a mid to late game hyper carry. She is just a carry at this point in time, especially with the changes that we see to Conduit Gem and how popular that item is with her. So now for the Eldritch Hounds with the Susano at least locked in for Oath into the jungle, where does Oath now go to try and get that early pressure for the Eldritch Hounds, to try and get them that early lead that they're going to need against the Valks?
You've got good matchup into both Freya and AMC as Susano, so thankfully you can get active that way. Apply your dot damage to Freya, Valkyrie's discretion, doesn't matter. It takes a couple of items to get that life steal so she won't be able to survive the dot, and she'll die in midair. That's very nice. Gap close, very easy for Susano. Teleport forward, pull in an AMC, keep him in the tornado, and pray that you've got the damage output behind you to finish him off. So I think the carries of the Valkyries, very susceptible to the ganks from Oath. That said, Oath has been taking a bit of a slower approach all week so far. He really does wait until about second item until he decides to get active on map. And Susano's a god that is going to kind of influence that playstyle as well. You don't really want to get overly active, especially if you see that Transcendence start. But I think that I would really like to see him make his stamp known. Specifically, I think AMC probably the easier of those two targets and likely will be in mid. Get active. Get there.
So now we have kind of that call, at least for Oath, to be able to try and get to one of these carries, to try and get active maybe a little bit earlier than normal, maybe not wait till that second or third item before getting in there. But should this game go to another 35-plus minute game like we saw in game number 1, Mifflin, where we're waiting until these Fire Giant dances, we're waiting for these Phoenix Sieges more than anything, do the Eldritch Hounds have a team fight to be able to try and fight against the Valhalla Valkyries at that point?
I am so concerned about that portion of the game in particular because the strength of any King Arthur composition is the space that he creates. He does enough damage and has enough CC that generally the backline on the other side has to be concerned about it. When your backline is Freya, you're not concerned about just about any frontliner that stands in front of you, man. You're autoing for 400 and healing for 100 per auto.
Well, the Eldritch Hounds, backs against the wall, one game away from elimination. The Valkyries, one game away from promotional. Who's going to take game 2? We'll jump right in with the casters to find out.
The Eldritch Hounds, one game away from elimination. The undefeated #1 seeded NA SCC squad. One game to do it, Gore. Taking on the Valhalla Valkyries. It's Dimes, it's Gore, it's Doug spectating. Bit of a switch up here in composition, letting the King Arthur through. Rimikami picks that one up for themselves. Of course, Oath picking up the Susano. Crimson stealing the Merlin away from Benny Q. And the Eldritch Hounds reprising this duo lane. Do you think this composition is enough for the Eldritch Hounds just compositionally to fight back into the Valhalla Valkyries?
I mean, very much like Mifflin was saying, right? When you've got someone specifically like a King Arthur, you know, later on, you're going to be set in team fights. You're going to have the burn from Crimson. I think Dude Man Bro and Quig did their jobs well enough, right? So, like, the top 3 changes that they have for the Hounds, I'm a big fan of just because I think it does what they wanted to do a little better. The thing, and it's something Mifflin had noted, I'm going to keep my eyes on Oath because I feel like they need some of that late or early gank potential, early kills, get themselves ahead or off to the right foot. You know, Susano early on when it's just beads, just a few abilities, is going to be able to pretty easily gank the Valkyries for Wowie or for Benny-Q. But as time goes on, all of a sudden, you know, Benny-Q's got Gamma and Kirmi next to him, or Wowie's going to have Valkyrie's discretion plus the beads plus just a whole lot of damage that Freya's able to output. And so there's just as likely opportunities for you to come and gank and then just get outright killed the longer you wait. And that's going to be a big problem, I think, for the Hounds to deal with a little bit later on. You know, Rimikami is going to do a good job of creating space. They've got good burn damage. Admittedly, Benny-Q, Wowie, mostly single target, so Quig is going to be pretty happy about that. Just toss your Scarab's Blessing on whoever's lowest. They're probably going to get it procced and come back to life. But finding those fights and making sure that they're actually something worthwhile, making sure that, you know, in any 1v1s that might happen, go your way. that's going to be something I think that skews maybe a little early. Then there's like a little bowl in the middle for the Hounds, and then late game they come back online.
This ticking time bomb in the Freya and the Amus and Cobb, who we've seen banned over and over just because of the pure damage output from the B, especially piloted by BennyQ. Ticking time bomb, like I said here, from the Valhalla Valkyries, but you talk about initiation potential. I mean, the Kirmi, right, on this Ratatasker, dunking down from the tree. You follow that up with Gamma, with the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, Aquarius leaping over the top with that Eagles Rally. You can initiate, reinitiate, and then if you need to, from the Valks, reinitiate one more time. I mean, ridiculous. We talk about compositions that lack that initiation factor. How do you get in? You're struggling. The Valhalla Valkyries have that in spades.
Yeah, not only that, but I mean, Stinger as well. Like, BennyQ's ult
lockdown.
is going to be massive for them. And I think that's going to be a big deal.
Ooh, O's not in the best spot here. Able to use that jet stream to teleport away. Crimson taken down to under half HP in the mid lane. Rimikami now being chunked at by Aquarius as Kirmi and the solo laner for the Valkyries team up on this blue buff invade. Taken down here by Kirmi, stripped away from the King Arthur. As a King Arthur, that's never something you're pleased about.
No, especially considering you're supposed to be the bully, dude. You're the one who's supposed to be, you know what, they're blue buff, things like that. But that just goes to show the presence of the jungler being important, right? Kirmi loses out a little bit on like farm that he's going to get, but he makes up for it by stealing a blue buff. I believe they just got the coup as well, and they own their own blue buff. So if anything, comes out, well, actually still technically slightly behind in terms of experience, but maybe ahead in terms of where things are going to go for the jungle, because he hasn't cleared out a speed buff or the back camps just yet. And so at the end of the right side jungle, Oath is going to be behind, and that's where those little moments like that become a big deal. And then I almost want to see more out of Oath right now, because yes, Ratatosker can get online and hands-on early, but so can you.
Dude, Membro's a sniper with these heart bombs. Always, I mean, all weekend long, threading the needle through the wave, connecting the heart bombs onto priority targets, as Quig and DMB are going to combine to take out those small purple buff minions there. Can't find the big-time invade, but that's going to be enough for now. Rimikami teleporting to
Did
tower.
he just teleport to tower in tower?
I was looking at you. You were supposed to confirm that for me. I saw the teleport being channeled, and then, did he mean to back? But then... Okay, so Rimikami burning the teleport in place, not exactly the start you want here from the King Arthur. Yeah, I looked to you because you were supposed to confirm that my eyeballs were not deceiving me.
No, but I want my eyeballs to be deceiving me. That's the thing.
Whoa! Wowie surviving with just a sliver of HP there. The Typhoon coming out from Oath, just hitting level 5, and luck there. Pure luck there from Wowie that the Typhoon isn't able to take out the Freya.
Yeah, look, and honestly unfortunate, because if the Hounds get that kill, I have something way more to talk about. Wowie gets out of that barely,
just
with his life. Heavy investment there from Oath. But Rimikami.
Yeah, let's circle back around to
and
that.
Look, grand scheme, is it the worst thing that could happen to you in the world? Yes, because we caught it on camera. I think that
caught it 4K,
yeah, it's one of those things that at the end of the day, it's not a huge deal, right? You're still going to be able to get to your farm. You might lost a little bit of time. In fact, it gives some pressure over here to the right, to the Valkyrie.
Here we go. Kirmi dropping down onto the blue buff, secures it for the solo laner. I don't know how much further the Valhalla Valkyries want to push this. They just wanted that blue buff, strip it away from King Arthur, not necessarily looking for the pick, the engagement. So Kirmi and Aquarius combining to once again strip Rimikami from that blue buff, and it's just solo lane bullying all day long here.
I'm still caught up on the teleport.
I mean, I am too, man.
I'm trying to move on, but my brain just won't let me. No.
You have your hands steepled deeply in thought, like, what is going on?
Me, all right, so here's how this could work.
Okay, it had to be Rimikami was trying to back to base.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Or and like a
scourge
scourge or something hit him that I must have tuned out because solo lane
probably had the shop.
Open and everything.
And then
like
you couldn't, and you just
very standard stuff. It just goes wrong.
Just
sometimes.
unfortunate. Pure unfortunate.
And again, very unfortunate because we got it on camera. Otherwise, would not have been mentioned and probably wouldn't have even mattered.
I mean, how many times through the SPL do players accidentally hit beads or accidentally hit Aegis walking out of fountain?
Man.
And we just don't catch it on camera. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like I mean, we catch plenty on camera, but I'm sure it happens much more.
And how many times? Look, that's too real. Actually, he's hitting your beads accidentally. I don't like that comparison.
Banish grabs Doom Man Bro here, who drops the Fields of Love to separate the distance. Like you said, no mana. BennyQ has made the rotation from mid lane here, but not too much mobility available to the B. So DMB drops the ult, get out of danger, no problem there. Purple buff not respawning for just a little bit here, so Gamma can't pressure forward anymore.
Fun to see, though, the Valks being able to put a lot of pressure out there. Again, I think that it realistically, and Mifflin had mentioned it, Oath gets a little more hands-on with the ganks when he's finished his second item, or started at least his second item. So maybe we'll start to see some of that. But Kiermi has been hanging out on the right-hand side of the map. That blue buff might as well just be the Valkyries. They still have a ward on it as well.
Yeah.
So they've got the timer, coverage, pressure, all the things that they truly want. And then they're starting to win some fights. Like Wowie, if either of those kills, the one under the tier 1 or the one under the tier 2, whether it went to Dude Man Bro or Oath, if either of those had happened, it would have felt like a huge win. But now you've got Wowie in a spot where Freya, who admittedly has had to be pushed back, TKO'd a couple of times, but hasn't lost their life, is still farming up pretty well and comfortably. And it just means that things are going to get deadly very quickly. And, you know, you're going for a Transcendence on the Cupid. It's going to take a while for that to stack up. It's going to take a while for you to feel maybe the impact of it. Whereas you get kind of instant gratification if you're Wowie, you're going for a ring early on. Curious as if we'll see, you know, like Bancroft's Talon kind of worm its way into the build. We've seen it a few times with the Nimble Bancroft's Talon, just to give that extra attack speed and a good chunk of power and some really nice lifesteal that plays in part with your passive to keep you alive really well. It's going to be fun to watch, but, you know, Freya, and we had kind of talked about this when the item had come out, the rings themselves don't give a ton of power. And Freya, I feel like, is one that needs, you know, very specific. I don't want to call them niche, but like some of the more niche ones, like this hastened ring is the best example.
Yeah, you're not picking that up on everybody.
Yeah, I was like, Soul doesn't necessarily need that. Oleron doesn't really need that. Chronos, you get it, but you don't really need it. Freya wants it to stick to people.
Kiermi easily jumping up on the branches here. You just jump, and dunk back down a billion miles away on this Ratatasker, so no problem there. We saw pressure established on the right-hand side from the Valhalla Valkyries. You saw Gamma move in, strip away some of those offerings from the left-hand side. So now the Valhalla Valkyries expanding their presence across the map here. Looks like Oath and Quig are looking for something to strip away from the Valhalla Valkyries jungle, and looping all the way back around in this tier 1 tower, looking for this immobile B Typhoon out from Oath, knocking up BennyQ and dropping down the mid laner for first blood.
And look, that's a good kill, right? I mean, you're able to get in, you get your kill, you use your ult, you get a good gank from Oath. Like you said, even Quig getting in on that, but tanking the tower for them so that nobody has to trade out. Scarab's Blessing is there. Yeah, do you use some relics? But it's worthwhile, right? I think, especially because, surprising me, the Valkyries had done so much in terms of farming that their lead was getting uncomfortably large for 10 minutes. And that first blood, and specifically the bounty that comes with it, helps pull things back. Also, BennyQ was a little bit ahead in terms of farm of Crimson. Now they're at least on parity in terms of level. And you can see that Kiermi ahead in level, Aquarius ahead in level. That's something that the Hounds being able to even just get that one kill is going to at least help pull back on.
The Valks grabbing this totem, or I should say Aquarius grabbing this totem. The Eldritch Hounds were able to claw back their blue buff from the grasp of the Valhalla Valkyries. But while Oath was doing that, Kiermi helped himself to those back camps, a second round of back camps, mids are respawning. So even though the blue buff does go the way of the Hounds, the Valkyries strip away every other meaningful piece of jungle here from the Hounds. Gamma yoinked in. Here comes the Dishwasher onto Kepri, who uses that Scarab's Blessing preemptively. Can't pop it quite yet, but Kiermi does so right as the Scarab's Blessing expires.
I mean, just timing-wise, that's so good, right? Even if they pop that early, they're going to stick to Quig and try to kill him.
Just right in place.
But that's the best-case scenario, is you don't have to deal with any of that extra health. You just get the dash, you get the hit. And you love to see it if you're a Valks fan, right? Just being able to get that kill, because it opens up a lot. And this is always the thing that I've mentioned tends to be their struggle in some of the SPL games that they've learned a lot here in Phase 2. It's getting the map pressure afterwards, right? Cool, you got a kill. What are you going to do with it, right? If you just get the kill, very similar to what the Hounds were able to do. First blood bounty for the Hounds, that feels nice, but is there anything more that you can pick up, any invades, anything like that? And the answer for them was no. The Valks, they get a kill, and while it's not a first blood, they immediately get to fall back and grab a Pyromancer. They immediately get to start looking around the map and look for more things to grab.
So the Eldritch Hounds here, macro farming well, pick up this Gold Fury, or start up this Gold Fury, I should say, as Oath in the backline is taking on this AMC 1v1. Stingers does drop down. BennyQ able to pick that back up. So a blown ultimate there from the Susano. Gold Fury dropped by the Eldritch Hounds and nothing to show for it.
And honestly, it's actually a big deal that BennyQ was able to safely walk back and pick that up. That Stinger being back for any fight is going to be amazing. And like you said, with Oath dropping his ult, that just means that now you're the ones that lose out on that engagement more than anything. You did get the beats from Benny, though, and that's going to make things pretty easy to game.
Dropping down is Kirmi. Remikami out of mana. Does a great double stun there. A dart in from the Ratatasker slows down the King Arthur, allowing the jungler Kirmi to pick that up for their second kill of this contest.
Good news, though. Oath got the blue buff. And look, that's the second one, I think, maybe, I guess including the first one, probably the third one this day. Bad news, yeah, no, you just lose out on a lot. Good news, again, is that Murakami, when he respawns, teleport's going to be coming back up. Probably won't use it to run back because it's just a few seconds off as to where that's going to maybe be as prominent for them. But you're burning a lot. You get the blink out of Kirmi, ult out of Kirmi, ult out of Aquarius. You get a cool double stun. It looks pretty flashy.
Yeah.
But unfortunately now the jungler on the other side's up to 0, feeling pretty confident, I think, in Kirmi's capabilities to look for ganks. So maybe something on the mind of the Hounds that is going to be weighing heavily. With that, plus the Pyromancer, and unfortunately a failed attempt at a Gold Fury for the Hounds, means that they're going to have to play this, I think, very carefully to make sure. If the Valkyries get this Fury and they can go for it anytime in the next few minutes without dropping anybody, they're going to set themselves up for a very comfortable mid and definitely an easy transition into a late game comp.
Well, with all the theft around the map here from the greasy grubbers of the Valhalla Valkyries, already a sizable gold lead here. 3,000 gold built up for the Valhalla Valkyries. Last game by 13 minutes, as we're about 20 seconds away from that point in this one. I mean, what was it, 900, maybe 1,000 of a gold lead? So already the Valkyries tripling their lead from the last game because of this great macro farming, a couple kills onto Kirmi as well, as just over about a 3,200 gold lead, we'll call it, for the Valhalla Valkyries. As Kirmi is in the air looking for Doomman Bro, who was banished, drops those Fields of Love, but here comes Kirmi, and this Cupid is going down for absolutely free. Ooh, bit of BM there from Kirmi.
And you know what? I love to see the way they play that because Freya, you know, Wowie has beads, Wowie has ult, and there's a lot of worlds where Wowie just Valkyrie's discretions get the kills. But knowing that Kirmi's already there, don't waste the ult, keep it for the team fight because they're going for the Gold Fury.
Quig looking for the steal, doesn't find it as the Valhalla Valkyries take down the Gold Fury. So 2 major objectives to their name now. Pyromancer and Gold Fury go the way of the Valhalla Valkyries, really opening this one up. Over 4,000 gold now for this Chaos Squad. And if you're the Eldritch Hounds goer, I mean, where are you starting to fight back here? Clearly, we're moving into the mid-game. Oath has not been able to find anything going on this Susano 0-0-1, so part of the 1 kill the Hounds have found, but certainly not as aggressive as you'd like to see from this hyper-carry jungler. Who are you leaning on if you're the Eldritch Hounds to come back in this mid-game?
Well, I still think that Oath should be a big player for him. It's just where the focus has been, right? You know, a lot of response from Kirmi, or responding to Kirmi, but not a lot of making plays for yourself.
Kirmi catching Remikami there, immuning the dash. So tanky, though, is this King Arthur. Sovereignty online, Glad Shield online as well. So maybe Kirmi having to rethink the game plan of targeting this King Arthur, maybe a bit too tanky as we head into the mid-game here.
And you know what? I'm fine with that, right? Because at this point, King Arthur, you put him down once, he's got the level down, and so you really have an advantage.
O's taking so much damage from that Stinger. Typhoon doesn't finish off Binniku, and here comes Kirmi to take out the jungler for the Eldritch Hounds. Remikami caught him between 3, but Quig is going to be the target. Dishwasher, Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, chucks the big beetle under the tower and body blocked by 4. Quig got wrecked. 5-1 Valhalla Valkyries.
And look, I mean, that's just good play, right? Good timing, waiting out from Kirmi to make sure that Oath goes down and doesn't proc Scarab's Blessing. Good timing, Binniku gets out and still picks up his Stinger. Again, with this low health bar and how much that could have gone wrong for him there, that's impressive. And then just good CC, right? What is Quig gonna do about that? When Gamma picks him up, you're getting thrown back. You're lucky the minions were there, that the tower didn't tank you. And then you get a slow from Binny. You're surrounded by 4. At that point, Quig was the sacrificial lamb for hopefully anybody else to make sure that they could get out of there. But I think that one's just a good response from the Valkyries. A great collapse from the Hounds, but Binny Q plays it well. And with Kirmi just anywhere around, we'd mentioned that engage, it's going to be a problem dealing with this rat.
Response here from the Hounds as Remikami and Doomman Bro try to secure this Pyromancer. Aquarius over the top with the Eagles rally to try to take that one down. Just a little bit off the mark there from Aquarius, who's being aggressed upon from Remikami, and Crimson able to walk away, though, as those ice shards do not connect with the Bologna. So at least a Pyromancer heading the way of the Eldritch Hounds.
I feel a little bad for Kirmi, though. Again, it's if you're watching him do you see this, but you probably saw he peeked around the corner and just started swinging some autos.
Yeah.
His blink did not go off. That's what happened there. He was trying to blink in, and then he was in combat after that. So just kind of having to stand there staring at them while he awkwardly attacks about 10 feet, way too far away for anything like to actually happen. Maybe I was expecting like a dash, a flurry, something, but now he's got his blink to do something in mid.
Well, there's the flurry you were looking for onto Crimson, who has to beat. Dunking down, waiting for it. There comes the Ratatasker. Gamma picks up the Merlin. Oath returns the kill onto Kurumi. Gamma able to walk away. Wowie has made the rotation. Whoops 2. Banished, but a heart bomb from the Cupid stuns Wowie in place and dissuades more aggression.
And once again, a moment where Wowie could have popped ult, could have gone for the beads preemptively to make sure that nothing bad happens, but they're not looking for those kills. They just get the TKO. You're out of the fight. They've got a Trebuchet in mid. Who cares about killing Dude Man Bro right now? Let's push towers. And I love this, again, for the Valkyries. This is leveraging the gold lead you already have and turning it into something more, maybe even finding some kills anyway.
Oh, Rimikami caught between 4 members of the Valhalla Valkyries. Oath has made their way in, but no Typhoon available for the jungler. Eagles rally to catch out King Arthur. Scarab's blessing applied to Rimikami, who's able to walk out safely. This tier 2 tower, though, not quite as safe, getting aggressed upon by the Valhalla Valkyries. Dude Man Bro uses the Field of Love, which does absolutely nothing to this Trebuchet nor the Valhalla Valkyries team. Still health remaining here on this tier 2.
And look, Dude Man Bro's lucky to get out alive. There was one shot less of that pulse than Wowie needed, and that's the only true difference that stops that from going down. And they still haven't killed that Trebuchet. Finally, it goes out, but the Valkyries got what they wanted when they came out of that. Maybe they didn't get the kills that they could have, but they got the tower, exactly, right? And mid tier 2, honestly, just mid towers. They're gold-wise, same amount of value that you're going to get from any of the other towers on the map. Pressure-wise, the best objectives you can get outside of like Phoenixes, right? It just takes away a lot of safety. It really makes it awkward. Like your red buff, where you can retreat to. If you're at your red buff and you get caught out, you don't have that safety net anymore. Same thing, speed buff, back camps, anything. So a lot more free will in the jungle for the Valkyries now. And that means that pressure around a Pyromancer, pressure around a Fury, pressure around a Fire, since we're 18.5 in, that's going to be coming up soon. All of that is very important, I think, and the Valkyries have the exact amount of control they need. Ideally, they'll knock down some of these tier 1s on the right and left, but I think they're more than happy with the positioning they're in.
Well, we're approaching 20 minutes here, about a minute and a half away, which means start maybe thinking about the Fire Giant as a blink out from Oath forces the Ratatasker ultimate maybe going back in here, as Kirimi has plenty of time to think about their decision. They've got Crimson in the backline. Kirimi says no, just gets out of dodge there. But this Gold Fury, Primal Fury started up and very quickly being put in the ground by the 2 carries here from the Valhalla Valkyries. Dude Man Bro a little late to the task there with that Fields of Love. Aquarius being aggressed upon by 3 members of the Eldritch Hounds, but so tanky is this Bologna with so much mobility. Typhoon out here from Oath and make that 4 members of the Eldritch Hounds surrounding this Bologna and puts Aquarius in the ground for 45.
That was the inverse of the classic Smite play. They saw people on Gold Fury and they sent 4 to the right instead of the other way around. I'm glad for him though. Hounds get a good kill, you get rid of Rimikami. Honestly, Dude Man Bro might have been able to kill off Wowie after that Fields of Love, that Heart Bomb landed. A couple of autos probably would have found the kill, but it's that balancing point. Do I want to go into a fight with Benny?
Rimikami caught in a banish there and put in the ground by the Freya. Quig with the Scarab's Blessing is going to get popped. Not even the Scarab's Blessing goes off. Perfectly timed once again as Benny Q finds the kill. So 2 down now for the Eldritch Hounds. May open up Fire Giant, may open up this Merlin, who has absolutely no escape once that flicker is on cooldown for the next 15 or so seconds. Up, down goes the Rat. 1 more. Gonna find her up, Crimson. Gamma finishes it off with the Merlin, and now Oath in a precarious position.
Look, unfortunately for Quig here, that is the 4th Scarab's Blessing we've seen this game. And only one of them successfully stopped a kill. Didn't even proc. It just got the King Arthur out of there. The other 3 that we've seen, every single one was, okay, right as it ends, we get the kill. Right as it ends, we're able to find it. It happened there. It happened in mid. It happened in mid again. I mean, it's just something that I think is impressive from the Valkyries to have it go, I think, that consistently in your favor. Sometimes it is definitely like patience. Sometimes a little bit of luck in there as well, like as you're just taking a little too long.
It's so perfect. It almost feels like Gamma's going 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, Kirimi, go now.
Yeah, hit him. Even, you know what? Maybe that is what's happening. Who knows? I think it's just really fun though to see them as successful as they are right now, right? Again, the amount of control they were able to grab from the early game transitioned into a very dominant controlling mid game to the point where now you're up maybe the most you can be in 21 minutes, right? It is a very, very comfortable lead. And you've got a lot of pressure that you can still get on the map. Towers that, that can fall. They already kind of did most of the neutral objectives, so really it is just towers, maybe jungle buffs if they respawn. Soon enough, you'll have a trebuchet to try and fight for. But I expect left-hand pressure through and through. You can see 4 already kind of postured over there. It's going to be Tier 1, Tier 2. If they can get lucky, they're going to start looking at the Phoenix. Merlin, though, is one of the best defenders that you can have in the game, so at least nicer for the Hounds, right? Like, it's going to be a pause. It's going to be a brief, I guess, respite for the Hounds that they can maybe save this. But you do got to be there. Okay, they backed. I was like, you got to be present if you want to defend it. Luckily, they will have the Merlin. A lot of damage in that.
The Valkyrie's not waiting at all to put this Phoenix under siege. Up in that tree is Kirmi. Here comes Aquarius. Dishwasher finds Quick, who uses the Scarab's Blessing on himself. Doombro picks up Gamma, a 4v5 in favor of the Eldritch Hounds, and the Valkyries are forced off this Phoenix, so a successful defense thus far from the Eldritch Hounds.
And we finally got one. A Scarab's Blessing that gets procced this time. Quig. Honestly, would have died otherwise. I think that Kirmi, I don't know what the timer was. I didn't see him jump onto that last branch. Probably could have held on to it for a little bit longer just to make sure. Yeah. So there's a little bit of time there that maybe gets your team a kill and gets you out of there. You go support for support. Does it open up the Phoenix all of a sudden? Probably not, but it does at least make sure that that's not a, well, I don't want to say complete deficit for you. It's not like you lost so much because Gamma died, but still, I mean, when Gamma's 3 levels up on Quig, that does feel like a big deal, just making sure that they're able to finally shut someone down from the Valkyries.
So we've hit that 10,000, that sacred 10,000 gold lead here from the Valhalla Valkyries, which means it's more on a throw attempt from the Valkyries than the Eldritch Hounds really fighting back into the Valks at this point. But that Phoenix defense, you got to feel good if you're the Eldritch Hounds, knowing that at the very least, with that Phantom 6th man in the Phoenix, you can take a successful fight against the Valhalla Valkyries. Little bit of a respawn timer here for the Gold Fury Pyromancer Fire Giant, so a reset from the Valhalla Valkyries, allowing Gamma to come back into play. And I know it's to the punishment of the Eldritch Hounds, not exactly what the Hounds were looking for coming into this game, but it's great to see a Valhalla Valkyries team struggling in the SPL, find a couple of wins. They look confident, they look sure of themselves, and I know the Hounds aren't really feeling it, but it's nice to watch the Valkyries get something going.
Yeah, right. That's the one that, if you were rooting for the SCC this time around, this is not the game state you want. If you're looking for the Valkyries to find some wins, this is exactly what you want to see. And they're in a good spot, again, to get aggressive, although Kirmi took a lot of damage.
That great fields of love there separates the fight. Doombro throws that one out. Aquarius taking tons of damage here from Remikami, that King Arthur leading the charge here for the Eldritch Hounds. Gamma low, Aquarius low, Kirmi low as well. But those pulses from Wowie on this Freya, 4 items deep, they are shredding at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. I'm curious to see where the next item maybe goes. Demonic Grip was picked up. You've got a Typhon's Fang in there, again, for Wowie. Plays well with the passive, things like that. But yeah, no Bancrofts, no big power. Also, notably, and this is something that really kind of came up when we were having this discussion about the Bancrofts specifically. Like, Nimble is nice. Attack speed feels great.
Sure.
But you're then missing out on one specific stat. You get power, you got lifesteal, and this one you got attack speed. You don't have a lot of pin. Sure. And so you're going to notice it, like, Wowie is going to hit really hard if it's Oath, Crimson, or Dude Man Bro. But Remikami isn't going to take as much damage. Same thing, Quig isn't going to be as hurt by this. And so I'm curious as to where Wowie's going to maybe throw some of that gold to either make up for that deficit, or if it's just going to be the alternative. I'm going to stack up enough power that maybe we don't need it in totality. And so I'm going to keep my eyes on that build, and specifically where it goes. He just upgraded his Gem of Focus, so it's not like anything crazy is going to happen right now. And it might just be that that's how this game ends, is with nothing really crazy happening on top of that.
Yeah, there's that Gem of Focus. I'm loving this Mantle of Discord from Benny Q. I mean, immobile on the B, right?
Yeah.
Get dove over and over by Oath. Pick up a little defense for yourself. You're feeling good. Little silence in there. Great pickup.
And you're not even really sacrificing that much damage for yourself, right? No. I mean, this is very standard for, like, mages in mid lane. Usually, like
the hell.
It's not, uncommon to see him pick up, like, a breastplate, just 3rd item, or a mantle even, 3rd item, just to have it. And like you said, because he's been immobile, he's still got a good damage. I still like his Stinger's still going to prot shred you, so it's really just going to open them up, I think, for even more success.
Here comes Gamma with that whirlwind of Rage and Steel, grabbing the Cupid, a priority target, and over the top, here's that reinitiation from Aquarius. Typhoon rips through the team fight, catching 3 members of the Valhalla Valkyries. Dude Man Bro, the recipient of the Scarab's Blessing, but once again, Kirmi timing it to perfection, taking out the ADC. Quig follows their lane mate there for the next 40 seconds.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's just a good kill, right? Again, you wait out the Scarab's Blessing. Kirmi this time did hesitate on the branch, gets the knockup, gets the damage, gets the kill, and then Quig, look, I love Capri to bits, but he's big, he's slow, he's a bug. He's like, it's very easy to find a Capri when his kit's down and just kill him. And the Valkyries do exactly that. And then, again, opens up so much for them in terms of map play, not just the FG. They get a Pyromancer. They've got Trebuchet on its way if they want to pick up some of those offerings, things like that. With the Fury already being down and they've already dealt with every tower, this is I like to look at these as like the awkward Fire Giants.
Yeah.
Because like you had mentioned in game 1, if you get a pick, you're going to get a Phoenix. That's going to be pretty easy for you. Otherwise, you've got a insanely good defense comp. I mean, Cupid can hang back, Heart Bomb, we talked about it, but Dude Man Bro has been threading the needles with a lot of those. Fields of Love, when it comes back up, is going to be really good to just create a no-play zone right at the Phoenix door. Crimson as Merlin, a lot of nice, wide, high-damaging abilities that shreds through people. And then you've got Oath maybe to either help keep up with someone like Kirmi, or Rimikami, who you can send off to the side. Either way, it's going to be someone that's difficult to kind of burn through and try to create that pressure around a Phoenix. So it's that weird zone where if you are the Valkyries right now, you don't really have this immediate opening. Yeah, you've got 5 with Fire Giant. You've got a lot of buffs. You've been doing great in terms of kills. But you need something like Gamma going in with maybe a Blink ult to pull people out of the Phoenix, or something to really just set you up for a kill early on, because otherwise this is going to be very difficult to poke into.
That lash from Aquarius is so annoying to just steal away the bubble like that, and just for free. Absolutely obnoxious from the Bologna there. So Quig with no CC immunity for this next engagement. As the Valhalla Valkyries group up as 5, no need to split the fight here between the middle lane and this left-hand lane when you can just 5-stack with your 15,000 gold lead and run it down this left-hand side. The entirety of the Hounds are here to put up a big-time defense. This could be the difference between the Eldritch Hounds sticking around for a game number 3, fighting for their tournament lives, or going down 2-0 once again to the Valhalla Valkyries. Gamma taking plenty of damage to kick things off. Aquarius in the back line playing the zoner. Kirmi follows right after. 2 members down from the Eldritch Hounds already. Wowie shredding away with that Valkyrie's discretion. The Phoenix still online. Rimikami trying to buy some time for the Eldritch Hounds, able to escape. Crimson flickers away as the Mercury Binniq offline with the Stinger, but Gamma picks up Crimson.
And look, that's going to be a big kill. They open up the Phoenix. They've got 2 people defending, and Dude Man Bro has to get back to the fountain. King Arthur's a little bit of a nuisance. Health bars, only shaky really for Kirmi right now. I like the call. Go into the Titan room.
Valkyries pressing forward on the Titan of the Hounds. Dude Man Bro and Rimikami putting up a miracle defense to keep their tournament dreams alive. Kirmi is low, but so is the Titan for the Hounds. The Valhalla Valkyries pouring their skills into the Titan and find yet another 2-0 over the Eldritch Hounds.
And look, that one's way cleaner and admittedly faster than the first one, right? You get first blood online a little bit quicker. Admittedly, that goes towards the Hounds. And realistically, of all the things I can list that were maybe positives picked up for the SCC team, that might be where it ends. Unfortunately, from that point forward, objectives, fights, the pressure, picks, anything like that, all of that was on the Valkyries. Some of it, on the back of beautiful plays, whether it's the knockups coming down from the Ratatoskr engage, or if it's coming out of the fact that they just waited out Scarab's Blessing so well, like 3 times in a row.
More than that.
They get a lot of pressure, again, not looking for kills, but looking for objectives on the map. You're looking for towers early on, and they get them. They're looking for Pyromancers, and they get them. And while sometimes it might have cost them a life or 2, they never really fell behind, and they felt confident in their play.
A great team win. The Valhalla Valkyries advancing to the next week of Smite Summer Masters play. Unfortunately, the Eldritch Hounds heading home. Let's take it to the desk to wrap this set up.
Thank you so much. Valhalla Valkyries now the 5th team to move into week number 2 of Masters with their 2-0 here over the Eldritch Hounds. A grudge match between the bottom SPL and the top SCC, and once again, this one goes over to the SPL team. As mentioned there by Gore at the end, first blood goes the way of the Eldritch Hounds, Mifflin. looks great. Problem is they were already about 2,000 gold down at that point, so the First Blood doesn't mitigate a whole lot. Valkyries have really stepped up that macro play, and it shows even here in just game number 2 and even back in game number 1 where even if they're not getting kills, they're still finding that farm on the map the SEC just can't match.
Second verse, same as the first, man. You could just run back the entire death segment because that's exactly how it goes. Even involving that First Blood not netting them anything. The Valhalla Valkyries just farm up so much better, and the lead came much earlier this time around. Instead of waiting till that 16-minute mark for the game to get started, I believe I looked up at 11 minutes and it was already about a 3,000 gold lead or so for the Valhalla Valkyries. Massive swings in the team fight. Difference being, though, any kill that Kala or the Eldritch Hounds pick up for themselves didn't really amount to much, did it? They don't get too many structures, weren't quite able to work their way towards those greater scorpions. And then when the Valhalla Valkyries got a kill, they took everything on the map. It clean off the bone, no meat left. It was just absolutely clean play from them. And it's that disparity again between the SPL and the SEC, just a completely different pace. These guys don't get too many opportunities to line up against the SPL teams, so I'll chalk it up to culture shock.
I think that just comes down to something that we were talking about with the Kings in their post-game interview yesterday, which is where even if you're at the top of the SEC, you know, you're number 1, you're going undefeated, your scrim partners are all the people below you at that point, the people that you're consistently facing off against week in and week out outside of your actual match play are the people at your level and even under at that point. So a lot of these SEC squads not getting that level of talent to really kind of scrim up against and be able to prepare themselves for the big league matchups against teams like the Valkyries, even the Scarabs and whatnot. Kimmy going 6-1, Benny Q putting up 33,000 damage.
That's
Such
pretty
is the
good.
nature of an Amoose and Cobb, gets quite a bit of damage in these games, but even still vastly out-damaging anybody else on his team. I mean, the next closest was 11k down, and that was Wowie on a Freya, who we saw the damage that Freya was able to output once we got to that late game stage.
Yeah, and Benny's damage makes perfect sense when he's allowed the amount of space that he had. I had really thought we'd see Oath get early active towards mid or towards the duo lane, but instead that jungle got relegated to just fighting for his own back camps for the most part. So when that space is created, when your front line is doing so much, of course Benny gonna look very good. And he does. He looks real good.
He looks real good, and the Valhalla Valkyries, on the whole, looking a little bit better. And the good news is we got a couple members of the Valkyries, the solo laner Aquarius, and their coach Shark standing by for our post-game interview.
Yeah, that's right. I got Sharks and Aquarius standing by here. And I guess first I'm just going to ask you, Sharks, how does it feel? You're going into next week. You guys come in. You get to the next bracket. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels pretty good, especially because we know that we're facing either Titans, Leviathans. Pretty comfortable against Leviathans recently, right? And even Phase 1, we won there. Obviously, they trolled a little bit. But Titans, it's kind of, hopefully we get like to verse them for like a revenge match, because week 7 or something, Phase 2, we felt like we could have won that, but we didn't.
Yeah, that was one that was incredibly close. That'll be exciting to watch if it does end up happening. Aqua, I'm going to ask you a little bit about this. Game 1, realistically, because Game 2, you guys got ahead early on. But in Game 1, it kind of took a little while to get things online. Was that a little bit of a wake-up period for the team, or was that just the Hounds giving you guys trouble?
I think it was draft a little bit. I think we should have just drafted more pressure, and then it would have went smooth, because I don't know, it was a little iffy, and then the next game we did it, and obviously it went way better, so yeah.
Well, there you go. Sometimes it's going to be the draft. You guys looked really good against the Kings yesterday despite the loss, similar to what you were just saying with the Titans, right? A set that seems like it could be winnable. And I'm actually going to touch on the draft. Sharks, I'm going to ask you this specifically. It feels like the Keperi's been a little troublesome. That last game, you guys handled it really well, but is that something that you guys are like, you just think you can deal with, or has it been maybe more of a pain than you thought it would be?
Yeah, I don't know. We just feel like, I don't want to sound BM, but like it doesn't really matter what they But yeah, we feel comfortable versing Kepri, so we just let Kepri through.
Yeah. I think we already asked you guys some summer questions, but I'll ask you anyway. If you were at the beach right now, just hanging out, well, Aqua, you're probably going to sleep because you're tired. Sharks, what are you doing out there? You got your feet in the sand? Are you out in the waves? What's your ideal beach day?
Ideal beach day? You got to just do both. Just have fun on the sand, then go. Hopefully it's hot out, so you can actually use the water.
Yeah.
Drink? No, probably not.
Really?
You can't.
At the beach?
That's a very on-brand answer, though, for Aquarius.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Either way, guys, congratulations on your win. Another 2-0. You're moving to week 2 of the Masters. Congratulations. Thanks for your time. We'll send it back to the desk.
Thank you.
Yeah, And thank you so much, Sharks and Aquarius, for the post-game interview, and Gore for being our interviewer for that one there. And hearing a little bit about what Sharks was saying, you know, feel a little comfortable going up against the Leviathans if that ends up being their opponent. Even feel kind of comfortable against the Titans and kind of want that revenge, because when you think back to that matchup against the Titans, the Valkyries were about to win that game against the Titans, thinking back in week number 7. The only problem is, once they got the Fire Giant and they had all the momentum, they kind of threw it away in the team fight after and ended up losing the game after that and then the set. So we'll be curious to see where they land out with that one. We can take a look, though, at the schedules, at the brackets, everything that you'll need to know for at least today. Looking at the bracket, the Valhalla Valkyries and the Camelot Kings are your 2 teams from Group A to move on into the second week of play on Masters. And even though we're only at the beginning of the day, I will remind everybody that starts on Friday of this coming week. So it's going to be a little bit of time for these teams to sit down, go over some VODs, kind of review what the other teams were doing at this point, and maybe even just review some of the VODs from their previous matchups, because as it's kind of been shown, we didn't really get any kind of crazy land meta here, Mifflin. This is a lot of what we've been seeing so far, at least in Phase 2.
Yeah, only real differences is, well, Baba Yaga seems to be rearing her head a fair bit. Otherwise, Kakullin's been popping up here and there, but even then, we'd seen that a little bit towards the tail end of the SPL phase. I think you're right to say that, for the most part, when land meta is established, it's because it's a necessity. Maybe the SEC brings some stuff that's hard to deal with for the SPL. So far, doesn't seem like the SEC has been too hard to deal with for the SPL.
Yeah, they've been able to handle them pretty well. Look at the schedule for the rest of the today. Hex Bombo, Solar Scarabs, your next matchup. After that, the Highland Ravens, Oni Warriors, and the Kalen Wardens and Atlantis Leviathans will close out our Sunday of Smite. 20 matches to go for this entire 5-day stretch. 4 games every single day. We're about to hop into our second set of today to get us closer to rounding that one out. And again, another set where one team moves on to the next week of play, the other team eliminated out. So far, it's been 5 of our 8 SPL teams that have made it, and 5 of the 8 SEC teams that have been eliminated. Can the Hex Mambo be the first SEC team to make it through? Can they find a win in their revenge against the Solar Scarabs? All that and more right after this break.
I win? What did it win?
You win the respect.
You're telling me an alien wore this?
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, that was a good cut.
Messaging him to mute.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course, and I can probably watch a stream on the side.
Content's gonna look good.
Pretty good, pretty good.
We break up and you slam the door. I messed up on the bedroom floor. What the hell do we do this for? I push you out but you come back. That attraction, we can't fight that. Oh, keep telling myself that I should let go, but I hold on. And oh, keep telling myself that I should move on, but I don't. 'Cause we got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. 'Cause we got that mad
Howdy, folks. Welcome back into Smite Summer Masters. What are we on, Trelly? Day number 5 here at Smite Summer Masters. Dimes on the desk, joined by Trelly. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much to Alienware for powering the entirety of the SPL and Smite Summer Master. Whether you're a player, production, everyone here, including the casters rocking an Alienware, head on over to smitegame.com/Alienware. Make sure to utilize that code AWSMITE09 to grab all of the benefits. And it's day 5, Trelly. We are 5 days deep here at Smite Summer Masters. Don't forget, another week of Smite coming at you next week. But for now, it's grudge matches all day long. We just saw one, the Valkyries knocking out the Hounds.
Yeah, I mean, this is elimination time, so you better be seeing the best of Smite that your team can bring. We got Hex Mamba versus the Solar Scarabs, both teams that have already faced once. I mean, these have all been rematches today, and they will continue to be. But I imagine when I said, when last time I saw the Hex Mamba lose, I said, they go back to the hotel, they get to sit back, watch, strategize, and then hopefully they bring a new reinvigorated strat to the table. Let's hope they did that.
Absolutely. I saw teams SCC and SPL game planning out in the lobby, making sure they had their strategies, their picks and bans locked in. But let's head into the schedule here real quick and check out that bracket as well. So here's the schedule all day long. Like I said, we've got grudge matches. Just saw the Valkyries knock off the Hounds officially. Double elim, right? So the Valkyries moving on to the final week of Smite Masters. The Eldritch Hounds headed home. Now we're moving into Solar Scarabs Hex Mambo. Going to be a great matchup there. And then this next rematch, the Ravens Warriors, that's one to keep your eye on. And we're rounding out the day here with the Levi's and the Wardens. Levi's kind of got thumped yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, that's why all these teams are here, right? They got to bounce back. It's bounce back time, so it's going to be interesting. But focusing on the Mambo and Solar Scarabs in particular, you would love to advance on, right? Going home at this point should not be a thought that's in either one of these teams' heads. And I don't envy the position you're in, but you got to bring it.
Yeah, the Solar Scarabs, unfortunately, if you recall last time at Smite, or not the Summer Masters, but the Smite Masters previously, getting knocked off, the only SPL team to be eliminated by an SCC team. So, bit of ego here on the line, I think, for the Solar Scarabs, making sure they don't fall to that same fate for a second time.
Yeah, and especially because of the fact that they've been trying to get, used to having their new jungler. Sam for Soccer obviously replacing Scream in this case. I mean, more so a trade, if you will. Scream going to the Dragons, who have been having a phenomenal performance. But, I think the Solar Scarabs have still been trying to find their identity, how they're going to perform with this new jungler. So not a great time to try and figure that out, right? When it's elimination time, they would love to just continue this win streak because they were able to get that win. And now it's time, it's time to prove that you guys have been able to, adapt with this new jungler and figure out what you're doing.
Now, when the Bolts took on the Solar Scarabs previously, we highlighted Stu and Barracuda, but it would be criminal to not talk about Baronic here. I mean, just in the middle lane, been utilizing everything. Mages, hunters, playing that Chernobog to great effect, and certainly carry potential out of the mid lane for the Solar Scarabs.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that we talked about a while ago where it was just like, we didn't know who was going to be their hard carry, who was going to step up. I think Stuart's been looking extremely solid, but you're right to highlight. Baronic has been having a great performance whenever he can find, he has so many different god picks, as you like to highlight. I mean, the hunters he's been playing to great effect. You can always whip out those top meta picks like the E-set, for example. And I think that's an interesting strategy to bring out because it's hard to pick and ban against that, right? You never know when you see a hunter locked in. Is that going to Baronic? Are they going to get crazy pressure in the mid lane? Or is that just going to flex to Stuart? And I love the way that the Solar Scarabs do draft because they can always throw, Stuart on a magical hunter and just let Baronic play a physical hunter in that lane, make sure to get some pressure. And I think that helps facilitate Sam for Soccer as well, right? Because when you get infinite pressure in the mid lane, you can walk in much more freely. Sam likes playing picks like the Mercury, for example, which is very difficult to make work unless, of course, you do have some pressure in that lane.
All of these these are all Chernobog clips. Chernobog or E-set, clearly two of the highlight choices here for Baronic. In that first set of the day, Chernobog neither picked nor banned. So potentially on the board here for the Solar Scarabs, but if the Mambo know what they're doing, probably taking out that Hunter and this E-set pick, which has been popular all weekend long.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. E-set is just one of those characters that it's very difficult to draft around because of the fact that you have to give up objectives or, look for farm elsewhere. Because whenever a Gold Fury gets pulled, whenever a Fire Giant gets pulled and E-set's around, you got to be like, okay, so we're losing that, but what do we get after the fact? Can we fight them? Are we able to chase down? So maybe something that Mambo want to either A, prioritize for themselves, or B, let's just not deal with that. Let's just get rid of the E-set so we can play around accordingly.
I love how you called it. I believe it wasn't the circle of protection, the circle of no protection. Once you pop it, especially in the mid lane when E-set has that power to her name, circle protection dealing an absolute ton of damage. So, I mean, for the Solar Scarabs, carry potential abounds. Out of the ADC role, of course, Boronic in the med. And let's talk directly to the Solar Scarabs here. J-Mac standing by to chat about their win strategies.
Hello, I am in the booth with the Solar Scarabs, our second matchup of the day. We got to talk to the duo lane and the coach last time around, so we're going to go over to the solo lane now. Scaredy, last time, whenever you guys faced off against Hex Mambo, Deathwalker had some choice words to say about you guys. Said you guys were the worst team in the SPL, that it was going to be an easy win for them, but then you guys 2-0'd him. You have some words maybe back for Deathwalker this time.
I mean, he's SEC for a reason, right? I mean,
SEC for a reason. Deathwalker hadn't been in the SPL in some time. Now we maybe see why. Sam, new addition to the team, seems you guys have really started to be kind of finding your groove more than anything else. But that's on the battleground. Let's say you go out to the beach and you got to pick a 2v2 partner for volleyball. Who are you picking as your partner?
I mean, we're going Bobby all day, you know. Like, we would be running the streets. That's the thing.
Ooh, free for Bobby and Sam if they're the ones running volleyball. Now, Veronica, I'm going to ask you the same question. If you're going up against Sam and Bobby, you're just going to go with Bobby?
No, I'm going with Stu.
Oh, you're going to take Stu for your partner this time around. So Stu Boronic versus Inbound and Sam. That should be an interesting volleyball match. But that's not about the volleyball. We're not about that here today. We're about the Solar Scarabs versus Hex Mambo. We're going to throw back to the desk. That way they can get it going.
I heard in the lobby around the ping pong table that Stu and Inbound were having a little bit of chit-chat back and forth about who's the better athlete on the Solar Scarabs. So competition not just within the SPL, but within the Solar Scarabs themselves as well. And, I mean, to play at the top of your game, you have to be competitive in just about anything you do.
Absolutely, and I'm going with Stewart, just so we're clear. I've played some sports with Bobby. He's not an athlete. Don't let him think. Don't let him convince you otherwise, all right?
I mean, have you seen his physique, though?
I mean, I'm just joking. Obviously, he's good at sports, but I'm still going with Stu.
Going with Stu, says Trelly. Now let's switch focus here. We've talked about the Solar Scarabs. Let's hit on Hex Mambo for a little bit here. Can never count them out, right? Deathwalker, former SPL. Same thing can be said for Zeros, for Johnny, Echrome, and Rotwin in that duo lane. Trix Tank, typically their support, Rotwin stepping in for this tournament. You can never count these guys out at any point in the game.
No, definitely not. And I do like, the fact that Deathwalker was confident. Unfortunately, as Scary D said,
Maybe a little misplaced.
They're confident too.
Yeah.
And I think as long as you're able to back it up, it's one thing. But unfortunately for Hex Mambo, they didn't back it up last time. But seeing the confidence coming from Scary D, you gotta look at Hex Mambo. And I think we were already talking about Boronic in that mid lane.
Yeah.
Someone who has also been playing different styles of mid lane picks. Got to be Zeros, right? I mean, he hasn't whipped it out this term in particular. More so in tune to those regular mid style picks that he likes to play. The Tiamats, for example. I've been waiting to see the possible Nuwa that he likes to play a lot. He's able to farm very quickly on that.
Yeah.
Zeros also has that hard carry potential. He's been around for such a long time and playing at the top of his game every time. I think Zeros, one of the more consistent players on this team. Of course, Johnny can be hot and cold, right? He can hard carry the game, or he can be like 0-6 and they still win.
Yeah.
But Zeros, I think, always a pretty even stat line, usually pretty farmed, making sure to always do consistent damage for his team. And I think that's what you want to count on for a mid laner, right? You just look over and say, okay, they're 0-0. Zeros is still doing consistent damage. Even if we're behind, we can rely on that burst damage that Zeros will bring.
And we know Baba Yaga being prioritized by European Smite, especially here this weekend. As Baba Yaga is here on screen, Zero's going to that home sweet home to put out the big-time damage. Could be a potential pick here for Hex Mambo, as they highly valued this pick. But like you said, it's kind of the conversation when you're talking about any veteran Smite player. They've been through pretty much any meta that could have come around in Smite. They've been through all the picks. They've been there, done that. They can pick up whatever they need to help facilitate their team's victory.
Yeah, and I think that's something that becomes really important when it's elimination time, because all you have to do, like winning one match, right? Winning one game could be massive just for the mental and for the momentum. So pulling out something, that no one has seen as of recent, like the Nuwa, for example, like wait, we haven't played against that. How do we, how are we going to fight against this ultimate, that sort of thing? And then you get a one-game lead and it's like, oh man, we need to step up. So I think that could be extremely important when you have picks like this and this late into a tournament where it's like we have to win these games. You got to go to what you're strong with, yes, but throwing the enemy off, throwing a non-meta pick at their windshield could be a strong play.
I love this player comparison. I've been loving the player comparisons we've been doing all week long here at Smite Summer Masters, but specifically looking at Boronic and Zeros here. High KDAs from both of these players out of the mid lane. 2.15 for Boronic, a 3.63 KDA 4 zeros. That's absolutely nasty coming out of mid.
Oh yeah, and look at the gold per minute as well. That's what I want to highlight more often than not, because even if Mambo's behind in gold, you'll look in that mid lane and you'll be like, when did I get 2 levels down? When did Zeros get all of this farm? More often than not, he's invading his own back camps, like taking Johnny's farm to make sure that he's online. But it works out because he gets to this late game portion where mages can really flourish and hard carry a team fight. And I think that's something that the Solar Scarabs are definitely going to have to watch out for, because if Zeros can get a lead in that lane, it's not going to stop. And then you just group up around a Goldfield and you're like, wait, he is chunking. Like, what happened? How am I a level behind in this match? And, you know, before you know it, it's just like, we have lost the team fight because of how much damage is coming from that mid lane.
I think the exact same thing could be said for Boronic as well. Give him a couple kills in the early game, especially on someone who can scale like a Discordia, like a Chernobog, and all of a sudden, maybe Stu is taking a back seat in that carry role. You put the rest of the Solar Scarabs in the backpack of Boronic, and charging forward turns into a 4-0, assists, 5-0 assists, et cetera, as Boronic continues to build up that damage. Let's head into picks and bans here, Trelly, for game number 1. Once again, a grudge match here all day long. Solar Scarabs and the Hex Mambo, the second best of 3 of the day here. When you're thinking about bans, Kabraken's got to go. But for me, looking at Boronic, you got to take away the Chernobog. The Disco has to go. Sam has been playing that Mercury a lot lately. Maybe that's a target here for the Hex Mambo, and then of course the E-set that was highlighted earlier.
Yeah, I think a smart call here. We already discussed the fact that E-set is just, you can't fight over objectives whenever she's on the map, so getting rid of that, definitely a smart call. Solar Scarabs certainly done their homework here, getting rid of Johnny's Loki, who he's been able to find some clutch kills with this pick, and just situations where you should never survive, and Johnny gets out, and that's always annoying for the mental. So I think Solar Scarabs certainly smart, and this tells me they were at least watching the games. I think Coach Slaney, no doubt, is always keeping eyes on the boys for the picks and bans. And Cupid, I mean, we've talked about it a few times now. The stupid goes crazy for a reason. Take that one away. Probably a smart call.
So both these squads having high IQ, doing their homework as Jing Chen is taken off the table. From watching the past, 3 days of play, 4 days of play, I think this Khepri is a must pick or must ban for one of these squads. Inbound likes to take on that Khepri. The same thing can be said of Rotwin as well. It's going to be the Nemesis, the final ban here from Hex Mambo, making sure that doesn't go in the potent hands of Sam for Soccer. And now we have plenty of potential here from the Scarabs. You could go that Chernobog, you could early pick. The Morrigan has been popular, same thing with Discordia. The King Arthur, notably still on the board as well. I mean, there's plenty of directions you can go here if you're the Scarabs.
Yeah, I think the Scarabs they either have to I was going to say, prioritize the support, or B, say, hey, Yemoja and Khepri are open. We'll just take either. We know that Inbound can pilot both of these characters. We'll let Hex Mambo take like the Baba Yaga and their favorite support, and we'll just get the other one in that slot. Notably, Semper Soccer loves this Osiris that is still available as well. It's going to bring you some early pressure, going to make sure that you get ahead. Of course, he's been going towards that Mercury, I think, trying to hard carry the game's way when possible. But because that Khepri's locked in, Solar Scarabs need to grab the Khepri right now, or it's certainly going to get banned away.
Yeah, Khepri picked up here for Hex Mambo. So in return, maybe that Yemoja pickup. I still think this King Arthur is worthy of a first-round pick. Been so successful in creating pressure in that solo lane and extending things across the map. As you noted, the Osiris, which has been banned out as of recent, still on the board here for Sam for Soccer. Mercury, Pele, all things that we've seen Sam take into the jungle with great success, as well as higher priority picks like the Uller, still online for Stu. That has fallen off in popularity here recently at Smite Summer Masters, which was surprising to me.
Yeah, surprising as well. I think more so just, there's easier characters to execute on. If you're hitting every single axe, every single blade arrow, like, yeah, you're going crazy. But if you're missing, like, 2 of those in a team fight, you're going to get more value just out of anything else at that point. So the Solar Scarabs are thinking about this one a little bit, right? Do they want to just grab that Yemoja? Or are they going to say, you know what, Inbound can play a whole myriad of picks in this support role. We can just let that one go, maybe bait out a ban in that slot and just grab, like that Osiris we were talking about, some early pressure. With the Chernobog, I don't think that reveals too much. Because we know that Stuart can pilot it. We know that Boronic can pilot it. And actually, it will be the Ymir being hovered here. It does have a great matchup into the Khepri. You are going to be able to get lane pressure with that Ymir. And if the Khepri never gets online, can't get tanky enough to get those reses off, loses a lot of its potency in team fights.
On the flip side, are you concerned about the immobility of this Ymir, especially into a high damage character like this Baba Yaga? The Khepri having great lockdown on someone like the Ymir without too many escape moves, and the Achilles, an early pickup here from the Solar Scarabs. You know Scary D loves to take that one into the solo lane, but high priority here out of the Scarabs.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Fine-OK have a phenomenal performance
That's
on
true.
the Achilles up into the Khepri. And in the interview after the fact, I was like, hey, like, are you going this Achilles just because he's good in a Khepri? He's like, yeah, he's good in a Khepri, and also he's just, like, fun. So I'm imagining that's kind of the vibes here as well. You're able to counter that Scarab's Blessing with Fatal Strike, but also just a brawler in lane is always going to be a good time. The Solar Scarabs do have the option to ban away some of these brawlers in solo lane, like that Bologna, for example. That is going to be the call. Johnny's Hoonbats, which has been banned away a few times in this tournament, is going to be the grab for Hex Mambo leading into this second stage.
Yeah, no surprise there. Hunbots, Johnny plays it great, but also just effective throughout all stages of the game. From level 5 on, that Fear No Evil, it's not a scaling ultimate, right? And what I mean by that is that the fear is always going to be there, right? Even if you're not putting out the same damage as the Hunbots, you're always going to have that massive team fight capability to split the fight right in half and maybe put it on your side. The Mercury and the Dodgy both have to go, taking away those from the hands of Sam for Soccer. Bologna the ban here for the Solar Scarabs. The Hex Mambo still looking for a solo laner.
Wow.
It's going to be the Osiris. So King Arthur still online here for both of these teams if they choose to go that way.
Yeah, I mean, Deathwalker's got a weird style of gods in the back
True.
pocket, so I'm not too surprised they let the King Arthur through. I am surprised that the ban from the Osiris went through, just because, you know, we know that Sam for Soccer loves it so much. It could be, again, the Achilles has that possibility to play into the jungle as well. We know that Scary D has piloted this pick plenty of times in the solo, so I'm going to hold my breath on that one just to make sure. If you are picking this Achilles just for the Khepri res in particular, throwing it into solo lane means you're not going to get access to that for some time, right? Usually about level 12, that's when those solo laners are able to rotate out if they would like. So that could be the case. It will be the Heimdall, though, one of the highest contested picks in the duo lane for EU, and it looks like that is going to be a safe bet into the Chernobog, being able to use just Bifrost away whenever that ultimate comes in. You're probably going to be getting lane pressure. Chernobog not one to take 1v1 fights too often. So I think it'll be a smart call there just to get some safety under your belt, especially up into this Ymir.
Yeah, this Chernobog, still a little bit of uncertainty where it's headed, right? Could go in the mid lane for Baronic, could head into the hands of Stu, teaming up with Ymir in that duo lane. These next two picks will certainly elaborate, unless it's like a Chiron pickup, right? And then there's still some flexibility there, whether that's going to Stu, whether that's going to Baronic. But the Solar Scarabs really taking their time with their picks, making sure they're getting exactly what their game plan calls for. The Susano pickup headed towards what I imagine is Sam for Soccer in the jungle, telling us that Scary D is putting this Achilles in the solo lane.
Yeah, and you still have the Morgan option if the Solar Scarabs would like to go to that. Baronic has played, you know, the Janus in time.
Discordia still online.
Hasn't played it as of recent. Yeah, the Discordia still could be an option. And even like Morgan Le Fay, for example. But it will just be the Oleron. So that tells me, I mean, you know, I think Baronic has also piloted it. But Stuart, more often than not, likes to go to this Oleron. It really just depends on what kind of pressure you want to have. Ymir and Oleron are going to have a pretty solid early game regardless, so these picks, as far as I'm concerned, are interchangeable. The Susano does do a crazy amount of damage in the early as well, but it looks like Deathwalker is going to snap lock that tier. Did have a great performance on it last time it played. He was able to rotate out, go with that movement speed style of build, and that could be super annoying to deal with. Up against the Ymir, tier passive certainly going to come into play, just being able to not be stunned for too long and just keep being annoying and trying to hit those fearlesses. You got a fair bit of beads burning for that Hoonbats, and I think that was the call here for Mambo.
Hex Mambo, big time AoE between that Lawbringer from the tier, of course Hunbot splitting the fight with Fear No Evil, and the whole time everything is going on with those frontliners, Baba Yaga throwing out shots from Home Sweet Home, whereas on the side of the Solar Scarabs, you're splitting the team fight a little bit more. Oleron and Chernobog, a little more single target focused. The Achilles can have multiple executes, but has to connect with that first one, importantly, right? And then Susano is just a single target destroyer of gods, right? So Solar Scarabs maybe a little bit more pick-oriented. As Ymir having the Shards of Life means that their objective secure is going to be great, and Chernobog and Oleron combined for great objective shred as well. So Hex Mambo maybe looking for a big team fight, Solar Scarabs looking for objective play and picks in the jungle.
Yeah, I can see that, but whenever I see Oleron, whenever I see Sanctified Fields, I always have to consider the fact that the team fight could just go wrong. Like if Mambo's like, hey, we can fight this, we can force this objective, and then they just get slow mode, that's always going to throw a wrench in their plans, right? Because you're either burning beads, using a CC immune ult, or you are just getting out. You do not want to fight into that sanctified field, and if you're placing it correctly, you can just shut down like a whole lane. It's going to be that important. So I imagine the Solar Scarabs, you're right to highlight, they have a pick style of draft. They could certainly split the map with this global presence from Chernobog, but also they can lean back and say, hey, we've got Typhoon, we still have a ton of AoE damage with this sanctified field, we can just control some space. There's a lot of options here for the Solar Scarabs.
And you can't forget, we haven't seen this Chernobog in a couple of games now, but any gank that Susano chooses to do, whether it's on that duo lane over in the solo, it immediately becomes, from a 3v2 or a 2v1, Chernobog immediately adds another member of the Solar Scarabs to that fight with that ultimate. So you can't forget about the huge rotation potential, especially in the middle lane, right? You can affect either side of the map and still get back to middle lane without losing too much farm.
Yeah, and that's what I like about the pick, is you can shove a wave and then still make your presence known, force someone to stay in that lane and just be like, guys, I can't make it. I'm not going to be able to match that rotation speed. Maybe I'll invade a buff camp, but if we're getting kills and we're getting pressure, pushing a tower, something like that, it's always going to be worth it. So you got to keep your eyes on that global presence. Hex Mambo, a very smart team, a very old team in the sense of they've been around for a while. They know how to deal with split pushing. I imagine they should have a strategy to deal with that.
Match number 2, Elimination Sunday here at Smite Summer Masters. It's Hex Mambo, it's Solar Scarabs, Part 2. Let's throw it on over to Dave and Myth.
Appreciate you, Desk. And another rematch here today as the Scarabs and Hex Mambo go toe-to-toe. One team gets promoted, the other team heads home from Smite Summer Masters. And Myth, the Solar Scarabs, giving themselves, I would say, a standard Solar Scarabs composition with a little Sanford Soccer sprinkled in there on the Susano.
Yeah, I mean, you nailed it. I was
Thanks,
hoping
man.
you would have just stopped at standard Solar Scarabs, and then I would have said with the Sanford Soccer. It would have been like a really cool
And
back
Myth, here
and
in
forth.
game number 1, the Solar Scarabs get themselves a pretty standard Solar Scarabs composition.
But with a little Sanford Soccer sprinkled in there with that special Susano flavor. I am really excited for this match. Rumblings around the scene, Hex Mambo, one of the favorite SEC matchups to make it through into the next phase. So I'm thinking the Solar Scarabs have got their work cut out for them. But when you say standard Solar Scarabs, I think you got to look at the Hex Mambo's draft as well. And that's about as Mambo as it gets. Johnny on the Hun bot, Zeros, Baba Yaga, standard duo lane with Deathwalker playing something that is just kind of fringe meta, as he is so apt to do. I'm excited about the pacing of this game. Generally, when I think of the Solar Scarabs win condition, they are a team that likes to get active a bit earlier on. And they've got some resources to do that, namely the mid 3v3, I think very strong, but essentially a double hunter composition means you're likely aiming for some of those mid to late game team fights. Whereas Hex Mambo, they've also got a very strong team fight composition. Can't sleep on this Hun bots, man. Fear no evil. It is just such a versatile tool to disrupt these engagements. You've got that safety net from the Scarab's Blessing. This one could be very fun to watch.
We know Hex Mambo are okay going a bit later on into these games as well. That's how they've won most of their games over in the EU SCC. Johnny teleport back and an extra chunk of damage because of it. I do want to look at Deathwalker on this tier, and this is a style of pick we've seen from Deathwalker, but the build still pretty unique. Goes Chalice, Pots, Bluestone, and then the tier 1 Mystical Earring.
15 MP5, right?
Yeah, that's all it is.
God, that is a nasty tier 1.
Was it 400 or so gold, something like that?
Somewhere in there.
And you get 15 MP5. Wonder how far we'll end up seeing it upgraded, though, because I've often seen it picked up. Good wall from inbound, little chunk of damage from Stewart. But I don't know if we've ever seen it like fully upgraded until maybe the very end of the game.
I mean, you don't get any value from the upgrade until you've already got 40 CDR built into your kit. The tier 2 is not a poor item, so I think maybe we see Deathwalker go there early on. Otherwise, likely going to be a standard build until he's got the CDR stack up.
Could go into the Manticore Spike.
I'm hoping he doesn't.
Or the Fae Blessed Hoops.
That one doesn't make a whole lot of sense for him. I'm thinking it's probably going to be the Bobble, honestly. Look, and Bobble has always been hypothesized to be the item that Warriors are going to rock, right? You just want all that CDR, get all that constant displacement. We'd seen it earlier this week from Uzi on the Odin. Constant cages, constant bird bombs, constant shields. Tyr is a god that I think can make pretty good use of that item. Sure, your DPS is going to take a pretty significant hit, but you've got so much defense built into your kit every time you level up that third ability. In defense stance, additional protections. In offense stance, additional power. But fearless after fearless after fearless, all make it very difficult for any one of the Solar Scarabs to perform their combos. Try and charge up the first ability as Ola run. Try and channel some of those dashes as the Achilles. If Deathwalker's on 60% CDR, best of luck.
They're going to be a totally different style coming out of Scary D. Of course, you can get the stun with the Achilles, but a lot of it control, damage, executes, and maybe more CC from Deathwalker. Johnny has hit level 5 here. Sanford Soccer just a bit behind. Takes over to level 5 in the same sentence. And so as far as level 5 spikes go for these junglers, Myth, of course you have Typhoon for Sanford Soccer. That brings you some good gang pressure. But the time is now for Johnny to start putting pressure on Beads. I wonder if Sam can maybe get some pressure here onto Deathwalker. Remember, Scary D has Fatal Strike, uses it early, but still plenty of damage for the Solar Scarabs, and it's first blood to the Achilles.
Did Deathwalker not have access to the ultimate there? Spent so much time juking out. Doug, can I get a hover on Deathwalker's ability order?
It's down.
Yeah, the diamond is not filled in, but my man surely did not do any front flips. Yeah, he's put an additional point into the Fearless. I mean, it helps out your boxing in lane, but gotta think he would have just survived had he got his ultimate.
Well, didn't level it, and now has died first overall. It gives Scary D a nice first blood. Looks like Scary D going into the Soul Eater as well. Could be unique from what we see, because we've seen plenty of Soul Eater type builds out of the solo lane. I'm trying to think of what we normally see Achilles build. Get some stacking, a little power, extra sustain in that kit, I suppose.
Usually Glad Shield in that first
Glad
slot.
Shield, something like that, more bruisery, but I guess a little extra damage and sustain is never a fully bad thing.
Well, that's it. No, I mean, you're right. It isn't. I like Soul Eater a whole lot on just about every warrior in the Soul lane. I think it gives you the ability to have enough damage in your dive and off tankiness stats. Like, all your abilities giving you healing means that you're essentially getting functionally more HP. So think of it like a Stone of Gaia that has power and CDR on it. So I think that it's pretty decent in that regard.
Think of a Stone of Gaia, but different.
I mean, but like functionally, it's just giving you constant healing, right? Like if the conversation is he's not tanky, he doesn't have protections, who cares? You're healing. It's
right.
Essentially protections.
You're right. I still baited you into doing some analysis on it, Myth.
I guess so. It was a bait.
Like, that's it. Yeah. All right, now I get to analyze it, and you did it, Myth, and I'm so proud of you for it. We'll see what Scary D is able to get done with the Soul Eater once it is fully stacked up. And a good early rotation out of Sam. And right in that conversation, it was right on time. We were talking about level 5, which jungler can now start to get some pressure put out onto this map. Fear no evil. Gotta be a beads burning tool for Johnny. I hope that some beads are down, and he'll send it towards Sam for Soccer now. Typhoon, and the juke is good from Sam, but a Scarab's Blessing from Rotwin out of the dual lane keeps the monkey on the map. Scary D would love to chase this down. Fatal Strike around the side, more for movement than for execute, and a double stun as well, and a great looking fight from the Solar Scarabs in mid. Not just 2 more kills.
Johnny just really needed to get a little bit more burst if he wants to shut down Sanford Soccer. Utilizes that ultimate on someone who doesn't have CC immunity in the kit or no beads with Blink in the first slot for Susano. So you got to get the kill, but you didn't build for early aggression. You built for scaling. Transcendence in first slot means that you really don't have the power output just yet to finish off those skirmishes on your own. Deathwalker whiffs the ultimate. Zero's not quite in range to follow up. Rotwin tries his best to peel out for his boy, but doesn't quite work out there either. And the Solar Scarabs find themselves a pretty large swing early on.
Now, Scarab's Blessing does do some work in slowing down that fight, but inbound doesn't have a Scarab's Blessing for himself. Is he going to get executed? No, not upon dropping down to earth. And
still alive
with enough peel. The dot won't hit either. And so inbound in the root uses his ultimate to slow himself down. But despite slowing himself down, inbound will waddle away just fine. Good work from Stewart to provide some peel to his support.
Yeah, Stewart goes absolutely massive there. The placement of the Sanctified Fields to connect with Ecro, make sure there's no damage follow-up. Inbound's wherewithal to immediately throw up the wall upon landing to make sure none of those auto attacks come through. Just clean play, clean disengage from the Solar Scarabs. Only one more Heimdall auto needed to land. Wouldn't have killed inbound, but Rotwin would have afterward.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Sam gets the teleport onto E-Chrome and the Bifrost.
He's styling.
Yeah, Sam is looking good right now. And this is the scary Sam, isn't it? When Sam gets this style of pick for himself, and it's looking like a Sam for Soccer-esque Susano game. very worrying trend for the opposing squad. The jukes have been good. All the abilities have been hitting. And you get the Susano off to a 1-0-1 start. Tier 2 Hi-Rez in a really good spot now.
Yeah, and he's also got a much faster build just by nature of the items that he's purchased. So if Sanford Soccer is getting active earlier, which he has been, it's going to continue to be the case. Still about 20 stacks away from Johnny. Finishing up that Transcendence. Generally, maybe you see a Jotuns in that next slot because CD is so important for Hunbots. Fear No Evil is the name of the game. If that's down, Hunbots is like half of a god right now. So need to get that CDR available as early as possible. But I do love what we saw from Sam. Just throws on the teleport, waits for E-Chrome to go through the Bifrost and says, "Sup, I'm here too."
It's a great look for the Solar Scarabs. They'll put a little pressure over on the left side, but also over on right. Can Sam continue his onslaught? An ult used by Veronic. Will he take it? Yes, he will. Makes his way towards right. I guess that's the low investment, and don't get to break that down, because damage onto Rotwin will have the Khepri scurrying away. I guess somewhat low investment there from Veronic. You're able to use the ultimate, you get over towards right. Doesn't result in much, but because you're a mid laner, you can get right back to mid and farming up.
Doesn't miss out on any of that farm, even having the Trebuchet there to keep the minion wave out of his tower, so doesn't miss out on any gold either. I think the Solar Scarabs have quickly shown their hand. It's aggression in the early game, pressure in every single one of these lanes. Will struggle to find lane pressure, I think, up against Baba Yaga. Now that Charon's coin is done, we're starting to move into that enchanted spear tree as well. But both of these side lanes seem to be going very, very well for the Solar Scarabs. And now that we've ticked past that 10-minute mark, Pyromancer's spawned up. We're about at maybe half level favoring Scary D as of now. Soul Eater's finished. You've already got the Glad Shield too. Faster build from the Solar Scarab Soul Laner. Maybe we see some of that action erupt around the Pyro.
The Hex Mambo need to do something here, and it's not drop a Fear No Evil onto Inbound, who is in his ultimate. Around the backside goes Scary D. Sanctified Field that's near perfect from Stewart. The Scarab's Blessing only delays the death of Rotwin. One ultimate connects. It's E-Chrome, who sends Veronic up and down he goes, but Inbound with a brilliant wall gives Veronic an avenue out, and Veronic drops back in, and Johnny on the reinitiation makes it a double kill for Hex Mambo, but in the backline, Scary D says hello, and the Solar Scarabs at least able to find their first kill of the fight. Hex Mambo not looking that bad. Grab a 2 for 1.
Yeah, Hex Mambo played very smart there. It was a split off where you lock down one, Veronic, with that ultimate from Heimdall. And a chase out afterwards. Speaking of a chase, Sanford Soccer just won't stop.
No, he won't. Root from Rotwin, no good onto Sam, and Sam needed to get out. Didn't have enough mana to really stick around and fully fight out with Johnny. That actually looked like it would be a great fight for the Solar. That's surprising. It only ended up being a couple. But Hex Mambo able to fight back in, an important swing back just to get a couple of kills going. It's been a tough time for the duo lane here of Hex Mambo. Rotwin off to an 0-2 start. Scarab's Blessing used on himself, ends up dying anyway. And then E-Chrome also off to an 0-2 start. But able to stay even with Stewart here. Both level 10, both characters getting some scaling on.
You seeing this build from Johnny? Transcendence, okay, that's standard. Used to seeing that Soul Eater in second slot. Generally, it's like the Pele's that are going Soul Eater. I mean, power, CDR, penetration, ability, lifesteal makes sense for Hunbots, but again, it does. It's just a very, very slow build. We just finished stacking that Transcendence, and my man said, that was fun, let me do it again. Soul Eater. Gonna take a little while to find the full value from that item. Hex Mambo, as the Death said, always a team willing to take it to the latest portions of the match. They'd love to meet you 5-on-5 at the 40-minute mark. Itemization seems to be the same case, but if that were the case, why isn't Zero stacking? My man's playing Baba Yaga. Where's the Warlock staff? Where's the Book of Thoth?
Yeah, that's true.
It's strange pacing and a bit of a desync in methodology between each individual member of this team.
Yeah, went into the Charon's coin, which is standard, right, to get first or second slot, but
I don't know if it's standard anymore.
You don't think? I feel like
this is a build from like a year ago.
Zeros has been building Charon's coin this weekend, though, I feel like.
Yeah, Zeros has.
Yeah.
You said standard.
4 zeros.
Okay.
But I'll put an asterisk. Yeah, Charon's coin first, not so much across the league, but that's a nice initiation from Hex Mambo. In fact, it's brilliant. And Johnny knocks down Sanford Soccer. Deathwalker pushes 2 back, and Fear No Evil is good. And E-Chrome, is he just going to get a solo here onto Stewart? One more auto will get it done. What is happening? Hex Mambo suddenly igniting this match and they'll find 2 kills across the map.
But what are they going to do on the map with that time? Could pressure this mid tower. I think a rotation to Gold Fury would go a whole long way. 3 stacks starting to move their way over. E-Chrome should join up with them. Now the Solar Scarabs have to defend. Veronic's got access to that ultimate. He could get there, but he'd go in alone. Inbound pathing the other way. Hex Mambo, individual plays, win out the day on this small battle. Solo kill here or there, nets them a Gold Fury, and brings this game right back to even.
The SCC squad punching upwards in this matchup, a matchup that we've already seen, a matchup that the Solar Scarabs 2-0'd earlier this weekend. But Hex Mambo not giving up. And really good plays, honestly. I mean, the solo kill from E-Chrome, not often you see that against Stewart, who's been playing some of his best Smite here over the last couple of weeks.
Were you sure?
And then brilliant initiation. Yeah, I'm sure Stewart's been playing some good Smite.
About this.
Mambo will not reply to the Pyromancer, and Inbound uses his ultimate, so the Solar Scarab's at least able to pull back one of the neutral objectives.
It's a little small win for the Scarabs there to keep that gold at least in a state of parity. I was concerned about Zeros stealing that from over the wall. Vision control was not so dominantly in favor of the Solar Scarabs that I think they could be confident saying, hey, nobody's nearby, but a good wall from Inbound. Make sure that Rotwin isn't able to get in there. No vision means that Zeros doesn't know when to throw his damage over that wall, and does net the Solar Scarabs, the Pyromancer, for themselves. Game state should slow down from here, at least a little bit, with nothing really to fight over. Solar Scarabs not so far ahead that they're going to be just running around the map as we saw about 4 or 5 minutes ago. Hex Mambo, always a team that need to fight for something. They're never just taking an engagement to put one in the kill column. They're waiting for objectives to respawn. So whose pacing is this going to benefit more so? It's got to be the team that's building so many stacking items, right? But Johnny's already finished up that Soul Eater. I'm keeping my eyes on Zeros' build. I'm curious. He could still go into a late stack item because of Baba Yaga's passive.
Scarabs need to find a way. Oh, is it going to happen again? E-Chrome brawling with Stewart. And then just a straight up 1v1. That actually looked good for E-Chrome, but Inbound rotates through. Ultimate out from both E-Chrome and Stu. Now, I feel like, Myth, if you're the Scarabs, you got to find a way in your next big engagement to get Scary D involved. I mean, this is a 4-0 Achilles. He's got some bruiseriness, yes, but also a Soul Eater. Freeze out of Inbound onto Rotwin. Stu does some good damage here, but is it enough to escape the impending onslaught of Johnny and Zeros? Blink, Fear No Evil on the table, but not the option Johnny will go for.
Still no beads for Stewart for 2 minutes. No ultimate either. I think Hex Mambo
Great target.
Absolutely correct to put their pressure here. Inbound, you're the target.
Inbound into his ultimate. Sends out a freeze, but Inbound is in between 3. Baronic rotates over to the duo lane, and a Fear No Evil catches onto Stewart. The Hex Mambo trying to disengage from this fight because you want to get Scaredy involved. He's trying with the Fatal Strike. Either wasn't in threshold or didn't hit. E-Chrome not executed. Luckily for the Solar Scarabs, though, they are able to find the 2 kills, and Scary D finds his 5th for a rampage.
You called it yourself. Solar Scarabs need to get Scary D involved in these fights. That's what was going well for them earlier. He gets a little bit absent in that middle portion of the match, and now involved once more, and the Solar Scarabs have a resurgent battle. And the Solar Scarabs wants to make rotations for fights, but what are they going to get now? We were just talking about this from Hex Mambo. Conflict averse because there's nothing to fight over. Greater Scorpions, both up. Still certainly a good amount of neutral gold on the map, but not looked at by the Solar Scarabs. Said tier 1 tower on left could be dangerous. Now E-Chrome has the opportunity to just zone on his tier 2, freeze out those waves. Deathwalker pushes out on the right, catches up a good deal. Scary D had about a level and a half lead, now cut down. Both sitting at level 17. Sure, I mean, it's a win for Solar Scarabs, a 2-for-0 trade. Never one you feel bad about, but at the end of the day, I think Hex Mambo might have gained more on the map.
Yeah, more for mental, I think, now for the Scarabs, just to answer back a couple of kills. Some early Mad Guy's revenges out of the Solar Scarabs. We did a lot of talking yesterday about Inbound and the builds, the Xing Chen, early into the Chronos Pendant in game number 1. Made Xing Chen feel super squishy. This game into Mail of Renewal, so you're going to get some of that healing. And then immediately into the Mad Guy's Revenge, so of course you get some defense. But Sam has got one as well. Maybe enough instances of CC on Hex Mambo that the Scarabs feel like itemization into that early could punish Hex Mambo.
Yeah, and the ways Hex Mambo remove Magi's are not necessarily easy. Rotwin can do it. That's probably your best target, that root from a range. Otherwise, Fear No Evil is all Hunbots has. Maybe the knockaway from the Home Sweet Home. Zeros has to do that point blank. Echrome, knockaway or ultimate, both point blank. Deathwalker, point blank with Fearless. So I think the Solar Scarabs have essentially got themselves a tool that allows them to get aggressive. Sanford Soccer and Inbound could just go in and say, hey, first instance, the CC is just not going to work. I landed my freeze. I landed my Susano pool, and that's all you need.
Echrome looking for the solo again. Does a good chunk of damage to Stu, but Sanford Soccer and Scary D rotating in behind, just behind Stuart. And Bifrost will get used. This time, though, Stu holds on to his ultimate. Baronic does not. Baronic ulted over to the left side of the map here. Worth noting that Echrome now does not have ultimate. Stuart does. Primal Fury confirmed by the Solar Scarabs. And in the backline is Deathwalker. And in with the ultimate, but a freeze from Inbound slows down the impending onslaught. A knockback onto the Ymir, and Deathwalker making that CDR work. Echrome pulls one back for Hex Mambo.
Deathwalker is just so fast with this build. This is the OG tier. Hey, I'm going to have more movement speed. Good luck walking away from me. I'm going to Fearless You to my team build. Wingblade immediately into the Relic Dagger. Inbound just had no way out.
Uh-oh. Scary D's in some trouble here. Fear No Evil. And the body blocks. And it's a shutdown onto Scary D, and it goes to Deathwalker. That's a big chunk of gold that Hex Mambo get back. And all of this over the Primal Fury. I mean, Experience is a dire, dire situation right now from the Solar Scarabs. They are down 4,000 or so Experience. And they're going to be down over 1,000 gold. Maybe 1,500. As Hex Mambo have just made some really nice plays. I mean, you watch the Primal Fury go down, Myth, but the wherewithal to reinitiate and find kills and objectives on the back end, fantastic from Hex Mambo.
I wonder if that was too much of a trepidatious call, though. That was a really good situation for Hex Mambo. They could have potentially just done Fire Giant. You've got complete vision control on the right side of the map. You already realized that Baronic was hovering left. You saw Stuart in mid. I think they really were in a position to actually take the largest neutral objective. Instead, slow, methodical play, pick up the Pyromancer for themselves. Certainly still nice. 2,000 gold in the lead. But all the posturing that you're going to be doing over the next 4 or 5 minutes is for the Fire Giant. I'd argue they'd already won that neutral state. Now, having allowed that respawn to come through, Scary D back up, has access to the teleport, gets a little bit more defense, Spirit Robe finished up. Hex Mambo is just going to have to do it all over again. And when the pace slows down like this, and you give over more opportunities, it means that you're giving more opportunities to your opposition to try and make that comeback. Only a 2,000 deficit. I'm not sure Hex Mambo are always going to have opportunities like that. That was maybe a big whiff there.
Sam needs some time to catch up here. Johnny's already reached level 20. Until Sam just now hit level 18, was 3 levels behind in the jungle. And so similarly to how we thought the Scarabs might want to play around Scary D, feels like Johnny got to be the initiator now for Hex Mambo. And Zeros has reached late game Baba Yaga. You got 4 really solid items online. Get some good burst, some good CDR in that kit as well. Stars might be aligning here for the SEC squad to make some good plays, as all 5 members, or 4 rather, make their way towards right. Echrome still hovering on the left side with Baronic. And Echrome has really raised some eyebrows today in a good way. I mean, the aggressive ult in, the solo kill onto Stuart has really been a cornerstone for this Hex Mambo team.
Yeah, that aggression has just been absolutely wild. Felt like to me, earlier this week, last time we had seen Echrome, he was playing a little bit nervous. Now settled in, having had some time to spend with his team. He's definitely playing with a good deal more confidence. Hex Mambo playing with more confidence as a whole. Fire Giant pulled out, but reset. Just trying to force the Solar Scarabs in. Have to generate that threat on the map to force the Solar Scarabs up. They could see the Fire Giant pull through the fog of war. Hex Mambo reset themselves to it, but it's going slow.
It is burning slowly. Again, see, there's that Zeros damage. Freeze from Inbound on the front of the fight. And a Sanctified Field slows down Rotwin. But look in the back line. Scary D thought he had a dive, but now Deathwalker. A really good chance to reinitiate for Hex Mambo. Baronic scurrying away, drops some movement speed to usher the Solar Scarabs out of the jungle. Have Hex Mambo done enough to pull the FG? They think yes.
Deathwalker tanks it up. Rotwin on the way back from base. Echrome still access to that ultimate. Solar Scarabs nearby. Stuart, no ult to himself, but does have both those relics. Hex Mambo not going to leave it up to the coin toss. Instead, a complete reset. Bobble tier 1 sold by Deathwalker. Instead now going to that breastplate tree. Maybe not enough CDR on the build to actually benefit from picking up the bobble. And on the other hand,
give me that Spectral.
Deathbringer finished up for Baronix super early on. An item we haven't been seeing a whole lot of recently. Really helps out with the burst, but primarily crit Deathbringer, really, really good for neutral objectives. You're already on a composition with this double hunter draft that you're shredding objectives. Now you're doing it a good deal faster. The Solar Scarabs need just one opportunity, one moment left alone with the Fire Giant or the Gold Fury, and they could take it themselves, but Hex Mambo is just sticking to him on the map, man. This is just stifling play from the front line. Deathwalker is everywhere the Scarabs don't want him.
Oh no, Scary D. Gonna be a dropped kill here. Johnny takes the toss in, but inbound answers back with a freeze and some peel of his own. So ultimate down from Johnny. That's a big initiation factor for Hex Mambo that's now missing around this FG. Have to imagine Hex Mambo will want to take a beat and get that ultimate back up before a big team fight.
Inbound loses the Magi's. Deathwalker loses the Blink. So small win to the Solar Scarabs there. If Johnny were a half second faster with his ultimate, Scary D's dead, Hex Mambo gets Fire Giant. So a bit lucky for the Solar Scarabs. Fire Giant pulled again, but resets.
Man, Hex Mambo are just kind of toying with the Solar Scarabs right now. Pull the Fire Giant, see what happens. This is maybe the best Baronix can be doing right now. Of course, he's got the global ultimate. He can rotate into a fight if he wants. And so the Scarabs send their mid laner over to the left side of the map to split push down the tier 2 tower. Sanford Soccer hovering towards the left side of this fight. He can have a free path in to Rotwins, Heroes, Johnny, any of the backliners.
Someone has to help Stu.
Yeah, Stu has just been ignored by the rest of his team as Deathwalker has done a massive amount of damage to the Ola run. Sanctified Field still waiting. Baronix shoved back. E-Chrome's got a double kill. He's translated the aggression into the team fight. Fear No Evil answered back by a fatal strike, but hello Hex Mambo, they've come to play. And 3 members of the Solar Scarabs wiped off the map.
I have no clue what happens there in the communication. Stu must be dead silent because one help changes that entire fight. He's fighting for his life in a 1v1 up against Deathwalker. Inbound walks past him. Sanford Soccer, acting as solo agent on the side of that engagement, just doesn't get active. Stu's left alone. That's one of the main core bits of your DPS. You need him alive. Fire Giant burn it quick. Scary D in the back.
Can Scary D make something happen? Maybe get a kill under Rotwind, but Scary D not interested. Scary D wants the steal, and he'll get it. Solar Scarabs keep themselves involved in this game, and it's a miracle play by Scary D to take the FG. And Hex Mambo, they're looking for blood in exchange, but Scary D tanky enough to delay his own demise. May end up being able to get a kill, but a blink in front, and one of those FG buffs taken away. But a nice play by Scary D to deny the Fire Giant from Hex Mambo.
I mean, to call back to exactly what you said earlier, the Solar Scarabs need Scary D. They had a dire need in the team fights, and they had a dire need for a hero. In that small steal, keeps the game alive for the Solar Scarabs. Hex Mambo now have to bide their time and wait to push in. But look at the gold state, the experience state. Most people are already hitting level 20, gold, dead even. Fire Giant only on 2 for the Solar Scarabs, but still a significant advantage in the fight. They may not be willing to actually push into these tier 2 towers, the Solar Scarabs that is. Gold Fury, Pyromancer, I think you're very much willing to take a fight there in about 10 seconds once Scary D respawns. Hex Mambo have certainly brought the battle and make use of this time while Scary D still in the grayscale. Should be able to get this Gold Fury for themselves, but it will not go unanswered, I hope, by the Solar Scarabs.
I'd argue the Scarabs need that steal. If Hex Mambo win that fight 3-1 and then go get Fire Giant, obviously the game's still close enough where something can happen. The Scarabs a good enough team to make something happen on defense, but mentally, I think the Scarabs were just a bit shocked by the way that the last couple of fights have gone. Seemed a bit out of it. It needed their solo laner to step up big time, and it's exactly what happens. 5-2-2 plus a steal for Scary D. But Hex Mambo, Myth, regardless of the outcome of Game 1, really have surprised me here today. It's a squad that's been playing with confidence, talking with a lot of confidence as far as their odds. And think back to last Masters. Only one SPL team got knocked out from week 1 by an SEC squad.
Who was that?
It was the Solar Scarabs.
Uh-oh.
A different look Solar Scarabs. They had Scream in the jungle instead of Sam, but it was this squad. And so I think this matchup had to have been circled by a lot of viewers going into this set here today. Luckily for Hex Mambo, only 2 members of the Solar Scarabs still have the Fire Giant buff. And so luckily won't be too heavily pushed down the other side of the map. But Deathwalker is simply insatiable. I mean, the blinks, why not? You get it back every minute and 15 seconds or so. Let's get something done. Sam takes a teleport in. I thought he was going to keep fighting for a moment, but baits out the ultimate from Zeros, and a little bit of value for Sam for Soccer.
Yeah, massive win for Sam. I'd forgotten for a moment that he had Magi's, because that looked like a death sentence going into 4 members. Doesn't even lose out on that Magi's, though, so good value for Sam for Soccer. And now the Solar Scarab's finally going to try and leverage some of this Fire Giant power play, approaching the Tier 1 tower in mid. Hex Mambo putting up a hard defense, though.
Inbound whiffs the freeze. Deathwalker is going to get pulled in by Sam. Will go up and over the wall, placed by Inbound. 40 seconds left on Fire Giant buff for both Inbound and Sam. Allows Inbound to step a bit further forward, I guess. Receive some sustain. As both supports have opted for a very similar mindset here. Finish your first 3 items, fully upgrade the relics. But only one of the 2 has the upgraded starter item. That's Rotwin. Inbound just a bit further behind. Been using the ultimate pretty aggressively Inbound, so I guess having Pridwin there for a little extra safety on the other end, not a bad look. Looks like Myth will get one more reset, though, between both of these squads. Vision battle going to be very important. Spotting out both Hex Mambo and the Solar Scarabs going into the next Fire Giant.
Johnny's hit some pretty significant power spikes since the last Fire Giant dance. Protector of the jungle, Bloodforge now done as well. Looking at the other side, not a whole lot of anti-heal available to the Solar Scarabs, so this build that Johnny has gone for, double stack into an additional lifesteal item later on, going to find a good deal of value. And if you've waited this long, the Solar Scarab's not willing to engage even with just Fire Giant on 2, means that the fight will likely happen in the jungle. That's where that starter that Johnny has picked up is going to find even more value. He is very, very powerful in these neutral territory fights. So keep your eyes on him. This Hunbots has always been a wave maker in the engagement, burning beads, burning Magi's, or just soloing his targets. I think Johnny in a position to do that all over again. Whereas on the other side, Sam for Soccer similarly has gotten some power spikes, finishes the Titan's Bane and a Brawler's Bead Stick. Hasn't quite moved into that starter item, but certainly has got some good threat for the squishier targets of Hex Mambo. Hex Mambo, though, just playing with so much more confidence. It's not a massive disparity, but Solar Scarabs seem to be shook. They're not giving up any space. Hex Mambo have got complete vision control.
I mean, look at Deathwalker. I mean, Deathwalker is just chilling while 4 members of the Solar Scarabs stare at him. And why wouldn't he? I mean, the way that this tier is played, at 2-1-7, has affected 9 of the 10 kills that Hex Mambo have gotten. And then, quick math, that tells me the highest kill participation on his squad.
So quick.
It's just super fast math. 7 plus 2, that was tough for me. But Deathwalker has really surprised me in a great way. On the other side of Inbound's wall, however, we have seen a couple of those. The Lawbringer defensively on an overextension. Got to be careful when you're walking the tightrope that Deathwalker is.
Oof.
When there's enough damage to melt you down quickly. Couple 1v1 battles to keep your eyes on. Scary D and Johnny going at it over on the left. Sam for Soccer and Deathwalker on the right side of the Fire Giant pit. But now it's Inbound looking for that one big wall to set up a fight.
But it's Inbound who gets found, pulled back in, fight starts.
And it's a sanctified field out from Stewart. And the Solar Scarabs, the team playing with more momentum right now, but the pushback from Hex Mambo, not half bad. Scary D's Fatal Strike. It's defensive, and a double freeze from Inbound simply delays his death. But Deathwalker finds the kill anyway. Deathwalker finds a double, and Hex Mambo, the #1 EU SEC squad, they're doing it again. They win a 2-for-1 fight. And now they've got numbers to go for the EFG.
Scary D still has teleport. He can get back into this fight pretty quickly, and he's going to be needed. Had to tie up his cape and become the hero for his team last time. Can he do it twice?
Scary D in range. Scary D not in time. Hex Mambo get enhanced FG on all 4 members remaining alive. Rotwin, the one without the buff. And the Solar Scarabs reeling a bit here. Myth Deathwalker has just taken over the initiation of this game. And Hex Mambo have followed up in that space so effectively. And we are looking at the EU SEC squad real close to a win here over SPL in game 1.
And the siege potential of this composition from Hex Mambo is there. They've got poke, and they've got plenty of it. Zeros is going to find a whole lot of value in every single one of these fights. 1-0-7 so far for the mid laner. And I'm thinking if this pace continues, could just keep that 0 in the death column. Nobody from the Solar Scarabs has been able to find him in that back line. Johnny, as primary initiator, has a much easier time lining up multi-man Fear No Evils when the game is simplified in these base defense situations. Deathwalker might take a hit to his efficacy, but baton pass. He's done enough in the Fire Giant dance. That's absolutely fine. And Rotwin can really relegate himself to either just playing spoiler to inbound. You could play just Fisherman for all these Magi's blessings, and then once you see the initiation, pull them in like we had seen in that very last team fight. And from there, I think the Hex Mambo have got a very simple job ahead of them. 3 tier 2 towers still standing, though. The Solar Scarabs likely will not leave Phoenix line. No soft defense in that territory. Again, that trepidatious style, that fear creeping in their hearts, showing in the gameplay. Man, Hex Mambo looking real good.
What an upset this would be for game number 1. And see, it's moments like this where to be a fly on the wall in the Solar Scarabs booth, who's the one shot calling, who is making the decisions, who is keeping this team on track mentally to try to fight back in on defense here. Because look at what Deathwalker is simply leisurely strolling into the backline of the Scarabs. This tier is living in the backline, pre-beats, knocks up onto Stu, and Stu is being decimated by the tier as a Sanctified Field forced out defensively, but a good freeze from inbound forces E-Chrome back, and the Scarabs blessing hits as well. Goodbye inbound. The Solar Scarabs have lost their support.
Veronica still nearby, can sink in some damage. Hex Mambo, though, still incredibly healthy. E-Chrome can lifesteal his way back up, get re-involved. Fire Giant gonna sustain him as well. And 50 seconds left on inbound's respawn. I'm thinking this left side Bird's days are numbered. It's a 4-1 split. Johnny gonna either take away one member or re-meet them on the left.
Whoa, E-Chrome in the back line goes Scary D, and Scary D nearly has enough damage. Baronic has hit late game, but so has Zeros, and look at the chunk damage that this Baba Yaga has done.
Yikes.
Look at the jump back in. Deathwalker's on a rampage, and Deathwalker wants to end this game, but Stewart sustaining up enough into his build. And the Solar Scarabs, they've got some life yet. A shutdown from Baronic on a Deathwalker. But it's the mid lane Phoenix you've got to worry about. Hex Mambo have sieged the base.
Nice kills on the left side, said Hex Mambo. You've been distracted.
Whoa.
Sure, you got Zeros double for
Sam.
Sanford Soccer. Might be able to chase out E-Chrome as well, but look how many towers are still standing for Hex Mambo. I don't think the Solar Scarabs can do much with this time. Best case scenario, you get a Phoenix. I don't think they're going to walk into the Titan room, and E-Chrome might not even allow that to happen.
Look, E-Chrome was making solo kills happen in lane. Won't go for the 3-for-1 gank. Thought he might. Look, he's got a wild look in his eyes. Can't even see him. But you can just tell the way he's playing the game. So some long death timers still. Solar Scarabs don't want to call for it. Just the duo lane alive from Hex Mambo, and only Scary D dead from the Solar Scarabs. And so you pull back the map state a bit by dropping a couple towers, but I have to imagine we could be chilling on Phoenix right now. Instead, the Solar Scarabs want to play the long game. Let the Fire Giant buff wear out. It's already gone off everyone anyway. And then maybe take their chances around the next enhanced Fire Giant. You've got global presence from Veronica to keep some of the fire waves out. Solar Scarabs, they say we go again around the Fire Giant.
And still, you need to find these answers to Zeros. His damage output has just been so disruptive in these team fights. I don't think the Solar Scarabs have a composition that's too good at dealing with Deathwalker. He's too fast, too mobile, and CC just doesn't work against tier thanks to that passive. So with this double hunter composition, it is so difficult to connect the damage onto this tier. I think you might just have to ignore him. Wait for Deathwalker to work your way to the back line and just go in. But they've been ignoring him while kind of just beating around the bush, waiting for Hex Mambo to make a mistake. The Solar Scarabs are now in a position where they have to get aggressive. They need to get there themselves. Find Johnny before he initiates. Get onto Zeros before he's allowed to put out all of his damage 3 times in a row, like we've seen every single one of these team fights pan out. As of now, it's just the Chernobog on the left-hand side pushing out those waves. Has global presence, though. He'll get there quick.
With how much pressure Stewart's been under, Fire Giant's low. I'll return to that thought in a moment. And wow, Hex Mambo are just going to get the EFG, a freeze out from inbound and a Sanctified Field. But a good answer back from the
That's
Fear No
one.
Evil. And Sam for Soccer dragging his team forward into the team fight as Zeros has lost his buff. The goal now, maybe go back in. That is unreal from Deathwalker. That is disgusting as Hex Mambo have found the initiation. And it's Deathwalker at the forefront. Solar Scarabs decimated from the map. And it is Hex Mambo taking game one.
I've given you bad advice, Solar Scarabs. You cannot ignore
That is
Deathwalker.
gross.
He is popping off. What was that, a 4-man push? Let him do it. Let him end the game on his own. This guy has done it all from minute 0, 7, 2, and 10 for the tier. Normally, the analyst has to break down the game. I am only hyped. There's not much to say. You got absolutely owned by one man.
If you're a fan of games, esports, whatever, you gotta love a moment like that. That is unbelievable from Deathwalker. You can't write it up any better than that. He will walk into the fountain. He will not die. Hex Mambo, the SCC squad, will take game one over the Solar Scarabs. This is where the big voices in the Solar Scarabs team booth have to step up. You lose a game like that in fireworks fashion from Hex Mambo, there's got to be a breather, a reassessment, a reinitiation period, because that does not happen often. And it just happened to the Solar Scarabs.
Dave, I feel underdressed, man. I should be in like a two-piece suit right now. I need my vest. That was some world caliber play from Deathwalker. And going back to how that fight was really panning out, it was Hex Mambo on the retreat. One pick already, the core of your damage lost. Solar Scarabs look very good. And then 4-man push. What are you going to do about that?
I was 99% sure that Lawbringer was out. Like, the whole team wanted to leave.
Yep.
I saw him go golden, and the sword goes up, and then he's in. It caught me off guard. Caught the Solar Scarabs off guard. I need an Advil. We're going to take a quick break. Hex Mambo take game one. Can the SEC squad do it in game two? Stick around and find out.
shoes on a Friday morning. New look, still can't hide my born. I got a pocket full of change-ups. I switch hit, I'm a strange. Consist on ain't something I could say well. Throw my change into the wishing for a change well. Wish a day is swell life for the next come. And when the next come, pretend that it's the best one. Like I ain't even gonna try and say that to the next one. Switch my living situation every chance that I be getting. Sick of running laps on Sisyphus's treadmill. Man, I really need to sit still. Seems like that ain't something I could instill.
Ebb and flow, I can't hold on to you very much longer. Might have to slip away.
Can't you sit still for a little bit? Can't you sit still for a little? Can't you sit still for a little bit? Can't you sit still? Teacher told me need to get that pencil up out of my nose. Can't hold on a singular pose. Switch from to to fro when the wind gon' blow. And it's hurricane season everywhere that I roam. I like quick fixes and not working at all. Don't switch lanes, drive my car straight off of the road. I got split personalities inside of my soul. Each day I find a new one to hold.
Ebb and flow, I can't hold on to you very much.
Well, howdy, folks. Welcome back into Smite Summer Masters Day 5 here. It's Elimination Sunday. Dimes on the desk, joined by Trelly, as we just witnessed Hex Mambo take a 1-0 lead against the Solar Scarabs. And that just goes to show you, Trelly, the Hex Mambo say you can't beat the SEC 19 games in a row. That 19th game, that'll get you every single time. And when you're talking about who contributed on Hex Mambo, I mean, Echrome, great plays
he
there.
did good.
Zeros popping off on the Baba Yaga. Rollin, right? Stepping in for this Hex Mambo squad. Solo laner, Deathwalker. Yeah, Johnny. Yeah, no, man, Deathwalker.
That guy. Yeah, I saw that. He did things too.
I mean, the play of the game, if not the play of the week, if not the play of the decade, right?
And that was Myth felt like he was underdressed.
Hazer always putting out good content. Mifflin is loving a good Elimination Sunday. Homie is loves to see people go home getting knocked out of bracket, especially if an SPL team finally takes an L from an SEC team. But, I mean, incredible play there from Deathwalker. In fact, he popped in the green room there and was like, guys, did you see that? That might have been the best Fearless in history.
Yeah, and if you could, it was so poetic that we got to see his face cam because I could see in his eyes that he didn't even believe what he was doing.
Absolutely not.
The whole time the Fearless was going, he was like, and then you hear, let's go, like just immediately after, and they knew that they were able to end the game off of that. And it was, good plays all around because Sanford Soccer picked zeros very early on into that fight. And then it's like all the Solar Scarabs like, we can run this down, we can chase. And then Deathwalker's like, I'm just gonna loop around here and then hit the Fearless of a lifetime to make sure to keep their hopes alive. And not only keep their hopes alive, keep them traversing into the Titan room to make sure to clear that one up.
Yeah, 1-0 over the Solar Scarabs. It's not like they were fighting back into a deficit, as we saw a couple solos here out of Echrome onto Stu. Absolutely went nuts on this Heimdall. And I mean, it all starts, wow, inbound getting wrecked there. It all starts early on, Sanford Soccer getting active on the map with the Susano. Grabbed a couple objectives, do the Solar Scarabs, turns right back around. We saw that great Fire Giant steal from Scary D on the Achilles. And then Hex Mambo, come late game, we hit that 25, 30-minute mark. It just seemed to sway in their favor.
Yeah, and that's the thing, I think it was anyone's game at that last Fire Giant fight.
Yeah,
Hex Mambo confirmed the FG, but then the chase down after the fact. It was such a back-and-forth engagement. And man, just Deathwalker going absolutely massive. If you're the Solar Scarabs after that game, you cannot let plays like this happen.
Oh my.
4-man Fearless into just the game. And it's unfortunate that Echrome got all the credit for those kills, but I'm pretty sure Deathwalker was fine just saying like, you take it, we'll switch it 2 for 2. It would have been even more insane if it was a quadra, but you got to have your team to follow up on a play like that. And man, Hex Mambo were looking good. Look at the stat lines. I mean, given the situation,
insane.
It was back and forth throughout the game, but 7-2, I cannot imagine that tier gets through a second time.
I mean, but it's tier. At the end of the day, like, do you have to ban it? Because if you're not banning it, you're leaving open one of the Nemesis. You're leaving open the Khepri obviously made it through. The Loki for Johnny. So Johnny had a great performance on the Hunbots, so it's almost like you're gonna let anything through for the jungler. Is tier? I can't believe I'm saying this. Is tier really enough of a threat here for Deathwalker to ban it away for the Solar Scarabs?
Well, I will say that the Solar Scarabs, I think Mifflin highlighted as well, didn't have a great draft to deal with the tier, right? When you have a Wing Blade and just, it was like, did inbound hit a stun? If not, we can't kill tier. We have to run away. So maybe they draft accordingly or just ban it away. Both could be smart.
All right, Charlie, we got some team comms. And if I think it's the comms for the play that we just saw, I hope A, it's heavily bleeped, and B, that it is, because I want to hear this team comms with that big tier play.
Yeah, I would love to see it.
Yeah.
Do it quick, do it quick.
Do it, idle, do it.
Do it. Kill him,
Please.
Susano, me. Down. Careful, maybe. I got one shot.
I have a Juvet.
No, we can fight. Nah, careful.
Kill Krom.
Yeah, they're gonna wall off.
Dude, go. I have ult. Nice.
Nice,
Achilles.
Dude! Put him. I'm feeling this shit, man. Nice, boys. Just end it.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Fuck that, my fight. I guess before melting. My bad.
Fucking right. Let's go. Dude, that felt so good. That felt so good. Oh my god.
Got like 5-man 2, 5-man 3. Like. Bro, I trolled as well. Like, I pre-ulted when Susano went to me. I should just pre-Aegis dashed and then ulted.
I kind of want to die in Fountain. To be honest, like, can I just die in Fountain? No. I kind of just want to die. Like, it just ended. I don't have ult, so. Just let me die.
We should probably stay on a bit.
Oh, that fearless was massive.
That was just as fantastic as I thought it was going to be.
It was a massive fearless, but even Deathwalker wasn't like breaking my eardrums. I was expecting like a bigger pop-off. He was just like business as usual. Yeah, what was that, 4? I hit all 4 of them? Yeah.
I like the fact that Deathwalker was in his own little window, like bouncing up and down, and the rest of the team was just like, "Oh man, like I should have like pre-beads it."
Zeros is still like dissecting
analyzing
how he messed up in the fight, and they're like, "Guys, we just won. Like, we are going to end." He's like, "Yeah, but I should have pre-Aegis, man." Like that's kind of the discipline I think that this team has. That even though they just had a pop-off moment, we're able to come back and win that first game. Zeros is like, well, I could have played that better. Like started analyzing immediately during the fight.
Yeah, smiles all around here for Hex Mambo after that immaculate play from Deathwalker, and great play, team play all around as we head into picks and bans for game number 2 here. And for the first time between these SPL and SEC teams, the SPL team now on the back foot, fighting back for their tournament life here on Elimination Sunday. And like you said, I think that goes to show the veteranship of Zeros, of this Hex Mambo squad, despite being in the SEC full of SPL level players.
Oh, yeah.
Still having that mentality. They're winning the game. They just had one of the hypest moments in recent Smite competitive history, and Zeros is still, I should have led the Aegis. I should have saved the home sweet home. I should have still analyzed my play. But Solar Scarabs with the first pick here, deciding to go that way. You have to ban out a couple things against Hex Mambo. I think maybe this Baba Yaga needs to go. I'm thinking Johnny's Hunbots needed to go as well. That was the next thing. And, we got to look out for that tier ban. We'll have to see if that's incoming here from the Scarabs.
Yeah, the Solar Scarabs did show that they don't want to deal with that Hunbots anymore. Once again, the Hex Mambo taking the E set away. And I would not be surprised if it's just Hunbots, Baba Yaga, tier. Like, just those 3 characters.
Yeah.
Put Hex Mambo on the back foot, make them change up their draft in some way, shape, or form. If at the very least, it's going to keep them guessing, right? You have to be bringing different things to the table. I've seen Hex Mambo, and they are actually going to leave that tier open. So this is one of those things where, and I think, you said it, and I agree. Are you really banning away the tier? Sure, it makes that call. It makes that massive play. But if, like, 2 of them have beads, and or if they're not completely squatted up in one area, that play can't happen. So I think maybe that's the mindset. Like, guys, we just got rolled by a tier, sure. But there are adjustments to be made. It's not like tier is the best choice. And they are just going to grab that Capri for themselves. So the Solar Scarabs hold on to their own mascot.
Scarabs grab that Capri here for pick number 1 for inbound, which is a great pick. Their Hex Mambo here, I mean, you can grab that tier again for Deathwalker. It was low priority in the first time around, so I don't imagine you want to prioritize that. Pick up the Chernobog here. Baba Yaga banned away, so having to go another way
for Zeros. Once again, the King Arthur left untouched in this ban phase, and Yemoja going to be the first pickup, which makes sense. Khepri, Yemoja, you go for the 2 highest tier supports. No surprise there, but Mambo now could head into that prioritization for E-Chrome, and there's going to be the Chernobog pickup. So both grabbing that for either Zeros or E-Chrome and stripping it away from Baronic and Stu at the same time.
Yeah, I would love to see Stuart get something with pressure because, you know, we saw a few times E-Chrome was able to solo him out on that Oleron, just getting just increasing pressure, and I'm imagining the mental game, right? You're just feeling so confident in that 1v1 situation. So Solar Scarabs will elect to grab Scaredy the King Arthur. No need to grab the Achilles this time around. Did have a fantastic performance, but Khepri's on your side. Right. You don't have to worry about that. Discordia will be the lock-in here. Has been having a fantastic tournament whenever you can get this pick. Usually paired with a King Arthur.
Yeah, big time.
That's like guaranteed top damage. You're guaranteed that Discordia passive, and you're able to just run things through the solo lane. The Solar Scarabs did forget to ban that Loki, though. Not forget, they were sort of forced into it, which means Johnny's going to get to go to one of his signature picks.
Yeah, this King Arthur and Discordia, I think, really made prominent by the combination of Pagon and Fino, right? Playing it over. I think there was a span there where Fino K played King Arthur 5 games in a row, found victories all the way through, and Pagon picked up the Discordia 3 or 4 times in that 5-game stretch. So clearly this King Arthur Discordia pair is a freight train in Smite competitive play. It's going to be the Loki pickup for Johnny, and there's the tier ban away. I mean, when's the last time we've seen tier taken off the board in the ban phase in Smite competitive?
Yeah, I will say it is something that gets sprinkled through in the EU SEC in particular, but yeah, I don't think the NA boys are too worried about the tier. Maybe now should be on the radar, but the Solar Scarabs do have one more chance to ban something away here. They already chose that Baba Yaga. That was their one mid lane ban. Zeros, a very deep god pool, but notably has been able to be extremely safe when he does pre-Aegis, of course. We saw that just extreme blunder in that team fight where Zeros wouldn't even let himself celebrate the win because of that pre-Aegis. Besides that, does have a deep god pool here, and the Tiamat does come to mind, and I think smart to take that one away. Now, the Hexmon will get to decide. Are you going to grab a mid laner here and save Deathwalker for last? Or do you just want to get confirmation? Because you already see the Discordia, right? So
yeah,
you can always just try and counterpick a jungler in that sense. Like, okay, what solo laner is going to be best and what Sam for Soccer picks? I imagine that could be the case. So just grabbing something that Zeros wants to play. Again, the Nuwa always comes to mind for me when I hear Zeros because he just farms so quickly on it. Despite the fact that it's not that safe of a character, Zeros usually knows how to play it so well.
Yeah, and that's assuming this Chernobog's going to be going into the hands of E-Chrome, right? Zero's typically playing more traditional magic-style mages, right? Like the Discordia, like the Tiamat. So Chernobog more than likely going towards E-Chrome, but not 100% as Hexmumbo digging it big time and end up picking that Amaterasu for Deathwalker. So with the tier banned away, that's going into the hands of the solo laner, just as potent as the tier in terms of teamfight control, right? The Dazzling Gleam, or the Dazzling Offensive, rather, locking down the entirety of the Solar Scarabs, if hit correctly, can find silences as well, provides movement speed and power for the entirety of Hexmumbo. Now the Solar Scarabs have this double pick in response. When you're thinking about Stu, maybe the Freya still online, right? Hoi Yi available as well. The Uller that we haven't seen highly prioritized still on the board as well.
Yeah, there's certainly some options here, but again, I want to see something that can fight into the Chernobog. I want to see Stuart have a pop-off game where he doesn't have to sit there and be scared. I don't want to see Stuart at the tower line when I'm thinking about the Solar Scarabs on Elimination Sunday. You don't want Stuart sitting back. You want him getting active. So the Hoi Yi certainly could be something to look at here. I think the 1v1 potential is nice, but into the Loki, you're going to want some CC immunity, I imagine, because you don't want to be using the beads every single time Assassinate comes through. You have, as long as inbound's there, you got the Scarab's Blessing, of course, for that cleanse, but you want to make sure that you can stand on your own 2 feet, especially when you're left alone in lane. Surprised to see the Ama here. It is a pick that Deathwalker loves, but Bologna is something that he goes to more often than not. Maybe just wanting the matchup into King Arthur, being able to silence out all of those spins could be the option here. And Sam for Soccer, when the going gets tough, back against the wall, goes to the Lancelot. I do think going to be an interesting matchup here. We've seen a lot of success from the jungle Lancelot in recent times, and it is going to be that Hoi Yi. That's exactly what I was looking for. Stuart is not a hunter that I like to see sitting at that tower line. I want to see him going for those plays, going for those 1v1s, jumping in when possible, and it's going to have a good matchup into the Loki. You can always find that stealth character with the Mark of the Golden Crow. Keep your eye on
all evil from
the
this
Lancelot
world.
falling all the way down to the 7th pick here. I feel like we forgot to even mention him in picks and bans. And then the same thing with the Yu Huang, who has fallen off a little bit more recently as other prominent mid picks have risen up. But this Hex Mambo draft, when you're talking tier list, Yu Huang, Umoja, Chernobog right at the top there. Johnny is a Loki expert, right? Piloting this pick to perfection, and then Deathwalker having plenty of experience on Amaterasu. But this Solar Scarabs, it feels like a Scarabs draft, right? It feels like Sam got exactly who he was looking for with this Lancelot stew, with someone aggressive like this Hou Yi to fight into the Chernobog, and then you can never overlook this King Arthur Discordia duo.
Yeah, I think a strong duo there with the Disco King Arthur. I'm expecting to see big things from Scary D. As long as you can fight through that solo lane, try and gank this Amaterasu, Lancelot's going to have a decent time trying to chase it down with that Joust. You know, it's got the cripple field for a reason. You're able to chase down Ama pretty easily. She's speedy, but in lane, not really too many areas to go. And again, you got to keep your eyes on this duo lane matchup. Ikrom was able to solo out Stuart last game a few different times, and you got to make sure that your Hou Yi is getting to that late game portion of the fight, like level 20, about even. You want to make sure you're both ticking over level 20 at the same time. Any deficit in your build, like if you don't have your kin size online in time, you don't have some penetration online, the rest of the fight just gets so much more difficult because you can't shred through the tanks.
When you're talking about initiation, though, I mean, Umoja with the River's Rebuke, insane initiation on the back of Johnny with this Loki, and then Yu Huang with the dueling dragon slamming home as well. I mean, if you're the Solar Scarabs, you have plenty of initiation of your own just with the King Arthur and this Lancelot, but Hex Mambo have so much lockdown, it feels like Stu may not even be allowed to play the game.
Yeah, it's certainly possible, and I think an ideal situation for the Scarabs is Johnny goes in early, right? If as a Loki, you don't want to be the initiator. You want to be sort of lurking in the backline, kind of like Deathwalker was playing on the tier, going in after relics are down, after escapes are down. If Loki goes in first and then Scarab's Blessing comes through, I mean, everyone's dogpiling on Johnny. Like, after Assassinate is down, you need to be killing that Loki or you're losing the team fight. So I imagine that's an ideal situation, right? You're waiting for Johnny to go in, sort of trying to bait out that Assassinate, and you have the Scarab's Blessing for that fact.
Sure, and then on the meantime, the Solar Scarabs, like you said, Scarab's Blessing is going to be crucial to either bait out or to absorb from Hex Mambo. Johnny is going to be near ineffective if just over and over targeting this Discordia or Stu and this Hou Yi. If that Scarab's Blessing is able to be applied, that's going to be game-changing in terms of this Johnny Solar Scarabs interaction. So look for a huge game here from Inbound. The Solar Scarabs in the first Smite Masters of the year, the only SPL team to be eliminated by an SCC team. The Hex Mambo trying to recreate that scenario. Game 2 starts right now.
There's a lot of stabilizing that needs to be done by the Solar Scarabs after a game like that. It's not as if you were slowly bled out. It's not as if one objective simply didn't go your way. In highlight reel fashion, Hex Mambo decimate the Solar Scarabs in the final team fight of the game in Game 1. So you are fighting the mental battle as well as the pick and ban battle, Myth, going into Game 2 here. A lot at stake for the Solar Scarabs. Got to win 2 straight against Hex Mambo.
But what was going well for the Solar Scarabs? I'd argue it was Scary D. Scary D was going really well for the Solar Scarabs. So, in now taking him off the Achilles and putting him onto King Arthur, the hardest hitting lane bully in the game, maybe we see Scary get involved a little bit more so. The other adaptation I hope we see from the Scarabs is my man Stuart just had no help in that back line. Felt like the Scarabs had said, hey, survive the dive. Good luck. Do it on your own. Now he's got Scarab's Blessing. That should help out a fair bit, and the space control of both Lancelot and King Arthur might be able to help out, but adaptations certainly need to be there. Hex Mambo, on the other hand, I'm really excited to see this one. Deathwalker on the Amaterasu, synonymous, and potentially a first blood. Not this time, but still certainly close.
Look, Deathwalker has, jokingly or not, remains to be seen, given some trash talk throughout this week and backed a lot of that up, almost all of that up.
Man walks the walk and talks the talk.
That's right, he death walks the walk, and exactly what happens in game number 1. Can Johnny make first blood happen? No, he'll get spotted out by Sanford Soccer. He's going to go behind Scary D anyway, but...
So nervous.
Yeah, no, in all likelihood, Scary D ends up being just fine here. Needed to see more from Veronic, I think, in game 1 as well. Damage-wise, ended that game only above the supports, despite being full build on that Chernobog. And maybe get something, I mean, easier is maybe not the right word. More mage, obviously, style of application with the damage, stripes. Send out your 1, send out your apple. Big opportunity here for Veronic to bounce back and get the Solar Scarabs rerouted and head on to game 3.
Fortunately for the Solar Scarabs, they'll have time to collect themselves. Hex Mambo, not a team that love to leverage early game aggression and not exactly a composition I think that is super adept at doing it. So Solar Scarabs get a little bit of breather, at least for the first couple of minutes until some of these objectives start to spawn up to reestablish, reassess, and find some equilibrium going forward in this match. I'm keeping my eyes on these jungles, though. The Death set it up very, very well. Johnny, a Loki specialist, one that can really get active, one that can really throw a wrench in the works.
Johnny back to the solo lane. He goes. Scary D has been low throughout this laning phase, but so is Deathwalker, and it's what you expect in this lane. These two just be brawling out with one another. Sam will be spotted out by a ward as a blue buff spawns. Looks like enough presence from Sam and Scary D to steal away the first blue buff of the game. I guess second blue buff of the game, but the first invade from Hex Mambo. I can't tell with Johnny if he's about to go in there. He's just going to stealth and clear out the wave, and I'm sure that's what the Solar Scarabs are having to consider as well. And a pull back in from Deathwalker, and this time Johnny has gone back in. And Scary D barely survives, but so does Johnny, and my goodness, First Blood still goes searching for a target.
Just the thinnest of margins keeping these guys alive. Johnny doesn't quite have the damage output yet to chase out Scary D. Sam for Soccer couldn't quite finish off his kill either, but at the end of the day, small win for the Solar Scarabs who strip away the blue buff and get their own. Ah, man, I'm with you. Every time Johnny goes into stealth, I am just so concerned. But I like how he's playing it too. When he does decide to go into the stealth, backs away, tries to hide himself around one of these corners, it's pretty difficult to get outside of that audio range. So I believe the Solar Scarabs hear the Vanish and say, all right, we got to play safe. Scary, you in particular, man. If he touches you once, you're just dead with the HP as it was. Now with Steel Mail done for the King Arthur, some of that survivability really there. You're double dipping on defense, physical lane opponent, as well as physical jungler means that I think Scary D has got through the worst of it.
Yeah, you would hope, but you know, Johnny and Loki really ran things at the SEC level, have run things at the SEC level.
SPL as well. That was the only one they got wins on.
That's right. It's looked good. And what a weird position the Scarabs are in, pick and ban wise, where it's just so different from how you're normally banning against junglers at the SPL level. But the Solar Scarabs, as we've discussed, have gotten themselves a great composition. And in the jungle as well, Lancelot has been so strong, not only out of the solo lane, but in jungle as well. Maybe intended to be played in the jungle, but have seen some play in both roles. And Sam started off game one really effectively. The script just got away from the Susano a bit. You hope Sam's able to find some more waves here on this Lancelot.
And it seems like Sam's gone for the quicker itemization once more. Transcendence in first slot for Johnny, not quite finished, so not stacking just yet. Heavy scaling, though, for Loki means that Vanish is going to deal a whole lot more damage. Flurry Strike's very good as well. But there are some answers to the Loki. The Death is bringing up the fact that Hou Yi doesn't really have CC immunity to deal with Assassinate. You can at least deal with the stealth. Doesn't work if Hou Yi's got you matched up.
And Johnny needed the stealth there. 3 members of the Solar Scarabs walking towards the Loki. Johnny will simply scurry away, jump in, but Stuart's stunned out by Rotwin, who played a really nice game in game one. Rotwin did. Not easy on the Khepri in game one for Rotwin to find the necessary Scarab's Blessing targets. I mean, a lot of those fights were just super chaotic, and Rotwin put together a really nice performance. And already, some pressure on to Inbound. Inbound does have Scarab's Blessing here. Does he need it?
Looks like it.
Yes, but he puts it onto Stuart. Oh no, the fumble. And Hex Mambo at least get first blood. Johnny still has ultimate, but will not ult in onto Stuart. And a misclick from Inbound gives first blood to Hex Mambo.
Such unfortunate placement. I believe he probably dies there either way, so there could be an argument made saying, like, yeah, I'm just going to try and keep my ADC alive. Like, I'm dead no matter what. But no, I do believe that was intended for himself. Regardless, Hex Mambo strike first early on. But even with first blood to them, the Solar Scarabs have been doing a good job farm on map. Those blue buff invades that have just kept going their way that keep them afloat.
E-Chrome. Man, the Hex Mambo across the map are playing with a little something else in this set. Game one, E-Chrome taking solo kills against Stuart.
Easy to forget with that massive play from Deathwalker, but yeah, you're right.
E-Chrome ends that game with a triple kill, all on the setup from Deathwalker. Remember early in the laning phase, it's not like it only got bad in the team fight for Stuart. E-Chrome was running that lane once the Heimdall got a couple items online. Garrett E steps forward. Johnny has ult. And Scary D is going to get stunned, and Hex Mambo find another kill, this time on the right side of the map. Not the start the Solar Scarabs were hoping for here in a must-win Game 2 to avoid going home for Masters.
Just another really smart usage of the Vanish. Johnny says, all right, you can finish off the buff. I'm going to go and make sure nobody's walking in. Checks, Scary D's here, and he's like, oh, well, maybe we just murder him in this spot, and it's exactly how it goes down. Now a little bit more defense for the King Arthur. Should help out. Once that Glad Shield's done, I think going to be a lot easier for him. Johnny, though, no ultimate available, caught out in the jungle. Sanford Soccer able to return the kill. Clean play. Solar Scarabs needed something on the map, and they find it. A pick onto the Loki, slowing down this Transcendent stack. So important. And even with the pacing as it is, I would expect Hex Mambo to have a pretty sizable lead. Instead, dead even match. Solar Scarabs just doing a really good job stripping farm.
Yeah, Solar Scarab's able, and look, we talked about this at the end of Game 1 prior to going to break, and think we can discuss it now going into Game 2. When you lose in that type of way, that's a big mental test to stabilize yourself, and this is where the team leaders for the Scarabs really got to step up. And I think it's good now that we're at least seeing the farm, the macro play still being there for the Scarabs despite dropping an early couple kills. Could be a third kill dropped here as well.
Yeah.
Scary D's going to get ganked once again. Scary D obviously does not have beads. Johnny with Assassinate would love to hold on to it, but will end up stunning out the King Arthur anyway. But enough mobility from Scary D to stay onto the map. So 2 big ultimates down from Hex Mambo, and Scary D able to survive.
Massive drop there from Deathwalker, who whiffs his dash. If he just sticks in there and keeps the damage up, that's a pretty easy kill to pick up for themselves. Sanford Soccer has been thinking to himself, man, blue buff invades is all that's worked out, so we'll try again.
And it'll work this time for Scary D and Sanford Soccer. Blue buff invade good yet again. But continued aggression from Hex Mambo on the left side of the map will make Stewart jump up and over. So E-Chrome on this Chernobog. We get another Chernobog game. If won't be in the mid lane this time. Still effectively the same, but does have to think twice about those long rotations from dual lane over to solo lane. Not as simple to just walk back to your lane, catch up on farm. And I imagine if E-Chrome is going to play the ults aggressively, we'll see that once or twice. Maybe an opportunity for Stewart to pull ahead in lane.
Look at the disparity in stacks between Stewart and E-Chrome. Doubling up the stacks on the Chernobog already. Moving in towards that Light Blade. Stu sacrificing a good deal of farm. Johnny, though, might be in some trouble.
Sanford Soccer wants the solo, and Sanford Soccer will get it. Zero simply has to watch it happen. Rotwin gets the pullback, though, onto the Lancelot. Dueling Dragons remain in the back pocket of Zeros for now. And Sam will just take a chunk of damage for his troubles. Similar to Game 1, Myth, where a lot of the early game pressure for the Solar Scarabs is through Sam, through this Lancelot. Gets Crusher, goes into Hi-Rez. Early game build, as you've already pointed out. Now it's about continuing that, keeping these targets under pressure from Hex Mambo.
But he hasn't been able to separate himself too much from Johnny just yet. About a level between the junglers as it stands. Interesting pickup for Johnny. Chalice of Healing, not one we see too often in the jungle. It's a good deal of gold lost out early on, but will give you over a little bit of additional survivability, allow you to stay out in the field longer as well. I'm thinking Hex Mambo want to slow down this game entirely. Just play for that defensive style, get your itemization ready, then get aggressive on the map. Solar Scarabs, though, I think in a position where they really do want to bring the fight now, especially around this solo lane. If you can get one more pick, now that Pyromancer spawned up, would be a great target for the Solar Scarabs to force yet another engagement.
Hey, if you're a Scarabs fan, what you're happy about right now is the casual buildup of nearly 2,000 gold in the lead. Stewart actually looking for the solo onto E-Chrome. But again, a nice dip downward depending on where the farm is. So we'll call it about 1,500 for the Scarabs just passively. That's something we talked about earlier, even though the first couple kills of the game rolled in for Hex Mambo. Scarabs, obviously not this early on, didn't give up, stuck with it, and have retained their farming pace, which is a really, really good look. Baronic and Zeros opting for similar builds from what we saw in the first game here. Myth, Zeros, despite not having the free stacks from the Baba Yaga, still goes Charon's Coin first item, immediately into Divine Ruin, and then probably a Soul Reaver after that. So maybe hoping to get involved and get some stacks building.
It's an OG build, man. It feels like it's been about 6-7 months. This has been the standard. This is standard, though. Scary D getting aggressive.
Dazzling Offensive should strike for a stun, and then a dash out from Deathwalker. Until be fine. Can you take advantage of the dazzling offensive being down, though? Wonder if the Solar Scarabs want to force down this Pyro. Looks like 4-man grouping from the Scarabs to the Pyromancer, and Hex Mambo might simply have to let it go down unless Johnny can get in range, look for a steal, but not a big enough objective to risk your life for.
Yeah, this is what I was expecting from the Solar Scarabs in the previous match. Play with confidence while you've got the lead, and they do exactly that, netting them the first neutral objective of the match. Having it desync in time with Gold Fury, very important. Now, the Solar Scarabs can start standing Sanford Soccer over towards this duo lane. Not an easy task to shut down Chernobog. Aegis built into the kit just by jumping onto the wall. Another Aegis built into the kit just by jumping up into the air. So, maybe not the easiest to actually kill him, but force him out. You've got a pretty good composition, the Solar Scarabs that is, at just burning through these objectives. Another Gold Fury would give you a good deal of separation. I'd like to see them move their aggression towards that side of the map. Hex Mambo, again, still playing slow, namely Johnny with this Transcendence, a couple stacks away from finishing up. Maybe a little while till he can match that same level of activity that we've seen from Sanford Soccer. But every time we look at that duo lane, maybe this is dissuading the Solar Scarabs. Stewart is just stuck in that tower.
Stewart has been pushed back into tower line for the last couple of minutes. Hasn't fallen that far behind, that being said, able to match the Executioner, the Light Blade. E-Chrome under some pressure. Sanford Soccer does make his way to duo, and E-Chrome goes over to solo lane, but is that much better? Scary D connects with his ultimate, and E-Chrome beneath the tier 1 tower. And that's exactly what the doctor ordered for Stewart. And maybe for the Solar Scarabs, who are now grouped up around the Gold Fury.
You force the ultimate all the way across the map. Scary D can slow down that back. Now the Solar Scarabs in a good position.
The Solar Scarabs initiate onto Rotwin. That's an abduct from inbound, pulls one back. Dueling Dragons decent from zeros. But Rotwin, no leg to stand on, no disengage, and no help from the rest of the team means just one pick to the Solar Scarabs. But a heavy enough use of ultimates from the Scarabs to not immediately go back to that Gold Fury.
Yeah, no eyes on Deathwalker. Scary D proxying waves, so the Solar Scarabs have to be concerned that even with that pick, it would be a 4-on-4 engagement. E-Chrome already starting to work his way towards that side of the map once more. So take your small win, pick on the Rotwin, disengage, and maybe you could force that fight again. This time around, you're not worried about the Nightmare from E-Chrome, so if Sanford Soccer can close that gap, should be able to put some pressure out. Saucy play from Stewart. If it connects, we're talking about Gold Fury again. Doesn't this time, but Sanford Soccer nearby might be able to do it.
It could be purple buff invade from Sam now. E-Chrome, I think, has an immediate ward, but Johnny and Rotwin also here. A shutdown onto Sam would feel great for Hex Mambo right now. A little extra gold for whoever finishes off that target. But instead, Hex Mambo okay with just defending the purple buff. You get the idea that the Scarabs may consider a Gold Fury here soon. Instead, it's just the Oracles for now. And there has been a shifting of mindset. Remember, early in the game, it was consistent blue buff invades from Sanford Soccer and Scary D. That has slowed down a bit. Looking towards the left side of the map now is Sanford Soccer. But hasn't been able to strike pay dirt onto E-Chrome.
Yeah, I mean, you make a rotation over to invade blue buff now, and you're worried, are they on Gold Fury on the other side? Yeah. Nothing I can do about it. I'm all the way over here. So the Solar Scarabs do lose that avenue. The answer being, once Pyromancer respawns, sure, go for your blue buff invade. If they do go for gold, fall back to Pyromancer. Generally a pretty even trade in that regard. But because of these desynced objectives, it really does just put that much more onus on the Solar Scarabs to play on the left side of the map. You could see it responded to immediately, though, by Hex Mambo. Look at that vision. Just here or there. It looks like a checkerboard on the left-hand side.
It does.
Yeah, anybody who walks over there is going to be known by both teams.
And the Scarabs seem to be okay with that, as they pull out the Gold Fury and an ultimate down from Stewart, an early ultimate down from Stewart. Veronic sends damage into the Gold Fury, and the Solar Scarabs, the SPL squad, good shot calling, pick up the first Gold Fury of the game. Teleport from Scary D goes through, but Deathwalker trades out the tier 1 tower on the other side of the map.
Solar Scarabs doing a really good job just taking out these objectives, but again, the experience stays even. Gold, not crazy in favor of the Solar Scarabs either. Hex Mambo have almost flipped the narrative, haven't they? Macro farm belonging to the European SCC representatives. Solar Scarabs, sure, they're winning out on the fights. They're winning out on Gold Furies and Pyros, but not any real separation just yet.
Who benefits from this pacing?
It's got to be Hex Mambo, right? I mean, the build pathing alone, it might be enough to leverage that. And then the team fight presence at the late game, just the confidence levels that I saw in Game 1 between these two teams. Hex Mambo's just got more experience playing matches that go that long.
I mean, Solar Scarabs, remember in this matchup earlier on in the week, Looked very comfortable in their grouping and their team fighting. Can't ignore that. Scarabs should, and I would argue need to play with the confidence that they did early on in the weekend. Don't let game one live too heavily in your brain, because that's what's going to give Hex Mambo the upper hand. So still have confidence in your ability to team fight, to group up, to get pressure as this game goes on. Inbound, considering an item with the cloak over there. Instead goes Mail of Renewal, gets the cloak, and then immediately jumps into Sovereignty. And why not? I mean, there's plenty of physical damage that's soon to be rolling into that side of the map between Johnny and E-Chrome. Starting to spin up those wheels a little bit. And a difference in mindset between Rotwin and Inbound. Gauntlet of Thebes for Rotwin with that first item, Mail of Renewal first item for Inbound. That tends to be the support split nowadays.
Yeah, so Thebes gives over a little bit more defense to your team. Mail of Renewal, much better self-sustain and self-defense for Inbound on the other side. I think you're allowed to go a little bit more selfish in the build as Capri, just by nature of having that safety net ultimate. Don't need to concern yourself with keeping people alive. If anything, maybe better to let them die so the revive actually connects.
Stun, no good on a Deathwalker, but hello. 4 members of the Solar Scarabs are here. And Deathwalker just too speedy. Ultimate from E-Chrome. Ends up just going towards Inbound. Pyromancer's up. That means the Solar Scarabs would love to group up. But Hex Mambo would love to find an answer. Find a steal. We already had a steal in game 1. Won't get it yet here in game 2. And it's a Pyromancer and objective secure by the Solar Scarabs. And no answer from Hex Mambo. You hope, if you're Hex Mambo, it's not one of the types of games where you slowly watch each objective go down and the gold lead gets too heavily towards one side before you're able to do anything later on.
Yeah, the Scarabs just deathballing every single time these objectives respawn. Keeping them on desync so important. But need to be able to find something else on the map, because even with another Pyromancer going down, the gap hasn't increased. The Solar Scarabs have been maintaining and nursing this 2,000 or so gold lead for the last 5-6 minutes. Hex Mambo seem like they're not too pressed about it, haven't been overly committing to try and steal away these objectives, haven't been overly committing to the team fight itself. It just screams confidence to me. Hex Mambo say, hey, go ahead, get your 2,000 gold lead, scramble around the map, get your paltry sums, because once it's a 5-on-5 stack, that's where they tend to make their money. Solar Scarabs, though, eventually, death of 1,000 cuts, you keep grabbing pyros, you keep grabbing golds, and that lead will follow suit. Oni Fury spawning in about a minute and a half. I'm thinking Hex Mambo likely will show up to this one.
I haven't seen the big pop-off Loki play just yet from Johnny. And I mean, at 1 and 2, maybe feeling you got to slow down your pacing a little bit. I mean, if you're Hex Mambo, you're realizing at the same time, though, that Sanford Soccer's got all 3 of the kills here for the Solar Scarabs. That's the big lead. Whereas Rotwin on the flip side, a level ahead of Inbound. The 1 level lead for Baronic over in mid lane gives you some confidence there. I mean, depending on where you look, Myth, level here, level there for Hex Mambo, for the Solar Scarabs. It's about making use of those in these team fights. Wonder what this Amaterasu is going to be able to get done. Berserkers, standard first item, into Golden Blade, into Shoguns after that. Should be a benefit for Johnny, for E-Chrome, if they're able to group up around this Ama. So good team utility with those auras.
Not the heaviest defensive build, though, from Deathwalker. Has a good deal of power, and now with Death's Embrace finished up, too. That's your defensiveness, just a little bit more lifesteal. Johnny in a little bit of trouble. Able to work his way out of there, actually even returning some damage with that poison onto Sanford Soccer. Fury 20 seconds out from the respawn. I'm keeping my eyes on Deathwalker. He should be a good heat check on where Hex Mambo want to play, and already having rotated this side of the map, I think Mambo's ready. It's time for a fight.
Hex Mambo rallying behind Deathwalker. Look how speedy Amaterasu is here, chasing down, searching, hoping that one member of the Solar Scarabs is overextended. And the SEC squad would love to win one big team fight, pull back control for themselves, and put the Solar Scarabs on the back foot in a must-win game 2. It starts now, though, as Scarad E has looked in the back line for an ultimate, and it stops now, as that's all there is. And the Hex Mambo, you can tell, Myth, playing on a knife's edge. Similar confidence, but much more controlled, really, from both squads here so far in game 2.
Johnny might go for a split push here, steals away the blue buff.
Everyone loves that style of Loki.
If you want to, you can also do it without showing yourself on the map. Walk up, stealth, poison the wave, walk away, and allow your minions to go through on their own. Instead, Hex Mambo's jungler does show himself. Opportunity to the Solar Scarabs, 4v4 on the left.
Some good poke damage from Deathwalker onto Sanford Soccer. Wow, I mean, even Scary D does rotate back to right, so more even fight here. Inbound in a very uncomfortable position as River Tribute goes up from Rotwin. This time Scarab's Blessing hits home, but Sam for Soccer is shut down by Hex Mambo. Can you reinitiate though? E-Chrome has used his ultimate. Finds Scary D, who is all on his own. Dazzling offensive 1 and 2 and 3. And a stun onto Scary D. Only slows him down. It'll be the disengage anyway. And now your killing spree, your 3-0 Lancelot off the map for the Scarabs.
Yeah, he just wanted to get into that back line. This Lancelot tries to channel the ultimate. You don't get the HP shield until you get to the apex of that dash. And Sam for Soccer was never allowed that opportunity. Got removed from the map so quickly. Hex Mambo take the 1-for-0 trade and the Fury.
What happened with
and
experience?
the lead.
What
yeah,
happened
that
there?
is tough. That is a massive swing.
Where is that?
For Hex Mambo. It's everywhere.
Everywhere, I guess. A lot of players reaching level 20 anyway. But between E-Chrome, Rotwin, Deathwalker for a little while, Johnny, that's your XP lead. And the Solar Scarabs have now lost control of this game in one fell swoop. A big lead swings back to Hex Mambo. And a Pyromancer's going to be up in about a minute's time here, Myth. Some important power spikes get hit. Stewart, much better at shredding tanks here. Kins plus Odibo. And so if it's Deathwalker or Rotwin in his face, should find some value. And Pironic as well with some shreds. Soul Reaver plus Obsidian Shard. Not a horrible time to fight if you're the Solar Scarabs.
Still grouped up on the Pyromancer first and taken quickly. The Solar Scarabs keeping up their pressure on map, keeping the game as close to even as they can, but Hex Mambo's composition is so good at splitting the map. Johnny rotates over to right around that gold creep fight, drags the attention of Scary D. Now E-Chrome could play around the left-hand side of the map, ult over to Fire Giant if a fight starts.
And E-Chrome is going to rotate. It's towards Sam, who had to use his Gallop out. Deathwalker Dazzling offensive now down. Solar Scarab send a grouping of 4 towards the tier 1 tower on right. Johnny could have a big-time flank here, and E-Chrome. River's Rebuke from Rotwin used, but you can see the Solar Scarabs in their positioning says, I want to leave, but Johnny has cut off the escape, and so is Deathwalker in the backline. Solar Scarab Scarab's Blessing rather, onto the Solar Scarab's ADC, but it times out, and Johnny able to find the kill. It is answered back on the other side of this fight, and the King Arthur starting to swing. The duo lane for Hex Mambo takes a fall, and Sam for Soccer notches his 4th.
Mambo overcommit to the dive, really spent a whole lot of time trying to shut down Stewart. Works out for him in game 1, but in this one, might cost him too much. Zero's floating away, but how far can he get? Not far at all. Solar Scarabs knocked down 4 in trade of 1. Deathwalker still alive. Could make it slow play from the Solar Scarabs. You've got time to play with, though. 50 seconds left on Zero's respawn, 30 on E-Chrome, 30 on Johnny. I think Fire Giant's gotta be the target, but do you have enough damage with that stew? You should. It'll take a while, though.
Take a bit longer. Deathwalker, the type of player you'd imagine would love a chance at a steal, to be on this side of the map. The Scarabs make the call. This would give them major percentage points to win here in a must-win game 2 to avoid elimination. Fire Giant burns. Deathwalker
I'm nervous.
Speeding towards that side of the map. And Deathwalker will be here in time. Has a dazzling offensive, but the Fire Giant dropped now by the Solar Scarabs. Deathwalker maintaining his health bar. Rotwin is close by as well, and the Fire Giant confirmed by the Solar Scarabs. But E-Chrome has ulted towards the right side of the map, and disengage is the call. The Scarabs backpedaling from Hex Mambo, but Scary D and Sam for Soccer have something else in mind. Rotwin falls for his troubles. Hex Mambo lose their support and the FG.
But what can Hex Mambo do to get out of here with Scary D so quick
Not
on the
do the
chase?
Scorpion.
Lockdown looking good. Deathwalker might have just lost the dash. Actually gets it off, so his life maintained. Solar Scarabs with Fire Giant on 5. You started the Scorpion, Hex Mambo. That belongs to us. Where are you going to put this siege? Right side tier 1 and 2? Looking mighty appetizing.
Wow, every single tower still on Hex Mambo's side of the map, so the Solar Scarabs going to be able to spike this gold lead up with the Fire Giant, whereas Hex Mambo have taken every tier 1 tower on the map. But it's back and reset for the Solar Scarabs, and a good call. You find a brilliant team fight earlier on. It all goes wrong for Hex Mambo, right into the FG pool.
And it's the core 2 of the Solar Scarabs right now that have really stepped up. Scary D and Sam for Soccer. I mean, it's poor analysis because, of course, all 8 of the kills on them, but in reality, they are doing the most right now. It's space control and damage output. Scary D always finding the ideal target in the backline. Sanford Soccer always there to follow up with the damage. Now it's up to the entirety of the Solar Scarabs. When you're on Fire Giant Siege situations, it's up to 2 exact roles. You want mid and ADC performing. Stewart and Baronic have got to be able to find some value in these next couple of fights. Hex Mambo, though, going for a bit of a race here. Might be enough threat, considering Tier 1 on left is still up. That the Solar Scarabs have got to respect this siege. Scary D back first, and now both Baronic and Stewart. Hex Mambo, just so smart, completely stopped the aggression from the Solar Scarabs, who have got to reset themselves across the map. Still, though, 2 minutes with the Fire Giant and Tier 1 tower on right and left taken. Maybe group up, take the Tier 1 in mid, fall back to the Primal, and reevaluate. If you find a pick, keep sieging. If you don't, at least you got a little bit of gold in your coffers.
Simply limiting what the Solar Scarabs are able to get done. And that is a comms check. Let's see if we can force the Solar Scarabs back. Do they keep going? Are we able to get the
Phoenix?
Oh Phoenix.
I'm with you, bud.
I'm still thinking about that 4-man Fearless,
Dude,
man.
me too, bro.
It's just in my head, and I can't ignore it. But Hex Mambo checking the comms of the Solar Scarabs, and the comms are on point. Still enough time on this Fire Giant buff to get these towers knocked down. But I wonder, I mean, it's going to take one more Tier 2 tower, maybe one more fight. Sanford Soccer blinks forward, Riptide out from Rotwin. And it's a disengage from Hex Mambo. One more Tier 2 tower evens out the map state finally for the Solar Scarabs. Hex Mambo have an exposed Phoenix on right, and Solar Scarabs about to expose the Phoenix in mid. So just now, barring which side Phoenix we're talking about, map state as far as towers go, completely equalized.
Left side Tier 2's already got a minion wave right next to it. Sanford Soccer will make sure it catches up to the rest of the team. So this tower should fall as well. Hex Mambo slowing the uptake to get there for the defense. Fall back, Primal Fury, reset. Pyromancer on the other side. Solar Scarabs in a much, much better position this time around. 4,000 gold deficit, no stranger is Hex Mambo to fighting into this. Previously in the last game, I think the Solar Scarabs had a similar lead at certain portions, and well, singular heroic plays completely changed the game. That said, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I'm not putting the blame on you. The Solar Scarabs got to prove that they can deal with it this time around. Ball's in their court.
Who said that? George W. Bush, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's who it was, dude. Yeah, fool me 3 times, no peace signs. Pull out the chopper, let it rain on you.
You know what? We've been on point. We haven't broken yet. So we were due for one after a 30-plus minute game 1 and a 30-minute game 2. We were due for one, man. We had to take a breather.
And you know I'm taking the 1.
Yeah, you have to, absolutely. I mean, if you take all the 1, whether it's
all the casters in the chat enjoying that.
I get it right. Oh, I know. All 3 of them out there, they get it. We've reached full build though on many of the players here in this game, in a unique item pickup from Deathwalker. A Hide of the Urchin. Don't often get to see that.
Late.
But late, right. Your stacks might not get there. The Pyromancer confirmed by the Solar Scarabs. I mean, hoping to scrap, hoping to build up some stacks, but see how many he's able to get.
Yeah, well, at best case, he picks up 5 right here, right? If he could take out all the Solar Scarabs, so maybe an opportunity. Fire Giant should be barreling back towards the Battleground of the Gods shortly. Hex Mambo have got vision dominance on map and in pocket, so the Solar Scarabs losing the information battle as it stands. Objective burn still available to Hex Mambo, but the ability to pull it out, so dangerous. Instead, maybe just catch inbound.
Ooh, inbound double Riptides from Rotwin. They're fantastic. Dueling Dragons pushes Stewart in, who's alone on the front of the fight.
It's not looking
and
good.
And now Stewart is TKO'd. Hex Mambo. This might be the best look, given this gold
nice
disparity. This might be your best look at a team fight, but Baronic has sent some poke damage back. Johnny reinitiates to the tune of a double stun. Gets out,
Where'd
but
he go?
my God, that damage from Baronic turns the fight around, and Sanford Soccer
there they are.
is tanky and does some good damage as well. The Solar Scarabs have found the first, looking for the second on the zeros, and Baronic has got a double. Scary D adds his 3rd, and the Scarabs eyeing game 3.
Solar Scarabs on the chase. Rotwin starts the fight well, but will end it alone. No ohm to his name, and a death goes over to him as well. Deathwalker's alive, but has to get back to base soon if he wants to keep the game alive. 5 strong are the Solar Scarabs. I'm not sure I'd call them strong. Inbound, pretty low HP, but still certainly an opportunity to go for the Titan.
Looks like the Solar Scarabs are calling end. It is 30 seconds on the closest respawn, and we will get our game 3. Hex Mambo and Solar Scarabs. They will go the distance, and elimination game number 3. And the Solar Scarabs punch back.
Man, Scary D and Sanford Soccer willed that win into existence. The backline dive and the DPS from those two, too much for Hex Mambo to deal with. So if this time around in game 2 we saw some respect bans over to Deathwalker, at least in that second phase, I'm thinking Hex Mambo have got it pretty clear who they need to deal with. Maybe don't give Scary D to King Arthur, and Lancelot's going to have some glances sent his way as well.
Exactly the type of game the Solar Scarabs needed to bounce back after really a reeling loss in game number 1. A methodical game 2 here. I mean, think of all the objectives. Cleanly pulled, cleanly secured by the Solar Scarabs, finding their fights as well. The Lancelot looked great for Sanford Soccer, and a miraculous performance, really. I mean, low in the kill column, but control for Scary D on King Arthur looked great. And the initiators for the Solar Scarabs. Game number 3, elimination game 3 between Hex Mambo and the Solar Scarabs right after this.
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
Ribbon through! Titan down, ball 3! Until we'll go call Slipped and slide, stuck metro. On my fly, thought I was next door. You don't smile when you get touched from me. They just give you anxiety. Just so much to see the micro. Realize we hit a plateau. 'Cause you don't smile when you get touched from me. They just give you anxiety. Going away, but it's alright though. Starting to chafe and that'd be painful. Happy flying, wish I'd been able to give you more and keep you stable. I don't trust just anybody. Circle tight just like the money. Plenty ones, they wanna try me. Pull the rope and I've been climbing. Many times I wanna let go. I'm reminded of the get-go. Where I've been, where I should get to. Keep me close, I'll show you real snow. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, we're moving too fast. Slipped and slide, stuck metro. On my fly, thought I was next door. You don't smile when you get touched from me. They just give you anxiety. Slipped and slide, stuck metro. On my fly, thought I was next door. You don't smile when you get touched from me. They just give you anxiety. Looking back, you were natural. Hadn't soft, a little aggro. I could see you from the back row. Shining brighter than the rest though. Up and down, I felt the head rush. From the first until the last touch. Had to tell me, mom, and hush. I can work it if my knees crushed. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, yeah, just like that. Just like that, we're moving too fast.
Howdy, folks. Welcome back in to Smite Summer Masters, day number 5 here on Elimination Sunday. Only 2 sets, Trelly, have gone the distance. This is the first set, SPL versus SCC, that's taken to Game 3. Dimes, Trelly joining me here on the desk to break down that Scarabs victory. The Scarabs finding a miraculous win against a great-looking Hex Mambo.
Yeah, after coming back from a loss like that, and I was wondering, are they going to come out swinging? What kind of strategy they're going to bring? Turns out they're going to grab Disco King Arthur, right? They're going to let Scary D pop off. And Sam for Soccer on the Lancelot also not going to slouch. He's going to be going in there just as much. And really, it was just a combo. I think the casters hyped on it a lot. Just the Lancelot King Arthur dive was a little bit too much to deal with. And it was back and forth a little bit, I will say. The Scarabs definitely pulled ahead, and they were looking pretty commanding. But it was not an easy win until the end. And I think, again, Johnny on this Loki, given the fact that you're usually, not getting access to Aegis, right? You've got to be careful with the Blink Beats combo.
Yeah.
Just getting absolutely exploded there at the end. Unfortunate, but Scarabs are happy to bounce back.
Yeah, I feel like I didn't do my due diligence on that last desk, not even mentioning Lancelot until the pickup. We've seen Layers take it into the jungle with great success. We've seen Haddix in the solo lane with great success on this Lancelot. And Sam picking it up here, lower end of the draft, just absolutely going nuts with it, especially early game, right? A little bit more pressure there by the Scarabs. A spot of light in the darkness, I would say, for the Scarabs. Sam on this Lancelot, and then come late game, Baronic on the Discordia. I think you can thank Scary D and Sam for that late and mid game. But at the very last Fire Giant fight, Golden Apple goes on Johnny. Literally 2 shots. I think 1 Unruly Magic, 1 Apple. The Apple finds the kill in the explosion. Unbelievable damage out of Baronic.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think Johnny was hoping that he would get a little bit more off of that ult, and definitely didn't expect to get 1 shot after the fact. But you immune the stun with the Apple, you hit the Unruly Magic, and goodbye Loki. Then they just feel the confidence to turn around and win that fight handily. And this is an interesting Game 3 because, game number 1, the Scarabs figured out, hey, we don't want to face against Hoonbats, we don't want to face against Baba Yaga. Now you're in a situation where the Mambo are like, okay, we probably don't want to face the King Arthur, the Lancelot. I'm not sure that you have to ban those things away, but you got to play a little bit better accordingly, right? You can't let them pop off like that in the early. So some different style of bans. I love Game 3s for this exact reason. You get to take what you've learned throughout this set and put it into the works, right? Our Hex Mom are just going to say, roll with what we've been doing and play that last comp a little bit better, or are you gonna the big tweak's just gonna be, all right, we don't want to deal with Lancelot, we don't want to deal with King Arthur, and I mean, Baronic again 2-0 on the Discordia. He was no slouch that game either. We'll have to see what they do to try and adapt to that one.
Yeah, if you saw the damage numbers in that recap spread evenly, I would say, throughout the Scarabs team, about 17,000 on every single member, minus, of course, Inbound, who isn't going to get that high of damage numbers as a support, right? Why didn't Kepri put up 20K in that game? That's the real. But no, I mean, the Sunbreaker from Stu was used as a zoning tool more often than not, finding those 1v1s when possible as well. I mean, first things first, I think you have to split up the Discordia King Arthur. I don't think, even if you let one of those through, I think you have to either pick up one of them or ban one of them to make sure that King Arthur can't benefit from that Discordia passive. I think Lancelot either has to be a ban or a pick here for Hex Mambo. I don't think you can let that one go. Inbound on this Kepri and Stu and the Hoi Yi, I think a little bit more manageable. Probably. We saw some of the Scarab's Blessing land from Inbound. There was a whiffed one in the beginning of the game. That was maybe a little more suspect there, so perhaps letting Kepri through, that be just fine. Stu, being able to play a pick like the Hoi Yi, you can deal with that as well. But I think that top three that you mentioned, KA, Discordia, Lancelot, either broken up and not allowed on the same draft or straight up banned away.
Yeah, certainly could be the possibility here. It really just depends on the adaptations that Mambo make. I do see some smiles on the faces of Hex Mambo, so that tells me, they're not too stressed at the moment. They know that they had a dominant performance in game number 1, and they're trying to recreate that here.
Yeah, let's see what kind of draft the Hex Mambo can recreate as we head into picks and bans for the final game of this best of 3. Once again, just to reiterate, the Solar Scarabs were the only team to be knocked out of the bracket in the first Smite Masters of the year. So the Solar Scarabs desperately don't want to repeat that, right? Hex Mambo here looking to move on to next week, their tournament life on the line as well. So a lot on the line here, a lot at stake for both Hex Mambo and the Solar Scarabs. ESET Cupid, standard bans from Hex Mambo in both games 1 and 2. And then once again, Solar Scarabs repeating their bans from game number 2, the Baba Yaga for Zeros and Hunbots for Johnny.
Yeah, all of this makes sense. This is exactly what I expected. Here's where I think the adaptation should be made. Our Mambo, since they're in that first pick spot, I don't think they have to ban away the Kepri, but I just can't imagine that they're banning away the Discordia, the King Arthur, or the Lancelot in this position. And I think the look from Deathwalker right there tells me, someone said, hey, should we ban this? And Deathwalker said, nah, we don't have to ban King Arthur. Like, that was probably him nodding it off, like, no, we got this. I can handle him in lane. Didn't work out so well. And even the ganks that were coming towards Scary D maybe could have landed a little bit better. I thought after Johnny hit the assassinate, there was just enough lockdown, but King Arthur extremely mobile in that lane. Yeah. And now you get the option. It looks like the Scarabs will take away that Kepri. They don't want to deal with that. And just the absolute reses from both of these squads, I don't think is going to be on play on field. So now it's time for Mambo. They have their first pick option. Given the fact that this set has lasted such a long time at this point, there's a ton of picks they can go back to, and I think smart to think about this one.
So the Chernobog once again online, Lancelot, King Arthur, Discordia. I think the top picks here that you have to talk about. So Zero's picking up that Discordia for themselves in the middle lane. No surprise there, which begs the question, does Solar Scarabs pick up that King Arthur once again for Scary D, who did great work with it? Lancelot in the jungle was the real standout for Sam. So you're thinking maybe grab that Lancelot here, maybe prioritize Sam. Mercury, also a pickup, usually sent to the wayside in Hex Mambo and ban phase number 2 could be another thought here. But if I'm the Solar Scarabs, I'm kind of just slamming Lancelot.
Yeah, I'm thinking Chernobog for sure. Lancelot definitely could be the option. Here's what you got to think about. You have another option here. You have a third pick, and unless Mambo are going to be grabbing this, you don't have to grab it. So King Arthur is going to be the first pick and the Chernobog. They have the option to say, hey, take the Umoja if you want. We've already shown that Inbound likes the Ymir as well, so they're not going to put that prioritization there. Maybe a little bit worried that Deathwalker might have scooped up that King Arthur, so they're just going to grab that one in place. I think a smart grab here. The Chernobog specifically, that had to be picked here in the top 2. If not, that's definitely going up. And we are going to see the tier come back. I was wondering if it was going to be prioritized, because last game it was not. It did get banned away in that second phase. Mambo's not going to let that slip through the cracks, and they're going to get that Heimdall back for E-Chrome. So, I mean, notably during that set, of course, Deathwalker hits a massive pop-off 4-man Fearless, but Heimdall was doing like 42K. E-Chrome was absolutely popping off as well. So this is the core of what started that comeback, and not even the comeback, just the absolute dominance in that match, and Hex Mambo got it back.
Yeah, this 1-2-3 from Hex Mambo is exactly what they were game planning. This is I mean, if you went in the player booth right now and asked Hex Mambo, hey, what do you, if you guys could draft a Dream 1, 2, 3, I think this is going to be it for the European squad. Solar Scarabs taking their time here. They could go for that Lancelot, right? They could pick up the Yu Huang for Oberonic. For Boronic, they could put that Chernobog onto Stu. They could pick up the Hoi Yi once again for Stu and put Chernobog in the middle lane for Boronic. You got to start thinking about, okay, Sam needs a pickup here. Same thing for Inbound. That Yamoja, right? Is that going to be taken out in the second round? And it's going to be the Merlin for Boronic, so Chernobog going in the hands of Stu.
Yeah, definitely looks like it. I was going to say, I mean, given all the options, Sam for Soccer does not mind saving his pick for last.
Sure.
Inbound, he's shown to be extremely versatile in his picks as well. I would be surprised if Xing Chen made it the whole way through this draft. I think that's probably something that the Mambo might want to look at here in their last ban. They will be taking away that Mercury, and you know, it looks like the Scarabs are not too worried about the Loki either, because they haven't shown any sort of presence to it. I thought I thought it was vastly dealt with last game because of not only their burst, but the fact that the threat of a Khepri and things like that are going to be dealt with. So now that they don't have that Khepri, interested to see what the Scarabs are going to prioritize here in this last ban slot. You know, both supports still on the table, as well as junglers. It's going to be an interesting spot. We're going to see a lot of different picks here. When both of the teams have prioritized their picks this way, it just means they're both banning each other out while also banning themselves out in the process.
The highest tier support pool in this tournament thus far has been slim pickings. I mean, we've Yamoja, Khepri, Xing Chen, the 1, 2, 3, all day long. Besides that, it starts getting a little more blurry, right? We've seen the Ymir hasn't worked out at all times, as it's going to be the set taken away from the jungle for Hex Mambo. But when you start digging a little bit deeper, I mean, we saw Sobek picked up one time, we saw the Ganesh picked up as well, but not as popular as this Yamoja, Khepri 1-2, and the Lancelot takeaway. So no surprise there. I figured they were probably going to ban away Sam in those last final slots. They end up doing so. The Mercury and the Lancelot, the shots there. Xing Chen makes it all the way through, and Inbound says, give it to me.
Yeah, that one didn't surprise me. That still does leave open a few different options for Rotwin here in that support role. And notably, Johnny has the Loki if he wants to go back to it. You know, it didn't have the greatest performance. It was able to get active. It was able to do some damage. But I think, again, I don't want to harp on that last kill too much, but just a little bit over-aggressive. You know, if he can tighten up those screws, wouldn't hate going back to the Loki in that slot. It really just depends on what's going to follow up with this tier, right? If Deathwalker does hit another Fearless like that, what's going to be the follow-up? So far, you got the Discordia, and it looks like you got the Loki as well. So Mambo and Johnny in particular still feeling confident on that pick, and now it's time to see what Rotwin wants to go to. You know, again, so many options, but it looks like the Ganesh is going to be the choice. It does have a good time dealing with the King Arthur. Lots of channel abilities, lots of spinning in the back line. All you gotta do is really ohm that down. And now, Sam for Soccer notably did go to the Susano before. The Osiris is still available. There's still a ton of picks in his wheelhouse that he could go to here.
Yeah, the Pele also on the board, which we've seen Sam play before, as well as a lot of junglers throughout this tournament have highly valued that Pele. Pele online, Osiris online, as you said. Could see something a little, I was about to say the Ratatasker a little more global, something with a little bit more pressure across the map. So the Rat locked in pretty quickly here for the Solar Scarabs. And I want to wrap around really fast to this Ganesh pick. Objective play from Hex Mambo is going to be nuts, right? Tons of shred here from the Loki, from the Heimdall. Tears great pressure for zoning. Discordia and Ganesha. You drop those Dharmic Pillars on an objective, you throw out that Unruly Magic. All of a sudden, that Pyromancer is at half HP. You know, you've got Heimdall throwing in autos in there, and the Solar Scarabs, they're going to have to respond quickly, utilizing this global pressure from the Ratatasker and from King Arthur in order to avoid getting just pressured out on the map macro play.
Yeah, I think the Rat's a smart grab here because you're able to chase down Heimdall pretty easily. You can go up into the sky and try and counter out the Bifrost. Of course, Ikram can just wait for the ult and just teleport in when need be. There's a lot of different room for outplay in that draft. It just really depends on, you know, because so much global presence, right? You're looking at a team fight around a fire giant.
Get it together, man.
I'm sorry, man.
Deep breaths.
Mip's breaking
Deep breaths.
me. You're looking at a team fight around the fire giant. You can go up into the tree as Rat and stall for all, like, just a couple minutes, right? You're just staying up there for as long as you can. And it's really just a couple seconds, but it feels like a couple minutes. When you're burning down an objective and you look up and see this Rat, and you're like, all right, where's he going to go? Oh, he jumped into the tree. Okay, should we DPS? Should we stop? It's one of those mind games. And I think because, you know, the first game that came down to so many different fire giant dances, I think this is a smart draft.
Yeah, no Khepri in this game. this time around, which means this King Arthur dive, this Ratatasker dive, this Jing Qin dive as well, the Hex Mambo are going to have to play around this Discordia, right? Going to have to play around this Heimdall. These backline squishy targets are flat out going to be unsafe. I mean, Ratatasker is going to be diving the backline. Same thing with this King Arthur Chernobog, as we've already touched on, can make a 2v1, a 3v1 with the press of the 4 key. So all of a sudden, your backline becomes incredibly unsafe. I'm looking at the frontliners. I'm looking at Deathwalker on this now immediately iconic. I think Deathwalker just made this tier iconic for themselves. I'm looking at Deathwalker on this tier and Ganesh, the support Rotwin for Hex Mambo to make sure that their squishies are able to stay alive and pump out consistent damage.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at the dive of Hex Mambo, right? Because Johnny does not have to, he doesn't have to have, you know, his hand on the brakes anymore. He doesn't have to be like, oh, my ult's gonna get scared. Plus, I can just go in consistently. There's 3 squishy targets here that he wants to try in 1v1. Not early on. You're losing that fight versus Rat early on. But once you get some item online, you can just walk up in the jungle, find someone stealth, and just do tons of damage. And I think that's the kind of playstyle that Johnny loves to go for.
Our second 3-game set of Smite Summer Masters. We got Dave, we got Myth, and game 3 starts right now.
What a game 3 it is. A knockout game number 3 between the Scarabs and Hex Mambo. And we go back to the tier that won game number 1 for Hex Mambo. Do the Solar Scarabs have an answer for it? They need to if they want to avoid falling out to an SEC team again at the second Masters event of the year. Myth Deathwalker gets his tier back. Scary D on the King Arthur. Backline disruption maybe at an all-time high.
A battle of the best between these two. Can't wait to see how it pans out. Laning phase, though, I think has a little bit less implications this time around. I doubt we see too much solo potential. King Arthur might get stifled just by that self-sustain from tier. Otherwise, I think Johnny's really got to step up on this Loki. He has a very quiet game in game 2, and now going back to it in game 3, tournament life on the line. Gotta see why that confidence is there.
This is a type of game, Myth, that we often see slow down. That being said, a game 3 in an elimination format, teams less willing to take big risks, wanting to make more guaranteed plays. But from what I've seen from the player cams of Hex Mambo, a lot of laughing, a lot of joking around, and that's, in my opinion, a good thing. As the pressure feels off for this squad, if you're able to just play upset, you're in a really good position if you're Hex Mambo.
As to speak to your point, I don't remember the last time I saw the Solar Scarab smile now. Maybe when they first walked in, I cracked a joke. Obviously killed it with that joke.
Obviously it was funny.
Super funny. And then
Was
Bobby
it a pity laugh?
No, Bobby was cry laughing. You know, everybody thought it was really cool.
Everyone started
Since
clapping,
then, though,
right?
yeah, everybody started clapping. I took a bow. Since then, though, been all serious from the Solar Scarabs. Not used to seeing this team feel this threatened. Seems like the Hex Mambo have gotten their heads.
Hard not to. It's when game 1 ends in the way that it does.
And you're
right?
staring down the guy who did it.
And he's back on the pick that did it here for game number 3. Similar build, I imagine, from Deathwalker. We'll update you if those items change. A big return to game 1 as well. Ekrom and Rotwin will be fine. A big return to game 1 as well is this Heimdall for Ekrom. And think about how aggressive and confident Ekrom was playing on that pick in game 1. Moment level 5 hits, Stewart has got to watch that positioning because Ekrom, even in a game 2 loss, was playing a really good brand of Smite. Might see some aggression over in the dual lane still here in game 3.
I'd argue, though, this time around, Stewart's got a better opportunity to fight back in. Just hunter-to-hunter matchups. Got to feel better than how that boulder run would have otherwise. Dash in from Rotwin. No follow-up, though, from Ekrom. Thought maybe we'd see a heavier commitment there. But I think you are right to say that both these teams likely will take a slightly slower approach. The desk brings up Hex Mambo's ability to just walk in towards these objectives, leverage that backstab damage from the Loki, or just the Dharmic Pillars from Rotwin. But I think the Solar Scarabs got similar levels of pressure on objective. The burn from Merlin is just incredibly high.
It is, and that was where a lot of game 1 and 2 tilted one way or the other, isn't it? I mean, in game 2, the Scarabs aren't mounting kills all over Hex Mambo. Sam had a really nice game 2 with kills and killing sprees, and so did Scary D, but the gold lead really built up around those Pyromancers and the Furies, exactly what Hex Mambo was able to do in game 1. I mean, barring a steal, a Fire Giant steal from Scary D in game 1, Hex Mambo may have won it even quicker than they did. So absolutely objective secure, denial, burn, all of that on the table for both of the teams here. So keep your eyes there in the next 10 minutes or so when that first Pyromancer spot pops out and teams are able to look in towards that direction. Zero's going to be on the Discordia this game up against Boronic on the Merlin. And so not only on objective, Smith, but later in the game, Merlin burn damage should be very, very high. Good AoE potential in the team fights.
But doesn't have the best tools to deal with Johnny. Johnny's going to have a much easier time closing gap onto Boronic. Doesn't have that exact same level of just instant turnaround burst that we had seen from the Discordia previously. It was a golden apple that felt like it just one-shot the Loki in that last team fight. Merlin doesn't exactly do that. It takes a little while longer to apply that damage. Flicker doesn't go nearly as far, don't have access to that stealth either. So maybe Johnny's got an easier target in Boronic's Merlin. I'll be keeping my eye on him already. Seems like he's trying to move in.
Out of stealth he will go. Same for Soccer to the left side. Stun onto Rotwin, and Rotwin will fall. Same for Soccer on the Ratatosker. Will strike first and gives the Solar Scarabs an advantage on the left side.
Nearly a 1-for-1 trade. E-Chrome throws out a whole lot of damage on the tail end of that one, but it's Sam for Soccer who gets involved first, as you'd expect from the Ratatasker as opposed to the Loki on the other side. But itemization changes from the Loki. Seems like Johnny realizes, hey, this Transcendent start, it's awesome 30 minutes in, but if we're losing every fight for the first 30 minutes, maybe not worth building in towards. So instead, Mace Tree, keep my eyes on it. If it's a similar thought process, could be the Jotuns for CDR. Otherwise, if he wants to match output from Sanford Soccer, Brawler's Beatstick, Crusher, both pretty decent options.
Damage output, yes, but pressure output is always going to be hard to match Ratatosker. I mean, something like that is just so simple for Sam. Hit level 5, ult over, snag your team first blood. E-Chrome and Stewart brawling out a bit over here in the duo lane, but E-Chrome a tier 1 item behind, as the Heimdall hasn't been able to go back to base just yet. Inbound's over on the Xing Chen myth, and it's something that didn't quite find success yesterday in the Solar Scarabs match. Already goes Gauntlet of Thieves here. Maybe like to see him build a bit more tanky and use the jumps a bit more cautiously, unless the rest of the team is there for support.
Yeah, I love this presence from Sanford Soccer around the duo lane. Realizing that killing Deathwalker is just pretty unrealistic a goal. CC immunity, the ultimate, plus all the sustain and defense he's got built into the kit. So instead, what do I do? Where do I put my pressure? Okay, I'll head over to the duo lane, try and slow down E-Chrome, maybe catch out Rotwin in the early portions of the match, especially now that you've got this Acorn finished up. I think very good decision making from Sam, who's already a level up on Johnny in the jungle. It is Crusher start for the Loki, so additional attack speed means that you can apply those backstabs, that damage output, a little bit more consistently. Every bit of damage that you've got, applying additional dots as well, could help you out finishing up some of these kills. I'm keeping my eyes on him, though. I really want to see Johnny get active, but where's it going to be? Maybe Boronic throughout the early game. Stewart, of course, no beads for the next 90 seconds, but still will have access to that ultimate very, very shortly. I'm thinking maybe Johnny could try and play around Sam for Soccer in particular. You can either play spoiler and follow him through the Cosmos or try and catch him in the jungle. Loki's got deceptively good 1v1.
Yeah, and I wonder, I guess the thought process behind going back to the Loki is just it's found so much success in the past, even though it was a bit quiet in game 2.
Comfort pick.
The potential of what it could bring for Johnny still very, very high. I assume you don't want to break down a Charon's coin first item from Zero's a third game in a row here, Myth, so we'll say.
I could do it, buy some time, wait for something cool to happen.
You break it down for 13 minutes?
Whew. I'm hoping something cool is happening before that.
Oh, it is! It's happening right now as Stewart forced to use the ultimate. Where will he go? Over towards mid, but Zero's has the immediate apple. Stewart takes a mountain of damage, and Johnny knocks down the target, but an answer back from the Solar Scarabs. And a great initiation from Rotwin and E-Chrome forces the hand of Stewart, but a good reply from the Scarabs in mid.
Just really good timing on that golden apple from Zero. Stu, if he's able to dash into that wall, he's surviving and maybe even finding the kill for free. But in just finding the 1-for-1 trade onto Johnny, I think decent value over to the Solar Scarabs. Red Buff invade attempted on both sides. E-Chrome successful as inbound starts to work his way across the map, but E-Chrome's going to line up against Sam, and seems like he likes his odds.
E-Chrome taking the ult chance every single time, and Sam, oh my god, did Gold Fury hit him a couple times? He just gets shredded away. I didn't expect his health to be that low, and Echrome continues to get it done here on the left side of the map. There's something about Echrome on this Heimdall that is just working for Hex Mambo. Rotwin's got a good body block here. Inbound should be fine, but the Solar Scarabs do not escape left unscathed.
Yeah, there's a reason the entirety of the EU SEC keeps banning this god away from Echrome. Everybody's saying, now I get it, Scarabs, it happened to us too, because he is just so comfortable on this pick. Knows his damage outputs, knows where to put those ultimates, and finds it yet again against Sanford Soccer. Does cost Rotwin his ult as well, so maybe a bit of an opportunity lost to Hex Mambo. If they can maintain those Dharmic Pillars through an engagement, that's where they can start making their money around these objectives.
Purple buff looked at by Hex Mambo. Stuart, yeah, you're 2 levels down and you're half HP. You need help from Sam and then some, but Echrome's got Bifrost. Avoids the tower shot. Rotwin now the one being chased down. Maybe Dharmic Pillars just before he dies, but Johnny is here to play Separator, and the last bit of mana goes into the Assassinate, 3/4 of the way back to the Heimdall ult. And it looks like Rotwin, against all odds, is going to stay on the map. Good answer back from Sam, but again, Myth, it is all this presence over on left from Sanford Soccer, giving Deathwalker a 1-level lead on the right side of the map.
Really good usage of the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel from inbound there to make sure that Sanford Soccer does not fall down. Had he not been there to use it, Johnny would have been able to hold on to those beads and even chase out aggressively. So, in just stopping the aggression, inbound finds a good deal of value for his team, because you don't want this bleed to continue on the left side of the map. The level disparity in the dual lane is starting to get a little bit out of hand. 2 levels now for Rotwin, 9 to the 7 of inbound, 9 to the 8 of Stewart on the other side as well, favoring Echrome. Hex Mambo's duo sure has had a lot of pressure put on him. Only one real rotation from Johnny to this side of the map. But in spite of it, they're thriving.
Yeah, look, and this is the type of moment that Inbound found himself in a couple times yesterday. Echrome has found his way into these moments consistently as Stewart going to go in on this. That would have been an ill-fated dive, though Echrome is quite low. Last bit of mana used on the ultimate.
Ill-fated and ill-advised, I think, for Stewart to go for that one, so he does not. Instead, resets himself back to neutral, gets vision on the entirety of the map, but even in just using that ultimate, value lost. I don't think Stewart needs to go up into the air at all there. Had he held on to it, likely he would just be able to survive another rotation towards his lane, but this time around, beads expended, so 2 minutes without CC immunity, ultimate down as well. Johnny hasn't shown a major propensity to rotating over towards the dual lane, but I don't know, that seems pretty appetizing to me. If I'm Johnny in this situation, I'm gunning for Stewart's life.
Inbound has not leveled up in like a few minutes. Still level 7. Think back, Rotwin was 9 to 7 a bit ago. Now 10 to 7 as Inbound hoping for some farm over in the mid lane. Should be able to hit 8 soon.
Hopefully.
But you're going to get that second relic advantage very early on for Rotwin. Inbound doesn't hit level 8 off that wave either. Almost a full 3 levels behind. So that's a tough look. And what I was mentioning just prior to Echrome engaging, disengaging over on left is this is the spot we saw Inbound in on Xing Chen yesterday, like a few levels down and just couldn't get much done. Still built into the Chronos Pendant at that point. I think a smart pivot from Inbound. Stick with some defensive utility here. Want to be able to get in, get out, and set up for the rest of your team. I think you got to keep your eyes on Sanford Soccer in a moment like this, Myth. Where is this Ratatoskr finding and putting pressure? All things considered, we are dead even at this point in the game. So, though XP looks great for Hex Mambo, gold still just fine for both teams.
Yeah, I'm thinking Inbound is a major sink in the experience department. Now 4 levels down.
How's he not leveled up yet?
Early. He's just hovering in the jungle, man. It seems like he's not willing to take anything.
Deathwalker will use the CC immunity and the leap on out to stay alive, and Sanford Soccer luckily doesn't take the ult in. Inbound has hit 8 now. That's a surprise. I was for sure he'd hit 8 before Rotwin hit 11, but gonna be tough. Haven't seen the big team fight break out yet, but that's something you have to keep your eyes on. How squishy or not does this Xing Chen feel? Can you get in? Can you use the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, or do you just get burnt down? Yeah, that auto attack from Echrome was huge. He misses the ultimate, but still has Bifrost. Rotwin holds on to the Dharmic Pillars. Stewart this time will stay grounded. No ult in towards Echrome.
You don't often see this in the damage charts. ADC at the top when there's a tier and a King Arthur in the game, and the margins as large as they are.
With a Discordia passive on the tier.
Against Stewart as well, who has been lauded as one of the best ADCs in the league as of recent. Echrome is just bringing it to him.
Yeah, I misspeak. The Discordia passive is on E-Chrome.
Yes,
as
sir.
Pyromancer confirmed by the Solar Scarabs. This time a steal attempt from Hex Mambo, but no good. E-Chrome and a 1v1 against Stu will Bifrost away. Stewart not liking the way that this lane is going. Takes his ult in, wants to trade out punches with E-Chrome.
It's got to be one of the most frustrating experiences on the planet. I mean, I'm going to talk directly to the ranked heads in chat right now. How often you laning and somebody's sitting on your tier 2 tower at the 13-minute mark? I'm pinging the jungle and I'm drawing an L on their buff, man. Like, give me something. Stewart needs some help. Inbound could just rotate through and start absorbing some farm there. Sure, it would hurt Stewart a little bit, but Stu's missing out on a lot of farm because he's getting sent back to base in TKO fashion so consistently. Someone's got to get over there. Someone's got to alleviate some of that pressure because E-Chrome is just doing too much.
Pyromancer, as we mentioned, secured by the Scarabs. That turns your eyes towards the Gold Fury on left. Is E-Chrome far enough ahead? I mean, experience only the 1 level. Itemization, though, feels okay. A tier 2 blade up for E-Chrome. And so if you are going to fight on the left, you've got Zeros, but Rotwin is really what we've talked about. With a lot of that objective burn, and E-Chrome will have it as well. And my man is just relentless. Stewart has beads and Aegis. Dodges out a lot, but bit of chunk damage down, and E-Chrome's just gonna Bifrost away. And there's just been no answer. Now that's down.
Let me get a look at that cooldown, Doug. I think that was pretty long range from E-Chrome. Incorrect. It's back up immediately. So safety's still there. Stewart, this is just so frustrating for him. Even then, we saw Baronic make the rotation, so potentially an opportunity to try and shut down this Heimdall.
Well, he can place him.
Deathwalker there too.
You can place him, but can't go
through
him until
I didn't look at the
shatter
passive.
open. Right.
That's right.
So you can get the auto cancels, but maybe a potential for Sanford Soccer, someone to jump down and put pressure on the Heimdall. But haven't seen it recently. There you go, Stu. Trade some damage back into E-Chrome. But the left side, I was wondering if Hex Mambo would suddenly rotate everyone over here, see if you can get pressure onto this Gold Fury. And Scary D is not having it. Wants to get in and make some waves happen. But this one fizzles out as quickly as it starts.
Might be one of the first times we've seen E-Chrome's beads go on cooldown. So now a target on his back. Still an incredibly safe pick. Knockup immunity with the Galarhorn. CC immunity, the ultimate. Solar Scarabs, though, they're pulling it out.
Or Stu going. Probably the same place Sam is going. Dashes in towards Rotwin, who's used the Dharmic Pillars. Zeros the CC immunity, avoids the stun, and a tower shot on a Sam.
You're nuts.
Doesn't get the kill, but Sanford Soccer, with the last bit of damage, trades out with Zeros in a 1-for-1 trade to start this off. E-Chrome now, under the vengeance of the Solar Scarabs, gets run down by Scary D. Deathwalker and Rotwin, though, not happy. And here comes Johnny in the jungle.
Deathwalker's got a whole lot of movement speed. You're not going to be able to escape from him. You're going to have to turn if you want him off of you. Now Baronic isolated and caught against the wall.
Oh, man.
Best of luck.
Deathwalker on his way out of solo will add his 3rd kill of the game on a double kill on left. And Hex Mambo have punched back a 2-for-3 trade for the SEC squad.
Deathwalker is not tanky yet. I don't understand this massive respect the Solar Scarabs are giving over towards him. Turn and apply your damage. My man's got Glad Shield and Winged Blade, and that's it. Let's hit him with literally anything. He's essentially a squishy as of right now. Hex Mambo, though, able to leverage that squishiness and movement speed to win out on the team fight. Clean play to them, and Deathwalker makes them pay for that dive onto E-Chrome. Solar Scarabs, though, still able to fight back, but pretty large disparity favoring Hex Mambo, a team not known for pulling the lead this early in the game. They've still got eyes set on the late, and is that 6,000 experience? How much of that is just Bobby, 4 levels down?
4 levels.
What happened?
Yeah, I'm not sure, because, I mean, inbound's 004 to the 015 of Rotwin. You would wonder, so if there's like farm being milked away somewhere, like if Rotwin has just been absorbing farm, you would expect someone else on Hex Mambo to
not the case.
Be further behind, but
everyone with a lead.
Everyone is feeling just fine for Hex Mambo. And pressure now for the Solar Scarabs has to be mounting. If you're looking at the context of this game in general, the Solar Scarabs, the only team from Smite Masters 1 to get knocked out by an SEC squad. And here in a Game 3, a knockout Game 3, 1 game, fate of your tournament lives on the line. Hex Mambo have pulled a decent lead in the first 17 minutes of the game. Just a couple thousand gold, but experience staggering. Inbound Still 2 levels away from getting his relic online, his second relic online, rather. Luckily, everywhere else, just the 1 level or so. But it's that momentum, it's that mentality conversation we've been having where it feels like Hex Mambo have just been there on the map. So can the Solar Scarabs get proactive and pull out this Gold Fury? You might need to, because right now the game's just happening to you.
Yeah, Scary D has got to be the proactive element. He's been doing it this entire set for his team. Space Control, no easy task against a composition like this. Here's the call I was asking for. Just turn on him.
There you go. Burn down half of his HP, and that's the first time in the 2 games that we've seen this tier, a clear, concise turn from the Solar Scarabs, and now an initiation onto E-Chrome from Scary D as well. Dunk in from Sanford Soccer. That's a 2-man knockup, and he'll dash through and find E-Chrome in the back line. Spin to win, no good. And Johnny keeps his ADC alive, and E-Chrome has just survived through it all. Luckily, Veronic is able to drop the Heimdall, but Deathwalker has lived through it all. And now Veronic is on the wrong side of this initiation. Another 3-for-1 trade, and Hex Mambo on top of it again.
Solar Scarabs just chasing out way too far. They drop Deathwalker low, so he says, word, I'll just go mid and heal up, as tiers do. And then he has an easy rotation back through pincer maneuver on the entirety of the Solar Scarabs, who are just too deep on Hex Mambo's side of the map. And he's allowed to play now with Wild Abandon. This tier's diving against 2 on his own, while the rest of Mambo have got their eyes on the objective.
Gold Fury pulled by Hex Mambo, and unless Inbound makes a miracle happen, it'll go to Hex Mambo. It'll expand the gold lead, and the Solar Scarabs, the FPL team, further on the back foot.
That's a massive gold lead.
It is
19
huge.
minutes in, that is hard to deal with. The experience, though,
That is gross. I don't know the last time I've seen 11,000 experience.
It doesn't happen.
At like 20 minutes. Because there's 3 levels in the jungle now, 2 levels in solo, 4 in support. And look at Rotwin. Like he is. I don't know what he's saying, but I can tell by the body language. It is, let's calm down. We got this lead. Let's play our game.
Rotwin's thinking exactly one thing, and it's on repeat, on loop in his brain. I'm owning this guy. This guy is getting owned. And that's all that's happening. 0-1-8. He's like, I died. I was off the map. What's your excuse? I'm still 4 levels up.
Well, Miff, we wanted to keep some tabs on Johnny's build. Different order of items, but ends up hitting a couple of the same stacking items anyway. Crusher first, then the Transcendence, then the Hi-Rez, and now back to a stacking item in the Soul Eater. Do you think that slows down Johnny, or is there enough itemization already there that you're not worried about it?
I'm not too concerned. Soul Eater's got okay enough stats that when you're 4th slotting it with Transcendence Crusher and the Hydra's already finished up, that you could still apply your damage pretty consistently. It's more so that upgrade is just about the sustain.
Pyromancer low, but Deathwalker zoning out the Solar Scarabs, and Hex Mambo get the Pyro. And I guess, you know, Deathwalker's build cheap and fast enough. I mean, you're sitting on
super cheap.
You're sitting on the 115 MP5 earring, right? So it speeds you up a little bit, right? You'll sell it and pick up a new item at some point, but you're able to get to full build so quickly. I mean, he is just zoned out the Solar Scarabs from being able to step forward in that 4-0-2. You know, I know it's hard to make like full gameplay adjustments, but this couldn't have caught the Scarabs by surprise that a tier came back out after a Game 2 win. It might just be that hard to play against when Deathwalker is that good at this pick.
It is one of the most annoying things to deal with because of the nature of the build, the enhanced movement speed. He's the fastest man on the map. It's really hard to see a tier thanks to his passive, and his displacement just makes it so difficult to return damage.
Oh, Inbound. It's jumped on now. Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, but where do you want to? Yeah, you got to toss tier away from your team. You don't want it behind you. And a good dive from Sam for Soccer. Nearly gets a kill onto Hex Mambo's mid. Up goes Sam onto the branch. Down he drops a 2-man knockup from the Ratatosker, but Deathwalker has found a knockup of his own to push back the Scarabs. Good strafe. Pulls in a couple, but Scary D still left low and still left running. Are the Solar Scarabs blink in. Double push back from Deathwalker. There's your Fearless, and Deathwalker, he's on a rampage.
You cannot outrun this tier. Your only option on the retreat is to return damage. He's just too fast to deal with, and he's still creating space. You don't gotta zone him in their tier 2 tower. The Fire Giant is just too far away. The Solar Scarabs now on the back foot with Fire Giant on 5. Hex Mambo, Experience Gold, all in the lead. This is so hard to deal with. And in that fight, the two players of the Solar Scarabs who are doing well the entire time continue to do well. Sanford Soccer burns just about every relic that he needs to from Hex Mambo. Scary D's in the backline applying constant CC, but it's just not enough when your own backline doesn't have the damage.
Myth, you know, DW might be Arthur's younger sibling in the show, but Deathwalker playing like Arthur's older sibling here in game number 3. Johnny turns around the 1v1. We're talking about DW. We need to be talking about Loki. And it's Johnny who adds his third. The Solar Scarabs on the edge, the verge of being knocked out early from Smite Summer Masters. And it is a full team effort from Hex Mambo, the team that has come in. They have been confident. They have interviewed and talked plenty of trash, and they are backing it up here in game number 3. Every single player stepping up to the task. Echrome has surprised me. Rotwin makes good plays. Now it's Johnny finding a solo kill on Sanford Soccer.
Hear me out though, Dave. Solar Scarab's composition still pretty good on the defense. The AoE CC from inbound, much easier to apply inside of the limited space that is a tier 2 tower or a Phoenix. We always talk about how strong Merlin is in these situations as well. It's a massive disparity. I will not make light of how difficult this is going to be for the Solar Scarabs, but they've got the potential. So long as Scary D can keep creating as much space as he has been, and as long as Barada can just get a little bit of that DPS out there, maybe they can turn it around, extend this match. The longer the game goes, the better the odds start to look for the Scarabs, just because the odds look real bad right now.
We got to get there, though, and it's 2 more minutes of Fire Giant buff at 25 minutes. Hex Mambo, the waves this would create after day 1, Smite Masters. Day 2, Smite Masters. All SPL versus SEC matchups, and they are swift 2-0s. We even asked Genetics. Do we think any SEC team is going to upset an SPL squad? He didn't seem confident. Nobody else did. And Deathwalker has simply done it again. He is simply running this map. It is a 2-man Fearless this time into the damage from the rest of Hex Mambo. And this is a masterclass on tier. Clip this, ship it, watch it back if you want to learn how to play this character, because Deathwalker is running this map.
He's still in that back line, takes a whole lot of damage, but no more. Will head his way. Left side Phoenix removed. Mid Phoenix swiftly follows. 5 strong. Hex Mambo, they're going to dot their I's and cross their T's. One more bird to take off. Inbound still level 13. Luckily, respawn pretty short. Only 2 more seconds till he rejoins the squad.
And Inbound gets blink with his second relic when he hits level 12. I'm not sure he wants to be blinking into anyone right now, but it's the best he can do, I suppose, is try to get in there and try to find damage, try to find beads, try to find a Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, a miracle play, something to give the Solar Scarabs a sign of life. But a 14,000 gold lead and 1 more team fight is maybe all they need. And Deathwalker is disgusting. Lock this man up. He's not allowed to do it anymore, and he won't need to, because Hex Mambo have just won game 3. They have knocked out the SPL squad, and they'll move on to our tournament next weekend.
Deathwalker is an absolute madman. His new uniform is a straitjacket. This guy should not be playing Smite. He needs to be in an asylum. The Solar Scarabs have been dominated by exactly 1 man and 1 pick. Good luck to DW and the boys. I don't think you're getting tier again this weekend.
The Smite Masters curse has hit the Scarabs yet again. This time its name is Hex Mambo and Deathwalker and the rest of the boys. And what a team effort from that team. They can't handshake each other, but they can play Smite very, very well. And look, Myth, you have every right to be feeling that type of way if you're Hex Mambo right now. Ooh. Obviously, Deathwalker is the headline. It's what we're talking about. Echrome ran the left side of the map.
Dominated him.
That laning. And Stewart was one of the hottest ADCs coming into this weekend.
Agreed.
And Echrome dominated that side of the map in game 1 and game 3. Rotwin played fantastic
6
in
levels
all
up.
of the games. Zero simply needed to play his role, and it's exactly
he
what
cleared
he did.
waves. That's all we needed. Just keep them out of my tower, all right? That's all he had to do.
Wow.
And he did it well.
He did it well. Johnny finds a solo kill even. This Hex Mambo squad, it's a fun one to watch. Maybe make some waves during our elimination bracket next week. And that is it for this one. A 3-game set to Hex Mambo. Desk, break this one down.
Thanks, Dave. I mean, I'm not sure what is here to break down. Trelly, Dimes, and Trelly here. Solar Scarabs repeating history, right? They take out their first SCC team in the first round of the bracket, then they lose to the SPL team, get knocked down to the lower side of the bracket, and finally take the L once again to another SCC squad. This time, Hex Mambo coming out on top 2-1. So the Scarabs take it to 3 games, but don't come out on top. And what is the highlight here? What is the headline here besides Deathwalker can't get tier?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we were saying it on the desk previously. It was amazing to me that Hex Mambo didn't even prioritize that tier in game number 2, where they like lost and went to this situation. And then they're like, hey, we made a mistake. Let's just grab that tier pick number 2, and it definitely worked out. And I think the casters highlighted it very well. Echrome also was popping off on this Heimdall. The whole team as a whole, you know, Rotwin had so much farm. We kept looking at inbound's XP, and he was consistently 3-4 levels behind. I think the end of the game at level like 13, unfortunately. So Hex Mambo is putting on a clinic, and off the back of multiple 3-, 4-man, 2-man fearlesses from Deathwalker, just clinical on this tier.
Filthy at the end of the game there, wrapping all the way around the mid Phoenix, wrapping around the left side Phoenix. This play right here, grabbing the duo lane for the Solar Scarabs, knocking up Stewart, knocking up inbound. Echrome putting the finishing touches on that kill all day long.
One more.
Oh my, this is just filthy. Just the Solar Scarabs continuously stacking up in groups of 2, groups of 3, and I mean just letting Deathwalker get away with this over and over and over. But this was a good team win here from Hex Mambo. Like you said, Echrome dominating the left side of the map alongside their lane partner Rotwin. Zero's putting out plenty of damage. Might not be finishing off kills, but definitely putting up the numbers as this Discordia. And Johnny looking much, much, much better on this Loki pick than game number 2.
Yeah, I think a lot cleaner. I think that not getting the Kepri probably had something to do with it
Big
as well.
time,
You just
for
get
sure.
to, you get to go in freely. You know, the 1v1 at the end there. I think Sam for Soccer was trying to make a desperation play. I don't think Rat ever wins that 1v1 anyways, but you're feeling the pressure. You're feeling that you're probably about to go home unless something changes. So I don't fault the man for trying to go for the 1v1, just like trying to make something happen. Either way, though, Hex Mambo looking so solid and controlling the map, and I think that's what they've done best. Well, going into this tournament, the talk on the desk was always, hey, Hex Mambo are going to play slow. They're going to play for their late game team fight. They have switched up their play style a fair bit to match the pace of these NA games, and they're doing it better than these NA teams.
Yeah, it took a little bit for Hex Mambo to get online, but eventually the EU team got there, and we have to shout out the Solar Scarabs, put up one heck of a fight, took it to game number 3, as well as they looked great earlier, right?
Oh, yeah.
They took their first SCC team, no problem there. Unfortunately, did fall against their SPL opponent, and now took it to game 3. Didn't find it. Congratulations to Hex Mambo, though. Dave standing by with a couple members of Hex Mambo to talk about their victory.
That's right. We've got Deathwalker and Echrome for the post-game interview. Honestly, both of you two had similar sets, just on different sides of the map. Deathwalker, we'll start with you. The tier gameplay, game 1 and 3, unbelievable. Some of the best we've seen. Solo lane dominance. What do you see? The game 1 4-man fearless. You guys lose zeros, I believe, at the beginning of that play, and I'm thinking you're disengaging. You go back in. What do you see in that play to make it happen?
I mean, I saw way too many players grouped, you know. I just can't resist. Even if it's a bad play, you just can't resist it, you know. So I just kind of like went in there. It turned out to be perfect. I didn't even know their beats were down. I just kind of like did it, you know. Like if it was bad, it was bad. But I also got to say, for the Scarabs, you know, the last time we played them, I said it was a 95% chance we beat them.
Yeah.
I'd say they got real lucky back then, you know.
They hit that 5% chance, right?
5% chance. I mean, I proved it here that they got pretty lucky back then.
Look, it was a fantastic set from you, and we'll get back to you in a moment. Echrome, you had dominance on the other side of the map as well. You're taking solo kills against Stewart. You got the Heimdall in game 1, game 3 as well. What was going on today over on that side of the map? Just feeling good?
That was just way better for us today. Like feeling confident after the win against Shibalba Storm. Heimdall was always working, I guess. Feeling good.
Look, it was such a fun team style of composition to watch. Everyone had to step up and do their thing. I was admittedly surprised, Deathwalker, you got your tier back in game 3. Did you know that it was going to be a run-it-back style of game? Because the Scarabs seemingly didn't have an answer to it in game 1. I figured they'd change something here for game 3. Were you surprised to get it back in your hands again?
To be honest with you, I don't think anybody in the SPL has an answer to tier, really, but they just kind of pretend like he's bad. So when you have like a good tier play him, you know, he just looks untouchable.
Right.
Also, I was feeling tier today. Like if a player is feeling a dangerous god on the day, just ban it, man. You know, like just ban it. You know, maybe tomorrow I won't feel it this well, but like today it was kind of dangerous. They disrespected me, and well, look where it got you.
Look, you close your eyes.
You know, I wanted to say something else, but
you close your eyes, the buttons press themselves. E-Chrome, final thoughts from you. You guys beat the Solar Scarabs here. You move on to play next weekend. Think you can do it again to a different SPL squad next weekend?
Okay, it's gonna be a bit harder, I'd say, but everything can happen, I think.
That's right. Anything can happen in these tournaments. Look, congrats to you guys. Incredible game to watch. Lots of fun to watch on this one. Can't wait to see what you're able to do next weekend. That's it for this one. Back to the desk.
Hex Mambo, the wild card in the second week of Smite Summer Masters. We're finishing up here for week 1, but don't forget, there's a whole nother week of Smite Summer Masters play, and love the confidence there from Deathwalker. I also want to touch on, not many SPL players, SCC players talk about this intuitive feeling, right? The feeling of like, I'm feeling the Naja today, maybe if you're Sinosure. You know, I'm feeling the Loki today from Johnny. You know, how important, you're a high-level player, Trelly. How important is that? You know, my gut is saying pick up this god. Maybe we should lean into that.
Yeah, I've done that before myself. I'm going to gank it, and I'm like, I'm feeling the Scylla, and then I miss all my ults, and I'm like, well, I wasn't actually feeling the Scylla, and I never pick it up again.
Yeah.
So I think it's a vibe thing, right? And Deathwalker knew those Fierces were going to be on point. When all of them are hitting tier super solid, the issue is they're not always hitting. Today, he was landing them.
Certainly. And as we head into brackets and schedules here, we'll see what is left for Smite Summer Masters here on day number 5. As Hex Mambo takes the 2-1 over the Solar Scarabs, only the second 3-game set that we've seen so far here in the first play. Now, Olympus Bolts and Hex Mambo headed to that elimination stage next week, and that's going to be very interesting to see. So as we close out this side of the bracket, we can finally see exactly what's gone down here in Group B.
Yeah, and Hex, Mambo, and Olympus Bolts. Looking at the teams that came in here, I definitely thought Mambo would have been one of the teams to put up a fight, no doubt. But and then you finally get to see, you know, they really showed up. I mean, I was coming into this and I was like, you know what, Eldritch Hounds number 1 on the NA side, Mambo number 1 on the EU side. I was expecting them to make waves, but actually taking out the Scarabs is definitely a feat they should be proud of.
Certainly, and here once again, day 5. Grudge matches all day long here. The Highland Ravens and the Oni Warriors coming up next. That's definitely going to be one to keep my eyes on. And then once again, I'm so excited for this Kowloon Wardens Atlantis Leviathans match to round out day number 5 here.
Yeah, just so much intense Smite coming soon. And you know, this is another thing I want to touch on. The fact that once these SEC teams, once they see that one of their, like another SEC team was able to take down the pros, that's got to be a boost in confidence,
big
right?
time.
It probably seemed untouchable at the start of this day, you know, watching the Hounds get 2-0. You're just like, man, can anyone stand up to these guys? Then you're like, wait, Mambo? Well, hold on, maybe we could get revitalized. So I expect to see some more energy in the faces of all these young guys on the SEC, and should be some fun, Smite.
Yeah, especially this Highland Ravens squad, right? Adapting, of course, Calvin, and angry with the now incredible Baba Yaga play, right? The 3 versus 1 against the Leviathans. Insane play there. Super excited to watch. And that's going to be it here for us at the desk. So that's game number 2. Don't forget 2 more sets of Smite to play today. Let's throw it to a quick break. Stick around.
Woohoo!
Oh, weak gods!
Be sure to grab some brew.
Wait! I am hungry! Wait, no problem. Time to eat! Good game.
Suku. No! We don't have time for a nap!
The clock turns. Ever forward.
Suku, now! Nice work, everyone.
Cross the Bifrost. Oh, you're serious?
Welcome to SMITE-GO-HOME. Here's how to play. You're trying to guess the god, and we're going to give you 6 hints to do so. With each hint, you get 1 guess. These hints can be card art, item builds from the Pro League, or even the god's release date. If you guess correct, you win. It's that simple. If you're wrong, however, you move on to the next hint until you're out of hints. Seems easy enough. Then let's play.
Well, it's not Arachne, Thanatos, or Fenrir.
They're all, okay, so I'm gonna say an assassin because there's 3 assassins there. So we're gonna go with, this looks like older art to me, and these are all season 1-ish gods. So I'm gonna say Thor.
So, okay, so Thanatos, no, it's Thanatos or Fenrir, but Hel is like their mom, right? So, or should I say Hel?
Who else has kind of got a weird, sketchy vibe like them? Nemesis sort of does. I'll say Nem.
Odin? So I assume that's in the background and not just, you know, one of the 3 gods. Hades?
I don't know, Jean-Qui. I can't even think of any gods.
Okay, another OG.
2014. Kronos? I don't know.
OG god. Odin?
This means nothing to me. Hell.
4. Fenrir.
There's only like 3 gods that even come to mind in season 2, and it's like Kepri, Robin, if Robin was even season 2. April 2014. We'll go with Kepri.
It's funny because I don't even remember like that year, right? Like 8 years ago at this point. Yeah, no idea. No idea off that one.
Dang. Another guardian. Or not.
I'm trying to think of what was the first picture? It was the misty purpleness. There's a season 2 god. Fafnir's purpley. That is a support build set. Fits all 3 of them too, so. We'll go Ganesh. We'll go with our gut.
Relic Dagger. Who likes Relic Dagger? Kepri builds a lot of Relic Dagger. Have we done a Kepri before? Spirit Robe, Thebes. I can be anyone. Kepri.
So better shoot my shot. Sobek.
Sobek, I have no idea.
That's like the most standard support build I've ever seen. Okay, next.
Birthday party, candy.
See, I think like the Guan Yu skin, like the rainbow one, but that's not it. And you know, that's gonna be my guess, but I don't know. I can't think of anything. That's not. He wouldn't build that either. So no. Oh, did that count my guess? Okay. Xing Qin. I don't.
Oh my God. We've already done a Geb. 2014. Weird, sketchy aura thing. Sylvanas.
Nuwa?
Baka?
This is the Easter skin. Who's got an Easter skin? Terra doesn't. Fafnir does. It's Fafnir.
Who's got horns and things and is that like a Minotaur man in there? A centaur, a Mr. Tumnus hanging out inside the helmet?
Cernanos?
Yeah, I have absolutely nothing.
That's another achievement? Yeah, no idea.
Terra.
Who's ramming people with horns? Bro, I have no idea. Give me the next guess. I am so clueless. Guys, this is bad. I don't know. I'm running through so. Oh, I know it is. I have no idea. Who is it? I give up. I quit.
Oh my, Kumba.
Kumba. I don't. It's.
Okay, well that's Kumba.
Oh. Kumba came out in season 2?
Oh, Kumbakarna. Yeah.
Who is it? It's Kumba.
He's dreaming of assassins. I didn't even. Nightmares from Assassins. To be fair, they're probably ganking him level 2.
Oh my. It's so big too. Dude, I'm having like one of those Mandela effects. Like the Kumba I've seen for 8 years does not have a hat.
Kumba's so forgettable. And I stand by that. And I stand by that.
Pillow talk, little walls, simple minds want it all. Take it off, 5 o'clock. What come the rocks? What come the rocks? Dirty socks, kitchen sink, bring it on. Drink a drink it off, take it off, take it off, take it off. Rhythm and blues, sipping on gin and juice. Drinking, 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 drinking. Straight out her comfort zone, yeah. Daddy, mama got it going on. Hatches, explicit content, yeah. Doing what we wanna all night long. Video from red button, kids are gone, lights are on now. Party in the box. Party in the box. 90s young, we are not feeling something now. Feeling us too, just like rhythm and blues. Drinking, 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 drinking. Feeling us too, just like rhythm and blues. Straight out of her comfort zone, yeah. Daddy, mama got it going on. Hatches, explicit content, yeah. Doing what we wanna all night long. What come the rocks? What come the rocks? Party in the box, just like rhythm and blues. What come the rocks? What come the rocks? Just like rhythm and blues. Rhythm and rhythm and rhythm and rhythm. Straight out of her comfort zone, yeah. Daddy, mama got it going on. Hatches, explicit content, yeah. Doing what we wanna all night long. Straight out of her comfort zone, yeah. Daddy, mama got it going on. Hatches, explicit content, yeah. Doing what we wanna all night long.
Welcome back to Knockout Sunday of Smite Summer Masters, a Sunday where we have already gotten one upset in a 3-game set. Hex Mambo take out the Solar Scarabs. They played like some beasts, like beasts of Maravala Island, one would say. And not only did they play like the beast of Maravala Island, You at home can play the Beasts of Maravala Island free with Prime this month, and you can get so much more. There's a Smite skin that you can get, a Paladin skin, free in-game content, free Twitch subscriptions to your favorite streamers, free delivery, so much with Prime Gaming. So thanks again to Prime for being with us here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League for Smite Summer Masters and beyond later on this season. Can't wait to see what I get each month moving forward, and can't wait to see what we've got later on here today with our knockout matches resuming. My name's Dolson. Trelly Rayleigh is with me. And Trelly, we've already gotten one upset, so it's proven now that it can be done on these second run through of these matchups.
Yeah, that's what I was just talking about on the desk previously. Like, this has got to be a big energy boost. I'm one-upping your point. I'm saying, like, agree. Like, if that was a tweet, I just liked it. And I'm saying agreed, Dave, because...
Well, I wouldn't have tweeted it.
Well, okay. Well, if you had seen it, I would have liked it because it's true. And I think this gives another a good uppance of your what's the word I'm looking for? You know, reinvigoration. These SEC teams are hyped up now because they've seen it can be done before. They've seen that these SPL teams can bleed.
But are the Highland Ravens going to be able to beat the Oni Warriors? Will the Callan Wardens be able to take out the Atlantis Leviathans? Those are the next questions we've got. The Valks find a 2-0 win over the Eldritch Hounds, the #1 North American SEC team, earlier on here today. But Highland Ravens, Oni Warriors, that's the next matchup that we've got here, Trelly. And there's some interesting, I think, storylines at play here. The Highland Ravens looking like a very consistent team in their last matchup, playing much better together as a squad, and the Oni Warriors kind of get run over in the last matchup that we saw them in against the Jade Dragons. So the Jade Dragons already qualified through from this group, and then, of course, one final spot, another knockout match here between the Oni Warriors and the Highland Ravens. We had only 2-0s up to this point here in this group. I think if the Oni Warriors have it their way, this would be another clean 2-0 for the SPL.
Yeah, I think, you know, probably looking pretty confident, and I think that's what the Highland Ravens are hoping for, right? They probably sat back at the hotel, made some adjustments, were watching their matches, and, you know, just getting prepared for this sort of day. The Oni Warriors probably thought they didn't have to make any adjustments, right? They got a clean 2-0. They can just sleep soundly. They didn't have to do their homework. Maybe they did. I have no idea. And the point is, the Ravens are, you know, they have to make the changes. They were the ones who lost, and now they get their chance back. So they should be feeling pretty confident, but also they got to bring something new.
You're not the Santa Claus of Smite. You don't watch the players while they're sleeping to make sure they're getting a good,
unfortunately,
getting a good night of rest. The Oni Warriors, what a hard team to break down so far this year. Phase 1 takes some getting going. Early in Phase 2, unstoppable. One of the top 2 or 3 teams that we have here in the SPL. The end of Phase 2, brutal for them. I mean, finding some individual wins here and there, a set win every once in a while, but fell back into some of their old ways. And so I think for the Oni Warriors, obviously consistency. It's always the buzzword with a lot of these players. You know, we can play with the best teams in the league, but we don't always play that way. So yes, consistency is the buzzword. And I think a lot of that can start with Vote and Neilma over in the duo lane, and especially in a matchup like this, up against Coast on the other side, who's played well for the Ravens. Vote has a very important role to play today.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, again, Coast is one of those players that I think plays off of momentum and energy. Once he gets going, it's hard to stop him. So Vote needs to be extremely consistent in this lane. But Vote's not one of those players who goes for the 1v1s all the time, but certainly can. He's not going to stray away from it, right? If he can fight, he'll fight. Sometimes he plays that role of, I'm just going to sit in lane until level 20. Hopefully the team doesn't need me because I'm going to be farming. But once he does rotate into those fights at level 20, he makes waves. I mean, he's topping the damage chart. That's exactly what you would want from your ADC. So I imagine similar play styles, but also you can't be afraid to take that 1v1 opportunity. You can't be afraid to get physical in this lane, force out some relics. That opens up opportunities for your jungle, Cubo Fred. It just makes his job so much easier.
I think, you know, I think Vote is due for his big pop-off game.
Yeah.
In this tournament, a 2.93 KDA, very strong. But I'm looking at Vote's last 6 games. A lot of 2-kill games, a 3-kill game, couple 1-kill games. And so, you know, in there playing his role, yeah, stealing the damage in those games, of course. But we are due for the Vote 6, 7, 8-kill game. You know what I mean? It doesn't happen often. It's just been a little bit for Vote in this Oni Warriors duo lane. And I think some of that, you look at Neil as well. Neil has not had the best time over their last couple of sets. Obviously an emotional leader for this squad. Been a lot of Khepri for Neil. And I think that's something to look forward to as well here today. Picks and bans, and hopefully some consistency for this Oni Warriors duo lane. But don't take my word for it. We got Mifflin standing by with the Oni Warriors for the pregame interview.
You know, Nika, I was talking to you a little bit before this, and you were saying to me, you know, Tier might be looking kind of good. How much did you mean that? Is it like 50-50, Tier's kind of good, Deathwalker's kind of good, or is it like all Deathwalker? What's the read?
I mean, obviously Deathwalker played it pretty perfectly. I mean, it was looking strong. You know, maybe I got it in the locker now. I low-key been playing him in ranked, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, fair enough. So maybe Tier doesn't die with Hex Mambo, because I'm thinking they're going to get it banned out against them pretty consistently. Jithens, what are you doing here, man? Like, why are you here?
I'm bored.
Understood. He's bored. Okay. And favorite beverage?
Coca-Cola.
Least favorite beverage?
Water.
Understood. That makes a whole lot of sense. Cubo Fred, what do you think, man? EU SEC on a win streak right now up against the SPL, one of the largest we've seen in a couple of years. You think it continues?
I mean, I'm going to make sure it won't continue, but I love to see my boys, Seahawks, make it through and have another week here in the States with us.
Fair enough. Zeros gets to stick around. Maybe Cubo Fred gets to go out and party with them one night if Chuckles will allow. Chuck, do you give these guys like a firm like bedtime? Like when are you setting Cubo Fred? Like you tuck them in or what?
Oh yeah, he gets tucked in nice and tight every night by I don't know 11. You're usually in bed by. Nice and early.
Much more lenient than my parents. I was an in bed by 9:30 kind of guy. Oni Warriors seem like they're in good spirits. We'll see if they can stop this win streak in its tracks.
Yeah, but I don't know how much. Myth strikes me as the in bed by 9:30, but then the window is open and Myth one is jumping out of it to go do something by 9:45 type of guy. So, you know, Chuck, a strict bedtime.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you don't have to worry about making sure the Oni Warriors are in bed, asleep properly, Trilly. Chuckle's the head coach of the Oni Warriors, making sure that's the case. I have to favor the Oni Warriors in this matchup as you're favoring the SPL all day. But the Highland Ravens, another EU brand of SEC Smite, and a team that in their previous matchup to get to this point here in this tournament looked like a very, very strong squad. And a lot of that does start with the duo lane here, which is awesome for Vaporist Coast because you're on a team with Adapting and Angry and Kana and Calvin. And so being able to shine on a team with all of those other players, great look for Coast, and they'll really lean on him here today.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about Adapting's rotator cuff there. He went for a little stretch, and I could feel the pain. I don't know if that's going to affect. I don't know if that's going to affect his gameplay, but we'll have to see. Either way, Coast has been, you know, an absolutely pop-off player for this team. Angry has been playing so well as you can imagine, but you know, just being able to get leads in the duo lane. Like I said, we were just talking about Vote, right? Coast is not one to shy away from diving in for those kills. He's not going to sit back and be like, oh, I'm going to shred the tanks. You know, I'll just be the typical ADC player. He wants to get aggressive on these hunters. He's dashing in more often than not, using his ults effectively, and I think that's, you know, an intimidation factor. You know, see this young guy who's been, you know, not shying away from going for these pop-off plays. You got to make sure you're able to shut him down.
Now remember, these two teams, the Oni Warriors and the Highland Ravens, matched up earlier on in this tournament. It was a 2-0 win for the Oni Warriors. And that's the most shutdown we've seen Coast really lately at all. I mean, up against the Wargs in their final set of the SEC phase, looked great on Freya in a couple of games. 1 kill in 2 games for Vaporist Coast against the Oni Warriors. And then you look at the matchup against the Sages that got the Ravens here to this matchup. An 8-kill game and a 5-kill game, both on Chernobog for Vaporist Coast. I think Spirit's got to be high for this Highland Ravens team, and for good reason, because again, in their previous matchup, I think a clean style of Smite should give them some confidence moving forward. 366 KDA, not too shabby for Vaporist Coast over the course of the phase there in the SEC. Vote doing it pretty well as well. Anything in that 2.5 range looking pretty good for the ADCs.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on the gold per minute, because the quicker you can get your ADC online to late game like shred status, definitely the better. So Coast, you know, farming very effectively, right? Making sure to get those builds online and rotate in, and that's exactly what you want from your hunter.
We'll see what the Hunters are able to grab for themselves in Picks and Bans for game number 1. And it's been interesting following Coast's God Pool over the course of the year, because think about like SEC, it first starts and it is only that's all he can really play, but that's all he wanted to play, right? Heimdall was left open, Coast was locking it in, sometimes gets banned out against them, and he goes to something else. Diversified that a lot over the course of Smite Summer Masters, couple Chernobog games, Uller, Cupid, Freya again in the last couple of games of the SEC phase for the Highland Ravens. But it looks so good for E-Chrome, that Heimdall did in just our previous matchup. Safe, but also can get aggressive when you get a couple of those items online. So between Vote and Coast, Excited to see where the ADCs drop down. Won't be the Chernobog, and so unfortunately Coast won't be able to reprise that role in the same way that he did up against the Athenian Sages. Bans rolling through quickly. Daji, I think pretty obvious here. Cuvo Fred looking fantastic on it.
Oh yeah.
And some decent options Trelly left open for first pick.
Yeah, and this is definitely 2 mid bans and a jungle ban, but I'm gonna chalk it up to just 3 mid bans, right? Dardes going the Morgan, transforming into the Daji has also just been an absolute menace. So smart to shut down that composition, you know, right from the start. And the Oni Warriors are gonna grab AMC, notably something that Dardes has also looked extremely good on. You want to get that pressure in mid lane. You want to try and shut down what Angry's been able to do with a little bit of farm, and as long as Dardes is, you know, just running to farm using those highs for movement speed, should be just fine. That does, however, leave open the Cupid and the Khepri, 2 of the strongest just duo lane characters in the game, bar none. You know, there's not too many gods that are getting picked up before them, besides maybe the Chernobog, so strong team fight there for the Ravens.
Yeah, do you think Khepri and Cupid is probably, in an ideal world, in a vacuum, do you think most teams would probably pick Khepri Cupid for their duo lane just straight up if given the option?
I know that Cupid sort of came into the meta as a counter pick to Khepri, but just because, you know, Khepri can function not only in lane but also as just a great shutdown tool for single target damage, and Cupid, Fields of Love never is going to get like no value. So yeah, I think one of the best duo lanes, no doubt, as we get to see the Oni Warriors, who are fine with grab and vote that Poseidon. We assume it's going to be vote on the Poseidon, but it does have some flexibility. And Neil on the Yamoja, something that I don't think they're ever going to turn up.
I feel like you've now cursed Coast. He is due for 1 Fields of Love that hits no one and does nothing for his team.
I mean,
you have casters cursed 1 Fields of Love this game.
All right, then let me just say, you can never get nothing from a Kraken either.
That's not true, and we've seen that.
Well, I was just trying to reverse curse mode. That was what I was going for.
Yeah, but you didn't have to. We've seen plenty of Krakens miss in their day and age. We'll see, though, if the Krakens or the Fields of Love maybe whiff a couple of times here. In our third set of the day, our third knockout set of the day. Let's talk about this Poseidon a bit, though, Trelly, because with an AMC locked in, I think it does. You say vote there, right? I mean, you're thinking this Poseidon leans over to the duo lane and puts AMC in mid.
Yeah, I mean, that's just because the AMC I rarely see in the duo lane anymore. It's almost always a mid lane pick. We've seen Dardes on the AMC plenty of times, and we've seen vote on the Poseidon plenty of times.
Why do you think that is?
I think that the AMC is just so much better in mid because it's a shorter lane, right? AMC can clear the wave and also get to his tower very quickly. In the duo lane, if you're at wave, you are out of position 9 times out of 10 against a jungle gang, just being AMC, because you can't like leap halfway there. You just have to, you know, flutter on by as quickly as you can, and it's sometimes not enough.
Yeah, you got to flap your wings as fast as they let you go, but the boots are gone and you're rarely getting speed buff, and so they can only go so quick. And Pele ends up being the pick, and so yeah, it would be difficult to run away from a Pele in a longer lane here. What does that tell you about adapting and what he wants to get done here in game number 1?
It tells me early aggression onto, I can only assume the AMC. You're gonna, if you could just blink, close gap, and hit that knock up, 9 times out of 10 you're getting beads. Any follow up at all from your mid laner that has been yet to be locked in, I'm assuming, is gonna net you a good time. So unless Neil's there with the River's Rebuke making sure to peel, I think Dart is gonna have to play pretty far back. Once again, assuming that AMC is going to be in the mid lane.
Slaughter begins.
Whoa.
Yeah, hold up.
All right. Not much more to analyze here as the Kali picked up for Cuvo Fred. And so not only just Cuvo Fred in general on Kali, but any jungler at all playing Kali right now. What opens the door to this pick for Cuvo Fred?
I mean, it does have some decent matchups here. You should be always winning the jungle 1v1 late game. You know, Khepri is such a big target, easy to try and grab your target reset, but you know, Bologna's not going to be the greatest time. You're going to be disarmed. And since we see the tier hover, that tells me, that tells me that we're going to see something wonky here in the mid lane.
And take over this
land. It was just next to it.
It was just close. That was a misgrab, of course.
Of course.
You're going to have a great late game, but you have to play a little bit cautious in the early because Pele is just going to bring so much pressure. Cuvo's making sure that they can get to that point, I'm assuming. You got crazy presence with the AMC, and that's going to make sure that, you know, you're clearing the waves effectively. As long as you're holding on to that Kraken for this objective confirm, you should be making sure that your team gets the late game, and at that point, you essentially have 280 carries with a Poseidon building a little bit of auto attack damage and a Kali in the back line should be looking pretty good.
Well, Trelly, it feels like the name of the game so often with Kali is try to lock down while that destruction is going and then just turn and burn onto the jungler. Do you think the Ravens have the ability to do so? How impactful do you think this Khepri is going to be against Cuvo, Fred? Are there limiting factors for Cuvo just in the composition of the Highland Ravens?
Yeah, no doubt the Khepri is going to be a bit of a menace. You know, whenever your target gets Scarab's Blessing, that's always going to stink. But I think the Oni Warriors have a lot of tools here to burn the Scarab's Blessing, right? If a Kraken comes through and there's no Aegis available, like, you have to be looking at that Scarab's Blessing. Like, Calvin's going to be like, do you need it? Yes, okay, pop it. And then Cuvo can say, okay, that's my go button. And honestly, if you are rezzing off the Scarab's Blessing, Cuvo Fred can just blink to the Khepri and be like, okay, now you're rezzing it like a lower HP pool. Now I'm going for my target. So I imagine it should be just fine as long as they're able to pick their targets wisely.
How about overall pacing-wise here? Because between an AMC, a Poseidon, Kali, you know, so often the story is we want to wait until later in the game, but a couple items get online, you can still get active on Kali. Cullen loves to run in. Pacing-wise, do you think both teams can match the pace of one another, or is there a very obvious early pacing advantage on one side here?
I definitely think the team with the Cupid Pele is going to want to get active in the early, try and force some relics, try and get ahead, but the Oni Warriors have diversified their damage pretty well, where they have these late game hard carries, but also AMC is always going to have some great clear. Poseidon getting access to Kraken at level 5 means that there's always going to be kill potential, and Yamoja has some great targets here with River's Rebuke. So I think what the Oni Warriors have done here is just spread out their damage to the early and the late game just to make sure that they're not sitting by until level 20.
And you know, I love the mindset, give adapting something that is able to get active very early on in the game. I mean, I'd love to see his Thor. I think all of us would. But still something at level 5 that can find an imprint somewhere on the map, something that can give the Highland Ravens a bit of momentum early on in this game. Are there some good targets, in your opinion? We'll get that answer shortly, Trelly. Don't you worry. Game number 1 between the Oni Warriors and the Highland Ravens kicking off right now.
Hopefully we'll be able to answer those questions for you, Dave, as the game does go on. Oni Warriors and the Ravens game 1. It's J-Max, Spooky, and Doug bringing the action out here. And we get to see a little bit of an Oni Warriors. I'm going to call it an Oni Warriors special because Vote has been one of the few players, not just playing the Mage ADCs. We have seen a couple of other hunters in the SPL doing so. But most specifically, it's been this Poseidon ADC that's been coming out of the Oni Warriors. It's brought them success in the past, and they kind of trended away from it for a while. So I'm curious as to how it's going to match up here against Cupid, Spooky.
Yeah, it's definitely a very interesting pick. One thing it does have going for it is that cripple on the Whirlpool. You know, Vapor's Coast on this Cupid, his only real source of mobility is that dash. That's his only safety tool. He doesn't have CC immunity in the kit, so if he wants to get away from danger, he's reliant purely on that dash. Vote being able to just say, no, you don't get to do that in a pretty wide area is a really good way to get the Warriors some early pressure over in that lane. And one thing that's really important about that Whirlpool is that you don't have to put it on Coast to just prevent him from dashing. You can put it in front of him or behind him and cut the dash off as it comes through. So you can be a little bit late on that and kind of put Vapor's Coast out of position once he does use that. And additionally, with Neil on this Yamoja, they have so much ability to just start locking down Coast once he's in that Whirlpool. There's so much pressure here. And, you know, Cuvo on this Kali isn't maybe necessarily the most early game jungler, as some would say. But recently, she's been pretty good in the early. Once she gets the Golden Blade online, though she does actually opt for the Mace, so probably looking at an early Crusher to get things started. The Warriors are looking to take this fight in the early game.
I wonder if it's going to be the Scream style of build that we saw for a while, which was Crusher, you get Tier 2 Charge Bow, you get a Kinsai, and then you build up that Odysseus Bow a little bit later on in the build. But this is the 2v2 we've been seeing most often, is on this right side. Cuvo Fred able to jump away from adapting on this Kali. And it's always good to see adapting back in form as he is now. Will dive in, needs a little more damage to take down Cuvo Fred, but with the minion wave coming around the corner, adapting not going to stick around any longer.
Yeah, not too surprising to see adapting take the favorable end of that trade. Pele, much better in the first early levels before the first item comes online than this Kali is. So I really like seeing this aggression from the Ravens. Use that advantage, push it to as much as you can there, get Cuvo out of the jungle, delay his farming so it takes him a little bit longer to come online. One thing that does concern me, though, about this Warriors draft is we've seen this a little bit in the past few days, is when you have drafts like these against the Khepri, it becomes a little bit hard for you to find value from the Kali, from the Moose and Cobb, because what they want to do is they want to put the Stinger onto a target and then just shred that target down. With Calvin having this Khepri pick available, it's very easy counterplay. Just throw the Scarab's Blessing on their target and you mitigate a lot of what they can do. So you have to wonder if this draft from the Warriors might lose effectiveness once Calvin starts rotating around the map.
Dardis is going for, well, it started as a red buff invade, but for now just going for the smalls instead. And what I was going to talk about, at least with adapting before the fight actually broke out, was seeing adapting back on these kind of early game, get in the backline, power play style of assassins. I mean, I think back to the adapting back during his reigning era, the true adapt king, going back to Fenrir, Thor, those kinds of gods that really dive deep into the backline to be able to find those kinds of kills. So seeing him on a Pele, something of similar vein, it's always going to be an interesting treat, at least to say the least, for the Highland Ravens. The adaptation and the addition of adapting to this roster has really kind of brought it back to with similar veins of seeing the teams of Beltslap and Elysimo the past.
And that's the kind of thing you can expect when you get a veteran like Adapting. Adapting is undeniably, or at least was, one of the best players in the entire world when it comes to Smite game. That comes with it some veteranship, right? You know how to play this game. You have confidence in your shot calls. And I think that's one thing that really benefits the Ravens, is having the confidence to make the call for the certain plays that you want to go for, especially in the early game where Adapting is so powerful. And the way they've drafted really does facilitate this early aggression playstyle, because one of the Pele's key weaknesses is that once you go in, you're in. You don't have a lot of ways to get out of there. But with this Khepri on the side, you can all-in commit. Adapting has no fear at all. He can go as deep as he wants, but Angry's the one getting engaged onto that tier 1 tower. Yikes.
Good thing for Angry that Cuvo Fred's not level 5, or that would have for sure been a tower dive and a full commit onto the mid laner. But at least Angry can rest on that safety knowing that he is not there. But beads are gone, which means that is a perfect target for Cuvo Fred to come back to in that lane. He's the only one with a set of beads down for now. Porsche Coast not under too much threat in that dual lane just yet. Solar to Nika, who was getting the kind of the worst end of the trades earlier on, now being able to get some defense online. He's able to hold himself out in the solo lane. But I'm going to be keeping my eyes on Calvin's Relic specifically. I know I'm kind of jumping a little bit over the place there, but going back into this dual lane, Calvin on that shell, we've been seeing so often where supports, they kind of go like level 7, level 8 when they go back, they get their first full item, start working on their next, and then they just full upgrade that Relic.
Yeah. And really, you should be expecting to see that coming out from Calvin because he's against Neil on this Umoja. You take a look at this draft from the Ravens, and there's about 2 characters here that can get out of the River's Rebuke once those walls come up. One of them is Kana, and you have to expend the Eagle's Rally to do that. That's an ultimate. The other's Angry. And if he might have switched into the ground stance recently, he might not have the ability to get out of that River's Rebuke so easily. So what you'll want to see from Calvin is upgrading that shell into the Phantom Shell, give your team the ability to just walk through those walls, because that's really the extra measure of safety that they need against this draft. Because if you get locked into the River's Rebuke against this Warriors draft, Scared plus you're not, people are going to be dying. They're going to drop like flies, because there's only so many places you can go in those walls.
Where's this dude? Okay, so Kana just hit level 7 last minute. I was wondering, how far back is Kana where he hasn't hit level 7 yet compared to Nika? Like, where has Nika been getting that extra farm from? Well, Totems is definitely at least one answer to that. So we can see at least where that slight little lead is, but it's the Highland Ravens with a very small gold lead of their own, getting a little bit of extra, or maybe a little bit more efficient with their farm splitting. But, I mean, 100 gold and XP back and forth this early in the game certainly does not mean the end of the world. And it will be that crusher that you were wondering about earlier for Cubo Fred as his early pickup.
Yeah, I think you can attribute this minor gold lead mostly just to Adapting having better weight, or jungle clear, I should say, than Cubo on this Kali. He's just going to be able to rotate the camps faster, so he's putting a little bit more gold into their pockets than Cubo is. But now with that crusher online, that should be shored up pretty quickly, and we should also start to see Cubo get a lot more active. You take a look at the map, I can't help but think that he'll either be going over here to this right side where Kana's struggling a little bit, or if he really wants to get the ball rolling, he really wants to facilitate this team, this left side I think is prime material for Cubo to start looking. I mean, we have all the tools there to set up the perfect gank. Vote with the Whirlpool, Neil with the River's Rebuke, and then the follow-up Moonstrikes to lock everything down. Like, this is exactly where I think the Warriors should be looking.
So will Cuba make a rotation left? Only time will tell. For now, it's a scuffle around at the mid Harpies. Those will go over to the Highland Ravens. Not really seeing a rotation from Nika in that regard. He ends up going back to base during all of that, so it would have been down a man, so no wonder we don't see the Oni Warriors really try and step too far up for those mid Harpies. With it, they've at least been able to kind of close up that gold lead. Solo lane will probably just be a bit of a handshake lane, at least for the remainder of this game. Don't imagine that we'll see any of that pressure there. So I think you're right to maybe put the emphasis on the Cubo Fred for the Warriors, but for the Highland Ravens, what about adapting? Does he maybe make that same rotation go to do, or do you think he sits here and camps Dardes?
I think both are viable options, and it kind of depends on how good he thinks his counter gank is. He can wait for Cubo to make that first rotation over to the left side, and then come in after the River's Rebuke has been expended. But I think it would pay more for him to focus down Dardes, because he's so much harder to get away from than Vote is. Or Dardes, all he has is a little bit of movement speed. Sure, you know, he goes a little bit faster with the hives around. He's got a slow, he's got a cripple on the ult. But the Stinger is a rather narrow hitbox. It's pretty easy to avoid that one. And the simple fact of the matter is that Dardes is an insanely late scaling god on this Amuzen god. If you let the AMC scale up to 20 minutes and get his items online without ever looking at him, your team is going to get melted. He just does so much damage. So get adapting in there. Get adapting in there when he's at his strongest and Dardes is at his weakest, and you have a lot less to worry about. You don't have to worry about River's Rebukes coming up or Moonstrikes trying to stop you. Just get in there.
And one of the things that we've been talking about between the EU SCC versus the NASCC versus the SPL has kind of been that time run. You know, when these teams want to try and get active, when do these teams want to try and fight? Adapting wants to fight Cubo Fred right now, but unfortunately for Adapting, he can't go over walls like Cubo Fred is able to do so. But the Oni Warriors have been a team that have been privy to kind of waiting out those first 15 to 20 minutes and then wait for that first big team fight. And that's the exact same kind of pacing that the Highland Ravens have also been favoring over in EU, which is really weird considering most of the teams that Adapting has been on in recent times have been these early game aggressive style of teams.
I think that just comes from Adapting's particular playstyle. I think right now he's trying to maybe adapt more to the Ravens' general playstyle rather than trying to force his preferred playstyle into things. Calvin just getting bounced around by the Riptide. You hate to see that. But Adapting is one of those characters who can just say, okay guys, how are we going to play this? All right, you want to go late? I'll make sure we have some pressure in the early so we don't just get rolled over in the first 15 minutes, because that's really the risk you run when it comes to these late game style comps. If you want to take it to the late game, you have to make sure you can actually get there, and that means you have to have some early pressure somewhere, as Khan is trying to put that on the blue buff.
It's an Eagles rally to try and steal the buff. Cubo Fred half HP. Nika finds a double ultimate, and Neil Ma closes off one gap with the River's Rebuke. The body blocks to hold one in. Adapting is out. Calvin not so far. He'll get the revive on himself, but it'll only be a moment longer, I should say, that he lives through. Oni Warriors, they pick up first blood.
And that right there, that is how you deal with the Khepri, J-Mac. If you can force that ultimate onto Calvin himself, he's not going anywhere when that revive comes up. You've already pushed the rest of the Ravens out. You've made that space for yourself. So by the time that Spirit's Blessing comes up, he's just right there. You're already in position to body block. You can see Nika just put himself right in front and said, okay, where are you going to go, Calvin? You're not going to dash out of here. If you do, he just grabs Nika, pulls him right back in. That's not getting him out of there. And this is exactly how you deal with the Khepri. You put him behind early, make him easier to kill when he's still, you know, doesn't have 3 tank items online. And that way, when it comes to these later game team fights, he's a much easier target. You can burn his health down, force that ultimate out early, then you take a step back, say, okay, what do you got now? And then it's up to the Ravens to answer.
It's a good ult by Neil to kind of start that fight out as well. And unfortunately for being a Khepri, a little bit harder for him to find his way out of those walls. Adapting, walks up, and that's enough of a threat for the Oni Warriors to get away. What I was going to say was, the unfortunate side of effect of being a Khepri is he is, unironically, a unit of measurement in Smite, making sure that every jungle corridor is at least 2 Khepris wide. And when you're that big of a target, it makes it harder for you to be able to get through some of those narrower corridors that Neil Moss sets up. Oni Warriors, with that first blood, have been able to bounce themselves up about a 700 or so gold lead. And now's the question of where the Highland Ravens answer back. And what is Nika really going to get a solo kill? No, Eagles rally over the top from Kana, and Adapting has shown up. Nika should not make it out of this, especially with Angry on the rotation over. He'll buy as much time as he can. But what will his team get from this? The answer to that is going to be absolutely nothing. It's a free kill for adapting on the right.
Little bit over aggressive there from Nika. And sure, maybe you can make the justification that, you know, he just wanted to force out the Eagles rally, force Kana to expend that safety tool. But the fact of the matter is, he got that aggressive without really having the ward coverage to back it up. You can see he has one ward there, but it's on the other side. It's not really covering that path from the blue buff, and that's what allowed Adapting to just kind of sneak his way in there, make that counter rotation, and punish that dive. These towers, they still do a fair bit of damage. 12.5 minutes in, all you have is the Sovereignty and the Gladiator Shield, and really most of the bulkiness is coming from that Sovereignty right now, and it just was not enough to keep him alive.
Now it's the Highland Ravens who are pulling the Pyromancer, and the Highland Ravens who will get the Pyromancer. No answer back from the Warriors because Dardas was pushed under his tier 1 tower by Calvin. Now we have the gold spike back down, about 1,000 XP, 400 gold in favor of the Ravens. So still a close game, not out of the means, or out of proportion by any means, I should say. So the only Warriors can still find some fight back. Vote, currently one of the few players on the map, at least with some kind of a lead for himself on this Poseidon.
And I think the entire state of this particular game is very interesting right now, right? The Ravens have come into this right after seeing the SPL team lose to the Hex Mambo, so they've got to be feeling pretty good. They're in high spirits. They're thinking, we can absolutely do this. The Warriors, for their part, they're thinking, we beat these guys already. We've done this before. Maybe not really feeling like there's too much of a challenge here. That might be why Nika steps up a little bit too far there and gets punished for it. Either way, momentum-wise, you got to think that things are maybe in favor of the Ravens right now just because they have such high spirits after watching that last game. And you can see that in their willingness to scrap and get feisty around these objectives. Warriors, for their part, are no slouches either. You can see them trying to get aggro on these buffs.
Ooh, good stun by Cuvo. Stops the knockup from Adapting from hitting. And that's a 2-level deficit between the junglers right now. Highland Ravens with a slight advantage in that regard. Nika still going for this 1v1 and winning this 1v1 against Kana, even amongst the tower, and he's just making sure to keep Kana busy so this tier 1 tower goes down to the Trebuchet. No answer back from the rest of the Ravens. Nika re-establishing pressure in solo.
What a smart play from Nika. He knows the tower dive didn't work so well the last time. All right, we're not looking for the solo kill anymore. He's just putting himself there between the Trebuchet and Kana and saying, I dare you to step up. Vaporish has to burn the bees, but he still might be in some danger. No, he's all right. Gets out of the River's Rebuke. That was so close. That's actually a huge win for the Ravens, because sure, you've lost the beads on Vapor's Coast there. He didn't die, and he pulled out the ultimate from both Neil and Vote. You just pulled a 2-for-1 there. You've got to be feeling good, and that might open some possibilities now around this gold fear on the left side. But you take a look, and it's on the right side where both teams are getting active.
Calvin just... He just wants to do it. He wants to walk through. That's, again, that's the downside of being a Khepri. Most gods can walk through, like Cuvo Fred, who can find his way to the back line. Angry will use his ultimate to trade out with Nika and Adapting up against Dardas, who's getting shredded. The stinger has already been thrown, and Dardas will throw out the last bit of damage he had available, but none of it is enough to find a kill for the Oni Warriors. It's the Highland Ravens who find their second.
What a good play from the Ravens, just getting aggressive. They found their target. They know who they want to engage on, and it's Dardas every single time. Sure, he's got an Aegis. That's not going to save him for too long there. Remember, when you're Aegis, sure, your health can't go down, but it also can't go back up, which means Neil is not able to provide any healing during that timer, and Adapting is able to just stick right there on top of him and say, okay, how long do you think this Aegis lasts for? It's not long enough, buddy. Finds the kill, and then the Ravens disengage perfectly. They know they can't step forward any further, so they just take their win and they roll back with it. And they're not trying to overstep their boundaries. They're not trying to push anything too far. They've seen time and time again where the SCC teams will sometimes maybe just push a little bit too hard. They get re-engaged on and things don't work out so well. So I love seeing this discipline come out from the Ravens. And once again, I think that might have something to do with Adapting and his veteranship here.
I'd like to see Cuvo Fred maybe make a rotation towards duo sometime soon. Coast Relic's down for at least 60 seconds, at least on those beads. Aegis is down and Fields of Love away. Feels like that would be a perfect opportunity for Cuvo Fred to maybe make a rotation over, as we did see Neil Moss steal away the Oracle Harpies by himself to get some vision on the Fury. we haven't really seen much threat on those objectives, which is why I'd like to see Cuvo Fred get a little bit more active. He's been very passive for these first 15 or so minutes.
Yeah, right now, Cuvo, he's got his Crusher online, and he has his Kinsai online. Normally, you'd expect to see a little bit more aggression coming out from it after getting this far into the build. He's going into a Katana next, which he has a few different options for. But right now, he's just buying his time. He's farming up. He's trying to get this build online. I'd expect to see him start getting a little bit more active once this Tier 2 hits. He might wait until he gets the full Tier 3 item, which might be a Stone Cutting Sword, just get a little bit more shred onto his targets, pull them down a little bit faster. But right now, it's difficult to make that decision to just wait, because like you said, Coast was in a really great spot to gank just a little bit ago, but now his ultimate's back up, he's got the beads available to himself, and still there's no presence from Cuvo on this map so far. But you take a step back, right, and there's really no presence from either team, either way just yet. Sure, we've had a couple scraps, we did see a Pyromancer get looked at a few times, but overall, the big objectives are still on the map, the goal lead is still pretty even, and the Warriors, the way they've drafted, and the way they've played so far in the SPL, they feel pretty comfortable taking this a little bit longer and saying, we've got this, we don't need to be too active early, we don't need to try to push anything too hard, just farm up, get to your power spikes, and we got him in the 5v5.
That then opens up a discussion that Mifflin and I had earlier on the desk, which was these SCC teams, they're more prone to, once 25 minutes is there, they're usually pushing down towards the end of the game, especially with the NASCC squads. They're usually trying to end their game by 25, 30 minutes. SPL teams much more prone to going towards these 25, 30-minute kind of startups of their game more than anything. And so then when you wait for so long for a team fight to really break out, when you're waiting 20 minutes for that first 5v5, it goes from, oh man, we lost the fight and I lost my red buff or something like that, to, oh man, we lost the fight, and now we lost the Fire Giant too. It just feels like the longer this game goes, the riskier it becomes for both these teams, Spooky.
Yeah, it's really, I think, a matter of confidence. The Warriors say, I feel 100% confident that we can win the 5v5, and the consequences of losing it don't matter because we're not going to lose. The Ravens right now, they're kind of forced to just respect that game. Sure, they can try to step forward and try to force the issue, but the Warriors just aren't letting that happen. You look at what they've drafted. Neil is not going to let you just run at his team. He's going to throw up the Riptides. He's going to cut you off with his Rebuke if he has to, and they're going to walk away every single time. One of the biggest problems, I think, with waiting so long to start these fights is it doesn't give you the adequate time to address the issues that arise in the fights, right? Cuvo right now, he's been super quiet. He hasn't really done anything in this game. But if the first fight the Ravens take and they suddenly say, oh boy, this Cuvo guy is really tearing up our back line, and now we have 40-second death timers, you don't have as much time to just make that adjustment. So we do see them finally take this Pyromancer. That's the first objective that goes their way.
That's the first real significant lead of the game so far, as significant as 2,300 gold at 20 minutes is. But considering we've been sitting at 500 to 1,000 gold at most at any point, Highland Ravens at least able to make the most of some of this downtime. I think you're right to say that, you know, by waiting so long, you don't have time to really kind of sniff out the real problems that could arise from a single team fight. As you do see some characters going back, picking up some of their items, some minor relic upgrades, at least out of Neil Maul. We'll get the tier 2 of that sprint. We'll see if he likes to go towards one of the, you know, for a long time we saw was the entangling wings, you know, the sprute as we like to call it, you know, the sprint route. But we started seeing the hasten one come out a little bit more often as of recent, Spooky. Why do you think we've been seeing so little of it up until just now?
Well, I think it might have something to do with this particular team comp personally, because you take a look at what Cuvo just built, it's the Hasten Katana. So the Warriors right now, they're saying, okay, when these fights break out, we are going to run at the Ravens and we want to stick on them and we don't want to let them out of our sights. That's exactly what this Greater Heavenly Wings allows you to do. It gives you haste for a little bit, so you can land those basics and not get slowed down. And they just want to hold that left click button while holding the W key. It's very simple. You only need 2 fingers for that. That's part of what makes it so appealing. But Ravens, they have a response to it as well. They're going to go for this Fury. And the Warriors stop it.
Fury, quarter HP. Oni Warriors do steal the gold. And they may just find a pick onto Calvin. He does get his shell off. Cuvo Fred will jump away. And the Highland Ravens find a good disengage. The Kraken just a little bit off the mark by vote. But that's a perfect disengage by the Highland Ravens. They lose the objective, but at least they don't lose their lives for it.
What was that stolen by? Was that the Whirlpool that stole that Fury away? That feels very, very bad, no matter what it was that stole it. And you gotta wonder what happened there. The Ravens should have had a little bit more discipline. You know, if you see 5 warriors, okay, it was only 4, and Nico's on the rotation. But if you see 4 Oni warriors stepping up to you, drop the Fury, right? Let them go and use those abilities. But they have another chance to defend here. The Trebuchet in the left side is opening up a siege.
This is perfect, at least for now, for the Oni Warriors, because exactly what Neilma
Cuvo
is doing. Every single Riptide has just become an absolute nonsensical menace for this team. Cuvo Fred finds a way out after killing Coast, and all of the Highland Ravens forced to back away. A very healthy Oni Warriors minus Cuvo Fred can keep up the push on the left side if they wish to do so. But Angry here, a Kraken out, the Age is gone, and maybe even Angry after. Adapting finds a knockup onto 1. But how far can Adapting and Kana go in this 2v4? The answer is not far enough. The beads down from Kana and the disengage from the Ravens. It's the Oni Warriors still sticking by. They want this tier 2 and they're gonna get it.
Beautiful fight from both sides there. Ravens had a really good engagement. Adapting blinks in, finds the AoE knockup. Kana's right there with him with the Eagles rally, but there's just not enough damage. Cuvo being able to take Coast out at the beginning of that fight, make sure he wasn't there to follow up on the engagement, is what really won the Warriors that particular tier 2 tower. The damage just wasn't there for the Ravens to clean up those kills, and those health bars for the Warriors, they did drop low. But low is not dead, and it's not good enough. All they had to do was take a couple steps forward. They still had all their damage dealers online. They had all 5 Warriors online. No one at all fell on that fight for the Warriors. And so it ends up just being a massive win now for the Warriors. You take a look at the lead. It's not moved all that much, but you got to feel it in the momentum that's now shifted.
Ravens?
Maybe not.
Start up the Fire Giant? Question mark? Kana at least swinging away at it. Now he's got some sustain in his kit, so he's not going to be too deterred by the damage he took, but a wild call to say the least. Maybe just a heat check against anybody on the Warriors. A good heat check against Cuvo Fred, who is now a set of purification beads down off a good abduct from Calvin. But we're sitting 2-2 as far as the kills are concerned. Map state slightly in favor of the Oni Warriors just because they do have 2 towers down on the left side versus only the 1 single tower over on the right. But the Ravens are just being proactive up against this objective. Kana pulls it again. Neilma gets stuck inside the Fields of Love, will sprint his way out of there. And Nika with a triple knockup in the back and an Eagles rally by Kana, but he's gonna get slammed by the Kraken. The solo laner of the Ravens is gone. Nika might just be a curtain call for him as well, but Adapting finds a second one. Can he find a third? The answer to that is no. Vote puts him in the dirt. Cuvo finds a double, but Cuvo goes down.
And now the fight should be wrapping up here. Angry finds a way out. Vapors does have to dash, but Vote still looking for a little bit more. He might find it with the Whirlpool.
He's so fast. He can just chase anybody down at this point. Pop the try to keep going, Vote. Why not? Just find another kill. 4 for 3 to the Oni Warriors, but it's just the carries alive, so Fire Giant out of the question. Instead, they'll make their way over to the Fire Giant. Never mind, it is apparently not out of the question.
All right, I was with you there, J-Mac. I was with you. They only have 2 DPS alive, but this might just be a bait. Vapors is hanging around. They might be trying to get him to overstep here.
Force Coast walks in. Whirlpool Tidal Wave. Aegis is there. Vapor's Coast wants to kill them if he can. He finds one. He finds 2. Vapor's Coast on his own stops the Oni Warriors. He gets the Aussie proc too. Is he going to be able to not only find the double, but take the Fire Giant? Fire Giant kills Coast. Spooky, what is happening in this game?
Over-aggression, I guess, is the name of the game here. Overconfidence. I mean, I respect it. I respect Coast's decision to go ahead and say, you know what? I'm a Cupid. I've got Aussie. I've got healing. This is my Fire Giant now. It didn't work, right? The Fire Giant clearly did not respect the attempt being made, but I respect it. I don't know, it was just so much overconfidence coming from the Warriors. I could see the makings of it, right? They wanted to bait Coast in, get him into the Fire Giant pit. pull him down, but you're just too squishies right now. You're a mage and an ADC trying to take down the fire giant by yourselves with the enemy ADC just waiting in the wings saying, okay, how much damage you want to take before I come in here? A little bit more? All right, that's good enough. So Coast just gets the free engage, and you can see it in the gold charts, right? That could have been a big swing for the Warriors, but at the end of it, it goes right back down, and we're back to even.
Fortunately for us, we're going to get a nice little POV from Vaporish Coast to take a look back at there. And look at how wise this play was. He wasn't trying to damage the fire giant. He wasn't trying to steal the objective. He was more concerned with just annoying the Oni Warriors, and a perfect stun leads into the Ring of Fire as well. And then, unfortunately, he does get killed by the fire giant right at the end. He didn't even pick up his heart. That's what it was. He didn't pick up the hearts in time. He left one sitting there. No! And the fire giant ends up getting the kill there. But more than anything, Spooky, a complete momentum reset that the Highland Ravens really needed going into this fight.
I would agree with that until Ghost ties to the fire giant. I mean, it feels like no one has the momentum after that one. Now, granted, that's something the Ravens can sit back and they can laugh about, all right? That's not going to kill them. They're not going to be just in the dumps about that. That's a laughable moment that they can have with each other. But now you can still see this positioning around the fire giant. Both teams still want to kind of look for this objective. We are 28 minutes into the game now. We're only 2 minutes away from the EFG spawning in. And you gotta wonder, do you really want to wait until that EFG is on the map? Kana says no, he's gonna go ahead and start aggroing it. But J-Mac, none of the rest of his team is there. He's the only one slapping this thing. What?
I mean, look at the sustain. Nika's getting a show right now. He's ready to grab a bucket of popcorn just to sit by and watch as Kana slowly but surely starts soloing the fire giant. And the Oni Warriors will all now rally around together to stop Calvin from pushing any further forward. But again, the momentum reset, not necessarily to swing it one way or another, but to kind of slow things back down, to kind of bring us back to the state of evenness between these two teams. Because for a moment there, with that team fight, the Oni Warriors on their heels, ready to go. I mean, you saw how anxious they were to pull that fire giant. And it kind of humbles them a little bit, realizing that we can't do those objectives even when there's two very high damage dealers up, especially when one of the people who's still standing on the other side just so happens to be a Cupid.
Yeah, a little bit more respect being put towards the Ravens now. Gonna have to take a step back. Warriors gonna play a little bit slower than that. I can see this shift of mental already. They're playing a little bit more cautiously. They're not trying to just run at the Ravens to get them to start up this fight. And that's really how they need to play right now, because you can take a look at the gold. It's dead even, right? Maybe the Ravens have 60 more gold to their name. That's not really enough to matter. All you have to do right now is play it slowly and carefully. Look for your opportunities. You can see that left lane is starting to push for the Ravens. They've got a nice chunky wave over there. If they can get that pushing down a little bit further, that offers up some nice pressure onto that tier 1 tower. They don't have to make a rotation for it, but it is a way they can get some gold in their pockets to start shifting things, as Kana is once again the one stepping up and getting aggressed on.
So annoying to try and go through all those riptides. But the carries of the Warriors back on the fire giant. Neilma tanking it up for them this time. Kana walks in, double Eagles rally, beads are gone from both. Fire giant finally leaves, the Kraken slightly off the mark, but look at the back line. At Cubo, Fred, and Nika, their health bars are completely gone. Cubo, Fred doesn't get to make it out, neither does Adapting, but it's a double kill for Dardes. And maybe a little bit more if Ko steps too far up. He is being chucked away, standing inside the honey, needs those hearts to get back out. The Oni Warriors lose one, but they take two.
That is unreal damage coming out from both Vote and Dart as the Honey and the Whirlpool together. They're just put so much damage onto Coast, forces him to step away. I respect that call to go for the Fire Giant, start up and force the fight from the Ravens. The Warriors could see that wave pushing down the left side, and sure, they do end up losing that tier 1 tower. But overall, it hasn't resulted in any kind of gold increase for the Ravens. It hasn't resulted in a decrease either. So these constant fights, they're going in favor of the Warriors, but they're not really getting them any real advantage. And Coast, once again, might make the hero play.
Gotta be the lone wolf for Vaporish Coast, but he can't even get in the pit this time around. Against 4 of the Oni Warriors, 1 Cupid is not enough this time around. Enhanced Fire Giant to 4 members of the Oni. And now they can start to make their push. They've got quite a bit they still need to take out. 3 more towers, 3 Phoenixes, and even a Trebuchet pushing up the left side, something that the Oni Warriors don't want to leave unattended, especially with how big of a wave that's been stacking up over there. So for the Highland Ravens, we've seen what their fight can look like in the jungle, Spooky, but how does their defenses look like under these structures?
I think their defenses get a little bit tougher under these structures because a big part of the Ravens' success in the jungle fights is adapting its ability to loop around and find flanks. Same with Kana. He's able to dive into the back line and kind of separate that fight and push Cuvo and Nika away. Under these structures, everyone knows where you're going to be. They're going to have an eye on that jungle entrance to make sure that Daphne's not trying to flank around from behind them. And this is where Neil's ultimate is going to be really impactful. If you try to step forward under that structure, and you take one step too far, Neil's throwing up the walls, he's cutting you off from the team. But look at this response from the Ravens. They know where the Warriors are, and they're pushing it down the mid. Pick up that Tier 1 tower, then they reset. Get some gold, and then prepare for the defense.
The only Warriors have already made their way up the left lane. They won't push it any further than at least up towards where that Tier 2 was. Instead, it'll be now pushed towards mid. We saw Nika go back to the Tier 2 tower to start pushing the wave back so that way his team can move in. It's Enhanced Fire Giant, which means backdoor protections, not a factor, not important at all. So you can see just a few autos from the Hunter will do just that. For now, the Highland Ravens, I don't even think they'll put up a soft defense at this Tier 2.
Not against the EFG. There's no way you defend this Tier 2. You can look at how fast that thing melts. Was it even on the map? I'm not sure. I think it was an optical illusion at this point. But the Warriors still playing a little bit safely. They're not going to overcommit onto the Phoenix just yet. They're pulling back. Cuvo, notably, does not have that EFG on him, so it's one member that's a little bit less worrisome. At the same time, though, can you ever say, oh, it's late game Kali? I'm not worried about that. She doesn't have EFG. No, it's still something you're going to have to worry about. And now they're stepping up to this Phoenix.
Kana wants to disarm on a couple. Neil Ma will eat the Typhoon, but be able to heal up just a little bit. Adapting on the backside against Cuvo. Fred does have a bubble for adapting, so can immune one stun. But the damage on the left side, Nika does get chunked to a quarter, but he has his teleport. He can make his way back to base and rejoin the team at full HP.
Adapting is still looking for a way into this one. Cuvo has to play it careful, make sure that Adapting can't step too far forward. Did already use the Eruption, so he has a couple seconds, but that should be back online now. Cuvo just has to buy time for Nika to get back there, and indeed you can see he already is, and they're still prepped for this siege.
You can tell that Cuvo really wants that bubble gone from Adapting so he can get that fight. So instead, the fight will break out on the left. Phantom Shell used by Calvin to get away from the Rivers of Rebuke. But again, it's a reset by the Oni Warriors. It's a reset by the Highland Ravens. Angry from range, putting out this poke on the Tiamat. This is when Tiamat can start getting some real damage numbers online. The Oni Warriors, even with this Enhanced Fire Giant, are playing it so safely.
Ravens are playing very, very safe themselves, not committing too many ults, but here it goes. The Kraken comes out.
And a double from Nika into the backline. Cuvo Fred chasing out, has the ult, wants Vapor's Coast. The Phoenix will fall, and that's just going to have to be all that the Warriors can get for now. A 1-for-1 trade as jungler for mid, or maybe more, because Kana gets caught out by the Riptide, caught by a second one, stuck in the Whirlpool, and brought down. It's a double kill for Vote. The Oni Warriors, now with the man advantage, can move their way towards mid.
What a massive Riptide. Neil with these Riptides has been on point all game long. The Ravens, they're not ready to give this up just yet. Coast is still in the area, and they might want to fight.
Adapting, not going to find the knockup he was waiting for. Fire Giant is now off the waist of the Oni Warriors. They're going to need to wait for their minion wave to get the full value. But it's still 30 seconds until Angry is back. The Oni Warriors will start their initiation with Nika. The Whirlpool will stop Calvin and get the beads, or at least get that Magi's, I should say, away from the bug. And with the mid lane Phoenix now gone, the Oni Warriors can back up and regroup.
I mean, at that point, that is everything that the Warriors wanted, and probably a little bit more. They were dedicated to that left side Phoenix. Mid side wasn't looking quite as good until they find that second pick onto Kana, and that's all on the back of Neil with these Riptides. Like, how many times are you going to just stop a person in their tracks and say, no, you don't get to move. No, you have to stay here and take our damage. There's nothing you can do about it. As one of the downsides of this blown up pick, once you go in with that Eagles rally, you are in. There's no going out unless you manage to find a path to walk away. And with this draft from the Warriors, they are just not letting that happen. Now, Fire Giant back on the map. There's another EFG to be prepared for. And things are starting to get a little dicey for the Ravens with 2 Phoenixes down.
Left and mid birds gone, which means somebody He's going to have to try and attend to those minions before they start getting too stacked up on the left side of the map, before they start getting into that throne room. But it seems that the Ravens are willing to maybe go for one last fight around the Fire Giant. One last push back against the Oni Warriors. Their EU brethren were able to find one win against the SCC, or against the SPL moments ago, with Hex Mambo taking down the Scarabs. With Fire Giant down to a quarter, the Fire Giant will be leashed, but Angry's health bar is just gone. Kana stuck inside the rivers. Cubo Fred won't be able to get that ultimate for himself. Adapting won't make it out either. It's 3 for 2. Kana on his last leg will be able to walk himself away. I thought he was dead. He might as well be at this point, as the Highland Ravens are at least able to take a 2 for 2.
That's a nice trade for the Ravens, but it opens up this EFG now for the Warriors. Coast still on the map, though. Calvin stepping forward. They're not going to give it up without a fight.
Kana has his teleport. Does he have a way in? Vote stuck on the Heart Bomb. Goes into the back line. Kana has returned. Vote doesn't have his relics available anymore, but Kana cannot close the gap. Not able to get in there in time. And
Titan.
once again, the Highland Ravens have pushed back the Warriors, but the Titan is at critical health. With so many minion waves there, all of the Ravens are going to have to expend their time to make sure that their Titan can heal back up.
And this is all the Warriors had to do. They didn't have to get the EFG. This is still a win for them. All they had to do was make sure that the Ravens took long enough dealing with them that their Titan was put under pressure. It's below half health. What's that, maybe a quarter HP at this point? That Titan is so easy to take on right now. And Kana just does not stop looking to solo the Fire Giant. I mean, what did this thing do to the man that he's always in this pit just trying to solo it?
It really just is a free show for the Warriors. It's every single time we pan over to Kana, he's trying to fight the Fire Giant by himself. Now, granted, he's going at least even because he's got sustain, but all this time, look how far up the minions got pushed. Now the Ravens have a little bit of wiggle room to play with. They've got a little bit of extra time that they have before they need to worry about that Titan, but they're going to have to worry about that Titan because it's so low. Cubo Fred can very easily go for a backdoor. If he sees Adapting walk out, maybe he can just go for a pick of his own. He'll jump right past. Cubo Fred finds the stun. Will he win the 1v1? It'll at least be a trade out as soon as that destruction is gone, though. Adapting, the king will put down Cubo. The Oni Warriors will put down the Fire Giant. But now Nika getting pulled back in. The River's Rebuke to buy him some time. The Eagles rally to stun out 2. Angry goes into the back line. Vote is being choked down. The Riptide sends Vote against the wall. Not the way that he wanted to go, but he's able to get out with the Riptide of his own. Dardes finds a pick onto Angry. Nika is going to find Calvin. Dardes lives through. Kana not enough to take them down. The Oni Warriors live at the Fire Giant, and it's only Coast and Adapting left to defend.
How does Dardes stay alive through all of that? Adapting might have something to say about that. He's right behind him. He's looking for the way in, J-Mac, but can he get there in time? I don't know. They're on to him now.
They spotted him on the ward, which means Nika can deal with the jungler. Now, it's 3 versus 1. The minions have broke the left bird. The Warriors are marching up through the mid. It's only Coast at the Titan to defend, and at 20% HP, the Oni Warriors have snaked out game number 1 just under the 40-minute mark.
Kraken was all it took there at the end. Once they got that EFG around their belts and they were able to find their way to the Ravens Titan, it was all just a matter of time at that point. The minions had done so much damage to it already. It had no health to survive that. The burst was just too good. It's still criminal, J-Mac, that Dardes was able to survive that entire fight. Kana was on him, but the damage output just wasn't quite enough to get through the sustain.
Kana and Calvin tried their best to get both Vote and Dardes. They put them both at 10% health, and they somehow lived through that through the help of their backliners. Nika stepping up big to make sure that they have that sustain that they need, and Neil Ma making sure to get those heals out there. Crazy to think that like 15, 20 minutes ago, we were watching Vapor's Coast die to Fire Giant after getting a double kill, and how poetic that it's the fight at the enhanced Fire Giant that ends up being the game-ending play. The Oni Warriors find game 1. We'll see if the Ravens or the Warriors can take game 2 right after this.
A completely wild game number 1 goes over to the Oni Warriors, but not without some pushback from the Highland Ravens. Felt like this game up for grabs. We go over 40 minutes back and forth, a little bit of everything. Fire Giants killing off players and nobody ending up getting the Fire Giant. That still was somehow like only halfway through this game. A back and forth affair that does come up for the SPL squad, who are now ahead in this set 1-0. But I also think, even in a loss, still potential for some confidence building here from the Ravens. They now know as a team they can stand up against this Oni Warriors team.
Yeah, extremely close, and I think a little bit dropped by the Warriors. They had some presence there. Then, the Fire Giant fight's the one you highlight, where Coast comes in, gets the cleanup, and then just tries to get Fire Giant by himself, drops the hearts, and just dies when it was so weak. Had the Aussie proc. Definitely, if there was an Aegis, probably would have been able to confirm that one. As well as the 1v1 with Adapting and Cuvo Fred when the Titan's like 1 HP. Cuvo went for the backdoor and Adapting was waiting for him and actually won that 1v1 versus a late game Kali, which is just kind of nuts. So tons of back and forth here, but you got to highlight the damage dealers here for the Oni Warriors. Vote was on point, confirming these Fire Giants with the Kraken, as you would hope from that ADC, and just a ton of damage. It was a little bit too much to deal with once the game got going.
Yeah, the Whirlpool's so strong, and then of course, just the good old-fashioned auto attack damage. 42,000, call it 43,000 for Vote here on the Poseidon. Yeah, not only objective secures, but just team fight disruption from the Krakens. So strong. And obviously doesn't have it in this replay, but I couldn't believe that Vote was able to stay alive through all of that. So there's some good peel from the rest of the team. You got to give shout-outs to Neil as well. This Umoja helping sustain up some of the lower health targets and then rolls through. Knocks down, at the time, his 5th kill of the game, and what will end as his final kill of the game for Vote. So 5 kills apiece for both of the carries. Cuvo Fred on the Kali. Trelly, we wondered how impactful it would be. Not the most ridiculous KDA, but still played a part in a lot of these team fights. Anytime you have to consider that destruction, anything that muddles up the communications any further for the opposing team, a good look for the Oni Warriors.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think I'm going to harp on that praise you gave to Neil as well. I thought Vote for sure dead there, and Kana probably thought it as well, because the Eagles rally that went for Nika was not able to confirm either of those kills just because of the healing coming out of Neilma on this Umoja, making sure to keep the whole team nice and sustained. And that could have not been an end call there if it wasn't, how much damage was coming through. And again, if the Riptides weren't as clutch as they were. So Neil definitely deserves some praise at the end of that one. But if you are the Ravens, I think you're right as well. You can't be too far gone. I think Coast had a phenomenal performance on the Cupid. Yeah. Was able to do a ton of damage, come in clutch for those team fights around the Fire Giants. So definitely can't count them out yet.
No, it's a good look for Adapting as well.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the Pele was finding that back line, but again, thin margins. You look at a replay like we just saw where somehow Vote lives. Thin margins that could end up changing a team fight going the other way if Adapting is able to finish off those kills. P's and B's for game number 2, as I'm sure both teams would prefer a non-40-minute game here in game 2. Wonder if you can up the pace just a little bit there, but both teams obviously happy with some scaling on either side compositionally. Kabraken's been taking a seat all weekend long, specifically against the Ravens, yes, but really it just feels like any team in this tournament's getting the Kabraken banned against it. And it feels like with Coast, Coast's so talented on the Heimdall, yes, but it feels like Chernobog has kind of replaced Heimdall as the perma-ban against Vaporish Coast here as of late.
Yeah, I think so as well. Just the global presence, people don't want to deal with it. And actually, I always highlight the fact that Chernobog doesn't win too many of those 1v1s, but just the fact of being able to, get some poke, use your cooldowns, ult, reset those cooldowns, and dive back in has been enough to make sure that none of these teams want to deal with that, as well as I think ESET has just been perma-banned against most teams at the moment just because of that objective confirmation that no one wants to deal with. The Oni Warriors are going to grab themselves Khepri because the Ravens take away that Umoja. They're not going to let Neil have that performance once again. So grab, the Khepri right there up. Yep. But that also means the Xing Chen's going to get through. One of the, I would say these are the top 3 supports in the meta currently besides that Kabraken, which can flex to a couple different roles.
Yeah, I wonder if the Oni Warriors now want to give Vote that Cupid. Just take the dual lane that the Ravens got in game 1. Give it back to yourselves here. You're at least going to snag Pele, and a 62% win rate. Not bad through 13 games played. Was a bit higher before the loss just now on the Highland Ravens side of things.
Simply gazing
Pele
thus
plus
can change
Morgan
the outcome of the greatest
gives you some
wars.
flexibility as the draft goes on.
Yeah, no doubt. The double Pele is something that AMC is not going to appreciate as this game goes on.
So it comes to your mind. Well, I guess there's not much, not many other options yet.
Yeah,
but you think, regardless, Pele is always going to be a good choice.
When you're up against an AMC, I think going to be great. However, the Heimdall is a great option into the Morgan, right? Being able to reveal that stealth to your team is going to make Dardes' options extremely limited. You can't just sneak to the back line in stealth when, you know, where Coast knows exactly where you are, and you just tell the team, hey, Dardes is right there. Like, don't get snuck up on. We're not going to be able to, you know, get that big burst of damage off because of that. Now, going into the second wave of bans, Cupid is going to be taken away, so we're probably getting to see Vote on a traditional Hunter this time around, and the King getting a little bit of respect thrown towards the Thanatos. And honestly, I agree. I think it's a smart call.
Yeah, Adapting has already played Thanatos this weekend. It was not a bad look. So disruptive, and just the way that pick can flow through the map, always scary to deal with. 7-1-7, by the way, on Thanatos for Adapting against the Sages in the second match that the Ravens played this weekend. So definitely a good look for Adapting. And then getting the Heimdall, as you already mentioned, not only for the Morgan counterplay, but just Coast in general, playmaking style ADC. Saw what E-Chrome could do against an SPL duo lane in our previous set on the Heimdall. An option here for the Highland Ravens. Bans roll through, though. Another shot at Adapting with the Nemesis off the board. And Cupid's still around. I was wondering if that is where the Oni Warriors were going to go with one of their second round picks, second or third pick. Ends up getting banned out. So obviously Vote showing that he's pretty comfortable, doesn't need the Cupid, and giving the rest of his team a bit more credence.
Yeah, given the fact that the Ravens already have the double Hunter composition, you got to assume another Guardian will be coming through, trying to help out some of that magical damage. Unless, of course, a mage in the jungle, with the King Arthur being locked in, it is possible that we'll see a magical jungler in that last slot, just because, you know, you have a fair bit of protections. And we've seen drafts with double Hunter and for Fizz. When you have AMC, you can make that happen. A lot of prot tread on the Stinger. So the Ravens still do hold on to that ambiguity. We'll have to see if maybe the Adapting Thor we were hoping for would come back. Not a great pick in the meta, but it's just nice to see the King reprise his role. The Oni Warriors, however, still have to show us. In a game like that, when Nika was, you know, doing lots of damage on the Kakolan, but also, you know, I assume he wanted to be doing more. He likes to hard carry for this squad. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw an Assassin, and it looks like the Ratatosker will be getting hovered.
This would give a lot of extra options to Dardes on the Morgan if it ends up being Ratatosker. So Pele, yes, but now also potentially double globals with Ratatosker, semi-global, I guess. With
12, 21, 12.
And I guess, I mean, X-Ball's ult, do we count that as, I mean, as global? I mean,
yeah,
technically, right?
Global, but you can't make your price.
But not in the, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not in the same vein of what we're talking about with global ults. Anyway, that's a semantics question. Ao Kwong finishes the draft off here for the Highland Ravens. And that'll be Adapting's pick. Have not seen a lot of Ao Kwong at all. You would assume for a reason. Why does Adapting go for it here in Game 2?
I mean, it's great up into the Khepri. The issue is it gets completely outdamaged by Pele and Rat in the early, and I think Adapting knows that. And he's got a smile on his face saying, hey, I'm hoping we get online 2-3 items, get some lifesteal, some attack speed, then we're able to play through. But again, Pele, Cuvo, Fred, and Nika should have a field day when Ao Kwong's on that side of the map. It just takes a while to get online. If it does, however, one of the best late-game hard carries in Smite, just pretty easy to kill. It's like incredibly high damage, and also incredibly low HP, low survivability. Depends on how you play it. But again, the execute into Khepri. Usually we see Achilles because the other execute characters aren't quite in the meta, but we know Adapting's got a Thanatos in the back. That was taken away. Might as well go to the Ao Kwong at this point. Elimination's on the line.
I mean, Achilles could have been an option for the soul lane. King Arthur is what the Highland Ravens end up selecting. Let's talk options here for Dardes. Early on in the draft, Pele seemed like the obvious choice. Now there's a Ratatosker added in, Scarab's Blessing. I mean, not super often you're transforming into a second support. Ao Kwong now on the map, second Stinger could be a potential. Does it still seem like Pele is the option, or do you think Dardes has to make up his mind in the moment.
Yeah, it definitely depends on the moment, but, you know, for rotation purposes, just keep it hotkeyed on Rat, and then if you're trying to 1v1 or just do crazy damage, it's got to be Pele. I mean, those are the two options that I would go to, just because you use that mark, you try to go Dark Omen, and then just transform into Pele, and you're going to be going crazy. Unfortunately, maxing the second ability isn't going to work as well on Pele, but you get some decent damage out of Rat when you transform. So I think just global presence and raw damage, those are the options. But as you highlight, there are some other chances that, you know, like maybe a second Stinger could be doing a lot of damage. It really just depends on the itemization and who gets ahead on the map.
It's going to be a high physical damaging game here with, of course, a little bit coming out of the supports, a little magical damage coming out of the supports, but it's going to be up to Dardes on the Morgan to deal a lot of the magical damage for the Oni Warriors, adapting for the Highland Ravens with this Ao Kuang has got to get it done as well. Can the Highland Ravens stave off elimination as game number 2 against the Oni Warriors kicks off right now?
Thank you so much, Dave and Trelly. Elimination on the line for the EU SCC squad. Can they join their brethren and maybe getting a win over the SPL? We're going to have to get through game 2 to do it, and then a game 3 if that does end up happening. But the Oni Warriors have drafted themselves a pretty nice team comp to try and deal with some of the early game annoyance that may come from the Highland Ravens, the Morgan, and then adding in there a Ratatosker. I mean, spooky, just looking at this composition from the Warriors, this is an annoying one to deal with, to say the very least.
I mean, this is a draft that just looks like the Warriors have the early game. Now, granted, the Ratatosker is going to maybe struggle going up against a King Arthur in this solo lane, but you're not picking the Ratatosker for lane dominance. That's not what you have him there for. What you have Nico on this Ratatosker for is the rotations that are going to be coming out from that solo lane, most likely towards this mid lane, or maybe just in the jungle between the two. That's the real value that this Rat has. You put Cuva on this Pele, who now has much more early presence than the Kali did. This is looking really, really strong. And I think the center point of this draft, not just on the screen, but just the gameplay-wise, is Dardes on this Morgan. Like, look at how many options he has. You can turn into Kepri and get a second revive out. You can turn into Nika, and you just have through the Cosmos to push yourself out of danger or be a second initiation onto a fight. And you can even look over at the other side. Do you need extra peel? All right, well, Calvin's playing Xingqian. What if we had a Xingqian? Wouldn't that be cool, guys? And if all else fails, just the combination of Darkest of Nights plus through the Cosmos limits so much of what the Ravens can do. It's so much disruption. This is a really, really strong-looking draft.
My only concern, at least for the Ravens for now, he is adapting on this Ao Kuang. Maybe he can amend that right away. Okay, never mind. A quick stun from Dardes. But a couple more basics from Angry would have done it there, but it's not going to be enough. Cubo Fred has Blink, goes to the back line, finds one rock, finds a second, and finds a first blood for the Oni Warriors. 1 minute in, and overstep by Angry leads to his downfall.
And there you see the difference between this Pele and this Ao Kuang. Cuvo can get in there, throw out the knockups, and he can just get the job done. Adapting on this Ao Kuang, he doesn't have any CC. He's just relying on being able to stick to you with the slow that comes out from the Dragon Call and hope he has enough damage to get you down to the execute threshold. And before level 5, that's not even an option. This Ao Kuang is a very weak early game pick. He's very item reliant. He needs that ultimate online to really make sure he can finish these kills off. And it's a great counter pick to Neil Griven this Kepri, but until it comes online, it's just not going to do a whole lot in this early.
So with that, the Oni Warriors step themselves a nice early lead with that first blood bounty and alleviating some pressure that was put onto Dardes. The Morgan, not very well known for her early game wave clear compared to something like an Amusenkov, who is known to be able to clear out those waves pretty easily. So that's why we saw some of that pressure pushed up by adapting Angry. Unfortunately for adapting, he ended up eating a stun on the way into lane, and that spelled the end of that one there. So now with this slight lead that Cuvo Fred has, does he continue to put that pressure on this Amusenkov, try and keep Angry down? Or do you think maybe he goes to another lane to try and get something going for the team?
Might have to hold that thought. Some pressure in this duo lane. However, it looks like they are okay there. Warriors able to step away from that one. But I really do think that Angry is going to be the best place for Cuvo to look. You can go ahead. You can gank this duo lane from the Ravens. All right, what's going to happen? Kosh is going to hop into the Bifrost. He's going to go back to the tower. Calvin's got 2 jumps. He's not going to be easy to lock down. And then if you do manage to somehow get on top of them, he's still got the hook slam. He can still root you in place, then turn around, walk away. Same with Vapors. He's going to be able to just knock you back with the Gjallarhorn. It's just not that much kill potential in this duo lane right now. Sure, you can make the dives once you have the Scare's Blessing online, but that's a little bit risky. There's no guarantee of that paying off. So I really do think that this AMC in the mid lane is the best place that they can look to put that aggression. Because then, if they can get Dardes a lead in that mid lane, well, now you open up some really good opportunities to start rotating around the map. And with the Morgan specifically, you open up so many tools for so many ganks, and the aggression continues in duo.
Some good CC from Calvin and Coast between a knock-up, a root, a slow from range from Coast. Put so much pressure onto Vote and Neil Ma. Though Kepri and Xbalanque not really known to be able to win out on those lanes necessarily. And has to take a peek over to the solo lane for sure, kind of in that same regard. Not a whole lot of pressure really across the board for the Oni Warriors in lane. It really feels like the Ravens recognizing that adapting is going to need to be the late game carry. Maybe give them a bit of an earlier time in these lanes.
Yeah, it's definitely a good game plan to have for the Ravens. And we saw a sort of similar plan in game one, but kind of like reverse, where adapting was the one who was getting really, really active in the early game. He was trying to make things happen while the rest of the Ravens were trying to scale up a little bit more. Now they said, okay, that didn't work out. Let's flip the script. Adapting, you do your thing. You go in the jungle. You farm up. Once you hit level 5, we'll start seeing you again. But I don't want to see even a hint of the Dragon King of the Eastern Seas in my mid lane until he's able to just go up and eat someone. Because that is really where the Ravens' game plan opens up for them. Right now, they don't have to have the pressure in this dual lane, but it definitely helps that they do have it. Calvin on the Xingqian, the Fierce Warrior, is able to make Vote do a little bit less damage. Naturally lends itself to creating that pressure. Calvin, though, does get poked out in that mid lane. That's one thing you're going to have to be worried about there. You have to be very careful to not let your support take too much damage before they want to start looking at the initiations.
Yeah, Calvin, for sure, just rotating in, seeing if he can find some pressure somewhere. At least to say the least. Hasn't had a chance to go back to base to pick up his first item. Whether that be the Gauntlet of Thieves, which has been the standard start for a long time for supports. Or maybe that Mail of Renewal that's kind of become the flavor pick of the last couple of weeks of play. For now, it's Coast trying to 2v1 at the purple buff. Of course, Coast really wants to get in and at the very least, delay this attempt. Purple does get picked up by Neilma. Through the realms goes Vote. And through the Bifrost will go Vaporish Coast. Doesn't lose out on his relics, just use the ult and we'll be fine.
There are worse outcomes there for really both sides. Sure, Ravens, they don't go ahead and secure that purple buff. They lose out on the XP, but it was really just extra XP for them anyway. This is the one that might actually end up hurting Vapors. No ultimate means he's not able to step up to this one. Sure, he has the bees, but you don't want to risk that, especially since you just Bifrosted out. That's both safety tools down. Sure, you still got the Gjallarhorn online, but that might not be enough against Cuvo. I really consider this, especially after that purple buff invade, a bigger win for the Warriors. You're able to pull out the Bifrost, force the ultimate out, and now that these tools are down for the Ravens, now I can see Cuvo maybe starting to look over to that duo side a little bit more. Coast has had some pressure in this duo lane for a while. It's a good time to go ahead and alleviate some of it.
Stars will clear up the wave in mid. Calvin and Adapting, rotating over to try and deal with Nika. This Ratatoskr has built Soul Eater, so no defense to the Assassin solo. And no blue buff to him either.
Oh boy.
Up in the sky goes Kana. Darkest of Nights will turn out the lights for a few. And it's a dive onto Angry, who just gets blown up by Dardes and the jungler. Neil Mom makes it back to the tower. And 05 Cubo just off the mark. But it's a pickup from Calvin. Will throw him back towards Kana. Stun is good by Dardes, and the damage is too much for Calvin to handle. The Oni Warriors turn the fight around, and they find 2.
Man, that Volcanic Lightning covers so much distance for Cubo there. He was not in that fight. Neil looked like he might be dead to rights there if the Ravens decide to commit onto him under that tier 2 tower. But Cubo just blasts in with that ultimate, says, not my support, no you don't. And that's a huge win for the Warriors. They put Angry down. That's exactly who we wanted to see them start to target a little bit. They punished that blue buff invade, make it a 2 for, I think 0 was the trade for the Warriors. And if you walk away from that, feeling that good, especially when your Nika has no defense, that's a great spot for you to be in.
Fortunately, Adapting just doesn't have the damage yet to find the kill onto this Ratatoskr. No blue buff means that Nika is going to be suffering in the mana sustain department for a little while longer. Porsche Coast once again disrupting around the purple buff. Doesn't end up getting the steal this time. Gets pulled back by Neil Ma. But there's some support from Calvin in the 2v1. Shouldn't be enough to kill Neil Ma during this fight. Neil will just be fine. But that's another ultimate by Coast used offensively, but nothing to be gained from it.
Yeah, it's almost starting to look like Coast is maybe just pulling that trigger a little bit too soon there. Yes, Neil is on top of you, but what is he really going to do? It's just a Khepri at this point. He's level 7. He's building full defense. He's not going to be able to just deal the damage to Coast. Now, there's an argument to be made that he was concerned about the CC that comes out from Neil, but that had already been used just keeping Coast away from that purple buff. The Coast maybe is still feeling the first game a little bit too strongly. He was really swinging for a lot of damage there. It's time to take a step back, wind it down a little bit, and sure, you can keep up this pressure on the purple buff, but you also have some pressure on the right side there on Takana.
Takana will make it out, despite the fact there were 3 people hot on his heels at that point.
Oh, that's an
It'll
early
all just be to at least secure the blue buff for Nika. Neil Ma runs into Calvin. Dardes will be there to make sure that he can join in the mid lane. So a lot of groupings by these teams. He's been very quiet out of adapting so far. He's tried to make things go, just like Calvin has here. But Calvin will get some assistance. The ultimate comes out too early from Neil Ma, and the execution is good. But Cubo Fred can continue to chase and continue the kill as Dardes finds Calvin. 2-for-1 trade, but at least the Highland Ravens have finally got themselves on the board.
Yeah, that Scare's Blessing is not going to save you against a hungry dragon there, Neil. Adapting, that is exactly what he picks this Ao Kuang for. Finds him, forces out the Scare's Blessing, and that's really a double win for the Ravens there, right? You get the kill, and you've completely wasted the ultimate. This should allow the Ravens to find a little bit more aggression on the map now that that Blessing is down. The downside is you traded 2 for 1. It wasn't the cleanest trade in the world. You're still on the losing end of that. The good news, though, is that the gold lead really isn't separating too much right now. You're still well within your fight back territory there. And Adapting's gone for the early glyph. He's got the Nimble Bancroft's talent online. So, sure, he doesn't have any rings online, but he is going to have a little bit more attack speed, which is going to make these dragons come out a little bit faster. And that's where Ao Kuang is really reliant on his damage. He has to get that Dragon Call online, get them swinging and hitting on his target. If you're going for the Pyromancer, that's a really good start too.
Close call. Thought Nika may have stolen that one with the Acorn Blast, but Highland Ravens do get the Pyro and close up that goalie. What was 1,000 is now only a couple hundred at this point. So the experience with a nice little lead for the Oni Warriors, 1,400 in that regard. Most of that coming from the mid 2v2 of the jungle and mid laner for both these two teams. Oni Warriors slightly ahead in that regard. But Nika with 3 assists to his name, the fact that so much fighting has happened around that right side of the map, even with the 3 assists to his name, he's starting to fall a little bit behind Takana. Not too much, nothing drastic, nothing we have to raise the alarm bells on just yet. But definitely be keeping your eyes to see what kind of impact Kana can make with this slight advantage against 2 assassins. He'll be just fine.
Yeah, Kana should be able to walk away from this one, no problem. And I think the reason that this lead is starting to show up a little bit is because you see the Soul Eater here, right? And this is fairly standard for the assassin solo laners. They tend to go to this Soul Eater first, get a little bit of damage, a little bit of sustain in their kits going for them. But this isn't the first damage item for Nika. No, he also has the Acorn online, and you can see the results of not having any defense in his build right there. Kana takes him up, deals a bunch of damage, forces Nika to reset, but that's not where the real fight is. It's here in the mid lane.
Calvin picks up one, throws him away, but Angry is the one who really needed the help. Dardes is slamming away with a volcanic lightning of his own. Nika slams down on Adapting in the backline and finds a kill onto the enemy jungler. But Cubo Fred has been left to dry, except that Neil Ma finds the revive and brings his jungler back from the depths of Hades for another 2 picks for the Warriors.
The downside of losing Adapting so early in that, under that tier 1 tower, means there's no execute available to finish that kill off. Neil just turns around, finds the Scare's Blessing, and right back to safety. That's just a feels bad moment for the Ravens, because you look at that and you think, okay, we've lost a couple members, but we can trade back at least one here. Denied. Neil says, no, that one's here for us. And now this gold lead is starting to creep right back up to where it was before. Pyromancer doesn't matter anymore. And that's where this build is starting to pay off for Nika, right? It just drops down from through the cosmos, and Adapting just gets deleted in a heartbeat. There really wasn't anything he could do about it. And Vapor's still looking for the 1v1s, man.
Does manage to get the ult from Coast, his vote, but it cost him his beads to do so. Neil Ma rotates over to to help push the Trebuchet. Some help is needed for Dardes. That's why Cuvo is here. Not going to get a whole lot of damage out just yet. Fairly tanky on that Xingqian, but Vote with the help of the Trebuchet. Tier 1 tower goes down. And add a little bit more gold to the pockets of the Oni Warriors. And now with that advantage in the dual lane with ult gone from Coast, what can the Ravens do, Spooky, to try and fight back into this early game?
Well, they're getting to the point where they need to start being a little bit more careful. This lead is starting to build up a little bit more, around 1,800 now in favor of the Warriors, but that's only 1,800. That's not too bad. The Ravens still have plenty of time to step up around these objectives for some more even fights. Calvin making this rotation might be a good place to start.
Beat's gone from Coast, but he did
far.
not go very far with the Bifrost. Cubo Fred puts him down, adapting, wants the execute, but he's not even going to need it. It's angry. Drops the honey, gets the damage out there, and the Highland Ravens can answer back, making a 1-for-1 trade and getting a big shutdown on Cubo.
That's an excellent response from the Ravens. This is something they need to start doing. Too often have the Warriors been stepping up to this purple buff, looking for the invade and not being punished for it. Now the Ravens say, okay, we've got to beat on what the Warriors want to do. We know where they're going to be. Let's go ahead and match that rotation, answer back. Put Cuvo down. Sure, they lost Coast, which doesn't feel the best, but he's Heimdall. He's going to be able to stay safe, and it's Coast. He's going to be swinging no matter what. He's okay with this one death. I think the really important thing there is Adapting did not use his ultimate to secure that kill. He wants to make sure that when he's using his ultimate, he's using it on a target that Neil has put his own Scarab's Blessing onto and nullify the advantage that comes out of that. By holding the ultimate, they're still in fighting shape around these objectives, and I really like to see the Ravens maybe start to take a step forward to around this Gold Fury or even this Pyromancer is coming back up.
There is a bit of a lead disparity, at least between the junglers for now. Cubo Fred, even despite the shutdown, going over to the Highland Ravens onto him, still 2 levels up for the jungler of the Oni Warriors. Feels like Adapting is making it through at least the worst part of the game for the Ao Kuang.
Yeah.
2 items online now, another ring should start to get that damage spike up there for him. So maybe we'll start to see some more impact plays from Adapting as this game goes on. But Angry has just been the unfortunate benefactor for the Oni Warriors. 1-4. But that won't stop the rest of the Ravens, who are doing just fine on their own, of going towards this Pyromancer. But look at the answer back from the Oni Warriors already around the Gold Fury. Vapor's Coast and the Ravens know this is happening. The Oracle Vision is there, but Coast can't even step up past Cubo Fred to try and get there. It's a Pyromancer for the Highland Ravens,
wait,
a Gold Fury for the Oni Warriors,
No way.
but maybe an even better Fire Giant call for the Highland Ravens. Nika up into the sky, sees the fire ring is there, will crash down in to disrupt the party, but the Fire Giant at 16 minutes goes to the Highland Ravens. What a call by the SCC.
I mean, go for it. Oh, but here comes Dardes. They're looking to answer back, J-Mac.
Adapting low, Adapting doesn't find the execute he was looking for. Nika low, gets the Scarab's Blessing. Dardes finds the kill on Adapting. Cubo Fred finds some good damage onto Calvin. Bakana and Angry are both very healthy. Cubo is not. Neil Ma does not have the Scarab's Blessing to help him any longer. And the Highland Ravens make a 1-for-1 trade, but 4 still with fire.
That is so much in favor of the Ravens. Kana, it might not have been a 1v1, but he finally gets that Fire Giant he's been looking for the past game and a half now. What a play coming out from the Ravens. Nika had a good answer back through the Cosmos was there. He did drop down into the fire pit, but his decision was to turn on to Kana and try to force him out. Maybe it would have worked better if he turned onto the Fire Giant itself. He has 2 damage items, almost 2.5 damage items if you count the Glad Shield. And it was already at such a low threshold. I don't know, I think the Warriors did as best they could matching that call, and now gold lead is only 500 in favor of the Warriors. It's not often that you see the Pyromancer started up, the Gold Fury answered, and then, oh, well, let's just do a Fire Giant. But the Ravens, such good discipline to know that they had that opportunity and make the most of it. And you can see Kana just zoning Nika off the entire time. Nika wanted to step forward without using the ultimate, but that King Arthur was in his face, not letting them step up.
I think maybe probably the biggest, at least, reason that the Highland Ravens know they can do that isn't just because of the fact that Coast walked over and dealt with the Gold Fury. Isn't the fact that the Gold Fury sound effect goes off. It's the fact that the Oracle Vision was on there and they saw 4 people from the Oni Warriors there, and at least for Kana knowing that Nika was in the right side of the map. That's at least an easy call for the Highland Ravens. So 4 with Fire Giant and still 2 minutes to play with it. They'll at least start up their siege on the left side of the map. Vote and Neil Ma are here. They're not going to stop a tier 1 tower. Push no reason to, or maybe they wait for the counter initiation. But nobody else is nearby. Only Neil Ma up at the front lines.
Now, the downside of this Fire Giant is it's still only 18.5 minutes into the game, right? We're not super far in. We don't have a ton of items online. It's mostly 3 to 2.5 items online for the Ravens right now. The Fire Giant is a good boost, but you're mostly looking at these tier 1 towers that are going to be stripped down. They can put some pressure on these tier 2s, but with the gold where it's at right now, the Oni Warriors are still in a very fine position to step up and say, okay, you can pressure this tier 2, but you're not getting it for free. They've got plenty of fight back potential. They still have all their ultimates available. Granted, the Ravens have those as well, but you're looking at this siege early on. You've got 2 ultimates you got to be concerned about when it comes to Dart, as things might not look quite as easy, quite as good as one might first initially think.
Questionable step up by Cuvo Fred. He loses his Magi's because of it. Now be down for another 60 seconds. But he's coming for the wraparound. Ward will spot him out, so he'll have to deward that. The Highland Ravens know that not everybody is where they seem to be. Even adapting and Nika spotting each other out on the right side jungle means the Highland Ravens aren't going to continue any furthermore, at least on this mid-tier 2 push. They'll back up to grab the Greater Scorpion, and they'll be able to grab anything left amongst their jungle. So with the Fire Giant for 4 members of the Ravens, seems for now, Spooky, all they were able to get was a few tier 1 towers. Definitely not the end of the world for the Oni Warriors, who are only down 1,000 gold going into that now.
Yeah, this Fire Giant has really just been to mitigate the lead that the Warriors were building up. Now they've got a little bit of a lead for themselves, the Ravens that is, but it's still not enough of a lead to feel like you have a real advantage in this game. The scoreboard, 9-3, doesn't really reflect how close this game actually is so far because it's been so objective focused. A lot of these kills have come through, just haven't been around these big play points, Pyromancer, Fury, Fire Giant. And that's really why the Ravens are able to secure themselves a Fire Giant, is because the fighting has largely been over nothing. It's just been small ganks in the mid lane, small ganks in the duo lane. And that's why they're able to stabilize here. Now we're in the mid to late game, and we're still looking at tier 2 towers on the board. And now this Fire Giant has finally fallen off. The next one is the one that we're really concerned about.
How dangerous does this get for the Oni Warriors? I mean, we were talking about between the desks, just between us, how much the Ravens want to get to late game. I mean, you have an Ao Kwong, early game struggles, now 3 full items deep, and continuing to push on as this game goes. How much harder does it make this for the Oni Warriors to try and deal with adapting once these team fights start to break out, Spooky?
It really comes down to vision and how well you're able to keep track of where adapting is and what he's trying to do in these fights. Nika, I think, is going to be a critical role in this, just because he can go into the air and kind of scout out and figure out, okay, where's the team at, where's adapting trying to play from. On the other hand, though, Nika's also the primary engage. He's not going to be able to just play that safety role. So it really comes down to this balancing act of being able to find your initiation while also knowing where adapting is for the counter initiation. Good news is the Warriors have plenty of tools to counter that counter initiation. Neil obviously has Scared's Blessing. It's not going to do any good against adapting specifically, but if you can land a good Volcanic Lightning into the backline, throw your Scared's Blessing onto Cuvo, pull him back to safety, that's already a big swing in your favor.
For now, the Oni Warriors will leave Neil Ma around the Gold Fury. The Highland Ravens still grouped up as 4 on the left side. It seems that the tango around the Fury will finally disperse. So that way the teams can go back to farming. No fight to be broken out over this neutral objective. Still an important one, even at this stage of the game, to be able to try and get some pressure in the lanes. Neilmon Vote will stick around. No Oracle Vision in the pit, but some ward coverage at the least by the Highland Ravens. We'll move over to the Pyromancer. Nika has a chance to seal this, maybe a little too early on the Acorn Blast. That opens up once again the Oni Fury, but this time there is no Fire Giant answer by the Highland Ravens. A root onto Calvin, pulls him back in, and Calvin low on HP. The shell, the only thing keeping him alive at that point. And the Highland Ravens support now out of the team fight.
Beautiful engagement from the Warriors, and the way they back off is because they know Adapti's trying to make that flank round. Nika had the eyes on him, and straight back to the Fury. Nika's going up into the air. Let's see how this plans out.
Crash in the back line to distract Coast and Angry. Cubo Fred as well at the front, and the Oni Warriors will grab the Oni Fury this time around. Pyromancer still did go to the Ravens from earlier on. And we do still see that very slight gold lead, though it's a spike down for the Ravens and then a spike back up towards the Warriors. 23 minutes in. More kills than we had in game 1 by this point in time, but the lead at the exact same position that it was then.
Yeah, at the end of the day, though, this does favor the Warriors. They're the ones who got the Fury. They're the ones who have the enhanced minions on the map. Those minions are going to put pressure on these lanes. Sure, it might just be a tier 1 and 2 lanes, and Coast is over there on that left side to wipe out the Onis, but now this opens up the Fire Giant for the Warriors to step up to.
Kana goes up to the pit, finds some CC against Neil. That's enough for the Oni Warriors to back away from the pit. Just going for a heat check to see if anybody was in the area for the Highland Ravens, and there were a couple of people ready to go. So it gives the time for the Oni Warriors to reset themselves. Do a bit of a relic roundup for everybody. It's only the teleport and a blink down for their respective solo laners. The supports relics more than anything. The one still waiting for a cooldown. Keep your eyes on both of Calvin's. 40 seconds until he has that shell and before he has that sprint back online.
And it's going to be a dangerous position for both teams now. They're going to have to play this very, very carefully. You can already see neither one is really willing to step too far forward here. This isn't as simple as just taking a 5-on-5 around the Fire Giant. Both teams are looking to find themselves a pick here. Dardes and Adapting on their initial picks here are very good at facilitating that kind of game plan. The question is, though, can they make it happen? Both teams are playing very confidently around each other. And I really think this comes down to Adapting to really break this game open for the Ravens. He's the one who can get through the Scarab's Blessing and find a pick regardless of what defense they try to put on it. Dardes, he's not going to have that same ability. He's sure, you know, he can go ahead and turn into Adapting and try to get in there, but it's kind of risky when you look at the team that the Ravens have. It's not going to dissuade them, though. They are going to walk at Kana. But still, J-Mac, there's just no real aggression to be had here just yet. Cuvo might change things if he gets picked out here.
Ultimate used. But that Magi's means Adapting cannot continue the fight up against him. Instead, it's Nika bringing the pain back to Adapting, bringing the pain back over to Coast. Kana gets pulled in by Neil Ma once again. Half HP. It's Calvin who finds the ultimate this time around. My mistake, it was Kana pulled in moments ago. The Highland Ravens retreat back to their tier 1 tower. A couple of members at half HP and under, while the Oni Warriors are rather healthy to move towards this Fire Giant.
Look at the ultimates that have been expended. 4 on the side of the Warriors, only 2 for the Ravens. This still isn't a terrible fight for the Ravens if they decide to step forward. Warriors have to be extremely careful about how they want to start this Fire Giant up. And indeed, it doesn't seem that they do want to start it. They did not find nearly enough in that fight to feel comfortable stepping forward, but Ravens still in the area, are going to shift over to this right side, try to take down this Trebuchet before it gets too much value.
Trebuchet won't be able to get anything for now. The Highland Ravens are the ones who start up the Fire Giant. Baiting in the Warriors, Kana pulled in, but Kana is fine. Loses only a little bit of health. Nika dives in on Angry, and Cuvo Fred by himself in the back line is being dealt with by Kana. But it's a trade for trade as far as their abilities are concerned. Adapting stealth in the middle of everybody. D-stealth in the middle of everybody. And Cuvo Fred finds the first pick of the team fight with Kana at a quarter HP and teleport on cooldown. This is the perfect opportunity for the Oni Warriors to go in. Nika does get knocked up, and some good damage by the Ratatosker will push the Ravens back. And the Oni Warriors can reset to the objective once more.
Right back they go. Man, these backline dives are just not working out for either team right now. The only reason that goes in the favor of the Warriors is not because Cuvo was able to find a good initiation on the back, is because Adapting stepped a little bit too far forward trying to find his own flank on the backline of the Warriors. But still, the Ravens have not had enough. They still want more.
Neil Ma already gone from the fight, but Nika tries to find one on the coast. Doesn't get the damage he needed and sent through the realms. But Kana has been sent to the grave by Dardes, and as soon as Dardes lands back down in, that's a slam and a jam for Nika. 2 down for Nika, 4 gone from the Highland Ravens. But the Oni Warriors not healthy for the objective this time around.
Slam, jam, put it on some flatbread, put it in a pizza. You're having a nice meal here for the Warriors. They're going to go ahead and reset. Angry does try to catch Dardes out there, but unfortunately not able to do so. This opens everything up for the Warriors. Still 30 seconds until the next member of the Ravens comes back. There's 2 alive right now, but the Warriors making a beeline straight to the Fire Giant. Angry and Adapting are in position, but a 2v5 does not favor you. But Cuvo and Nika, they want to look for the picks before the objective. Gonna go ahead and stop that and put some vision down. Objective-focused gameplay.
And nobody from the Ravens to come over and deal with this. So the Oni Warriors won't be an enhanced Fire Giant. And it's wild to think that 12 minutes ago, it was the Highland Ravens killing literally that exact same objective. But not much has happened since then. This Primal Fury will at least be a good consolation prize to the Highland Ravens after losing Fire. But there's still quite a few towers up for the Oni Warriors. I don't imagine that this Fire Giant is going to be one to break open the base, but more so expose the Phoenixes.
Yeah, this is by no means going to be a game-ending Fire Giant, but it is a much more significant one than the one that the Ravens were able to grab earlier in the game. This one puts these tier 2s into some real danger, and you can see that Kana's the only one here stepping forward to defend this one, because he's not going to try to defend this tier 2 against 3. No shot. These tier 2s are pretty much given up by the Ravens by now, but they don't finish it off. Vote actually has to step back for one more shot. This is going to find ourselves the first real gold lead of this game. That's all the Warriors need to find on this first Fire Giant. But also at the state of the game right now, this far in, the gold lead isn't going to be too huge at this point. Sure, it's going to look big on the graphs, but with the way the builds are shaping up, everyone's about 4.5, 5 items deep, working on their 6th ones right now. You're not going to find too big of an item advantage here. This is really just to get pressure on the map, find yourself some more routes to take around the map, and put these Phoenixes under some real pressure, because that's where the things really start to get interesting. Can the Warriors find a good siege onto the Phoenix? And really, it's not hard to do when you have the Morgan on your team. You just pick the best tool for the job and go at it. I love this response from the Ravens. They know they can't defend this tier 2 on left. Take this one down on right. They might even go for the Phoenix here, J-Mac.
It'll be Neilma and Vote staying back to deal with the tier 2. Nika goes up in the sky. 2 made it back to base. 3 did not.
Okay.
And Nika is just going to be here to play distraction. Make sure that nobody can back in their face. That allows for a tier 2 on the left side to go down to the Oni Warriors. Smart play to make sure that Nika sticks around. And Cuvo Fred even on the hunt. No Phoenix to be had for either of the teams, but trading out towers keeps the Highland Ravens from falling too far down. Cuvo Fred not going to get the knockup with that damage, but maybe at least some return fire, because he does have 3 with him. And ult in by Cuvo Fred does some good damage, but he needs a little bit more. He needs a little bit of extra help, but he will not get it. Cuvo Fred doesn't need an execute for adapting. He'll find one. Nika will try and find the second, but adapting is the one who picks up the double kill. Now 2 Fire Giants off the Warriors.
You cannot let adapting just hang around in the back like that. And really, Cuvo and Nika both should have known that he was there, because they saw him running with Kana up the lane. Sure, Kana used the blink, but now the fight goes over here into the Harpies.
Coast eats a lot of damage. The damage out of Vote and the mid laner is good. Neil Ma finds at least something out there. But between Dardas and Vote, these 2 carries are swinging for the fences. They are hitting every single home run in their territory. Or I should at least say in enemy territory. Calvin and Angry not willing to step up to Vote and Dardas. 3-for-3 trade at the end of the day.
Man, the damage from this backline is just unreal right now. Dardas and Vote play this so well. If you've noticed, they're always together in these fights. They're constantly DPSing the same targets, and when one of them is under danger, the other is right there to put the damage on whoever's trying to dive them and just heal for their other backliner. That's why they're able to survive these fights so consistently. That's why Vote and Dardas both walk out of game 1 around the Fire Giant with a sliver of HP. It's because they're on the same target. They're communicating with each other and making sure that they are keeping each other alive. And it's just proving to be too much for the Ravens right now. They have to put one of them down. But how do you do that against Neil with the Scare's Blessing if adapting can't find the execute? It's just becoming such a big problem for the Ravens that they don't seem to have an answer.
We have only gotten to see, I believe, 1 actual execute come from adapting, and that was the first kill that the Highland Ravens got about 20 some odd minutes ago up against Neil Ma. Since then, it has just been the raw damage output from adapting. 4 and 4 for him. But you look across the way at the mid laner for the Oni Warriors. 7, 0, and 8 for Dardas. And it's only getting worse because Dardas is living through every one of these team fights. Perfect transformation targets, and now a setup because Fire Giant is just 30 seconds away from crashing back down. The Highland Ravens have a chance to defend this. They don't have any Phoenixes down. Minions are at a pretty favorable position as well.
Yeah, this is by no means a foregone Fire Giant for the Ravens. They are in a great position, actually, to step forward on this. Items are a little bit in favor of the Warriors right now. The gold lead is there, but it's not insurmountable right now. It's only 4,000. That's about half an item for most of the players on the Warriors right now. This Fire Giant's spawning in here. The Ravens are in position. They've got great initiation. They've got good peel. Now we just have to see them make it happen.
Fire Giant started. Nico will dash away. Neilma has found Kana. Kana doesn't make it out of the fight. The damage is just too much. A crash in the back line by Nika. And Cubo Fred will put down the Hunter. They'll put down the mid lane Hunter for Dardes. And the Highland Ravens, with only Adapting and Calvin left, can they even defend against the 5 strong? Who cares about the Fire Giant? Says the Oni Warriors. Adapting. They will march up the right side, but Adapting behind. Keep your eyes on the jungler. Can he make the impact play that he needs? Can Calvin come up with a massive ultimate in this fight? Adapting will be stopped by Nika in his tracks. Calvin picks up only Neilma with the ultimate. Nika will deal with Adapting all by his lonesome. Needs a little bit of extra help. But the Titan at 30% health. The Oni Warriors will quietly win the team fight. And it will quietly take game 2 and the set off the Highland Ravens.
Beautiful fight coming out from the Warriors. If you notice there, Adapting was trying to find a flank onto the Warriors before that fight happened, but Kana just stepped up a little bit too far, and that was the go button from the Warriors. They found their target, and his health bar just absolutely melted J-Mac. Like, it was gone in like, what, a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds, if we're being generous. But the fact is, the front line just could not handle that amount of damage coming towards him, and once he falls, the entire team fight is just broken wide open.
It really feels like with these kinds of Guardian picks, these Kepris, the Noxes of time that we were seeing, it's essentially whoever I grab that doesn't have beads is going to die. And in this case, it was Kana, and then all the dominoes fell over after that. The Oni Warriors take the 2-0. They move on to the second week of play, and we'll move over back to the desk.
The Oni Warriors get the SPL back on track here on Elimination Sunday at Smite Summer Masters. But again, another competitive game here up against the Highland Ravens. This is a game, and really a set in general, that the Highland Ravens, you get 2-0'd, but I think backing away from this, and especially going into the next phase of the year for the Ravens in the SEC, this should give you a boost of confidence to realize, look, we are competing with Hex Mambo, who were able to beat an SEC squad. And then you look at this set specifically, as far as the difference, how this set looks versus the first time these two teams played.
Oh, yeah.
I think the Highland Ravens made some strides. They're a competitive squad, and they should have a pretty successful phase in Phase 3. But the veteranship and the consistency of the Oni Warriors and their level of play ultimately shines through here in Game 2.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of summarizing it. Definitely a set to be proud of if you are the Highland Ravens. A highlight for me this time around was when Dardes turned in to vote, and then it was just double Shibalanke, and they were able to just trade up the fight. It looked like the Highland Ravens might be able to just win it out, and then it was they were just throwing the bolas just with each other back to back, and it was one of those like Spider-Man meme moments where they were just pointing at each other and able to just pop off. So just a great set throughout, and I think Dardes so impactful. I knew going into this set, like, give Dardes the Morgan, there's going to be trouble, but there was a lot of trouble coming from the mid lane.
And look, Dardes has expanded his god pool recently, but think back to when the Oni Warriors were struggling a bit more consistency as a team, the types of picks Dardes would go back to. The Morgan was often it. Seen a Morgan now a couple of times in this tournament, Poseidon a couple of times in this tournament, and an 8-0-10 game here in game number 2 for Dardes. And on the flip side, we talked about Vote going into this set, Trelly, as one of the players that needs to find some consistency. I mean, really just a route for the Oni Warriors to grow out of, and I think Vote was able to do so here today. But just a real all-around good team game here for the Oni Warriors in game number 2. Things really slow down. Ravens build up small gold lead, but keep things even. That's when communication's so important, and I think the Oni Warriors probably would have liked it to be cleaner, but still happy to get out of this one with a 2-0 win.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, at one point it was 9-3 kills-wise. The Oni Warriors were so on point with fighting the fights across the map, but the objective play, I looked up and I was like, wait, the Ravens are still ahead in goal. Like, it just did not matter. and early on. And I think, you know, the farming of the Ravens certainly something to be looked at. They just probably wish they did a bit more damage and were standing up to these objectives, actually able to fight in the later stage. Definitely a close set, either one, but still ends up 2-0. And you got to highlight the entirety of the Oni Warriors. I think no player didn't do their part here, right? Like, no. It was almost like a base race situation where Nika goes back, just stalls for so long on that right side. Could have been like a Phoenix for Phoenix trade, but not going to be the case. And again, just great playthrough.
I want to know what just happened.
Yeah, I mean, maybe J-Mac will tell us.
Hey, J-Mac, I'm going to call you out in a second, and I know this is a weird conversation for me to be having. You need to tell us whatever just happened, because at least do it in the interview, because I'm very curious. Whatever happens with the Oni Warriors, boy. Oh, is that what's happening? You might not be able to see it on camera, but I promise you it is funny. The Oni Warriors, I think, in high spirits after a set like this, Trelly. Now, and in reality, I think the way that this event is structured, you now get, I don't know how many days it is exactly, but a few days to get back, kick back, look back at your weekend in its entirety, assess what went right, assess what went wrong, and kind of refresh yourself going into the second week of play here. So the Oni Warriors get a 2-0 over the Highland Ravens, and J-Mac, what in the world happened? Let us know.
Well, thank you so much, Dave. Well, what happened was we've been talking about how Nika needs to step up for the team, and he's been able to do so here. Coach Chuckles will take a step down. I mean, look at the growth spurt that Nika's had just over the course of one weekend. But guys, you find the 2-0 over the Highland Ravens. You know, we just watched Solar Scarabs fall down to Hex Mambo. Was there any kind of worry, maybe in your mind, at least for the coach here, Chuckles, of your team, maybe dropping even a game over to this team?
I mean, it's always like, you never go into a game thinking, oh yeah, we're going to steamroll regardless of the competition. So it's, you always want to take it seriously. And I think after seeing what happened to the Bugs, we wanted to really make sure that didn't happen to us.
Yeah, a very long-winded game number one. I mean, Nika, you guys are going 40 minutes in. We had a double kill for Vaporish Coast, dying then to a Fire Giant after. Kind of a momentum reset more than anything. I mean, talk to me kind of through the comms of game number one to kind of get you guys back in swinging.
Well, I think I don't know, the game one was kind of weird. I felt like we couldn't really get much momentum with like the comp we drafted. Like usually with the comp we get there, it's like more of a steamroll kind of game. They just made like really good plays in game one and two to like keep it going. And I think a little bit sleepy from us as well, especially the FG game two. But, you know, we stayed strong and all that matters is we won. You know, pretty bad weekend from ourselves, I think we'll look back. But yeah, another week coming up to work on a lot of mistakes we made this week.
Yeah, well, you guys do get to qualify at least into week number 2, so you'll be joining, at least for now, 5 of your other SPL teams, 1 SCC team out there, 1 more set to go at the very least. Chuckles, talk to me kind of for the coach's mentality in a game like this, a set like this one where it's real close game 1, game 2, still kind of close to start things out, and then kind of what does that change for you moving into the future weeks of play?
I mean, it's really just... It's a lot of focusing on what goes wrong and why, I feel, going forward, because we know things are obviously going wrong in these sets. Obviously, the last couple of weeks haven't been great. Dragons we lost, and today wasn't, you know, as clean as it could be. So I think it's really about, yeah, just focusing on what we can do, you know, to improve or to focus on and how best to go about that.
Moving forward. Well, congrats on your win today. We look forward to seeing you guys next week in week 2 of Masters. We'll throw it back over the desk to close out the set.
Thank you.
And appreciate Nika for standing by with us, and of course Chuckles there with us for the post-game interview as well. Oni Warriors get their Smite Summer Masters back on track, move themselves in to our second week of play. Reminder that next week is just 3 days, straight up single elimination bracket, quarterfinals, semifinals, finals, and that's where the Oni Warriors move themselves with a successful win here over the Highland Ravens. And so with this set, the Oni Warriors are able to push themselves on. Unfortunately, that means the Highland Ravens do drop out of this group, but this group completed. This group was always going to be hard for one of the SEC squads to make it out of, Trelly. The white-hot Jade Dragons and the SPL Force Oni Warriors, the 2 teams to advance out of Group C. But I don't think we can move on from this group, this graphic specifically, without talking about the Jade Dragons. The team looks near unstoppable, and maybe the best-looking SPL team out of this week.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When I got to interview Final K towards the end of yesterday, I just said, are you guys the best team in the league? He hesitated for maybe a second, took a deep breath and said, yes. And I think the confidence shows.
In that tone of voice?
Oh, yeah. I think that was you could have assumed that was fine. Okay, saying it. I just just overtook
It sounded
the spot.
exactly like him. I
Great.
thought.
I appreciate that, and I think the confidence shows. They haven't lost since they made their roster adjustment, and it looks like they want to continue doing so.
Well, and he definitely didn't dab because he gave that up for Len.
Of course.
Remember, no more dabbing for fine. Okay. One more set remains on Elimination Sunday here in week number 1 of Smite Summer Masters, and that is the Atlantis Leviathans going up against the Kowlin Wardens. So one more spot in our single elimination bracket next weekend, and one of these two teams on the bottom of your screen will be taking it. I mentioned it going into this set, Trelly. You always are going to favor the SPL teams, but Hex Mambo showed us that you show up, you have a consistent enough game plan, you have something that can potentially catch these SPL teams off guard, anything can happen.
Yeah, no doubt. You definitely are favoring the Levi's going in, but you always got to assume that the Warden's going to bring something spicy. I already highlighted it last time I was on the desk. When you get to go home and just watch some competitive Smite, watch some upsets, for example, in the Hex Mambo, maybe you learn a thing or two, land a few pocket picks that could just take a game off. One game alone is enough to upset the mental, and at that point, anything can happen. So I'm definitely excited about the next set. Anything can happen.
And look, Leon is in the jungle for the Kowlin Wardens. Who knows what he's going to be playing? One more set remains on Elimination Sunday. Atlantis Leviathans, Kowlin Wardens, right after this.
I've been stuck in my head, think I need to escape. Feels like I'm waiting, do you feel the same? My mom used to say that no matter how famous, at the end of the day, you only wanna feel safe. But I'd rather walk into the space to see if you're still awake. If it's ever gonna be right, if we ever had the time, hope you know that I try. If we'll ever make it feel right, still think we can work it out. Hope you know that I try. I'm running over the highways, running sideways. I'm falling, but I'm starting to love it. We might fall apart, but we always do. If it's ever gonna be right, if we ever had the time, hope you know that I try. If we'll ever make it feel right, still think we can work it out. Hope you know that I try. We break up and you slam the door. I messed up on the bedroom floor. What the hell do we do this for? I push you out, but you come back. That attraction, we can't fight that. Oh, keep telling myself that I should let go, but I hold on. And oh, keep telling myself that I should move on, but
What's up, Smite fans? Dolson here, and Season 9 of the SPL is shaping up to be maybe the best ever. And to help us get there, we're partnering with Alienware to provide us, our players, the production team, with state-of-the-art gear to make this year one of the best yet. But don't take my word for it. Let's hear what the pros have to say.
As a professional player, it's super important to make sure that you just have the absolute highest quality gear and peripherals that you can ever get. And having an Alienware PC has completely upped our game here at the SPL.
It's really nice being able to play from the same PC from home into the studio, and I highly, highly recommend it. It feels great to play on.
So I really enjoyed using Alienware computers because, one, I'm a streamer, content is my job, and the power of the Alienware PCs is like amazing. It's perfect for everything that we need to do.
I stream 1080p, no problem. I have no issues with FPS, no frame lag or anything like that.
64 gigabytes of RAM is just something that you can only dream of, and like it helps so much with processing like anything that you need to perform, like multitasking, whether it's streaming, recording, gaming, like everything all at once, and it's been a very smooth experience.
As someone who doesn't enjoy building my own PC, the Alienware's kind of got everything in one machine. It was super easy.
I really like the pre-built Alienware as well because it's really hard to get a graphics card on the market currently.
A 3090 is like impossible to obtain, so being able to play on it has been honestly a very lucky experience.
Back in the day, I used to game and do all my content on a really pathetic laptop, and once I actually was able to get an Alienware PC, there's just no turning back.
For a lot of players that were used to just their home setups and maybe didn't have top quality products, going to such a huge upgrade with our Alienware PCs has just absolutely increased the quality of our practice.
I'm just a big fan of Alienware. I think they're the top of the line PCs literally for a reason.
It's definitely the best PC I've ever had by a long way.
Shoutouts to Alienware, great company, love them a lot.
And I have nothing but praise for the product.
That's high praise from some of the best gamers in the world. So thanks again to Alienware for powering us this year in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. And remember, if you want to get your hands on some of the gear that our pro players play on, make sure to check out Alienware on all of their socials and at their website as well.
I think if I didn't have my Alienware, I would go out and purchase one right now.
Thank you very much, Dolson and Neil, for letting us know all about the Alienware PCs that myself, Dolson, and Neil are using while they do their work, and I would not have it any other way. And you at home can have it that way as well. If you head on over to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code AWSMITE09, you as well can throw from video to yourself live on air, and you can play Smite like a not defending world champion, a world champion in Neoma, and I guess defending world champion. The Leviathans playing on Alienware PCs as well. Thanks again to Alienware for powering us here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League, and hopefully powering you at home here very, very soon. Dolson here on the desk, as I'm sure you get at this point. Spooky joins me in Spooky. I asked Trelly this question at the top of the previous desk segment. We've already had one SEC upset here today. The Ravens looked very competitive up against their SPL opponents, the Oni Warriors, just now. Seemingly anything can happen here on Elimination Sunday.
Anything at all, Dave. And honestly, it's grudge match time. I am 100% for it. I want to see the SEC take it to the SPL once again. I think they can do it. It wasn't the cleanest match last time from the Levi's against the Wardens. I think that the Wardens have plenty of fight back potential today into the Levi's.
And look, this was always going to be such a difficult group for the Callan Wardens to make it out of. It was going to be a difficult Sunday for a lot of the SEC teams to be able to make it out of in general. And we've gotten 3 matches underway already. The Valkyries find themselves a 2-0, and it's that second one that we've been talking about all day long. Hex Mamba with a 2-1 win over the Solar Scarabs. They advance themselves into our tournament next weekend. Continuation of Smite Summer Masters, of course. Same tournament, one and the same. Just the second week. And then the Oni Warriors just now advance themselves into our elimination bracket with a 2-0 win over the Highland Ravens. So one final match remains in our first week of Smite Summer Masters, day number 5, and it's Leviathans up against the Wardens. One team from this group has already progressed. It's the Titans, who are totally spotless through their first couple matches here at Smite Summer Masters. 2-0s across the board. And now one final elimination match remains here, and Spooky, I think, though we love upsets and we love great storylines, I do think you have to favor the Leviathans, the SPL squad, the actual defending world champions going into this match against the Wardens.
I mean, of course you have to favor the Leviathans, right? They've been looking really good all season. They've taken a couple stumbles here and there, and like I said, their last match wasn't the cleanest, but in light of all that, they're still the world champions. They're still defending their title here, and you got to favor them a little bit. Zatman has looked consistently great. Rongyu is just a pleasure to watch all the time. And, you know, as much talent as the Wardens have, they're the underdogs here.
Yeah, but can the Wardens catch the Leviathans off guard? That may be the game plan for this Warden squad, because over in the North American SEC, this is a team who loves to run it down, W-key, be in your face, play an aggressive style of play. But the Wardens also not the style of team to shy away from some of the more unique picks. I think we have had a lot of conversation this weekend about El Leon in the jungle for good reason.
Yep.
I mean, he played Cullen jungle earlier on in the weekend. He's played Naja, has played support. And so this is the substitute player instead of Sino playing this week for the Callan Wardens. And again, been some good, some bad for El Leon. The first 3-game set we had this weekend, he played Cullen in the jungle. A loss on that. Has also played Mercury. And so I think some of that flexibility, God Pool diversity, if the Wardens bring something unique out in the jungle, might be able to catch the Leviathans off guard.
It's definitely an edge that they have over the Leviathans. And really, if you look at the Cullen and you look at how it performed, it was actually going really, really well for the Wardens. It was just a matter of the late game, it wasn't able to survive long enough. It found tons of early game success, though. I think Cullen, or Elion, was about 4-0 on the pick. And you can see him exerting his pressure right here, constantly in that solo lane. The Wardens have tons of early game success. I think the key to finding more success against the Leviathans is to play into that. Put Elion on these strong early game junglers, even if they're a little bit unorthodox.
Yeah.
That's one of his strengths. Play into it.
Yeah, but I don't think we can escape talking about this Wardens team without mentioning some of the other players on their squad. Because yes, Leon is joined this team for this week, ideally into next week as well if the Wardens are able to win. But the entirety of the squad in that 3-game set against the Aru Scorpions had to step up. Moswell's been putting on some really nice matches here as of late. And the front line for the Wardens really impressed me. Relentless One and Gino, a couple spotless games in that 3-game set. That's not easy to come by when these matches are as competitive as they are. Did you say Jordan is standing by? Is that what I just... Okay, Jordan standing by now for the pregame interview with the Callan Wardens.
I will talk to everyone. Hey, what's up, everyone? It's Jordan Focus here. This is my first official interview. Just kind of thrown at it. Let's get over here real quick. What's up, guys? How are you guys feeling about, you know, this being the last set of the week and, like, you know, just how you feeling in general?
We're feeling good. You know, after watching the other SEC team take them to 3 and take the dub, I feel like we feel pretty confident right now. So hopefully we can get to the Levi's.
Yeah. And just in general, I'm unfamiliar with most of the teams, especially SEC, just on a personal level. So if you just introduce yourself to me and just, you know, just, like how are you feeling mentally just going into this last game, you know, just last elimination game before going into next week?
Well, I'm Relentless One. You could just call me Nick, but I feel confident. I mean, last set of the day, tired, but we can get the dub here.
And you said you had a twin brother who walks, you know, he's over here. What's your name? And, like, also, where's your headspace at? You know, just in general. It's the same question over and over again. Oh, we're wrapping. Okay, well, real quick.
IGN is not Gino. I'm the support player for the Callan Wardens.
I've been given the wrap-up signal. I'm sorry I can't talk to the rest of the team, but it seems like everyone seems in pretty good spirits here. We're going to go back to the desk.
Appreciate it, Jordan, one of our video guys here in the Smite Pro League, and a future in commentary potentially. Top of the line interview, as always, from Jordan, and really helpful for those out there who are just unfamiliar with the Callan Wardens and who they might be. Got to meet Relentless One and Gino, and good luck if you didn't know who the other 3 were, because we didn't get to meet them during that interview. Obviously in high spirits. That's a team who probably realize that they're punching uphill here in a battle like this, and because they're going against the Atlantis Leviathans, the Wardens are going to have to bring their best. The Leviathans, a team that have had a very, very up and down phase too. Not the picture of consistency, but the peaks have been best in the world. The valleys have been getting 2-0'd by the Valkyries, right? And so we have seen so much up and down from the Atlantis Leviathans, and finding that consistency for this team is really that next step, and have put on some good games, some bad games up to this point here this weekend. A lot of it starts with Panatom, though, in the jungle.
Yeah, Panatom has always been a force to be reckoned with in the jungle. He's been really consistent for this team ever since their Sanguine days. That said, he has had some off days here and there, but you take a look at the past games he's played, you've seen some Cirquette from him, you've seen Ratatosker. He has been a big proponent of this Osiris you can see on your screen right now. And really, it's just the activity that Panatom likes to have. He wants to get in there. It's very similar, in fact, to Elion's style. This clash of early game junglers is something that's going to be really interesting to watch. It's going to be a question of how well can they each play their own game style. But you got to favor Panatom just a little bit more in that matchup, just on account of how long he's been with this team and how long he's been at this level. He has the track record to show that he can step up to the plate and bring some wins home.
Yeah, and Panatom and El Leon have not had that much of an overlapping god pool here this weekend. Cullen, needless to say, not in Panatom's god pool just yet, but a couple Mercury games, Naja, Daji, things like that, where Panatom has stuck with Osiris on a pretty good rate. Ratatosker, Pele, Cirquettes. That's more what Panatom is playing. And so I think it's going to be super interesting to follow the junglers along throughout picks and bans here in this set, and where strategy ends up lying for this Atlantis Leviathan squad. Because in such a competitive league, I mean, it is no surprise that any team really is struggling to find consistency. The Kings have just done it so well. But, I bring up like the 0-2 loss to the Valkyries. Valkyries have been looking really, really good as of late. And so losing a set like that, I think isn't quite a mark on the Leviathans. But we'll get into P's and B's. For game number 1, up against the Callan Wardens go the Atlantis Leviathans, and the Leviathans find themselves in first pick. Leviathans don't look super worried, obviously having a nice time in their player booth. Got to be feeling good about their chances going into this matchup. These two teams already met earlier on in the event, where the Leviathans were able to take that set 2-0. And I think it's hard sometimes to draft against this Warden squad, though, Spooky, because when you're playing such unique picks, got to be difficult for the opposing team to pick ban against you when they don't know what you're playing.
Yeah, it's always an interesting thing to watch because, you might see, well, like you said, Colin locked in and say, okay, they've got their solo laner, no problem. Let's start hitting these junglers, take out that Daji. Now then you load into game and Elion is actually the one that's playing the Coca-Cola and he's taken into the jungle, and you just realize, oh, we wasted 2 bans. Right. That doesn't feel super good.
Right.
But at the same time, we're at a state right now where you can still feel comfortable looking at these top meta picks like this Kepler, like that Lancelot. Just take those out and make sure that the Wardens might have to go a little bit deeper into their pockets for that god pool to really come into its own light.
Lancelot and Osiris both taken away. A couple important picks for the Atlantis Leviathans. Ratatosker been important for the Wardens as well. Specifically, we've seen Relentless One play that already in this event. 4-0-5 in a win over the Aru Scorpions. Relentless One there. And I think that's going to, in Moswell specifically, I think is going to be important for the Leviathans to consider here in this matchup, because so strong. I think back to that Zeus in Game 3 against the Aru Scorpions, and even starting that game like 0-2, Moswell just finds his way back into these games consistently. Is just able to find a way to have an impact. Very hard to blank this guy. Very hard to keep Moswell out of the kill column. That's something the Leviathans will need to identify. Leviathans, they identify Cupid's still around. Chernobog is not by their own doing. And Cupid worthy of a first pick nowadays.
Yeah, Moswell I think is a very good topic of conversation because he's one of those players who can just find his space. And if you've put any pressure on him in the early game, it's not going to matter. He knows what his gods can do. He knows what he as a player can do. And he's going to find that value. This Cabrakan locked in response to the Cupid, I think, is a really good pick coming out there, and the Heimdall to pair with it. The reason I like this Cabrakan so much is because it can give you that early pressure against this Cupid. The Fields of Love, they have a cripple on them and a slow. Cabrakan, when he pops that first ability, cannot be slowed. He has slow immunity. He can run all the way up to Zatman on this Cupid and just lock him down with the walls. There's nowhere to go with the Cupid dash but forward. And if you're sitting in the Tremors, that doesn't feel good either. That's just putting you further into danger. This is already looking like a pretty good draft coming out from the Wardens, but we're only 2 deep.
Look, we always know Zapman is going to receive pressure, right? And so a Cabrakan, a good way for the Wardens to be able to funnel that. The other ADC, the Heimdall here for Griff, honestly no surprise, because in the last 6 games, a handful of which we have seen in this event, 5 of the 6 games we've seen during this event, it's either been Heimdall or Cupid. 2 Cupid games, 2 Heimdall games.
Us to glory,
or 3 Heimdall
to
games,
victory.
rather, 2 Cupid games so far here in Smite Summer Masters. And Heimdall has looked good for Griff, so a great start for the Wardens. But whenever I see a Daji locked in, and it ends up being, you know, one of Panatom or Cuvo Fred or Lasbra, I mean, really any player in the SPL, any jungler in the SPL, I immediately get worried for the other side, because Daji is such a high-impact jungler, so often banned out, but let through this time and can really disrupt the Wardens.
I'm actually very surprised that this Daji does get through, because if you take a look back a little bit to the Wardens versus the Scorpions game, it was Sarpei on that Daji that caused them so many problems. That was the reason that Elion on this Kikolan jungle wasn't able to really translate into the late game to continue finding success. I don't know if maybe it just slipped their minds, or they think it's not as big of a deal in this match. Maybe they've done a little bit of practice and they have some answers for this Daji this time around. But just take a look at their draft so far. Cabrakan will be very easy to pull in. Heimdall does have CC immunity to avoid one chain. But you gotta wonder if maybe this is just an oversight, we'll say.
Yeah, I mean, the Wardens, I think, happy to get the Mercury for their team, and you mentioned you get the CC immunity with the Heimdall, but, I mean, Griff doesn't want to have to be using that ultimate for CC immunity every single time, right? You want to be able to initiate or use it in other instances to escape, dash in an absolutely ideal world. But, I mean, Daji just totally going to be hard to outdraft the Leviathans now, I think, even with just that one pick. And that's somehow ignoring Yark Hor and the King Arthur and how good Yark is on that pick. A fantastic top 3 from the Atlantis Leviathans. The bans roll through, though, for the Levi's, and they do not want this Hell or the Bellona to make its way into the Callan Warden's back pocket. And Chalk is the selection, but won't be Chalk jungle. It'll be Chalk over in the solo lane, presumably against this King Arthur.
I mean, you would hope so, right?
Yeah, I guess what do I know, right?
Even now, I'm not 100% convinced. You would think that Elion would be on this Mercury. We've seen him play it before. We know he's comfortable on it. But with this Warden's team, I'm just never comfortable saying, oh yeah, for sure it's Chalk in the solo lane. It makes the most sense, but we won't have to wait and see. I'm pretty much on your side on this one. But
if this is not Chalk solo lane, I don't know. I was trying to think of something drastic that I would do. I'm going to do something drastic if it's not Chalk solo lane.
If it's not Chalk solo, then you can eat your lay.
Yeah, these are not real flowers. That can't be healthy, but fine.
It'll be fine.
I will. No, actually, you know what? And this speaks to how uncertain I am, because there is a world where somehow there's this flexibility for the Wardens. I can't wait to see what the Wardens end up picking for their mid lane pick, because that's usually what they do. This team likes to save Moswell's pick a bit later on in the draft and then kind of throw a wrench into the mix. Won't be the Hell. Won't be the Morrigan. And at this point, won't be the Merlin. You think Agni might be a good option?
The best option, probably not. No CC immunity to get away from the Daji, but we've seen Moswell on it before. We've seen he can position very safely with it. And we know he can bring a lot of pain with that Agni pick. But Morgan Le Fay is also one that we've seen Moswell play before. That's got CC immunity on the ultimate and is honestly just a very strong pick right now, in my opinion. I wouldn't mind seeing him go into that pick, get some nice artillery. It's got the same kind of feel as Agni, dropping big area damage over walls, but just a little bit more safety to it.
They've been going for a solid minute now. Was it those two who were on the desk bouncing it back and forth and they kept messing it up? I guess when you're standing and you have a much sturdier base, I guess it's easier to keep the ball up. This is a much better showing than these two had while they were on the desk trying to bounce the ball around. Still the one pick, though, for the Callan Wardens to finalize their draft. You've got plenty of initiation, it seems like, between a Chalk, between a Mercury, and a Cabrakan. We'll add a little bit more. Chang'e was not a pick that immediately came to my mind, but it's Moswell we're talking about here. Loves playing the cool stuff. And Chang'e will finish off the draft for the Wardens.
I mean, it makes sense with their draft. It's got good initiation, good follow-up with the Waxing Moon, so you can really line up some targets with the Cabrakan walls as well. More importantly, he's got the Moonlight Waltz. That's going to be critical to avoiding the danger from this Daji. If she lands a chain, you hit your 2 button, go into the dance, CC immunity will cleanse that chain away, no pull, and then you're in a good spot to follow up. If then Panatom decides to drop down and follow up, you still got the Waxing Moon that can act as either an initiation tool for your team, or it can be a counter initiation to just disengage from that fight entirely. Chang'e is just a very safe pick. She gets movement speed every time she uses an ability, able to kite back very effectively, sustain in the lane, but notably much shorter range than this Merlin that's going to be piloted by Shinto, and we've seen Shinto on this Merlin so many times. He's so effective on it, able to get so much farm, put these abilities down in such critical positions. I think it's still a tough fight.
I want you to assess for me now the entirety of the Warden's draft, because so often what we'll see is something like a Cthulhu or an Overrun, or in this case a Daji, gets locked in very early.
Right.
It opens up the possibility for counter picks later on in the draft for the other team. So you get this Daji with your second pick, and the Warden's then able to answer back with 4 more picks after that, or 3 more picks after that. Do you think there is enough built into the kits of the Wardens to limit the effectiveness of this Daji here for the Leviathans?
There's definitely enough in the kit itself to limit what the Daji can do. But then you take into account everything else that this team has. Are you going to go and burn your CC immunity on the Daji Paolao? Okay, well there's a Field of Love that's following that up as well. Now you have no CC immunity, and now the Leviathans can just come in after that. It's still a dangerous game that they're going to have to play.
Let's assess the flip side, though. The Callan Wardens, as I've mentioned, have some initiation for themselves between Cabraca and Heimdall, Mercury, Chalk, Chang'e. They all have a way to get in there. Do you think that they're looking for individual picks? Do you think they have a really solid team fight? What area of the game do you think the Wardens can succeed in?
I think the duo lane is the first place to look at, just because you have this Cabracan on Not Geno. You're looking for aggression over there. You want to get things rolling early, and you want to get Elion on this Mercury started a little bit earlier so you can start getting what I assume is going to be rage stacks. That's where I'm looking.
Lots of assumptions with the Callan Wardens. Atlantis Leviathans, Callan Wardens. Game number 1. Let's kick it off with Gore.
Oh, that's right. It's Gore and Trelly here. Leviathans and the Wardens. And we'll see if another SCC team has, well, this is their last chance, the ability to make it to next week. Or if the Leviathans will buckle up and dig their heels in now. Trelly, I'm excited for this one, though. Yesterday, maybe not the exact showing the Leviathans wanted in their setup against the Titans.
Yeah, no doubt. And now it's a time for both of these teams to bounce back, right? The Wardens would love to just come out swinging, get some early kills onto Elion here on this Mercury, get the crit online, and just run through this game. I think that's the ideal situation. Of course, Relentless one going back to the Chalk. I've had many words about Chalk in this tournament, but
mostly about Jungle Chalk.
Yeah, all of them about Jungle Chalk. The solo Chalk, it's got its uses.
You said some good things about solo Chalk the other day, I think.
And I think I'll continue to do so. Nice. I think as a solo laner, Chalk can excel and has some decent matchups, mostly into the things like the Cupid, for example. The attack speed slow, the movement speed slow, all going to start to add up in the late game.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch how this one shakes out. Plus, Leon back on the Mercury always feels good. I'm always excited when Chang'e's just in the game, let alone in mid.
Oh, yeah.
I think it has been an interesting role. I think, Aquarius, worth mentioning and shouting out because they have been picking it up in the solo lane pretty often.
Last time we had Dumplings, wasn't Zap playing the same exact skin? And we were talking about
it was
Dumplings?
me and you with Zap playing this skin, and we were talking about the Dumplings. Similar to what was brought in for lunch today.
And that's what I'm saying. So once again, we get Dumplings and Zap is on the same skin, keeping it consistent. I think that adds to a certain level of how many heart bombs he's going to be able to hit this game.
How many heart bombs? Oh, heart bombs. I was thinking of the hearts themselves.
Oh, no.
And I was like, how many of those he's going to hit? I don't think he gets to choose that.
No, he can just grab those. Those are free. I mean, I guess you could miss them, but
yeah,
something,
technically.
Something would have to be going horribly wrong.
He just throws them at Geno and says, all right, go get them.
Yeah, eat the dumplings, let's go. And yeah, that could be a play as we go on. But I do expect to see some early aggression.
Yeah.
But not really from the Wardens. I mean, Mercury has that gank potential with special delivery, but you got to look towards Panatom on this dodge. He has the blink, shows that he wants to get active on the map. It's just where and when. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. Panatom yesterday, again, not necessarily the showing I think anybody on the Leviathans wanted, but definitely shut down a lot of bans thrown towards jungle picks, assassins by the Titans. And it definitely limited severely the Leviathans. In almost complete opposite manner here, Panatom's on Daji, the most coveted jungler in the league right now. And so we'll see how online that can get. Normally we're talking about like CC immunity, and we almost always bring up like ults when it comes down to the Daji. And there's, you know, a good bit of that, right? Griff's going to have that. Leon, I don't think does anywhere in the kit.
While you're casting, you can use the Sonic Boom.
I was thinking you'd get just yoinked out of it.
Yeah,
That'd be kind of funny.
You can't charge. You have to fire it, right? It's pulled in.
Well, Moswall, while it's not built into the ult, has it somewhere. Leon, barely. Damn, that tick damage too. Woo. A lot to deal with there. Makes it onto the tier 2 and is able to stay alive. Hardcore Panatom playing the game how they would want. They go for the invade. Relentless One still picks it up.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, once Elion gets poked down, like, oh, that's unfortunate. You're going to have to fight 1v2 for the buff, but just essentially did half of it for him and then let Relentless One confirm that. Well, Elion gets farm the other side of the map, so an interesting start. Relentless One, happier that you get to confirm that blue buff. Chalk, not the biggest mana hindrance. Your passive is going to vastly be able to control that, but every solo laner loves having their blue buff. And you're right to highlight, I think, this Chang'e as well. Moswall, I think the game, has the potential to completely change a team fight, right? Like Sonic Boom, of course, one of those ults that can go through the back line. You hit multiple 2-3-man stuns. That's massive. But Waxing Moon, those stuns really start to add up. I think Beads coming into question for both of these teams.
Well, I think it's more interesting thing. You know, Sonic Boom, one of the better things about it is it's super long. So, like, even worst case scenario, you could hit 2 people and they could be like at the mid lane or at the middle of the lane and then one like in the tower. And you could still hit both of them. And well, you can't do that with a Waxing Moon. And like a jungle fight around the Fire Giant, I could easily see Leon ult into Moswall ult, and that's obscene CC to have to deal with. If Beads are down on the other side, or for some of these guys, they don't have them for the Leviathans, that could be a really scary prospect with the damage follow-up they have.
Yeah, I imagine Leviathans are going to have to de-incentivize grouping up when Moswall is around. Not like Moswall has anything like Blink at the moment.
Treat everyone like Zap.
Exactly. Just
alone.
Yeah, just split up as much as possible. Make sure you're not grouping for anything like that. And that seems to be the mindset here. I do think that because 4 beads are picked up, you'd like to think that Panatom is posturing over towards that right lane, trying to catch Relentless One out without that Storm Call. That's the only CC immunity built in at the moment. But it's going to be hard to force, and I think Yarkor is trying, just like batting away with a ton of damage. But Chalk with that built-in sustain, not going to care too much about it, right? I mean, you're not going to be forcing ultimates unless there's some aggression coming through.
And you were talking about it earlier, but like Chalk passive giving him just a free ability, had the blue buff up until now when it fell off. But that, plus the fact that that means you can kind of just spam your heal if you need to. Like the only downside is then the cooldown on it, the actual timer. Otherwise, I think feels really good for them. No big invades from the Leviathans since their last attempt. Panatom and Hardcore get aggressive on the Leon, and they forced him onto the tier 2. They tried to go for that blue buff. They didn't get the kill, nor the buff itself. Zap forces Griff to ult early on here in the left side lane. Trades out 1 for 1. And normally you'd think that there was going to be some sort of follow-up. I looked up to the mini-map, like, okay, where are the junglers? And they're on the other side of the planet in comparison. So it is going to go back more to kind of neutral ground. And Trelly, this is normally, you know, throughout this, we've been talking about it. You got to see it a few times today, where gold for the SCC teams can be a little more troublesome, right? They tend to fall behind a little bit more. There's going to be the Sonic Boom in mid, though. Leon won it a little bit, but Shinto was under the tier 1 tower. Gino didn't get the stun fast enough. So they're going to fall back. But a lot of the gold conversation has been the Leviathans, or normally the SPL team, out-farming the other team pretty heavily. That's not the case right now. I mean, they're within 200 gold of each other. That's a wave.
Yeah, it's not going to be the worst at the moment. And I think, you know, to highlight the fact that beautiful by Leon, and also you get the beads on Shinto. So now Shinto's going to have to watch the positioning. I would not be surprised if we see Wrong you go behind that tier 1 tower at some point, just to drop a ward, just to get some extra vision. Moswall to use the dance early on. Gonna have to beat that one quick pull, but it's not enough.
Yeah, I like the way they play that. Again, Panatom, I think beautifully charged, making sure to force the immunity out of Moswall early, and then grabbing the beads, like you said, very, very quickly. And it's not easy to try and pull a playoff like that against a Chang'e. I mean, I guess showcased by the fact that he played that almost perfectly and still was unable to. Moswall just has good reaction time.
Yeah, you can't beads any or pull any quicker than that.
Well, here's the thing, and I'm going to ask this to you. We've been seeing a lot of the Warlock staff, like Shinto has, especially on Merlin, but on a few others. You know, you get the Hunters in there. Of course, they're stacking the Transcendence. Doomorb early for the Chang'e. Feels like we haven't seen that rushed as much lately for anybody really outside of the Morrigan.
Yeah, it's only been the Morrigan, sometimes Poseidon if you're going to be zooming around, but I think Moswell, you know, he likes playing these immobile mages, and he likes being a little bit quicker. When you cast your dances as Chang'e, you're going to get some movement speed. Wide as well, go for some early power, as well as some movement speed. I would not be surprised if Moswell still built into some sort of stacking or HP item. I think full damage Chang'e does have its place, but up into a Daji that can really dive quite easily, Yarkor. I mean, like, Chang'e has that burst potential, but only on squishies. Like, if you're using your ult onto a tank, you better hope it's a quick pick and you're getting out, or you're using it defensively. So Moswell's not going to love just trading with Yarkor in the backline. I would not be surprised if we saw some sort of survivability in this build, besides just the movement speed from Doomorb.
Yeah.
It really just depends on how you're trying to survive in these team fights, and of course, if your tanks are protecting you enough, which on a Chang'e, you can never get too much protection.
Trelly, I'm not going to start the game. I am going to tell you this, though. Or I'm not going to start the game of who's going to die first. I'm going to tell you this, and that is that I've had a lot of 14 to 17-minute first bloods in the games over the last few days. So just buckle in, okay? I think, and you know what, chat, you too, because it could be the long haul, though not for lack of trying again. The Leviathans gotten aggressive twice. Griff is in a little bit of trouble. Once again, ults out of the Fields of Love. The duo lane now turning their attention towards Gino. Leon, Panatom in the jungle, making their way towards left. Could be a simple purple buff invade here for Panatom. Making sure presence is known. Doesn't get the purple buff. Doesn't get a lot of damage out there. Does dash in. Falls back. Wrong hue. Gonna go steal from the Obelisk. They're going to call that one a small win.
Yeah, I mean, we've been paying attention to both mid laners lost their beads. Shinto's just came up. Moswell's got about 15 seconds, and because that Trickster Spear was just used over and left, I don't imagine, and since Moswell is on the back camps, there's going to be any more aggression. So attempted ganks, attempted kills, some relics were used, but, you know, nothing actually landing. And a small, very negligible gold lead, but it looks like Griff is looking for some damage.
Yeah, he's trying to turn this one around, but the damage is on him. Panatom is able to get this one 9 minutes in, and they might just find two. Leon tries to save his carry, but it costs him his life.
Yeah, I think that's one of those fights where you just got to let Griff go. Unfortunate that Leon thought they could pull something, and since the Draconic transformation is here, Gold Fury's being passed back and forth. It looks like not Gino's onto this one. He's going to walk up slowly, and Moswell's a little bit far behind.
Gino has ults and damage. No blink available, only the beads. Hovering around, walks in, gets stunned out, and it's just a little late, but is looking for some kills. Good damage onto Zap. Moswell zoned out by Panatom and Gino. He's eaten more than he can chew. The chains, they're going to come down, pulled in. But the Leviathans, they're a little shy on the damage. There it is, a heart bomb from Zap. And they're up 3-0 plus a Fury.
Yeah, that was perfectly played. The hammer right at the perfect time to make sure that Gino did not have any damage to confirm that objective. Gino Beads is a little bit late, goes for the play after the fact, and Panatom was making sure not to zone out the Cabrakan with no damage. That's not the call. Zone out Moswell, the Chang'e with Waxing Moon that could have got a quadra kill if actually stepping up towards that fight. You waste Waxing Moon early to cut the stun out 1,000 cuts. And the perfect objective pull goes to the Leviathans, and now that gold lead also in their favor. During that, though, Pyromancer has spawned in, so expect to see some vision thrown on that right side of the map.
Maybe the most hectic minute of gameplay for the Wardens. Leviathans, from first blood to Fury to team fight, all of it working out in their favor there. Now, like you said, maybe leveraging some of the right-hand side of the map. Some of those are from the Eye of the Jungle, but most of these wards giving vision. Maybe some rotations. Leon has ult again. Hardcore seemed to have stepped up. Panatom might be the target, though. Can't get the angle that they want. Could get the Scorpion. Wrong use over here. Panatom hanging around as well. Wardens are able to confirm that one, no problem. Immunity for Moswell gets him out of there. Wrong use going in. The damage from the Merlin is good. Moswell is just burned away before our eyes. Another kill for the Leviathans.
Yeah, the wrong cue, just making sure to hit those, and every time this dragon gets used, an objective is pulled. This time around, it's the Pyromancer. Leon's on the way with ult, but actually just on the back camps, has no idea this is going down, and it looks like should be another free objective going over to the Leviathans. All which started with a Scorpion invade by the Wardens, maybe realizing that they're a little bit too far up. Wrong you goes for the hammer, immediately into the transformation. gets the beads and the immunity out from Oswald so early on and finishes that kill by themselves. A little bit of help from Shinta, but besides that, that was all the dragon damage, baby. Wrong use on point.
I'm going to raise it a hellish 3 minutes now for the Wardens. From a fight on left to the Fury to the, the invade. Now with the Pyromancer and another kill. The Leviathans sitting almost 4,000 gold over them, or at least consistently around that 4K mark. Little wins could be big for them. Even there, that coup goes down towards the Leviathans. Anything the Wardens can pick up would feel nice. But tier 1 and mid, almost gone. Leon has ults. Well, Gino backing here. Doesn't feel like they have a lot of room to move on. And you're starting to see it I think, really compound in the experience.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, gold is easy to talk about, and we're going to see that. But you're seeing level differences across the board, Trelly. And it starts to feel like the Leviathans, maybe not running away with it just now, but for 13 minutes in, this is a really comfortable game.
Yeah, this is a very comfortable gold lead, but notably there are some power spikes that have been hit by the Wardens. Of course, Moswell just finished that Staff of Mirror, and that's going to help out a ton in team fights. Rage from Elion, I think that's going to be the biggest one on the map currently. Once Merc starts critting, it's going to help out a ton. No stacks on it yet, of course. One kill could really start to add up for the jungler of the Kowloon Wardens, but I can't talk about power spikes without talking about Zapman, the level 13 Cupid, has the dominance, the kin size, and tier 2 Odysseus bow. I mean, the charge bow enough is going to help you with some clear, some just ranged AoE autos. And then you're also getting the kin size already online. Tons of shred. Tanks are not going to last too long around this Cupid.
But tell me more, like, with the dominance, right? We've seen a ton of Transcendence. I mean, Griff has Transcendence, and we've seen a variety of starts this year. But, like, Dominance has only appeared, I want to say, by Zap. I have to hold that for a second. Panatom hovering around in the jungle. Got aggressive on the Leon. Gino is just missing so many stuff. Panatom is insane with how he circle strays around. And now the damage is good. The walls from Gino, they can't hold the Leviathans back. He able to walk out of this one, but with Griff forced to teleport away. Oh, the Leviathans feel great with that engagement.
I mean, I've never been so hyped about no kills happening. That was just an auto attack that Gino could not hit because Phantom backstepped it every single time. And some ultimates did drop down. The main win there, getting not Gino's beads down. That means Kabrakan, a prime target for the powwow. Phantom wants to force. And guess what? This Primal Fury spawns in about 20 seconds. Certainly could be the option. Tier 1 and left goes down. Zapman's got some cooldown on Fields of Love, but you got to be feeling good on this left side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, look, with the amount of pressure they have, like getting an ult off of Gino here, Fury's about to respawn. They got the tier 1, like you highlighted, and I mean, pressure is just exuberant here for the Leviathans. They are more than happy to continue on this kind of rate. And so I can pull it back to where we were looking at it. And it's a conversation of early game, mid game, late game. Because when you look at Leon, you'd mentioned the crit earlier, late game. That's a conversation for Mercury. The dominance, I want to go back to it because, again, it's something that's, I feel like a Zap, maybe not Zap only, but it definitely has been more Zap specific as of late. What does it bring for the Cupid? Like, why go for that over something like the Transcendence on the other side?
Yeah, I've seen the dominance sprinkled into some builds here and there, and it just brings overwhelming penetration on auto attack specifically. When you're going for a build like the Cupids have been building as of recent, just you put some points in your dash, get attack speed, get the kin size. The more kin size procs, the better, and also penetration on those autos. Gold Fury's pulled, but it looks like it's going to be a bait trying to bait in the Wardens.
It feels like Zap's damage is something to keep your eyes on. Autos specifically. Same thing I think should be said for Leon on the other side, looking for rage stacks. Hasn't got a kill yet or an assist. So that's not been stacked up. Fury dropped hardcore in mid. Chased down a little bit. Leon's over there charging the Sonic Boom. Not quite sure if they want to go in with it yet. That feels like the entirety of the fight. Both of these teams looking to erupt, but not quite sure that they want to. So holding on to all of the ults. With dropping the Fury, Scorpions are unfortunately going to take the ire of the Leviathans here. But the fight fizzles out, Trelly.
Yeah, I mean, you still have no beads on not Gino, so the Kabraki could have been a prime target there, but I think putting a lot of respect on Relentless One, who rotated in, has fully stacked Transcendence, as well as the Glad Shield with the Sovereignty Aura. I think the Leviathan's smart to say, hey, if we go up into the powwow and this chalk blinks to the back line, that's not going to be like a great opportunity. We would love to get a free pick, but this isn't the way we're going about it. A little bit of a pull onto that Pyro, or the Primal Fury rather, but nothing consistent. They're not going to commit to the objective like that without a strong pick beforehand or at least some ultimates down. So now, it actually looks like the Pyromancer is being grouped around. The Leviathans are on a ward, so they're not going to walk up without knowing. The Wardens are going to retreat.
I like the way they play this. Again, Pyromancer, a lot less of a heavy commit than a Fury.
Oh, yeah.
It hurts you less, and it takes less damage to kill it. So it feels like something they could maybe easily leverage in. But even them, as you mentioned, standing on the ward, recognize maybe this isn't something we're going to go for without getting at least a pick. Maybe trying to force something. That gold lead, though, has slowly been ballooning still for the Leviathans, despite the good play from the Wardens, keeping things, well, it feels like more neutral, right? It has plateaued. It's just unfortunately plateaued at 5,000 gold. The Wardens are going to start up the Pyromancer. Wrong you. Over the wall, Panatom can see them. It's just whether or not they get aggression. Hardcore is going back over towards Ku. Wardens drop the Pyro. And they're going to go ahead and let this entire fight reset.
Yeah, I see Zapman rotating over to mid, wanting to grab that tier 1 tower. I was expecting this will translate into that Pyromancer pull that we theorized. Take a look at the Wardens, though. They're not rotating over, possibly going for the Primal Fury once they step on that ward, and it looks like that will be the call. This is burning down fast, though. It is not going to be quick. If they want to go to that Primal Fury, they need to do it right now. Panatom's already on the rotation.
Yeah, Panatom knows what he wants, and he wants a loop around. Waiting for the rest of the team. You can see Cupid dash in mid. They're trying to close the gap fast. Panatom goes in. Paolau's good and gets him away from the Waxing Moon pull. Not going to grab Gino. Not going to grab anybody. But he gets a lot of relics, or one relic, and a couple of ults out of the Wardens.
Yeah, you would have loved for that Waxing Moon to connect, but now Relentless One could be in some trouble here. That's not a stun on the Heart Bomb, but Yarkor, he's tearing up the back line.
And yeah, being able to lift Leon up, that jungler's out of here. There's going to be the silence from Relentless One. Finds 3, but that doesn't slow them down. The damage is there. This Merlin's burning through health bars, and Panatom picks up the kill onto Gino. Relentless One forced away, and after getting a Pyromancer, 1 kill, the Leviathans are going to pick up a Fury as well.
Yeah, I love the call there from the Wardens, but it just was not quick enough and not enough DPS. When you bring a Chang'e to a team fight, it's not because of the objective burn, it's because of that ultimate, and, you know, Shinto just has tons more of it, as we saw in that fight. The actual burn on the objective was just not fast enough, and I think Panatom plays that perfectly. Blinks in, Paolau's to immune the stun, and just sort of stands there for a bit and says, hey, my team's on the way. You guys got 2 options. You get out or you fight. The Wardens tried to get out. Great chase down from Leviathan as well to confirm the kill and make sure that that Fury goes down. That gold lead climbing, and it's not stopping. It's been consistently going in favor of the Leviathans.
Yeah, has not had, I mean, even just a brief moment for the Wardens to feel like they're going to get something. I guess they pulled the Pyromancer not too long ago, but even then, it felt like wishful thinking.
Yes.
Not necessarily something that we were certain of. Oh, and like you said, man, it's just not looking great gold-wise, experience-wise, even worse in some circumstances. A lot of goose eggs over there on the side of the Warden, still blinked, and as far as kills go. Item-wise, I see straight up just a full tier 3 over for the Leviathans. They've got that Divine Ruin, otherwise the build's roughly similar. But now with the Soul Reavers towards the end, feels like more damage now that can come out of the Chang'e. And, you know, you're looking at this, you get a Deathbringer finish from the Mercury. Maybe this is where they can come online and start to fight, and they're grouping on right. So it feels like they want to be more proactive.
Yeah, I mean, Moswell has been vastly ineffective this game. Bottom of the damage charts for a reason. Chang'e is a burst mage through and through. There is no poke. You are going in or you are sitting back. Leon, the same style of play on this Mercury, both at the bottom of the damage charts, because can't find any kills. Fields of Love comes through, and that's a lot of damage.
Heart Bomb onto Leon. It's not going to find any sort of CC, just some damage out there. Zoning from the Leviathans. 20.5 minutes in. They're going to get the transformation from Rong Yu. They want to start up this Fire Giant. Maybe not for the FG itself, but at least for the fight. And that's what Hardcore is looking for. Grabs Grip in the back, but he takes a lot of damage in the process. Moswell tries to return as much as he can. The team just not able to. They haven't been able to find it. Relentless One goes in, goes deep, gets the silence, gets some damage onto Zap, but Zap is turning it around. One more auto, and he gets the kill. And now Panatom pulls in Leon, gets the kill. Griff goes down, and the Leviathans are running through the Wardens right now. Add on one more, and if Gino goes down, that's your deicide. 10-0 right now for the Leviathans, and a free Fire Giant.
I just can't imagine a world where a Chang'e ult onto that level 19 King Arthur is ever the way to go to try and win this team fight. Zap essentially wastes Fields of Love, and it's healed off, but still dished out a ton of damage with the Odysseus bow throughout. You know, Relentless One just wanted to get so active in that fight, got to the back line, didn't really find too much damage. And I think Shinto ripping through, Rongyu was able to CC the rest of the Wardens. It was just a botched fight from the start, and when you're this far down, that's what you should expect. It was close. It was one of those situations where if you're just stalling trying to get the Leviathans off fire, that looked really good.
Yeah.
If your object was to get a kill, I mean, you got a low health bar, King Arthur, but it was still about 30%, and no one is able to chase that one down. Unfortunate for the Wardens, but that's almost the nail in the coffin. That's 14,000, and there's still 2 Tier 2 towers standing.
I mean, look, Death Column's looking like a zip code right now for the Wardens. 1, 2, 2, 3, 2. The Wardens, unfortunately, just in a spot where things have not gone their way. Look, you were talking 4,000 gold about 15 minutes ago. And then suddenly we're ballooning up to 5,000 gold, but much closer. About 8 minutes ago, maybe a little longer. Let's go ahead and jump that to 13,000 in favor of the Leviathans. Every neutral objective, the only thing they've really been losing out on here, outside of what is about to be a Tier 1 tower and right, has been 4 Totem of Coups. Otherwise, it has been a very oppressive game from the Leviathans. 4-0-5, like, I'm going to Zap, because I feel like this dominance, not only has it worked out really well early on, you'd mentioned the Charge Bow, now the Odie Bow, it feels like this Cupid is just providing way too much.
Would you say he's showing dominance on the map?
I think I would, actually. You know what? Yeah.
I appreciate that, Gorks. I think so as well. Zap has been vastly untouched. A fair bit of damage coming his way, but never being able to find that actual kill, as no one has been able to find that kill. It's just been all Leviathans all the time. That Tier 2 in mid is dropping, but already on the left side, the Phoenix is being sieged by 3.
And it's gonna be met with some aggression. Gino goes in, drops the ult. Same thing for Relentless One, but Fields of Love, they're gonna pop, they're gonna pick up 2. Gino has a heart bomb. They kill Zapman, and that is a successful defense for now from the Wardens. They keep the bird alive, and they get a big bounty on the other side.
Finally, a waxing moon from Moswell connects, and guess what? It results in a kill. Zapman goes down, had no relics, and that was just overconfidence of the highest degree. There is absolutely no reason for a 3-man Phoenix siege on left when you're when the two, Pantom and Yarkor are still in mid. That just never needed to happen, and Zap's relics weren't even back up. That's just a classic. That's a Zapman call, right? Where he's just like, yeah, man, we can go for it, right? Oh, okay, we can't go for it. Let's back up, try again later. So a solid answer back, but what will the Wardens do in that time?
Yeah.
At the moment, just pushing up right, trying to ease up that gold lead a bit. But if you're looking at what the Leviathans lost, it was a Fire Giant buff on Zap, and that's about it. All ultimates still available, besides the Draconic Transformation. All relics are still up.
Yeah.
You got about 58 seconds left on this siege, so I don't imagine any more Phoenixes being looked at. Leviathans are still in a favorable position, but that's the start of the answer back that I would love to see from the Wardens. Just find a kill, find an ultimate rather, an engage onto the squishy targets. If you're just trying to shred through these tanks, Griff does not have the damage to be able to do that just yet. Only 4 items online. Would love an upgraded starter item before you're really able to commit these ultimates to these tankier targets.
A little bit over half of the power play just kind of neutralized with 1 play from the Wardens. Plus they got the Pyromancer right before that, right? So it feels like,
oh boy,
maybe a small win might get taken away here. Moswell stopped the back and then up onto the Powwow. That's going to be an easy kill for him. Leon gets out of there. But what does it cost the mid laner? Gone on the ward.
I bet you Leon saw him coming to me. He was like, "Good luck, bro. I'm not.
Yo, peace.
Yeah, I'm not staying to help you. I hope that between the both of us getting our backs stopped, I hope it's you." And gets back to trying to defend this one. So I was wrong. With a pick like that, left side Phoenix starts to look a lot more doable.
Yeah, now they're stepping up to it. No Fire Giant buff. Just the damage from the Coerce, and of course the damage they have in their in-hands. They're burning it down slowly, but they're getting there nonetheless. The Leviathans are able to find that one now. Can they aggress? If they find any picks, this could be the game. Relentless One is getting shredded down. The ult is good enough to keep him alive for a little bit, but not long enough to stop the Leviathans. They are hovering around the Titan room, trying to find their way in. Titan starting to take its damage. Gino throws up the walls, trying to keep him out of there. Leon goes for the ult, but the Wardens, their last stand, it's not looking good enough. The Titan is falling down. Gino is falling down, and the Leviathans are going to take game number 1 in a very convincing fashion.
14-1. The only kill is the only time I saw that Waxing Moon connect with a squishy target. And again, I'm not harping too much on Moswell. It was just the pick could not work out. The Chang'e was not finding value. Leon on this Mercury found some ults, but not enough damage. I think the Wardens in their entirety were vastly nullified, and I'm not going to say it was entirely picks and bans. Of course, Leviathans, clinical on their farm on the map. They were making sure that every objective was pulled with a purpose. They weren't just, let's just see what happens. They were pulling in and then baiting a fight. Pulling in only when the objective was confirmed, and it was just, dominance all around the map. We joked about it. Zap belt at first item, but that's what I saw.
I mean, from aggression that didn't lead to anything. I mean, they were, invading on the right-hand side of the map. Zapman was just getting ults for free out of Griff early on, using those Fields of Love, and while those didn't maybe go into the explosive kills, eventually it led to, a 2-pick on left into a Fury, and that might have been the last time we really got to see the Wardens be truly competitive. A good kill on the Zap around that left side Phoenix is nice, but sometimes it falls flat. I think that one's one that you got to go back and you got to think, you know what, we need to re-estimate the first 10 minutes because that's where things fell apart. The Wardens fall down in this one. Levi's up 1-0. They might be able to close it out in 2. The Wardens might push us to 3. We'll find out all of that right after this.
Love
sets games we've had all weekend long. The Atlantis Leviathans take out the Callan Wardens in game number 1. Still potentially a couple games to be played, at least one more. But the Atlantis Leviathans look near unstoppable here in game 1. This is what Leviathans fans were hoping to see, not only coming into this event, but this matchup specifically as a way to bounce back after the Leviathans' loss earlier on in this bracket. And so a really good look here from the Leviathan Spooky to seemingly iron out all of their mistakes. I mean, this is about as clean as it gets. You drop a death, and other than that, you're playing a perfect brand of Smite for the Leviathans.
Yeah, this is a much cleaner game of Smite from the Leviathans this time around. This is exactly, like you said, what we wanted to see from them. It was just clean performance all the way through. I think at one point I looked at the screen, it was a 7,500 gold lead. That was around the 20-minute mark. 3 minutes later, it's a 13,000 gold lead. That's the kind of performance that the Leviathans had here today. And you really can't attribute it to any one single member. It was just across the map, Leviathans were playing their game plan, doing what they wanted to do. And at the end of the day, that's what you need to do if you want to find these wins. Shinto was putting out massive amounts of damage. Rangi was finding huge engagements. And Panatom, you really got to shout him out, being able to bait out those CC immune abilities and the beads from multiple members of the Wardens. Just clean play all around.
Yeah, I mean, this is the type of Smite that won the Leviathans their world championship last year, right? Season 8 Worlds, the Leviathans were playing this type of Smite. Now, a bit more expected, I think, in this matchup for the Leviathans to play this well and to look this clean. But as far as building consistency and really momentum, you know, if the Leviathans are now able to put back-to-back games together like that, I think Leviathans fans will be feeling fantastic going into our second week of games. But still pushback potential from the Wardens. Absolutely can surprise us. But we're talking about a total game plan reorientation here for the Wardens. Nothing went right. Moswell's able to snag a kill, but it's on to Zapman once. There's something poetic about the one death on the Leviathans being zapped, I think. But just a really good look all around. So if you are the Wardens, Spooky, you know, I don't think you have too much to lose going into this next matchup. I wouldn't mind them getting a bit creative with their composition, because with the Leviathans playing like this, you might just have to catch them off guard, make them stagger a bit, and see if you can make a unique play style work.
Yeah, I think this is one of those times where you have to just take a step back, reevaluate everything, and just come up with something new. We saw Elion try to go on the Mercury. It's a little bit later of a god, so maybe just switch that around. Look for something with more early pressure in the jungle, because that was one thing that the Leviathans did have in spades. You saw Panatom making multiple rotations around the map, and the Wardens just didn't have a good answer for that. So give yourselves an extra tool in that jungle. Apply more pressure around the map. Even if it means going back to this Kakolan, which didn't win, but it definitely did bring that same kind of early pressure that we're talking about. That might be enough to give the Wardens a bit more of an edge into this game.
Yeah, if the Leviathans are going to be a team that potentially get thrown off by something like that, sure, I'll get on board with the Kukulkan jungle. Let's see what Elion is actually going to bring out here in game number 2. Wardens in that first pick slot, so they'll have some flexibility down the stretch.
Yeah, not too surprised there.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense here. You played with fire a bit in game 1. Let's see what Panatom can do to us. Daji is just in such a strong spot that if you're not going to pick it for yourself first, if you are not going to have an immediate answer to it, worth just banning away against just about every team in the SPL. Leviathans in trade, though, will take away the Cupid, maybe sensing the Wardens would have been willing to first pick the ADC.
Yeah, always a good idea. Just take that off the board, get it out of their hands. And I really like these first bans that are coming up. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not going to say I'm going to be happy. I wouldn't be surprised if we even saw a Heimdallr ban, just because it's been what Griff has been playing. These are really the only 2 picks we've seen from him recently. So you can limit him quite effectively if you choose to, but it's going to be the Ratatoskr that's taken off the board. Heimdall's still available, and quite a bit else still up on the board. Lancelot comes to mind. The Kraken is still an option. So the Wardens, they've got plenty to work with. Just a matter of what do they value the most. It is going to be that Lancelot.
Yeah, Lancelot hovering right around that 70% win rate through 13 games. So a decent number of games played for Lancelot. over half of them being wins. King Arthur is a popular answer back, but I do think this gives the Wardens some flexibility, whether it's Lancelot jungle or Lancelot solo.
Right.
Haven't seen this pick for Leon this weekend yet, but also haven't seen Lancelot for Relentless One this week yet at Smite Summer Masters. And the answer back from the Leviathans is a King Arthur and a Heimdall. So really good picks all around. I think both teams start off their draft in a pretty consistent way.
Elegant.
Yeah, this King Arthur looked great in Yarkor's hands in game number 1. Throw it back at him.
Yeah, why not?
You're never going to feel bad when you have a King Arthur in your draft. This Heimdall is also super smart. That acts as a 4th ban against Grip. Take that up for yourself. And Zap's been known to play it as well. He's always looked really good on this pick. Allows him to either get aggressive or stay safe as he needs to. My eyes, though, they really do go to this Yemoja. This is one we've seen Gino play in the past before. It's got a good answer to the Arthur. But I'm not sure if it's everything they need. It's a good start. It's got some extra safety for them, some good peel, some good sustain. But the Wardens weren't able to really take elongated fights in game number 1. It wasn't the critical piece they were missing. I like it, but I'm not sure it's the everything they need.
Right. I mean, Yemoja's been so strong for so many teams here this weekend. 73% win rate, as you just saw. So even better performing than Lancelot is. So maybe some of the sustain, some of the control can elongate some of those fights for the Wardens. On the flip side, Leviathans are going to have a bit of that as well. The E set locked in. And so with the circle protection, of course, you get some burst heals and burst damage. But really objective secure, so important. And if the Leviathans play as squeaky clean as they did in game 1, I imagine plenty of objectives will be pulled, plenty of objectives will be secured by this E-set, and it's been a popular pick. There is a world where you're like, oh, Zapman has played this E-set before, but with the Heimdall there, that basically goes away. Does look like E-set support, though, now with the Merlin picked up. So Rongyu rewinding the clock a few weeks a bit, playing the mage support.
Yeah, we've definitely seen him on this E-set before. It's always looked pretty good. In fact, I think the last time the Leviathans played against the Wardens, Rongyu did pull this E-set out. And we all know how that set went.
Twice.
Was a 2-0 victory for the Leviathans. So they got to feel comfortable going back to this. At the same time, though, this Yemoja does offer some presence around those objectives as well. If you see Rongyu drop that circle protection maybe a little bit early, you can easily throw up those Rivers of Rebuke, try to push the Leviathans out.
Yep.
It's such a tough call, though, because the way Leviathans are playing, they're more than happy to take that fight. They're playing so cleanly. Their team fights have looked great, and the Leviathans are just running back 3/5 of their draft right now.
Why not? And the parts of their draft that they're not running back are pieces of a composition that have worked against the same Wardens team in the past. As you point out, the E-set looked good against this team earlier on this week, and Heimdall for Zapman always going to be a certain level of good against the Callan Wardens. Ho-Yi hovered, and so is the Agni. Maybe provide some control and some damage from a range from Oswald. And so if this ends up being an Agni pick, it'll be second time, I believe, we've seen this pick. Once against the Leviathans earlier this week, and then once against the Aru Scorpions earlier this week for the Wardens as well. So with Agni and potentially a Ho-Yi and a Yemoja, looks like the Wardens should be able to poke out some damage around some of these objectives and potentially sustain up some of the poke that they're receiving.
Yeah, these objective fights look a lot better this time around for the Wardens. They don't have to commit too much of anything with this kind of draft. You can just step up with the Agni Bombs, drop a couple, just look for that poke, and then when you're ready to fully commit to something, you have the Yemoja. You've got even Bellona to send in and with the initiation. The Eagles Rally is a great tool for that, and Ho-Yi for the backup. And then if you want to maybe back off a little bit, you've got healing going your way. Lancelot's also great initiation. But now the question is, will your Bellona be able to initiate and survive? Because this Nemesis goes all the way down to the 5th pick.
Yeah, Nem dropping to final pick in the draft is not something I'm used to seeing, especially when it's Panatom on the other side. We talked about the Wardens needing to kind of reassess some of their game plan. Obviously, not a lot worked in game number 1. You just get the 1 kill, and it's kind of a fadeaway kill, really, from Oswald. You think the Wardens have done enough here? I mean, again, you're always punching uphill. This is always going to be a difficult set for the Wardens to even maybe find a win, and if the Leviathans are playing their best Smite. Do you think the Wardens have given themselves a chance out of picks and bans?
If the Leviathans are playing their absolute best Smite, it's always going to be tough to say yes to that. But I think their draft looks a lot better now than it did in game number 1. I think they have a much better fighting chance. I think they definitely do have the tools available to them to start taking a step forward, start looking at those fights, and maybe take some of those early trades going in their favor, especially if Elion can make his presence known with his Lancelot in the early. That's what I think is going to be the real key issue there.
Well, talk to me a bit about that. Where would you like to see Elion try to make his presence known on the map between, mid, solo, duo lane? Do you think there's a lane that is more obvious being ready to be pressured out by Elion?
I think that solo lane is a great place to look. Early in the game, King Arthur isn't at his strongest until he gets all of his kit online and a couple items as well. Once you get the sovereignty, it's a little bit less ideal to gank that. But then you can turn your attention over towards this mid lane. Shinto on the Merlin has a good escape, but it's a long cooldown. It doesn't go that far, and you've got a great way to bait it out with Moswell on this Agni.
And maybe we can then flip the story, because on the other side, Panatom was able to get active very early in game number 1 on the Daji, obviously playing the Nemesis, so the pacing will feel a little bit different. But do you feel like you're in a spot now, if you're Panatom, where you can match some of that pressure early from Elion?
Oh, yeah, he can definitely do some work to match the pressure. Now, Nemesis isn't quite as good in the first couple levels as this Lancelot will be, but once you hit level 3, you're more than happy to start looking for those fights, looking for those trades, and you can definitely look for those counter ganks as well, even starting at level 2.
Well, look, I think the Callan Wardens, regardless of what happens here in game 2, should be proud of the weekend they've put on. Played a very competitive 3-game set against the Scorpions. You run into the defending world champions a couple of times. Can the Callan Wardens find a win and push us on to game 3? We will go over to Gormizer and Trelly for game 2.
That is the question. Look, we got our flotation devices to keep us afloat. We'll see if the Wardens brought theirs to keep them afloat in this set, Trelly.
I like
right
that.
now, it is just 1 game away for the Leviathans. The question is whether they make it here. Will we see something interesting? We already have Leon on the Lancelot. Got Moswell back on the Agni. Griff even going over to the Ho Yi. Some picks that, the Lancelot, maybe not so much in this conversation. But the other two, we've been seeing not so much of, but when they show up, they've been looking good.
Yeah, I'd say so. The Agni, I think Moswell had a great performance on, and one of the safer mid laners that you can play and still do good amount of damage depending on where you're positioning and what you're up against. Up against the Agni, I think a decent matchup, right? Anything that can stun out the Nem shield, you should be sitting just fine. It really just depends on where you get caught out at, things of that nature. But the Ho Yi from Griff I like, because I think Griff has been unfortunately playing extremely passively in this tournament, whereas Griff usually, I think, when I watch him, likes to get extremely active, fight those 1v1s, take those engagements. Hasn't really been able to do that. So I'm hoping that's what this pick is going to unlock for the Wardens and the duo lane in particular.
And we'll say, I'm going to put him a little bit on blast. One of the things I told Jordan to do was to absolutely just ask Griff a question. And it's mainly because we haven't seen him at all. Outside of when we are spectating the carries, and right there, that player cam. That's when we've gotten to see Griff. I even, was joking with him about it. He said, I don't know, they just hate me for some reason. And so I told them that if they win, realistically, I was being a little peppier than that. When I was in there, I said, all right, so when you guys win, Griff, you got to get up there. And then game 1 happened. And maybe they're changing their tune a little bit. Maybe they need to start thinking about that if a little harder. Panatom back on the Nemesis. Look, I mean, if you look at this right-hand side of the map, maybe if the Yamoja was over there, it otherwise feels like it's just one of the essential Leviathans drafts, right? Like if you're like, okay, top 2 picks, if I'm gonna grab Shinto for iconic things, it's either this Merlin or a Raijin. Panatom, Nemesis is up there. Hardcore, yeah, you're right, King Arthur's that man. Admittedly, it's pretty much any ADC in the game. I feel like the Heimdall fits.
Yeah, I think the Heimdall does just fine slotting in there, but just the 2v2 and right, when you look up into Yarkor on the King Arthur and Panatom on the Nem, that's got to be intimidating no matter who you are, because it's a deadly duo, and it's able to get active in the early. Panatom has went for the blink, which tells me Panatom wants to get active in the early, which I love to see. It really just depends on where you're looking for that pressure. I just keep my eye on the map, right? We can see Panatom going up towards back camp, so no real aggression there, but sticking on this right side of the map, because if you look over on the left, there's a Ho Yi, there's a Yamoja, there's some healing. That doesn't sound too fun to gank in the early. It really just depends on what you can force out. You got wrong U on E set, so probably not any relics just yet. Maybe towards level 5 we'll see some action over here.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're going to be able to get aggressive. Griff seems to want to. Relentless One didn't even notice his health bar getting low over here. Maybe something they could have acted on if the Leviathan so wanted to. But as of right now, Trelly, very similar pace to game number 1, right? Fights going back and forth in lanes, but like 200 gold, maybe, going in favor of the Leviathans. That lasted for a good little while. We'll see whether or not they can maybe find some of that. You know, and you're looking at this, I'm kind of curious, where do you think that aggression's going to be? Last time around, the Leviathans were looking for it in the jungle on right a lot, in the duo lane a lot. It feels like a Yamoja, it kind of slows that down. Right lane, especially with where Relentless One's at, maybe seems to be the place that's popping.
Yeah, certainly could be the option. I can see why Panatom would want to stay away from duo lane at level 5, of course, because once the rivers go up, that's not a spot that Nemesis really likes to be in, and unless you have crazy amounts of DPS, you're not going to be getting too active there. Leon is on the way over, though. Not really looking towards any farm, looking at Rongyu more than anything.
Yeah, get some damage out there, but Panatom's here to match. Will they be able to find anything? Gino riptides himself out of there. Leon just walks out the old-fashioned way. And that seems to be all he wrote for the fight, but is it everything? Leon trying to get aggressive onto Rongyu one more time. Damage is there, but the shell is a little bit stronger. Leon finally able to find it. Now Panatom, that shield can only do so much. The dash gets the distance, but they're going a little further. They get the blink, and they're going to count that one as a win and back off.
Yeah, that's first blood, and also their own purple buff. The Wardens are happy to confirm that one because it was getting looked at by the Leviathans for a second there. Unfortunately, though, the Leviathans were already up in gold, so that first blood bounty is not going to be too much. It will put the Wardens ahead, but not by much given the situation. And, you know, the duo lane was exactly where the aggression came from. More so off the back of Leon, though. I think, you know, Panatom was pretty cool with, okay, we're going to invade the purple buff. Hopefully it goes uncontested. There was a little bit of brawling, and Panatom was like, well, I don't really have my items online yet. Nemesis is fine, but not going to do as much damage as Lancelot at this point in the game, especially with the Mace Tree start. It's just going to be doing a little bit more than the Tier 2 Golden Blade. Panatom backs in, is able to finish that one up, but Rongyu goes down. And so now I'm expecting to see Leon keep this pace, right? Already having the first blood, you can ride across the map extremely quick on the horse. I don't want to see this being a hold back moment. Okay, we got our kill, let's stall. You need to get active and keep forcing that ahead.
All right, Charlie. We're going to jump into the game in a second, but I have to ask, because we have the pool noodles, and, you know, we've talked about a lot, like doing the water cannon thing, you know, when you were a kid.
Yep.
Obviously, just floating on them.
Yep.
Did you ever do the thing where you rode it kind of, I guess, like a horse, right? Like you straddled the noodle and just floated like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And then if you stuck the front part under the water, that's how you could, like...
You could then get, like, a bazooka,
yeah,
tuba-esque style.
Yeah, and then, like, shoot your parents, and they get really mad and be like, stop playing with the pool noodles.
Yeah, well, our parents, because I have 2 older siblings and a younger sibling, so the noodle is not a weapon was a very common phrase used around the pool. I think one time my sister hit me with one hard enough that it left like just this giant red rectangle across my stomach, and that was about the time my parents stepped in and were like, "Hey guys, like stop."
You just gotta be disarmed. You can't use the noodles as aggressive weapons anymore. Well, unfortunate, because we've been kind of jousting in between games.
Well, and then like we actually, yes, we have, and also there's like a whole pool noodle Kukul Khan. Like, what's he supposed to do? If he is the weapon at that point. And sometimes it works out. Not in this game though. And so we'll step away. Also, the watermelon is not a toy. That's another one. That's just a good old phrase for y'all and chat to figure out something for. We'll find a way to apply it to Smite here. Right now, maybe it has to do pineapples. Maybe not necessarily a watermelon, but something hovering around. A nice Yamoja skin, a very thematically appropriate Yamoja skin.
Yeah, we've been talking about anyone who plays any character that has the beach skin and then actually picks that beach skin in this tournament in particular. They get a buff, just like a buff from us. Not a real buff, doesn't actually apply anywhere, but at least we're going to call it out and say, hey, good job, Gino. Or not Gino, rather. I don't know who that is. I know it's not.
It's not Gino.
We know who it isn't.
That's all we have.
But I have no idea who it is, and not Gino gets the style points buff there. Again, not too much action at the moment. I understand that, you know, I think that aggression from LEM was more so to defend the purple buff. So Panatom wasn't taking the action there, was just trying to get a quick buff invade. This isn't the time where Nemesis is able to outpressure the Lancelot, so I understand why. Hey, run to your farm. Let's not get too aggressive. We will naturally climb ahead just by nature of our farm, and that's exactly what the Leviathans are doing. Remember, first blood went to the Wardens, but the Leviathans are slowly pulling ahead, just inching their gold ever forward.
Now, last game, it wasn't even until 9 minutes before we got to see some of that action. But, you know, it was a question last game that we didn't really get to ask or answer. And so this time, especially with some of the time that we have allotted to us here, it feels appropriate, which is that, you know, going into mid-game, right? We're starting to approach that point. Who's got the strength there? Maybe Leon at least seems to think that it is them. Riptide does not connect. Leon does not slow down. Wrong you. Trying to get to the lane. Damage is going to be there. Panatom, Shinto. We're starting to rotate over, but it doesn't seem like they truly want that fight if they can avoid it. They'll get the red buff. But mid-game conversation, also first off, shout out Zap, dominance one more time. The mid-game and the late game, I think, conversation has to come into play because it seems like they're going for a slower style.
Yeah, no doubt. Zap going dominance first item, but not showing it in the lane. Actually had to pre-ult the bounce from Griff just in case it connected. I saw, and this is exactly what I was talking about. I want to see Griff getting aggressive, not standing back by the wayside, continuously looking for 1v1 engagement. And you see, Griff set up the ambush there, was waiting around the corner, didn't actually jump in, didn't want to take that trade, but still looking for the fight, looking for the 1v1. In a situation like this, when it's Elimination Sunday, you don't want to sit at your tower line until late game when you can't even fight anymore and just be like, well, I wish I would have fought. Now Griff's saying he's ready.
You're right. Tournament life on the line. Leon, Relentless One, they want to lead the way for their team back in to the bracket, trying to continue this as far as they can. Fortunately, they're not able to get the kill on Hardcore. Deep dive on the right-hand side of the lane. Sun's dropped on the left. And it's going to be a little bit of a match. Zap doesn't have ult just yet. It seems like on both sides, well, maybe hold that thought, Zap. Oh, Griff.
One more auto, he's jumping in.
Yeah, no,
100%.
one more auto, or if that tower line was about 3 feet further. If it was 2 more steps for that, he's jumping in.
Yep.
Unfortunate there. That could have been a nice solo kill. For now, it's just another little pause. Is wrong you. I don't know if he's going to get anything here, right? Surely not. The stun on the Moswall, some damage. And yeah, he's going to back off.
Yeah, just a little bit of trading damage here. I imagine out of everyone, the mid laners are the safest at the moment, where Moswall and Shinto just continuously match clear, go back to lane. They look right, they go, oh, there's kind of a scrap over there. That's cool. They look left. Oh, Zapman's ulting in. Oh, we see a little bit of fight. And they look at each other and go, we're stacking up Warlocks, right? Yep, okay, cool. And it's just a handshake lane in that sort of sense. I am seeing a little bit of pressure towards the Gold Fury. Panatom sort of rotated over and then just stopped there, right? Like, there's no way you're looking to kill Griff. He's at the purple buff, low HP, but you have to commit pretty far down the lane to go and get that Ho Yi. Leon, though, would love to catch out Zap, man. Rode over 2 wards, so I don't think it's going to be too easy.
Yeah, seen about a mile away. He's on a horse, so theoretically a mile is going to close a little faster than most people, but Zap just walks back and is able to get away from that one. I'm interested to see how this goes. And, you know, I have a question around this, because Phantom Shell's been picked up by Wrong You real early in the game. And, you know, to try and match those walls from Gino, presumably. And that's kind of the question, like, do you like that investment of gold this early? Like, is it worthwhile? I guess he's playing ESET, so it must be worthwhile.
Yeah, I'm thinking Wrongyu doesn't upgrade that unless, you know, you get First Blood, which Wrongyu did get First Blood and was like, okay, so I'm the target. I'm probably being looked at by these rivers. The team is looking to kill ESET first, so I'm going to go ahead and get that and make sure of it. Of course, a little bit for Panatom and maybe Zap if your Bifrost isn't set up, but besides that, you want your support to be able to survive, get these items online. I don't hate the pickup. As long as you're able to get that Gauntlet of Thieves online, that's really your first utility item. There is plenty of other peel tools for Wrongyu to survive in these fights, so I definitely don't hate it. It's just going to add another level of safety. And whenever Gino's looking for an ult, it was like, they already have Phantom Shell. Should we even go for this? Do we want to force it out? It's got to be in the thought process.
I think it's nice, because it's one of those things. It's an inevitable relic in a matchup like this. It's just, how fast do you want to grab it? And the answer for Wrongyu was pretty quickly. Zap up against Griff over here. Always going to be a fun matchup. Team fight-wise, that's one conversation, but 1v1 always feels like it goes the way of the Ho Yi just a little bit because of that Mark of the Golden Crow. Speaking of other birds, Crow and Eagle, that's the Eagle's rally, gets moved or used to move Relentless One out of some danger over on the right-hand side. Pyromancer spawned up, and a pick could be massive here, Leon.
Oh, that
getting some damage out there. Nice silence from Wrongyu. And it's amazing how something, what feels like maybe as small as that, stops an entire fight in its stance.
Yeah, if that Riptide hit and Panatom gets sent back, I have no doubts. The Joust was coming through, and Leon was going to try and chase that one down. You do have to worry about the Circle of Protection, because at the moment, it is still a bit of a tool to convince yourself of, okay, we can fight, we can kill here. Zap is going to teleport away, but the Bifrost is there. I was wondering, it looked like Leon was covering the option, and then decided, you know what, this is going to take too long, we probably can't dive, and turned around just to go for the camps, because you know, it's still a risky gamble if you're trying to dive that tier 1 tower against a Heimdall with ult. I mean, you can just close so much gap, so I understand the hesitation there. Probably the smart call. Only one with the kill in the game. Leon wants to make sure his ganks are safe.
Good news is, though, right, the Bifrost, the further you travel with it, the higher the cooldown. So Zap's going to have a little longer before those crystals are going to be active for him. Not quite as long as when we used to see people use it from base. But still, going to be a nice little balancing point for them.
When he first came out, I used it as a teleport, and then I was like, oh, I can't escape for 2 minutes, never doing that again. As we do see a pull here by the Wardens. The Arcor not even there, but Leviathans recognized it and just started bouncing the Gold Fury back and forth.
Now, here's the real question. One, well, I guess it's two questions. Will the Wardens recognize this? And two,
well, they recognize it in
can
time.
they get the kill, right? It's are they going to get here and can the Leviathans kill it fast enough? There's the Circle of Protection. That's going to get charged up, popped. Gold Fury's there on the mid camps for the Wardens. And it looked like they might have been able to cut off Shinto and Panatom, so should they so please. But instead, it's just going to be 1-for-1. Pyro dropped for gold over towards the Levi's.
Yeah, and again, I think that was what started out as like a sneaky play by the Wardens, turned into the Leviathans having complete map knowledge. The sun's being dropped on Zap, but he's able to zoom on out of there and just immediately pulling the gold for it and saying, oh yeah, you're going for the Pyro? We're just going to get the better objective, the one that's worth more at this point in the game. Leviathans are still ahead, given the fact that they're down a kill, because they have the objective control as well. Gino and Griff would love to go for this purple buff here, but here comes Shinto and Panatom. They could be in some trouble.
Yeah, there's going to be the ult from Panatom. Griff stunned out. This is where the chase is. The Riptide, it only gets you so far, and Griff is not going to get the distance that he wants. There's the walls. That creates the distance. Panatom sneaks his way around. Finds out that he's the only one over there. They still have the Phantom Shell. Didn't have to use it this time around. Leon in the jungle and making his way over here. Catches Panatom out. Gets some good damage to start things off, and is going for the chase with the tier 2.
I'm ulting that, man. I'm ulting that. I don't even know if it was a guaranteed kill or a question mark, but I'm going for it. And Zap knew the Bifrost timer, was able to get on out of dodge. And actually, the purple buff will be stolen away by Leon. So a little bit of a win going over the way of the Wardens. I understand.
That's a lot for just the purple, right?
Yeah, I definitely understand. Once again, Leon playing extremely cautious. Still the only kill in the game. Panatom had the blink. There was no sort of tick damage, so maybe that was the outplay he was waiting for. If he blinks my ult, I'm under tower with no ult. That's not a great opportunity. So called off the dive underneath that tier 2 tower.
So close.
Oh, yeah.
To getting it. And like you said, maybe just to doing, dropping an ult, seeing what he can get done. Falls back. And like you said, we still stay at just 1 kill. Wardens had that. Gold separating these teams, about 400 in favor of the Leviathans. It's a really good farm, even, from the Wardens to kind of catch back up after that massive spike that was the Gold Fury. And, you know, you're looking at small little differences, mid-camps, Scorpions, things like this. Maybe kills onto Griff, beads, forced out Suns, drop down, but there's a circle protecting Griff. Dove under tower and just does not have the health bar to survive. Panatom credit for the kill, but that's a 3-man effort on left.
Yeah, Griff survived for so long, popped the shell as well, but Panatom able to tank that one up for such a long time, especially with the circle of protection and Rongyu playing that perfectly. Relentless one actually TP'd over. Thought maybe the Griff would live a little bit longer. Fortunately not the call, and that means Yarkor has free reign over in right lane. Actually, Leon does make the rotation over and at least picks up that wave. But all in all, the Leviathans answer back, put their first kill on the map, and they're going to put Griff in the dirt. Double relics as well, something to look out for. Griff's going to have to sit a little bit safer in this lane given the situation.
Yeah, maybe makes things easier for Zap to run around, rotate in, control the flow of his fight. King Arthur takes Leon up into the air. Leon's not taking a lot of damage though, so I don't know that this is going to flourish into anything massive. The Lancelot v. Arthur. One that if I knew a little bit more about lore, I could probably say something poetic and flowery. Unfortunately, all I know is that Merlin's like a real good dude to Arthur, and Lancelot, in some instances, depends on, I guess, the time period. Myth said that Arthur was technically thought of as dead, but I know Lancelot wasn't necessarily kind to Arthur's trust.
Well, I just know when you have King Arthur and Merlin on the same team, they have like a minute of dialogue. Like whenever you spawn in,
they
just talk back and forth. So I haven't had the blessing of being able to hear if Lancelot ever chats back with them, you know? Because he's so new and I only play ranked, it's like I rarely get the opportunity to just have them all in one game.
He feels like he would definitely have like directed lines, right?
Yeah.
Like if he kills Arthur, he's gonna say something. He's gonna talk some smack. And maybe he'll get some out of game as well. Panatom almost caught out. Leon actually taking too much damage, uses the jousting field to get away. But is it enough distance? The answer right now is yes. That horse moving him fast right around the Oni Fury. Seems like it could be an advantage for the Leviathans, though still having to wait 40 seconds for that one to come up. I thought it was going to be a little quicker. Unfortunate for them, that pressure is only going to be able to get a little bit of wiggle room. They have managed to push to about 800, hovering around 800 to 1,000 gold. If they can get any of these tier 1 towers, that feels like a distinct advantage. Warden's holding on a lot longer in this game compared to game 1.
Yeah, no doubt. They're able to get that first kill, and they've sort of been riding that ever since, right? Using that to their advantage on the left side of the map, but a couple times now, Leon has been able to get aggressive, but that time, extremely low and was able to get out just fine. Not Gino is making the rotation over. Might be looking to find a river here on the Zap.
There's going to be the bubble bounce at least. They aren't going to catch him out of the glyph there, the Bifrost, as it gets him out. Wrong you. Not grabbed by the Riptide. Grabbed by the second one, though. Circle protection forced out. Leon getting aggressive. The Sun's dropped. They've got some damage. They need a little more. And Leon's able to find it. Then the leap onto Zap. The damage is there. And they are diving this tower. They get 2 on left. And that's a big win for the Wardens, but they're not done yet. Relentless one, the target of aggression. Panatom, Parkour trying to find something back for what ails them on the left-hand side. Unfortunately here, they're not going to find it. Oni Fury started up by the Wardens, and it looks like they're going to get this one clean.
Yeah, Panatom was chasing down Relentless One, but Eagle's Rally still available. I mean, there was no world where they ever get that kill onto Bologna, and now for their troubles, they will pick up the Pyromancer and still remain ahead in the gold department. So great dive there in left lane. I'm happy that Griff finally decided to jump it, because there's a couple times where I'm like, ooh, he might be able to get the kill here, but then doesn't use that dive bomb aggressively. This time, dives that tower with no fear, getting the Phantom Shell down from Rongyu early on, made sure that gank was effective, and now Zapman's going to be going to a little bit of a deficit. 2 levels down in the duo lane. Griff already level 17 to Zap's 15. Take a look at the mid laners, though. We've been talking about how they haven't been doing anything. They're both level 19. They've just been farming, matching each other's farm as well as possible, and they're going to start chunking. Expect to see these tanks come in and get a reality check when they see how much these mages are going to be able to do.
Yeah, it's a little frightening going from like the triple goose egg and the slash line for both of them to, okay, now we're going to fight. Like that damage numbers, where are they at? 7? Oh, no, sorry, that's Golden Hand. That's okay, that's way better. I looked over and I saw 7. I'm like, there's no way Agni's hit a single in-hand auto at like level 2. Still, not that high though. 2,000 for the Agni, about 4,000 for the Merlin. So a little more over there, about 2K that Shinto's been able to find that otherwise hasn't been answered. But considering where the supports are, which is 3,000 and 2,000, their numbers aren't necessarily that great.
Yeah, and we get to see, 4 items online for both
Can you
of
imagine
these
doing
mages.
7 damage? Sorry, I'm still stuck on that.
Yeah, there was a time back in the day, Rongyu is able to slip out of the rivers this time, so not Gino's gank. Not going to be the call. Holds on to the Phantom Shell, and Zapman just farming away on the left side. Looks like we're trying to look for a middle lane fight, but Rongyu's going to be safe from that bounce, and no further aggression. Just Zap split pushing left. That's the only thing that is currently going on. Getting some extra gold in hand for the Levi's. And now the Wardens are in a situation where they got to go defend that tower. They have to give up on their aggression. But yeah, there was a time back when Mark of the Vanguard was in the game where you could just negate a couple like minion autos at that point. Like it was just like base damage, and you could really just get 2 tower damage or like 2 player damage if you stacked your defense, right?
You did it just the right way. We're talking like 6-6-7 kind of style in terms of damage numbers. Our core trying to make sure his go up real fast. The damage numbers are solid here. Griff caught out on the rotation. Panatom and Zap able to get that Eagles rally off the mark. The dash in, though, from Moswell, and they pick it up 1-for-1. Leon barely able to get under that tier 2 and barely able to get back to base, but does so. 40 seconds missing a carry for the Wardens and 40 seconds missing a jungler for the Leviathans. Puts us in an interesting spot here in mid.
Yeah, if Shinto knew exactly where Elion was chailing that back, could have been in some trouble. Moswell has the flame dash, shouldn't be in too much trouble. The Relentless One makes the rotation in, doesn't have access to Eagle's rally, so unless some fancy footwork, I don't think there's going to be too much aggression left in the mid lane. And once again, Zap is still just pushing and left. He does not care about the team.
Yeah, Griff went down. He's like, cool, did my job, left. He decided to go and get the farm where he could. Well, the balance is out in terms of kills. You mentioned it, but the gold is starting to hover a little more towards the Leviathans and really map state maybe. is where that matters most. Tier 1's all up for the Leviathans. They got every single tower. So missing that tier 1 in left, getting like 3 minions into that tier 2 on left. It's not a lot of damage, but still some, not full health anymore. So Zap kind of showcasing some prowess, at least in terms of map pressure.
In terms of not rotating.
In terms of I'm not gonna be there anymore, guys. Have fun.
I mean, he did like the half rotation. Saw it was going like decently enough. He's like, all right, I did my part. See you guys in a bit.
They got the kill and he just dipped.
Yeah, he was like, that's all I need to do. Now I'm gonna go trying to fast track to level 20. I'm still a level down, guys. Like I need my farm.
Good point.
Stop asking me to rotate. Like that's gotta be the comms, right? Like you call me when I'm level 20 and have an upgraded starter item. If not, I'm not picking up. Like that phone is on silent. I don't want to answer it.
Well, he's matching, what was it, 2 levels down earlier, right?
Yep.
So he's been able to catch up a fair amount here. Shinto as well. Moswall hit 21st, then the solo laners following up shortly thereafter. Have to expect we're about to start seeing the masses of 20s that really click through. And again, question marks are going to be around team fights, right? You're looking at this Pyromancer, give or take 30 seconds. Same thing for the Fury, give or take 30 seconds. Both of them are going to spawn up. Pyro, easier to kill. Primal, more worthwhile to kill. We'll see whether or not that's going to be the call. Fire Giant, I mean, look, you're 24 minutes in. If they notice you're on the other side of the map, that might just be the real advantage one of these teams needs to kind of push the limit of this game. And it comes down to, I mean, look, you've got Griff dying a couple times, a few more deaths over there for the Leviathans. Might be a couple more. Fight around the mid camps. Eagles rally onto Hardcore. The Wardens don't want much to do with it, and they're going to back off.
Yeah, at least the Eagles rally is down. That is a team fight tool that the Leviathans are happy to know is gone, but still getting aggressive. Wrong you stuck in the rivers, uses that Phantom Shell, gets out just fine.
Yeah, is able to grab someone. Hardcore goes up in the air, has Leon. The Suns get dropped, though, waiting for Hardcore to come down. A little bit of burn on the right-hand side from the Merlin. Nice lockdown from Gino. Again, keeps the Leviathans from getting aggressive. They're going to start up this Primal. The Wardens see that it's going on. They've got the vision with the Sentry Ward. They're going to grab Wrong You. They're doing so much damage, and that ESET is just deleted. Circle of Protection dropped, but it didn't secure the Fury. Leviathan still able to grab it, but can they get more? Relentless One is low. Relentless One is falling down. Has to Eagles rally out of there, but they're not disengaging cleanly enough. Leon goes down. Griff sent through the realms, and when he comes crashing into the map, that's a kill for Zap. Gino just trying to Riptide out of here, but Panatom sticking to him like glue. With one more auto, the Slice and Dice will do it, and Panatom still gets out with his life.
Wow, look at the gold lead at the end of a fight like that, where the Primal Fury does go down for the Leviathans. It starts out with a beautiful pick on a Wrong You, but you stay a little bit too long, use a little bit too many ultimates defensively, and Leviathans are able to take that one handedly. Panatom diving the tower. I was wondering when the cooldowns were going to come through. I was like, tell me Slice and Dice is almost back up. It was able to confirm that kill as well. And this is the mark of a solid, just a team that knows exactly what they're doing. Half the team's pulling that Pyromancer before the rest of the Wardens come in, and Panatom is pushing down that Trebuchet, making sure to get that tier 2 tower.
And look at this fight. I mean, they're winning it pretty handily. Moswall is able to turn it around. They go 1 for 1. The mid laners trading out. They finally get involved in these fights. Oh, and Moswall picks up, I would say, a big one there, killing off Shinto. That's the first death for both mid laners. And it's also a tie game in terms of kills, 6-6. Not so much when you look towards that gold, 6,000. And let's go ahead and start pushing that up towards the 7K mark. Leviathans starting to run away with game number 2.
Yeah, and now there's the Trebuchet is wailing away on the Phoenix over in left lane. It actually looks like the Leviathans were posturing towards a possible Fire Giant, but with Shinto down, are you really feeling that confident burning through? The answer is yes, actually, and Relentless One, the only one up at the moment. Leon's on the way, and they're looking for blood.
Confident and maybe just starting a fight, right? That burn was slow without Shinto. Looking for some sort of engagement. Hardcore, Wrong You, kind of leading the way. Makes sense, front line's doing the front line thing. Like you said, maybe not the utmost confidence for them. They fall back from the Fire Giant. And they're going to let Shinto respawn and eventually make his way over here.
Yeah, Shinto's full build already as a mage with arguably the most expensive items that out of everyone, right? Like mage items just by natural are a little bit more expensive. So that just goes to show how much farm the mid laner has been able to get. Moswell, pretty much mirroring the build with a little bit of difference there, has not been able to get the Obsidian Shard. Like that's the one difference maker, and it's a large one. Like that's a lot of penetration that Moswell would love to have in these team fights. So that's pretty much the gold lead right there, if you can tell, between the two 1-1 mages. Both have been pretty much mirroring each other's build, mirroring their farm, mirroring the levels. The big difference is a completed Obsidian Shard. If Leviathans fight right now, they're going to be at an advantage. But look, Zapman and Panatom on the left side of the map, they're not even close to the Fire Giant at the moment.
It could be a fight the Wardens want to pick. Now, you mentioned the mirrored mid laners, though. And Shell for Shinto. Makes sense. We've seen that a lot. Sprint on the other side. Moswell, I didn't even realize that's what he decided to pick up. That one is incredibly different from what I'm used to seeing on anybody.
Yeah, I think he just realized the amount of slows that would come from Panatom and was like, I don't need Aegis. As long as I juke out Shinto's abilities, that's the only thing I'm Aegis in. So I'm simply going to sprint out of them. And Gino as well. Or not Gino, rather. Also picked up the Heavenly Wings, just making sure to be able to zoom out whenever possible.
I appreciate the commitment to it. I mean, it is his player.
That is his name. Gino. That is what he chooses to go by, and that's not Gino. I don't know who it is, but I know who it's not.
A relentless one right now. It's unrelenting in the face of danger. Barely able to get out of there. Has to use it. 100 health left to their name. And you know the Leviathans are going to try to run away with this one. Forcing that to full TKO. Teleport is going to come back in a second, and that might be the difference maker. Relentless one will be able to get back into the fight. Leon takes half their HP and knocked out. Same thing for Gino. Riptide going to get some distance away. The Fire Giant goes to the Leviathans, and now it is the runaway, the disengage for the Wardens. Riptide's doing plenty of work to make sure they stay out of this one. That seems to be all they need. Leviathans, they've got a Trebuchet coming down mid and something to group around if they want it.
Yeah, but I'm not Gino. Is looking for the chase here. Zapping wrong you could be in some trouble as we see our core teleporting in. Put up the rivers, but that's going to be all she wrote. And now the Leviathans are diving back in here. They're trying to chase this one. Shinto throwing some damage over the wall.
Yeah, Phantom Shell gets used, but for good note, right? It's going to be able to get them out of there. Panatom trying to go in. He's able to get some damage, but not able to find the slow. Tier 2 tower looked at by the Leviathans, and they're going to burn this one down pretty quickly. Late game, just shy, admittedly, of an EFG. It's 29.5 in, a minute burned on the power play with 11,000 gold. The Leviathans are going to start knocking on the right side. Phoenix going to get aggressive. Hardcore leading the way. And again, a little bit of damage goes a long way. Eagles rally in from Relentless One, and they're going to burn down Wrong You. And just like that, the Leviathans are going to be pushed back. The Panatom in mid with a Trebuchet trying to fight the Phoenix. Hardcore just buying his team so much space, so much time. Gonna have to fall back though. Zap playing it carefully. Shinto with the burn just off the mark. Leon caught out. The horse is gonna get him out of here. And it's a good defense so far from the Wardens.
This is a 4v5 the Leviathans are not afraid to take, though. Panatom wailing away on the mid-Phoenix with the Trebuchet, and Moswell forced the beast, dashes in onto Yar Core. He's looking to get aggressive.
Yeah, looking for the fight. Phoenix is doing its work. One more shot. No, the shell. It's going to save his life, only for a little bit. Leon steps up. Mid-Phoenix goes down, but they are getting their kills. Defense from the Wardens. It's good enough. Shinto finds a double, and it's 4-4-3. Griff alive. Panatom, Trebuchet, Minions, and Shinto walking in. Are they going to find it in the 2-0? Do they have the damage? Shinto, a lot of mana to work with. Griff is getting burned down, and they're just going to kill him off. Some Minions walking in from the right-hand side, and just like that, the Leviathans find game 2.
Wow, the kills were so even, but the farm and the gold were just never close. Even with losing Wrong You before that Phoenix Siege even really starts. Leviathans, and off the back of Yarkor doing his job so well, making sure that the sprints got popped, right? I mean, it looked like the Wardens were ready to chase that one down and possibly go for a Phoenix of their own, and then Yark's like, you guys we are the aggressors here. We are not, we're not running. Call the ambulance, but not for us. And then it was just the damage to Shinto does so much there on that Merlin. Moswell dashes in effectively and was able to pick up Yark, but the rest of the damage dealers on the Leviathans doing their jobs in spades.
I mean, you flash back and think about it. Wrong You died, and like that's how that fight starts. Yeah. The defense starts. It looks like it's going to be good. Yeah. They're able to get some kills. But a little bit of damage thrown the other way, Trelly, and that's enough for him. The Leviathans look a very good go button for him. Wardens, though, I mean, by no means was that a runaway game. Like by the end of it, the gold lead is definitely there. But they put up a good fight for a majority of that game.
And that's the thing, the kills were always even. But you just take a look at the gold lead and the farming, the objective play that you expect the Leviathans to have down pat by now, right? They've been together for so long playing at the highest level, but it was just never that close gold-wise. About 11,000, even 4v5, it's hard to come back from that.
They were able to pick it up. They get themselves the 2-0. They move into next week, joining 6 other SPL teams and the Hex Mambo. I did wrong math right there, and that's why you don't do math on cast. So instead, I'm going to save myself and just get out of here. We're going to throw it back to the desk, and they'll break this down.
Leviathans flex their muscles a bit here in game number 2, and it's what you expect from the Atlantis Leviathans when they're playing the brand of Smite that the Leviathans have, not only in game 1, but here in game 2 of this set. It's when things get close, it's the team fighting, the grouping, the shot calling, where the Leviathans really stand apart from the Catalan Wardens here in game number 2. And Spooky, I think the Wardens have a lot to be proud of for their performances here at Smite Summer Masters. You know, you run into an SPL team a couple of times. The Leviathans are that SPL team. Very competitive 3-game set that the Wardens were able to win. So I think the Wardens have plenty to be proud of, but ultimately the Leviathans, the better team here in this 2-0 set.
Most definitely. I mean, the Wardens, they looked like they had an advantage in that early game. They were getting active. They were finding some kills. They had a kill lead at one point. But the Leviathans, they have that discipline, that veteranship to know, okay, things aren't going our way right now. Let's take a step back. Let's slow this down a little bit. Let's come into our own. And it really broke open on that left side, that first fight that really came up. That was where the first gold lead started to show for the Leviathans. And from then on, they just pushed that lead over and over and over. And that's what you expect from the world champions.
Yeah, I loved what I saw out of Panatom. Specifically at the beginning of this set, the Nemesis was hitting the gas pedal early and often, really facilitated the carries of the Atlantis Leviathans. By the end of the game, Shinto was really impressing me. Merlin looked fantastic. There's some fun 1v1-esque style plays going up against Moswall, and nearly taken down by that tower by the end of that replay. Look, a better game from the Wardens really here in game 2. Able to find a few kills, able to remain competitive. Leon early on keeps things interesting, but as we've mentioned now a couple of times, but by the time you're getting to the point in the game where objectives are grouped up for, team fought over, and then what you do after that is really where the gold swings. That's where the Leviathans bought themselves big advantages, big damage numbers from Shinto and Yark as well. That's pretty big here in this one. I mean, 15,000 damage above Relentless One is Yark, 27,000 damage on the King Arthur. Just beats out Shinto for top damage in the game. So I think overall, Leviathans fans potentially a little worried after they fell to the Titans 2-0 earlier on this weekend. Do you think some concerns are eased after the way that this set went?
I think they definitely should be. I mean, the first game was so clean for the Leviathans. It was quite dominating, as Trelly has mentioned before. But even the second game, despite being closer, I think should really give the Leviathan fans a lot of confidence, because it shows that Leviathans can recognize, okay, this game isn't going how we want it to. Let's reevaluate. Let's change what we're doing. I really think that was best encapsulated on that last siege around the Phoenix, right? Rangyu gets picked out early. Is that a problem for the Leviathans? No. They just have Yarkor create so much space. They're able to step back, reset. Panatom rotates on in, and they just keep playing their game how they want to do it.
Yeah, having a second to be able to step back, take a deep breath, reassess, reinitiate, win the game. Good look here for the Atlantis Leviathans, and they will continue to look good right now in the post-game interview.
That's right. I got Panatom and Rangyu standing by for the post-game interview. And Rangyu, look, I feel bad about this because you made a lot of really good plays in that, but I'm going to ask, at the very end there, you get picked off right around the Phoenix. Do you think, with the team surging forward, did you think that was still a win state for your team, or were you a little worried?
Well, to be fair, I was playing with hiccups all the game, so it was very uncomfortable. It was so uncomfortable. I was stressed. And then, I don't know, somehow it was just free casting, and we had Merlin late game, so I was just pretty confident my team could close it up.
They did so. The hiccups apparently haven't left. You had to play with them throughout game 2 as well. Panatom, you're able to get the Nemesis. Game 1 even is super fast for you guys. You get ahead really quickly. Game 2 slows down a little bit. What was the real difference between the two of them?
Yeah, I think the difference was for example, with Daiji I can be more comfortable because I think they have Chonga and Mercury, and for example with Daiji you have a really high kill pressure on them, and with Nem you need kinda like 3 irons maybe to start fighting. So yeah, that was kind of the play.
Well, you know what? It feels appropriate. It's the last set of the week. You guys get to relax for a few more days before you play in the bracket with a bunch of SPL teams and Hex Mambo. So we'll go back to some of the more relaxing questions. You guys seem like you'd have a lot of fun on the beach. So if you had your ideal beach day, what are you doing?
Probably just sitting on the pool and chilling.
Wait, what was the question?
If you're gonna relax, like if you're relaxing at the beach, what's your ideal beach day?
Oh, I mean, maybe some drinks and, you know, with the boys and swimming.
And swimming. See, good answer, right? That's a good day. And either way, it feels like things are good. Congratulations, guys. You get a 2-0 win here. You move on to next week. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. I'm sure your fans are excited, as well as everybody else. So congratulations again on your win. Thanks for your time. We'll throw it back to the desk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Leviathans move their way into our second week here of play at Smite Summer Masters, convincing fashion over the Callan Wardens. Get things back on track. Fell to the Titans earlier on in this weekend, but the Leviathans in a really good spot now. Good looks for themselves, for their fans, and I think cleaned up a lot of the issues that the Leviathans maybe faced in their previous matchup. Now, that said, Spooky, I mean, this is the style of match that you expect the Leviathans to win, right? And maybe exactly the type of match that the Leviathans needed after you drop to the Titans. A palate cleanser, if you will.
Most definitely. If nothing else, this should just give them some momentum going forward. This is a nice little breather. It's gotten rid of the bad taste of the previous losses and says, okay, we still got it. We still know exactly what we're doing. And moving into this next week, into the next bracket, they got to feel really good about it.
Both the Tartarus Titans and the Atlantis Leviathans make their way out of Group D. This is a group with the Callan Wardens and the Aru Scorpions from the SCC. One EU, one over in North America as well. That match number 9 down there on the bottom, the 3-game set between the two, was a lot of fun. Here was our schedule for today, Elimination Sunday. One of these things, not like the other. And it's the 3-game set, but not only the 3-game set, but it's Hex Mambo beating the Solar Scarabs to advance themselves, the one SEC team to advance to our second weekend of play, a straight-up elimination-style bracket like you have all seen in the past, and Hex Mambo will be there. So Valkyries, they look great in their set earlier on today. Hex Mambo, Oni Warriors, Atlantis Leviathans, 4 more teams proceeding into our second week of schedule. You know, we've talked about it ad nauseum, the Hex Mambo team advancing to the next week of play. In a minute, we'll get a look at what some of those matches are next week. Do you think Hex Mambo has a fighter's chance at maybe taking another game, another set off one of these SPL squads next weekend in our main bracket?
I mean, they got this far, right? They were
right.
already able to beat one SPL team. What's one more set, right? They can definitely have a fighting chance into it. Even if it's just one game, I think they can get there. What I really want to know, Dolson, is if they have like a celebratory dance that they do when they win. They're named the Hex Mambo. They should have a dance.
And it should be just the Mambo, right? Because that's a type of dance, if I'm correct, or am I wrong? Is a Mambo not a dance?
It is a dance.
It is a dance.
It is a dance.
So it's got to be that then, clearly, for Hex Mambo. We'll see them next weekend. But what are the matchups next weekend? That is the question we all have on our mind. Here is the final bracket for next weekend. The elimination phase quarterfinals will kick off next week. And some great matchups. Hex Mambo, they face plant their way into the Jade Dragons. Maybe the best performing SPL team as of this weekend. Jade Dragons, since adding Scream, have not lost a singular game. That's a couple SEC sets, or SPL sets rather, 3 SPL sets, and then a couple sets here at Smite Masters. Lots of great matchups over the horizon here, Spooky. What stands out to you in our quarterfinals?
I mean, I'm definitely excited to see the Jade Dragons go against the Mambo. Mambo looked really good against the Scarabs. Can they keep that up against the Dragons? But I think the bigger question is the Kings and the Leviathans. Kings, I think, have a great run right now, and they're set to really have a dominant performance. Can they go up against the world champions and maintain that streak? They've done it so far.
Yep.
How long can they do it?
Got to be some upsets. I look at these matchups. This is August 12th. That is Friday, this upcoming Friday at 11 a.m. We will have our quarterfinals, and it's a full day of Smite action, our quarterfinals. All 4 quarterfinals, all of them on Friday, starting at 11 a.m., starting with the Camelot Kings going up against the Atlantis Leviathans. I think the Valhalla Valkyries could step up, be very competitive against the Tartarus Titans, might be able to take that set. Both of those two teams and the last sets that we saw them have played some awesome Smite. In the final set of Friday, the final quarterfinal that we've got, the Jade Dragons up against the SEC upset story squad, the Hex Mambo. I mean, that's going to be difficult for Hex Mambo, Spooky, because if you look at the Jade Dragons and the way that they play Smite, the Jade Dragons love aggression, love being quick, love pulling games away fast. Hex Mambo are going to have to try to slow those games down.
It's going to be a tall order for the Mambo, but we've seen they can put up some results when push comes to shove. Like you said, though, it is so tough going against this Jade Dragons team.
Man.
I'm excited to see it, though.
I know. I cannot wait to see what we have in store next week. It's been an incredible week number 1 of Smite Summer Masters. Week number 2 kicks off on Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern Time with all 4 quarterfinal sets. On behalf of myself, Spooky, all the other casters, everyone back in production, thanks for watching, and we'll see you on Friday.